The House takes up the budget next, setting up the stage for more debate this week. Get ready to pay more at the pump starting this summer. A bipartisan group of state senators approved a 6-cent gas tax hike that'll kick in July 1st, followed by yearly increases tied to inflation. State Standard reports the new gas tax is part of a bigger push for billions in transportation projects statewide. Republican Senator Curtis King says the tax will address roads in disrepair, a ferry system that's falling apart, and deadly highway collisions. The state also passed its $79 billion budget, but not without controversy. Two Republicans joined Republicans voting no, arguing it's built on new taxes aimed at wealthy residents and big businesses. The budget now heads to the House. State lawmakers want new rules to protect housekeepers, gardeners, and nannies from abuse. According to the Washington State Standard, a Senate bill would ensure these workers get minimum wage, overtime, and clear contracts. Supporters say current laws leave workers vulnerable to exploitation. Opponents argue the rules add unnecessary red tape. The bill now heads to the House. The Seattle City Council is backing away from its earlier defund the police pledges. Councilmember Rob Saka said those past commitments hurt public safety by driving away hundreds of officers. The new resolution commits to supporting police and other first responders. It could pass the full council vote this week. Everett police say thieves are targeting your debit and credit cards with skimming devices. According to the Everett Herald, these hidden gadgets steal your information at gas pumps, ATMs, and grocery store checkouts. Police recommend carefully checking card readers, give them a good yank, and reporting suspicious charges right away. It's 7:11. Let's check the forecast brought to us by State Roofing and Exteriors. A nice stretch ahead of us. Today we are going to be cloudy, maybe some sun breaks, a high of 54. Tomorrow, more clouds, 54 for our high again. Morning showers on Wednesday, then sunshine the rest of the day, and this is where it starts to get really nice. High of 53 Wednesday, partly sunny Thursday, a high of 57, 63 with sun on Friday. We're upper 60s with wall-to-wall sunshine on Saturday and Sunday. In fact, I'm just looking at the forecast on KIRO 7. I don't want to oversell this because it's still almost a week away, but Sunday, they're saying a high of 73, which sounds terrific.
Well, you haven't oversold a weather story since at least Wednesday.
At least Wednesday.
Too soon?
Probably too soon. Poor Nick Allard. Right now in Seattle, we have clear skies. It's 46 at 7:12. Sully has never oversold a traffic situation ever in the history of ever.
Oh, no, never. Not at all.
You are at the Beacon Plumbing traffic desk, keeping it on the level.
Yes, and I did find the crash on southbound 405 about halfway from Linwood down to Canyon Park. It's over on the right-hand shoulder now, not blocking, but that's one of the reasons why we're up over 45 minutes to go from Everett to Bellevue. We're about 42 minutes from Everett to Seattle because the brake lights there are not as bad. We continue to work with this crash on northbound I-5 right at the Nisqually River Bridge coming out of Lacey and Olympia. It's in the left-hand lane and maybe on the left shoulder now, but 40 minutes from Olympia to Tacoma. That's one of our spots that's kind of tardy today on a day when everything else is relatively good. I mean, Federal Way to Seattle, 45 minutes, maybe 46, depending on how you hit the north end of Boeing Field. The Valley Freeway is under 45 minutes, so that's not too bad at all. The Renton S-curves are moving along, and we're looking at about a 25 to 26-minute trip to get you up into Bellevue, which is a very good travel time. Across the lake, we have no issues. This report brought to you by AAA of Washington. If the wind's blowing, AAA of Washington will help keep you going. To become a member, visit AAAWashington.com.
Sully, I was in Ellensburg with the baseball families for that big baseball tournament for my 12-year-old over the weekend. They had a bone to pick with you.
Oh, boy. Which bone?
That is, they said ever since you've started calling it Fast Fridays, it has not been Fast Friday, and they are asking for a return this coming Friday.
To Friday Light.
To Friday Light.
I will have to check with marketing and G. Scott to see if that will be
Fast
allowable.
Fridays have not been fast ever since he started calling it that.
Okay. fair.
Okay.
And I will see what I can do. I've got to talk to my people.
Okay. All right. I know your agent gets very involved in these sorts of things.
Yes, as well as the circle of traffic elders.
Yes.
I have to have I mean, there's a whole thing. I don't want to go into it right
thank you very much. Appreciate that. It's 7:14. We head over to the news desk now with KIRO News Radio's Katrina Gashard.
Good morning, Charlie. Right now, investigation is underway after a motorcyclist died after a crash on the West Seattle Bridge. It happened just after 8 last night near the Delridge Way Southwest off-ramp. Eric Munoz with Seattle Police tells KIRO 7 TV the scene will take some time to process.
This is a long scene, a long collision scene that has to be mapped out. So we'll try to determine as much circumstances as we can. And it is a very long and calculated process, but that's just what we do, and that's what TCIS is actively working on right now.
No other vehicles were involved. We're learning that 354 workers at Seattle's Cornish College of the Arts will be laid off. Washington's Employment Security Department says the layoffs will be effective May 31st at the end of the academic year. We reported earlier this month Seattle University and Cornish College will merge. According to the Seattle Times, Seattle U says it intends to hire some of their staff.
Okay, Katrina, thank you. It's 7:15.
Seattle's morning news.
Watch the show live on mynorthwest.com.
Now here's Charlie Harger.
It's Monday morning, meaning it's time for Crime and Punishment, our weekly update with King County Prosecutor's Office spokesperson Casey McNerney. And Casey, these are what I call ticker offer stories, and I want to start with catalytic converters. There was a big issue as recently as a year ago of people stealing catalytic converters, but there has been some action taken. Tell me where things stand and what the prosecutor's office is hoping to do to address this.
You're exactly right that it is a huge a tick-off factor. It's so frustrating because it seems like everyone knows somebody who's been affected by these catalytic converter thefts. And it has been a problem for many years. And starting tomorrow, on Tuesday, April 1st, there's a big change that's coming. Gary Ernsdorf is a senior deputy prosecutor in our office who saw this problem for years and went down to Olympia for years and said, we've got to do better than this. Okay, what's the most effective way to solve this with the most common sense? And let's just do it. And so he did, and found a great advocate in Representative Cindy Ryu, who got a bill to take effect, which starts tomorrow. Here's a clip from Gary explaining what the problem was.
Currently, once a catalytic converter is detached from a vehicle, they're impossible to trace. Law enforcement has no ability to trace them back to vehicles. So 30 seconds of work by a prolific thief, and they now possess an untraceable $500 commodity. And it's not difficult to convert them to cash. Right now, we have a Wild West marketplace that conducts the lion's share of the illegal transactions going on. That marketplace has no licensing requirements, no record keeping, no inspections, no regulations, no nothing. And as a result, there are plenty of criminals occupying that space.
So this was basically the marketplace regulating itself when it comes to some guy comes in, hey, I've got 5 catalytic converters for you. You want to pay me to recycle these?
Right.
And let's just put it right here. Most of these shops are on the up and up. They want nothing to do with this. But there is the occasional shop that's like, yeah, of course, bring me your catalytic converters. My goodness, you must have a lot of cars.
Yeah, right. Exactly. Boy, I wonder where these came from.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Right.
And until tomorrow, that's the case. And so what Gary did was he and Representative Ryu said, let's get a common sense fix on this one. And the fines that start tomorrow are, for every time that you have a violation, it's $1,000. And $500 of that $1,000 fine goes back to the State Patrol, who now has resources to fix this problem, to do inspections and routine checks. So it's not just that there's the fine, it's actually the bodies to go and inspect these places to make sure that they're following the law. Here's another clip from Gary walking through how things change starting tomorrow.
It requires catalytic converters to be marked so they're traceable. So law enforcement doesn't have to walk away from that pile of catalytic converters that everybody knows is stolen, but they have no way to trace back. It requires purchasers to be licensed, regulated, and inspected. And it creates specific and real penalties for those actors who will continue to play outside the rules.
We've already seen people realize, hey, this Wild West that happened for a long time isn't going to be around anymore. And this is the kind of solution that you want.
Okay, let's go over to my other ticker offer. I am completely honked off this morning, Casey. I was on the air 2 weeks ago giving praise to the state DOT, Seattle DOT, whoever it was that cleaned out all the dang graffiti inside the Mercer Street Tunnel as you're heading off I-5 into Seattle. It was beautiful. The tile was finally clean after years of it looking like absolute garbage. And this morning driving through, probably half of it is covered in graffiti less than 2 weeks later. And what the infuriating part of this is that taxpayers spent tens upon tens of thousands of dollars to get this cleared out and nothing. The reason I'm bringing this up is we spoke with your office just a couple months ago going after these graffiti artists. Why did I call them artists? They are vandals.
Right.
So why in the world this continues, I don't know. But what is your office doing to go after these guys?
Well, the short answer is we would love to charge those cases. Get us a case of those vandals in the Mercer Tunnel, and the King County Prosecutor's Office will charge it. It does look like crap, and it is a waste of taxpayer money. You know, one thing that I know the mayor's office is working on is getting those cameras that WashDOT has to record. We can use those videos in court. But I agree with you. You're exactly right. It is totally frustrating where it's like, you know, it didn't used to always be this way.
Casey McNerthney, I'll get off my soapbox now. It's always good talking to you.
It's a good soapbox.
Check in with you next week. Casey McNerthney with the King County Prosecutor's Office.
Good to see you, John.
It was unreal this morning, Sully, just going through that tunnel, and it had been so clean. Here we go again, because it really does feel like they realize they can get away with what they're doing.
Yeah. Well, that's why we can't have nice things.
You just look at all the graffiti on the side of the roads. It had kind of had a downswing after there was this big bust of several of the most prolific vandals, but now it's really starting to kick up again.
Yeah, and I mean, the DOT spends hundreds of thousands of dollars every year to try to repaint it, doing the best they can. I mean, they've gone to graffiti fighting drones that they're going to start launching here. You know, if they get the okay, and it's just endemic.
It's all has a price tag too.
Yeah.
So you think about your gas tax going up. Guess where some of that is going to? It's to painting over this graffiti instead of filling a pothole. And maybe they have to replace a road sign instead. So
yeah.
Dave Ross was always so right about the graffiti, and I'm just honoring that legacy.
Well, if you want to carry his tradition, I guess we better start looking at fake ivy.
Yeah.
Which we have talked about extensively on this show over the years.
Gonna need a lot of fake ivy.
Yeah.
It's 7:22. Let's check the traffic now with Sully at the Beacon Plumbing Traffic Desk.
So when you said you were honked off, that means you were angered, irritated, infuriated, upset, annoyed, mad, cross, outraged, fuming, or perhaps PO'd?
PO'd would be a good descriptor. PO'd.
AI says that's parentheses, or vulgar.
Okay.
So just FYI, just want to make sure.
I shan't be vulgar.
Yeah, okay, let's take a look at the South Sound. Let's start down there where we have a pretty sizable backup on northbound I-5 getting out of Lacey, working your way down the hill to the Nisqually River Bridge. That's where the left lane is blocked for this crash, and we are looking at over 40 minutes to go from Olympia to Tacoma. So probably about a 10-minute delay trying to get in and through that. But after that, you will pick up the pace and be pretty good the rest of the way on up. Even continuing on up through the Kent-Des Moines Road area on northbound 5 out of Federal Way is not bad. And past the West Seattle Bridge, it's not too bad either. So 50 minutes or less from Federal Way to Seattle. We're still under 45 from Puyallup to Renton, which is actually pretty good, but not by much. Looking at Renton to Bellevue, getting closer to a half an hour, but by the time you're up to 30th, you really start to see things thin out. So that's pretty good as well. The lake bridges are fine. The crash we had on southbound I-405 there just south of the Linwood area is over on the right-hand shoulder now, but now we have stuff through Bothell. So probably 50 minutes from Everett into Bellevue and about 45 from Everett into Seattle, which again, for a Monday, is still lighter than normal by a couple of minutes. So we're definitely in the wind column. And keep them coming on the text line right now. The Citizens Initiative to ban Fast Fridays is winning 2-0. So people want to go back to Friday Light. I get it. So anyway, just keep them. Our informal poll will help me take the proper drive up to see the elders on the top of Mount Crumpet.
Chris Sullivan, a man of the people, following what they want.
And this report brought to you by Beacon Plumbing. For all your heating, electrical, septic, mechanical needs, stop freaking and call Beacon.
Forecast looks like it'll be dry today, a high of 54 today and tomorrow. Maybe some morning showers on Wednesday. And then we start to warm up with more and more sunshine through the weekend and highs by Sunday, pushing the low 70s. Right now, it's 47 in Seattle at 7:24. Coming up, there has been another deadly shooting outside a Seattle hookah lounge. A live report coming up on Seattle's Morning News.
This hour is brought to you by Beacon Plumbing.
Jake and Spike, noon to 3.
There was a sloth 90 feet up in a tree up in Bellingham. It's a bummer they pulled this thing down. They say, we've heard the drivers were slowing down to get a closer look or becoming distracted while trying to snap a picture. Like a giant sloth, an 8-foot giant sloth.
A fake one.
Oh, he's fake.
We should have Slothy in here as a show mascot.
Bring him in.
Yeah.
We'll plop him in the corner.
Yeah.
It'd be great.
We want people to watch.
Yeah. It's like having a great grandparent come and visit. Like, we'll stick him in the corner.
Streaming live on the KIRO Newsradio app.
Hi, it's John Curley. Longevity Medical Clinic has been helping people live longer, healthier lives for more than 25 years. I've recently talked with Dr. Mixon about his approach to proactively focusing on prevention. Dr. Mixon, I first met you in 2009, and I went in there and I told you I wasn't feeling well, couldn't gain any muscle mass, couldn't sleep well, I was stressed out, and you looked at me and you said, yeah, I know what your problem is.
And all we did was we measured your values and we moved your values back to those of a nice, healthy 25-year-old man.
I have taken your blood work to my doctor, and he was shocked. He couldn't believe the depth in which you study my blood.
We need to draw a distinction between living a long time and getting old. And that's what longevity is all about, is we are here to do the measurements and help you fix those problems.
So get your free health analysis. Go to longevitymedicalclinic.com. That's longevitymedicalclinic.com.
I'm Macy House with Baird Global Investment Banking. In today's markets, global financial capabilities aren't worth much without personal attention to your priorities. Baird Banking, Research, and Private Equity professionals are located across 3 continents, sharing more than investment expertise. As employee owners of our firm, we all have a personal stake in your success, here in the Pacific Northwest and around the world. Discover the Baird difference. Visit rwbaird.com/Seattle.
Start having fun. Caesar Sportsbook at Muckleshoot Casino Resort is your #1 place to eat, drink, watch, and have fun. Keep up with your favorite sports anywhere and everywhere on property with the mobile app. Visit muckleshootcasino.com today. Scan the QR code and let the play begin.
Muckleshoot. I'm still going for it, even with higher stroke risk from atrial fibrillation and a regular heartbeat not caused by a heart valve problem. Over a 3-year study, Eliquis apixaban tablets reduced stroke risk better than warfarin, and over 97% of Eliquis patients did not experience a stroke. A first stroke occurred in 2.9% of warfarin patients versus 2.3% of Eliquis patients.
Don't stop taking prescription Eliquis without asking your doctor. It may increase your stroke risk. Eliquis can cause serious and in rare cases fatal bleeding. Don't take Eliquis if you have an artificial heart valve, abnormal bleeding, or antiphospholipid syndrome. While taking, you may bruise more easily or take longer for bleeding to stop. A spinal injection while on Eliquis increases risk of blood clots, which may cause paralysis, the inability to move. Get medical help right away for unexpected bleeding, unusual bruising, or tingling, numbness, or muscle weakness. Medications such as aspirin products, NSAIDs, SSRIs, SNRIs, and blood thinners may increase bleeding risk. Tell your doctor about all planned medical or dental procedures. Learn more at Eliquis.com or call 1-855-ELIQUIS.
Comcast Business helps turn today's small businesses into engines of modern business. It's how restaurants become reliably up and running neighborhood favorites. How retailers become seamlessly restocking, cyber-securing must-visit shops. And how healthcare offices become the data managing caregivers that we all depend on. With reliable connectivity, enhanced cybersecurity, advanced fiber solutions, and Wi-Fi backup, Comcast Business is powering the engine of modern business, powering possibilities.
Now through April 21st, new customers can get started with 150 megabit internet and Security Edge for $49.99 a month for 12 months with a 2-year agreement. Plus, ask how to get a $500 prepaid card on a qualifying internet package. Call today. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. Requires enrollment in paperless billing and automatic payments with bank account. Equipment, taxes, and other fees extra and subject to change. Early termination fee applies.
Spike O'Neill for Sharp Vision Modern LASIK and Lens. And let me tell you, everything is my eyes, everything. The vision is everything in your life. But when your eyes start to go, it affects everything you do. And I had lost quality of vision over the years, began to need readers, began to lose readers faster than I could buy them. I knew it was time to get my eyes looked at. So I went to the offices over in Bellevue, Sharp Vision Modern LASIK and Lens. They gave me a comprehensive eye exam, told me exactly what my situation was, the beginning of cataract in my eye, and I was a perfect candidate for RLE, refractive lens exchange. They answered all my questions. I had the same care team from the start of my simple procedure in half an afternoon, and I was cared for. My anxieties were eased. The procedure went smooth as glass. And I got to tell you, I've got better eyes than I've ever had in my life. I've got 20/10 vision. I see brighter colors. I see sharper images. And I will never need readers, and I will never develop cataract. They are the future of RLE surgeries. Over 80,000 successful lens replacement surgeries. Give them a call at 425-451-2020. That's 425-451-2020 or online at sharp-vision.com, sharp with an e-vision.com, official eye care providers of Sounders FC.
Save on a 2-night getaway to beautiful Victoria, BC with the FRS Clipper Spring Sale. Travel car-free on the Clipper Fast Ferry and stay at a charming downtown hotel. From $252 per person, double occupancy. Save during Clipper Spring Sale at FRSClipper.com.
At Les Schwab, we've been changing the tire game for more than 70 years. Our Go the Extra Mile service means more hustle, less hassle. We design our own exclusive tires to give you more tires made for the road you drive, less compromise. All backed by America's best tire warranty included with every tire we sell. We're talking more unbeatable tire warranty, less charging you extra, like the other guys. It's why you get more from less. Book an appointment at leschwab.com.
KIRO Newsradio, 97.3 FM, Northwest News. Now, the latest from KIRO Newsradio and mynorthwest.com.
Good morning. It's 7:31. I'm Charlie Harger. Seattle police have arrested a 25-year-old man in connection to a double homicide. This in the Rainier Beach neighborhood over the weekend. KIRO Newsradio's James Lynch joins us live with details. James?
Charlie, the shooting happened at about 3:30 yesterday morning outside the Capri Hookah Lounge. Officers say a security guard was shot several times. A man who identified himself as head of security told KIRO 7 TV,
the establishment was closed at the time. He was attempting to clear out everybody that was trying to linger around, and then a random act occurred, and he used his duty weapon to protect himself and those around.
Now, the second man was also shot. He died at the scene. The security guard died later at the hospital. SPD is asking nearby businesses and people living in the area for any surveillance video they may have. Charlie?
Give us an idea of what neighbors are telling you, James. When you go to the Rainier Beach neighborhood, there have been several shootings recently. What's the feeling there right now?
Well, I think obviously, Charlie, they're nervous. Nobody wants to have these type of shootings happen in their neighborhood, especially with so many bullets flying. There's always the chance that someone could get caught in the crossfire, and so they're obviously concerned about that.
Okay, James, thank you. Meantime, we're just learning about a shootout at a vigil in West Seattle that has left neighbors shaken, with detectives finding more than 100 shell casings on the ground. Seattle police say it happened just after 9 last night near 26th and Brandon, where a large crowd had gathered to mourn a recent homicide victim. By the time officers got there, everyone was gone, but they found bullet damage to homes, a trailer, and a car. No reported injuries. Detectives are still investigating who opened fire and why. And James, you live in West Seattle.
I do, Charlie, and now I can remember hearing those gunshots. And when they say 100 rounds, it was at least that. It was a rapid fire round of gunfire that lasted for several seconds. And I was laying in my bed, and I waited to see if I would hear sirens immediately. I never did, and then eventually dropped off. But I can definitely confirm that there was a ton of gunfire there around 9 p.m. last night.
Okay, James, thank you for that. Deputies say one person is in custody after a mass shooting in unincorporated Pierce County. This happened early Saturday morning. 2 young people are dead. 4 more are wounded. The person who is the suspect is described as a juvenile male.
Our detectives are working really hard and quickly to review ring cameras and surveillance cameras and conduct their interviews to get to the bottom of this.
Deputy Carly Capetto says the shots were fired at a large party. This was the 17800 block of 25th Avenue Court East. It happened around 12:25 a.m. Victims range in age from 16 to 21. At least one nearby home and some nearby cars were also hit by bullets. The 17-year-old suspect is expected in court today. 7:34 now, over to the Beacon Plumbing traffic desk with Sully.
And it's a relatively normal Monday morning out there. Our travel times are maybe a little under what you might expect, so that's pretty positive. I'm going to start, though, with our biggest delay, and that's northbound I-5 trying to get from Olympia into Tacoma. We've got about a 10-minute delay getting out of Lacey through Nisqually. That's because the left lane remains blocked right at the Nisqually River Bridge. But after that, it's a nice, easy drive all the way up until you get to about Federal Way. Then it starts bogging down there, and then certainly more over the top of I-90. We're looking at about 35 minutes from South Center and about an hour now from Federal Way to Seattle. We're definitely up over 45 minutes now from Puyallup up to Renton, and Renton to Bellevue is about a half an hour. Coming down from the north end, you're looking at off and on brake lights away from Linwood on both 5 and 405. You're going to need about 50 minutes from Everett to Seattle or Everett to Bellevue. This report brought to you by Washington 811. If you're digging in your yard, the law requires you to call 811 to avoid dangerous and costly damages to utility lines. Call 811 or submit online at digsafewa.com.
We are looking for dry conditions the next couple of days. Highs in the mid-50s. Some showers to start off Wednesday, but afternoon clearing and sunny, and we start warming up. By the time we hit Sunday, the forecast calls for sunshine and highs in the low 70s. Right now in Seattle, it's 47 at 7:36.
This is Seattle's Morning News on KIRO News Radio, and here's your host, Charlie Harger.
A 42-year-old died yesterday evening following a motorcycle collision on the West Seattle Bridge. KIRO 7 TV's Jake Chapman was at the scene.
Seattle police say a 42-year-old man crashed his motorcycle into the barrier of the on-ramp heading toward Delridge Way Southeast. Detectives with the Traffic Collision Investigative Squad are mapping out the area to determine exactly how all this happened, which police will tell you takes some time to put together.
So this is a long scene, a long collision scene that has to be mapped out. So we'll try to determine as much circumstances as we can, and it is a very long and calculated process, but that's just what we do.
But Seattle police also told us they are looking for anybody who may have witnessed this crash. So if you have any idea what happened right over here, Seattle police want to hear from you.
Hundreds gathered at Seattle's University Village Tesla showroom Saturday as part of the nationwide Tesla takedown campaign. Seattle Times reports the protest was one of several across the state and dozens across the nation against the sweeping federal government cuts by Elon Musk's Doge. A similar protest apparently was held near the Bellevue Tesla showroom. Starting today, King County Metro is restarting its fare enforcement. KIRO 7 TV's Brooke Griffin reports 30 officers will ride on various routes and buses.
If one of these officers asks for proof of payment, you can show a recently tapped Orca card, a Transit Go ticket, or a cash transfer slip. Metro leaders say 300,000 people ride a county bus every day, and they want to make sure everybody's paying the correct amount every time.
If they don't have the right fare, we'll be passing out brochures and educating our folks on how to pay the right fare and what the right fare for them
might be. And fares can be as low as $1 or even free for youth 18 and under.
And starting today, if you do not pay before riding the bus, you will be verbally warned.
That's KIRO 7 TV's Brooke Griffin. A man who was base jumping in Chelan County has died after his parachute failed to open. Authorities say the 47-year-old man died along Highway 97A just west of the Columbia River, about 2 miles north of Wenatchee, yesterday morning. According to the Chelan County Sheriff's Office, the man spun 180 degrees when the chute did not open. He hit a rock wall, then fell more than 600 feet. Emergency responders say he died at the scene. The woman accused of kidnapping a 1.5-year-old girl, the subject of Friday's Amber Alert, appeared before a judge for the first time over the weekend. She's accused of taking the toddler from a daycare in Seattle's Rainier Beach neighborhood. She was caught 3 hours later in Federal Way. The child was not hurt. A judge set her bail at $500,000 and ordered her to stay away from the victim's family. Police say the 47-year-old suspect has a history of making threats toward that family. A lot of people saw a big black ring of some kind in the sky above Lumen Field Sunday. Jeff Mikulski with the National Weather Service says it had nothing to do with anything meteorological.
Some of the videos that we saw was due to whatever event was going on within the field that created that smoke ring.
So the government wants us to believe this was from the Supercross event happening at Lumen Field.
Only because I saw that happening. It was a simple plume of smoke that happened. I just posted my video again on X, and mynorthwest.com has the pictures I took. It was a simple plume of black smoke that just popped up like someone had started their engine, but it turned into a ring, which was kind of cool. But, come on.
Of all the people I would never suspect of falling victim to a government conspiracy, it would be, I'm kidding.
Well, no. I mean, let's face it. I believe, sure, I watch Ancient Aliens every weekend.
Yeah.
I think Giorgio Tsoukalos is a master genius.
But this wasn't it?
No, but yeah. So no, I could see if you were just looking around. It was a weird thing, but yeah, it was just a simple plume of smoke, but it was pretty cool.
All right, Sully's part of the conspiracy.
Yes, I'm part of the deep state.
Okay, you heard it here first. What's coming up on traffic?
We're going to take a look at the brake lights on northbound I-5 getting through Lacey and tell you about them coming up next.
This is Seattle's Morning News.
KIRO News Radio, your home for the John Curley Show. Weekdays from 3 to 7 p.m.
The Hatfields and the McCoys, right? We used to win like 51%. Of course, you had to care. But when they do the redistricting and everybody's able to win with supermajority in there, and you don't have to listen to the other side. What you have now is the hard right that gets elected with 70% of the votes, the hard left getting elected with 70% of the votes. They don't have to negotiate at all.
Streaming live on your smart speaker.
Spring in Washington. It is practically synonymous with rain. And of course, rain is made up of water, which unfortunately can wreak havoc on your home and your crawl space. So if rain or groundwater makes its way into that crawl space, it can create all kinds of problems, including structural damage or toxic mold. You don't want either of those at your house. Trust me. It's Mike Salk here, and that's why you call Crawl Pros. Crawl Pros will keep your crawl space dry. They can install a sump pump and drainage and reroute that water back out and away from your home. They'll take care of any mold that's been created and even address any plumbing issues you may have in your crawl space. Don't take the risk. The best way to learn if you have any water issues is to have Crawl Pros do what they did at my house. Visit your home and inspect your crawl space for free. Yes, Crawl Pros will go where you don't want to. So if you're worried at all about water damage, mold, insulation issues, critters, anything else related to your crawl space or attic, call Crawl Pros or visit crawlpros.com to schedule a free inspection.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is for you too. Stubborn fat is really hard to get rid of, and then there's all those gimmicky lasers, fat freezing methods, and prescriptions. Imagine a simple solution that takes just one day and provides immediate noticeable results. Introducing ProSculpt. ProSculpt uses air-assisted technology that's safe and gentle yet powerful, delivering instant fat-reducing and skin-tightening results. Performed by board-certified plastic surgeons while fully awake, ProSculpt contours your body with minimal downtime. It's designed to target those problem areas: waistline, neck, face, arms, thighs. ProSculpt gently removes unwanted fat and tightens loose skin with FDA-cleared plasma technology, all in a simple, guaranteed one-day procedure. ProSculpt is one and done. Schedule your free consultation at proscope.com for $250 off. For powerful permanent fat removal and skin tightening that works for ladies and you men, it's proscope.com.
At Uline, they know firsthand the road to success is an uphill climb. Uline started in the family basement, and through hard work is now North America's most trusted shipping and industrial supplier. They get what it means to have the support of reliable, hardworking partners. So they keep 41,000 items ready to ship. Whether your company is still in a basement office or expanding cross-country, Uline will be there on your road to success. Visit uline.com.
7:43, we head to the Beacon Plumbing Traffic Desk with Sully.
And we are looking at about a 10-minute delay on northbound I-5 trying to get out of Lacey, working your way up through DuPont. That's because of this crash. We've been working in the left-hand lane right near the Nisqually River Bridge. It's actually just after the bridge northbound. It looks like they're back off to the left shoulder, though, not blocking anymore, but about a 40-minute trip to go from Olympia to Tacoma is a little tardy, at least 10 minutes. Once you get through that, it's a pretty good drive through Tacoma, and Federal Way to Seattle's running a little bit under an hour. We still have 35 minutes from South Center, so those last couple of miles are going to be rough, but it's not as bad through the Kent Des Moines Road as it could be. Valley Freeway, same deal, running right around 45 to 48 minutes, depending on how you hit the volume at the north end. Right now, it's a little thick past 212th up to past 180th up to 405, and then Renton to Bellevue is about 35 minutes. We're also starting to see a little bit more braking on eastbound 18 over the top of Tiger Mountain, working your way down to I-90. Coming down from the north end, pretty decent drives. I mean, there's some slowing on 2 and 204 approaching the east end of the trestle, but you get over to I-5 and it's not too bad. You hit the brakes right there at Linwood. A little bit faster on 5 than 405. We're looking at about 48 minutes from Everett to Seattle and about 52 from Everett into Bellevue. KIRO Newsradio Real-Time Traffic. I'm Chris Sullivan.
Mostly dry today. There might be an occasional passing shower or two, but nothing too big. A high in the mid-50s. Right now in Seattle, it is cloudy and 47 at 7:45. Let's head over to the news desk with KIRO News Radio morning editor Katrina Gashard.
We're following new details about a shooting in West Seattle. Seattle police say last night more than 100 rounds were fired at what may have been a vigil for victims of a South Seattle shooting that happened earlier in the day. This happened near 26th Avenue Southwest and Southwest Brandon Street. Police did not find any suspects or victims, but they do say bullets did hit an RV trailer, a house, and abandoned vehicles. Pop singer and songwriter Meghan Trainor is coming to Puyallup. She first made history in 2014.
I know. All about that bass?
Yes, you got it. Let's hear it, though.
Because you know I'm all about that bass, no trouble.
It's a classic, basically, at this point. Trainor will perform at the State Fair on August 31st. Tickets go on sale Friday. So are you buying for your daughter, Charlie?
I think she might enjoy that. Why not? Yeah. A little reward for doing well at the State Dance Championships this weekend.
Wonderful. I love it.
Yeah, all right. Thank you, Katrina. It's 7:46, and Sully, coming up, you got a little honked off yourself this weekend paying for parking.
Yes, and just the overall experience getting into and through the Mariners game, whatnot. Just some interesting thoughts.
Some observations.
And it kind of went viral, what I said on my X account, so I'm sure it'll generate a few comments at mynorthwest.com as well and on our text line.
Okay, that is coming up. This is Seattle's Morning News.
Hi, I'm Jim Singletary, owner of RoofSmart. Let me ask you this. Would you rather replace your roof with a company owned by a big, impersonal, profit-hungry private equity firm, or with a local, customer-focused company right here in the Seattle area? Almost every other roofer on the radio is now owned by private equity Wall Street guys. They think they can make a lot of money by doing it differently, but using the same name. And for you, this means higher prices, cut corners, and non-existent customer service. Zero. Zilch. To those Wall Street companies, it's all about the numbers. We're here to help, to deliver great service, and to prioritize you, not squeeze you for every dollar. To us, it's all about you, our customer, and we've been owned by the same person since day one. Me, Jim Singletary. For better value and a better roofing experience, call RoofSmart at 206-487-4877 or visit GetRoofSmart.com. That's 206-487-4877 or GetRoofSmart.com.
Let's talk about your hair. Well, maybe after we talk about my hair. I've got great hair, as you know, and it's because of Advanced Hair. Yep, Advanced Hair Restoration. Their simple one-day treatment offers life-changing results that I can attest to. Guys, it's not magic, but it's close to it. They put hair where you need it most, and bam, it grows. It's actual science. Advanced Hair has top-rated physicians, modern technology, and best of all, you get your very own natural hair that begins to regrow the very next day. It's even guaranteed to grow for life. So schedule your free consultation now at 425-449-8185. Mention Curly to qualify for $250 off and 250 free hair grafts. It's a limited time offer. Advanced Hair, the winner of the 425 Business of the Year, and the team that gave me my hair back. More importantly, they'll do the same for you, guaranteed. 425-449-8185 or advancedhair.com.
When you're in the thick of a project, Harbor Freight is the place that always comes in handy. Whether you're picking up something for your pickup truck or a power tool for your project, at Harbor Freight, your dollar always goes further. And these days, when everything seems to cost more, you can take pride in knowing that you get hard-working tools at hard-working prices. Whatever you do, do it for less at Harbor Freight.
Go from daydreamer to industry leader with Amazon Business. From office supplies to IT essentials, Amazon Business provides tools that help you save costs and make insight-based decisions. Learn how to bring your visions to life at AmazonBusiness.com.
Check engine or ABS light on? Take the guesswork out of your warning lights with O'Reilly Veriscan. It's free. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
I'm their conduit, and I'm glad to do it.
This is Seattle's Morning News on KIRO Newsradio with your host, Charlie Harger.
And I'm here with Sully. Sully, you had a weekend that got some attention online, so let's talk about it.
Yeah, so on a whim, Holly and I just decided to go to the Mariners game on Saturday. We've got that option now. Tommy's an adult doing his thing, so we're like, okay, sure, let's go. And it'd been a while since we'd gone down. We've taken light rail before. We've done other options, but this one we're just kind of, oh shoot, let's just go.
You really wanted the Hello Kitty bucket hat.
Yes, and I did, and I know you're jealous. I'm not wearing it right now, but I will bring it in tomorrow. I know you're super jealous. But anyway, I get down, and we normally would park somewhere, on like Occidental. Back in the old day, somewhere between Holgate and Landers, somewhere down in there, the lots that used to be like $20.
Yeah.
Well, we were like a mile away, and it was still $35. And those were all full, though. Every spot was full. Which left only the last ones, which were like $75. Now I get it. There was an event going on at Lumen Field. There was, it's opening weekend. I get it. But the thing that's funny is the signs. What got me were the signs. Like, okay, it says $75. I hate paying that. I feel terrible and feel like a sucker. But then when I paid it, it was $94. Because of the 24% tax put on by the city of Seattle and all the other municipalities. So I just posted the picture of that, not only because $75 is outrageous and I feel stupid, but why not just put the price on there? Why not? Talk about bait and switch. I was like, for honesty and transparency, why not just say, yeah, we got you, you idiot. It's $94, not $75. So obviously, a little bit down the road, that $35 probably would have been $50. And so they don't put the taxes at the little taxes and fees is a little tiny thing at the bottom of it. So I was just like, okay, I get it, you got me, but just be honest about the price so people can make a realistic decision about what they wanted to do.
Okay, first, Nick, I'm going to need you to isolate the sound of Sully saying, we got you, you idiot, because I think that that is going to be something we can use over and over again.
Yes,
so that's part one. Part two is this happens everywhere. In Europe, they have to list the actual price.
Correct.
So think about sales tax. We don't include that in the final price. And if you are going to buy liquor in this state, only Costco displays it.
Correct. And that was the first thing I was thinking of. I remember when we started selling liquor in grocery stores, it was like, wow, that's a really cheap bottle of Jameson Irish whiskey. Not that they're sponsoring the show, but... And then you go to the register and it's $25 more. You're like, wait a minute.
Yeah, what in the world?
And the same thing happens at hotels, and the taxes and fees don't come up until the very last minute. So that $99 room you stayed at in Ellensburg over the weekend turned out to be $145. So yeah, it's just just be honest with us. I mean, next time we'll plan a little bit better and we won't feel like such fools. But yeah, so I'm not honked off that I had to pay it because, well, I mean, I am. But just be honest with us. Let us know what it is. Because I was like, okay, Holly, we're going to have to eat $75. That's terrible.
Right.
And then when I paid it, it was $94. I'm like, geez. So anyway.
I got in trouble one year when I was out for, I think it was opening of Seahawks season, but it used to be you could just park on the side of the street by the ballpark.
Completely.
Except for like during game times. But I had done the math, and the math was it was as expensive to get a parking ticket as it was to park in the garage.
Correct.
And so I got accused of encouraging people to ignore the law and just park on the side of the street. That got me in a little bit of trouble. I would never get in trouble now. So my point being is it's very expensive to park downtown.
Yeah, and and I get it. I was worried about my car getting towed because that would have added onto my already fuming, because I was fuming. And this turned into a whole thing. I mean, like 65,000 engagements on my X account just with posting the sign. It went on to a bunch of people started going crazy on transit and how you could do this. I'm like, yeah, well, transit doesn't necessarily work for us based on where we live, and then reminiscing about the days of parking for free under the viaduct. remember those days?
I remember
under
those
the viaduct.
days. Nick, I'm also going to need you to find a soundbite from Animal House where he goes, he's rolling. Because that's what Sully was doing.
Indeed.
Bluto.
Yeah, the Germans bombed Pearl Harbor and set the prices outside of T-Mobile Park.
Sully is at the Beacon Plumbing traffic desk now.
And we are definitely struggling coming down out of the north end. We are looking at getting closer to an hour drive to go from Everett down into Bellevue. And of course,
it's a reminder that, yes, it doesn't get there very often, and only when it really has to.
We've hit that $15 mark now in the express toll lanes, but they will save you about 20 minutes. A little faster on the I-5 corridor. We're looking at about 50 minutes there. Still struggling northbound I-5 into and through the Nisqually area out of Lacey because of an earlier crash there. And then you have about an hour drive from Federal Way to Seattle. Rented to Bellevue is not quite 40 minutes, 45 to 50 up the Valley Freeway. This report brought to you by AAA of Washington. If the snow on the road's your issue, then AAA of Washington's your solution. AAAofWashington.com.
Doug in Mount Vernon just texted us. He says at a parking kiosk, it had a place for adding a tip for your parking.
What, did he park the car for you? Jeez.
Okay, we're headed for a high of 54. Occasional showers today. Overnight lows in the 40s. This is Seattle's Morning News.
KIRO Newsradio, your home for the John Curley Show. Weekdays from 3 to 7 p.m.
I think the earbuds are breaking the human connection that we so desperately need. Everybody has them in. Nobody says hello. They've done studies. Just even the shortest conversation with somebody in an elevator, which is the weirdest place, right? We're stuck in this box with a complete stranger. We act like we're not even looking at them. I don't know what it is, but a brief conversation makes you feel better.
Streaming live on your smart speaker.
There's a sink at the brink and a drain that's a pain.
DayandNight.net.
Your old water heater, she's starting to peter.
DayandNight.net.
Plumbing emergency? Don't feel trapped. Do the smart thing and get a second opinion. Hi, I'm Bruce with Day and Night Plumbing and Heating. I guarantee you, whether Day and Night is your first choice or smart second opinion, we'll work harder than anyone to earn your trust.
DayandNight.net.
Did you know that nearly half the homes in Western Washington are not properly insulated or not insulated at all? That may be the reason why your home is way too hot in the summer and way too cold in the winter. It may also be the reason that your energy bills are sky high. Right now, Insulation Northwest is offering a free inspection of your home's insulation. This is a $199 value and it's absolutely free, no obligation. Just call today and Insulation Northwest will arrange a time that works with your schedule. We'll perform a thorough exam of your home's insulation and give you the advice you need to start saving thousands. Everyone who calls today will also receive a free infrared screening of your home using the latest technology. This will help reveal any hidden flaws in your home's protective energy blanket. What do you have to lose? It only takes about an hour and it's absolutely free. Call Insulation Northwest today, the real insulation company.
InsulationNorthwest.com.
Did you know your skin is
the largest organ of your body. Huh? That's why you should shower with Old Spice Super Hydration Body Wash instead of plain old bar soap. Love your skin by super hydrating it with vitamin B3 and glorious notes of vanilla and shea. Did you know that my super hydrated skin is the second largest organ of my body? The first is my heart. Old Spice. Men have skin too. Old Spice Super Hydration Body Wash. 24/7 renewing moisture. With daily use.
Listen up, fellow Gen Xers. Elizabeth Banks here. The recommended age for pneumococcal pneumonia vaccination has been lowered to 50 and older, even if you're healthy. It's up to us to lead the way. We've done this before. Music videos, fanny packs, even the World Wide Web. Let's do it again and get vaccinated, because we're at over 6 times greater risk for pneumococcal pneumonia. Gen X, this is our shot. Visit vaxassist.com and schedule a vaccine today. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Well, this week's First Mark Challenge victory goes to Norm. Norm, why did you call First Mark Insurance?
Spending too much money on insurance, and it just kept on going up higher and higher and higher. And this last time I did the First Mark Challenge.
So they were able to save you some money, Norm?
Oh, yeah, at least $2,000 a year.
What?
At least.
Wow. You ever feel like, man, I wish I would have taken that First Mark Challenge earlier?
Yes. I mean, $2,000 I could have saved a year, over probably 4 or 5 years. Wow.
How would you describe their customer service?
Fantastic. Beyond expectation. Call First Mark. They treat you like a real person, that they have your best interest in mind.
Norm did it. My family did it. You got to do it. And it's totally free. Go take the First Mark Challenge. See how much money they can save you like they did Norm, and how much better your coverage will get to. Maybe you will be our next First Mark Challenge victory I get to talk to. Just go to firstmarkinsurance.com. First Mark Insurance. They work for you.
Need a new roof now? With State Roofing and Exteriors, you can get started with 0 down, 0 payments, and 0 interest for up to 24 months. That's right. Protect your home now and pay later. Call 866-ROOF-ROOF or visit stateroofing.com today.
Your best source for local news. KIRO Newsradio. KIRO FM and HD1. Tacoma, Seattle. Northwest News. This is CBS News on the Hour. Sponsored by Progressive Insurance.
I'm Steve Kathan. Strong storms pose a threat to millions today after a weekend of deadly and severe weather. CBS's Jim Crisula.
Nearly 90 million people are under a severe weather threat today as the cleanup and damage assessment continues from strong storms, including suspected tornadoes over the weekend in the nation's heartland. Heather Marks lives in Roselawn, Indiana.
We heard a huge bang and a tree fell through our house. All 4 of my girls' rooms are destroyed.
A truck driver was killed in northern Indiana when winds blew over his rig. 3 people died and 3 were badly hurt when a tree fell onto a vehicle near Kalamazoo, Michigan.
The U.S. Army says 3 of the 4 missing soldiers in Lithuania have been found dead after recovering their armored vehicle today from a swamp. President Trump's new tariffs are due to roll out this week. Investment strategist Charles Lieberman tells CBS News.
The real question is whether or not prices will come down. Far more likely they will go up because it does increase the cost of goods coming into the country, and that's got to be reflected in final prices.
Well, President Trump says he's not joking when he talks about serving a 3rd term. CBS's Weijia Jiang says comments about that came in an NBC interview.
President Trump says he is not ruling out seeking another term because he claims there are, quote, methods for doing so. He added that he's not joking, but there's a long way to go between now and then. The Constitution says no person shall be elected to the office of the president more than twice. And changing the Constitution requires a 2/3 vote in Congress or a constitutional convention where 34 states request it.
Well, CBS's Ed O'Keefe is in Wisconsin, where voters decide this week on a hotly contested state Supreme Court battle that featured Elon Musk handing out million-dollar checks to 2 voters in his political action group.
So why all the attention and money spent on this race? Well, it's going to determine the ideological balance of the state Supreme Court, and they're expected to handle a series of hot-button issues in the coming years. Abortion rights, whether labor unions can organize state workers, and then perhaps most critically ahead of next year's midterm elections, congressional redistricting. And then, of course, Elon Musk. Some critics say he's got business interests here in the state. That's why he's so interested.
On the Health Watch, a just-released Danish study surveyed women who took hormonal contraceptives within the first year after giving birth. Dr. Soren Vinton Larsen authored that report.
They had an increased risk of being registered with a depression diagnosis or starting on antidepressant medication within that first year.
And checking Wall Street right now, the Dow is up 19 points. The S&P is down 39. This is CBS News.
Brought to you by Progressive Insurance. You could save big when you bundle your auto, home, motorcycle, RV, or boat. Visit Progressive.com.
What we're learning about a mass shooting in Pierce County over the weekend. Details coming up after we check the Beacon Plumbing traffic desk with Chris Sullivan.
And the heaviest drive right now is the last couple of miles from basically the beginning of Boeing Field into downtown Seattle on northbound 5. We've got about a 35-minute trip from South Center, which puts us all the way at 55 minutes going from Federal Way. Behind that, we do see about a 43-minute drive from Olympia to Tacoma, so behind schedule. We had that earlier crash near the Nisqually Basin. It's out of the way. The Valley Freeway is not bad. We're actually under 50 minutes again to run the heaviest brake lights there right at the north end, right as you tie into 405. And the Renton to Bellevue Drive is running closer to 40 minutes now, so a couple of minutes delayed, but overall not bad. Coming down from the north end, you're going to hit the brakes on 405 out of Canyon Park down through Bothell. But for I-5, it's really more of around 85th down past the U District. Still have the same travel times for both, about 50 minutes, which is 10 minutes faster than a typical day. Across the lake, we're doing really well, except a little eastbound slowing approaching IF 405 there on I-90. KIRO Newsradio real-time traffic. I'm Chris Sullivan.
For Seattle's Morning News. Thanks for joining us today. I'm Charlie Harger with a look at the day's top stories. Cops in Pierce County still trying to figure out what led to a mass shooting in an unincorporated part of the county that left 2 young people dead and 4 others injured. KIRO News Radio's James Lynch joins us live in studio with details. James?
Charlie, investigators say the shooting happened at a huge house party with about 30 to 40 teens in a home near the corner of 177th Street Court East and 25th Avenue Court East. Pierce County Deputy Carly Capetto says drugs and alcohol were likely involved, along with poor judgment.
It's unknown what the altercation was over. And again, we're just at the early stages of processing and investigating this massive scene.
The victims range in age from 16 to 21. Investigators say several cars and at least one home were also hit by gunfire. One juvenile male has been taken into custody. Charlie?
And it sounds like this is a 17-year-old by other reports. When is he expected in court?
They only said sometime this week, Charlie. I would imagine that it will be sometime later this afternoon or tomorrow.
Okay, thank you, James. Seattle police have arrested a 25-year-old man in connection to a double homicide outside a Rainier Beach hookah lounge early yesterday morning. Here's KIRO 7 TV's Eric Thomas.
A deadly shooting happening at Cafe Nor an hour after bars are supposed to close in Seattle. One man died at the scene. Another man, a Cafe Nor security guard, later died at Harborview Medical Center. A man who identified himself as the head of security for Cafe Nor says the deceased security guard was simply doing his job.
The establishment was closed at the time. He was attempting to clear out everybody that was trying to linger around, and then a random act occurred, and he used his duty weapon to protect himself and those around.
Authorities say the 25-year-old suspect is currently in King County Jail for 2 counts of investigation of murder. He is expected in court later this week.
Get ready for higher taxes. Washington state senators just approved the biggest budget ever, funded by record-setting tax hikes. The Washington State Standard reports a nearly $79 billion spending plan from Democrats relies heavily on new taxes on the state's richest residents and largest businesses. Democratic leaders say the money is essential to avoid cutting education, road repairs, and critical state services. Senator June Robinson is the lead budget writer.
At the core of this budget is a commitment to the people of Washington.
But Republicans say those taxes aren't needed at all. Senator Nikki Torres from Pasco calls the Democratic plan unfair, warning it will hit average families with higher rents and costs. Republicans argue their alternative budget had no new taxes and kept state reserves untouched. But Democrats rejected it. Next, the House debates its own version of the budget. Filling up your car might sting a bit more soon. Washington's Senate voted to raise the gas tax 6 cents per gallon starting July 1st, plus annual increases afterward. According to the Washington State Standard, lawmakers say it'll raise $500 million each year to fix roads and ferries. Republican Senator Curtis King helped craft the package.
We felt we had to respond. And that's what we did.
But critics call it another burden on drivers already squeezed by high prices. Next step, the House votes on its version this week, where even steeper tax hikes are on the table. This update on the legislature brought to you by WaFd Bank. It's 8:08. A descendant of a killer whale rescued from SeaWorld has been born in Puget Sound. And KIRO Newsradio's Heather Bosch joins us live to explain. Good morning, Heather.
Yeah, Charlie, there's a new baby among the Biggs killer whales, and the calf comes from a notable family tree. Erin Glass heads the Pacific Whale Watch Association, and we talked about the baby's mom.
She is part of a line of killer whales that were the very last ones to be captured in Washington state. So back in 1976, there was a group of 6 killer whales who were rounded up down in Puget Sound, and the goal was to ship them off to SeaWorld.
But witnesses watching the whales being captured in Budd Inlet were appalled. One of them was the late Secretary of State Ralph Monroe, who was sailing with friends at the time.
There were lots of protests, activists got involved. The late Ralph Monroe filed a lawsuit in court, and fortunately, all of that pressure led SeaWorld to release the whale.
And of the whales who were released,
one of those whales, T46 Wake, went on to have at least 8 calves. Those calves had calves, and all the way down the line, this new little baby is now her great-grand calf, and none of that would be possible if those whales were not released nearly 50 years ago.
Remember a different whale, Tokate, also called Lolita, was caught in another orca roundup that happened just 6 years before that last capture. Despite decades of efforts, Tokate lived in captivity at a Miami seaquarium until she died 2 years ago. She's from the endangered southern resident killer whales who prey on dwindling stocks of salmon. There are only about 73 of them left. There are about 400 Biggs whales, which we used to call transient whales. They eat marine mammals, mainly seals and sea lions. Charlie?
And it's not big whales, it's Biggs whales. So any idea where that comes from?
Apostrophe S. Yeah, the name comes from Dr. Michael Bigg, who discovered the difference between our true whale populations. Glass says there was really a push to rename the whales because they don't travel that much anymore.
Seals and sea lions have been protected for decades, and so their populations have rebounded, and that has lured those transient, quote-unquote, killer whales back into the area, and now they're here almost every day.
And they put on quite a show. It's the southern residents who've been traveling further from the Salish Sea in their hunt for salmon.
Okay, well, if his name was Michael Bigg, no S, I think we should just call him Big Whales.
I think it's Biggs. They're big whales, but they are Biggs big whales.
Yep.
Biggs whale.
Biggs,
They're
Biggs,
large,
Biggs.
is what we're saying.
Now, there are rules about going and seeing this great grand calf. What do we need to follow here?
Boats can get within 200 yards of Biggs whales. So there's a chance you could see this new calf, but boats must stay 1,000 yards away from those endangered whales because the noise from the vessels interfere with the echolocation they use to hunt
Be cautious if you're boating. Make sure if you see a blow, go slow, but it's a great time to go out and watch whales.
You see the blow, go slow. Of course, you can always watch from the shore.
Yeah. It sounds like we have to be able to determine if they're endangered and just stay far away. These are
usually that's a good thing to do. Also, the professional whale watching groups, if you get with a reputable one, they know which ones that they can get a little closer to and which ones that they just stay away. But when in doubt, back away.
Just back away.
Yeah.
Okay, Heather, thank you for that. It's 8:11 here on Seattle's Morning News. Seattle City Council one step closer to stepping away from defund the police. Councilmember Rob Saka introduced a resolution reversing previous council promises to cut police funding. He says those past statements led to hundreds of officers quitting, leaving Seattle police dangerously understaffed. The new resolution emphasizes support for police, firefighters, and crisis responders. Councilmember Marissa Rivera also supports the move, saying a lot of residents urged the council to reject defunding. A final vote could happen as soon as this week, and it is expected to pass easily. Lastly, this legislative update for you in Idaho. That's where the governor just signed a new law banning public exposure of female breasts and even truck bleeps, the appendage that you often see hanging from trucks. Those are banned now. The Washington State Standard says the measure immediately updates Idaho's indecent exposure laws, making toplessness a misdemeanor. Republican lawmakers pushed the bill after complaints of nudity at public events. Opponents warn it unfairly targets transgender people, those with medical conditions. One senator says even novelty items, she says it, I'm just reporting this, like fake scrotums hanging from pickup trucks could now land drivers in trouble. First-time violators face misdemeanors. Repeat offenses within 5 years become felonies. Felony truck bleeps.
Truck cashews?
Sure.
Truck almonds? Truck pecans?
Yeah.
What are we getting at here? I pretend I don't know anything about this kind of thing.
Yes. I am not going to fall for your trap, Sully.
Okay.
You're trying to get me to say it.
Yeah.
Not going to say it.
Okay. Truck cashews it is.
Forecast brought to you by State Roofing and Exteriors. We are looking for a high in the mid-50s today. Overnight lows in the 40s. Tomorrow, pretty much the same deal. We start to warm up by the weekend, looking nice and sunny for Saturday and Sunday. At least now. The week is still young. But next weekend, looking like we'll have highs in the upper 60s to low 70s. It's 47 in Seattle right now at 8:13. Sully is at the Beacon Plumbing Traffic Desk.
Wow, that forecast sounds like it might be a good time to leave some nuts out for the squirrels, because they'll be out and having a good time. Looking at the roads right now, our heaviest drive, northbound I-5, as you work your way through the middle of Boeing Field into the heart of downtown Seattle. 35 minutes to go from South Center to downtown, with 55 all the way from Federal Way. We're actually getting much better through that Federal Way portion of the drive, and the Valley Freeway is cleared out really nicely. You're only going to hit the brakes in any significant way past the 405 area, so we're back under 45 minutes, which is great. But Renton to Bellevue is about 40. Coming down from the north end, a pretty clean drive all the way till you get down to Linwood. For I-5, just kind of the off and on through Shoreline, but then it really bogs down about 85th. For 405, it's a little more pain near the top as you pull away from Linwood, and then it gets better the further south you go, but 50 minutes for either one of those drives. The lake bridges are good. This report brought to you by Home Comfort Alliance. Improve your home comfort with a new heat pump. Plus, enjoy 18 months, same as cash financing, up to 15% off all heat pumps and air conditioners through March. HomeComfortAlliance.com.
And now we head to the news desk with KIRO Newsradio morning editor Katrina Gishard.
Seattle streets filled with protesters this weekend calling out Tesla CEO Elon Musk's new role in government. This was part of over 200 so-called Tesla takedown protests throughout the U.S. According to the Seattle Times, hundreds rally against Musk's efforts to slash federal government staffing and budgets. Musk serves as an advisor to President Trump, prompting backlash among former Tesla supporters. The Woodland Park Zoo says one of its animal keepers was bit by an orangutan. The animal keeper was bit through a mesh barrier yesterday during a routine training session. On the zoo's Instagram page, it says the animal keeper was taken to the hospital and is recovering. A vet checked out the orangutan and says it's safe and not hurt. The zoo says at no point was the public in danger and the orangutan habitat remains open.
Okay, Katrina, thank you. 8:16 now.
Seattle's morning news on KIRO News Radio. Here's your host, Charlie Harger.
A lot to unpack from the president this weekend. A couple big stories, including quoting the president here. He's saying he's pissed off at Vladimir Putin. Joining us on the news line is News Nation's Tom Dempsey. Unusually strong words toward Russia from the president, Tom.
Yeah, good morning. I'm actually standing outside the West Wing of the White House as we speak right now. But yeah, like you said, some strong comments coming from President Donald Trump. Quote, he's pissed off and angry at Russian President Vladimir Putin. And if any listeners are wondering why, well, it started with comments from Putin in recent days saying that Ukraine should be under the control of foreign governments. It should be a transnational government, as the phrase that he used. But look, it didn't sit well with the president. He's obviously been very much pushing for a ceasefire, and he wants that war in Europe to come to an end for many reasons, but among which is that the United States has spent a lot of money boosting up the Ukrainian military. So the president, again, obviously wasn't very happy with those comments from Putin. He's been wanting the two sides to come together and reach some sort of a deal that ends the war there. But he's threatened what are called secondary tariffs. And to get into that a little bit, basically what those are if a country does business with Russia, they would be hit with additional tariffs from the United States, and it's specifically on Russian oil, I believe, was the item that he mentioned. So not sitting well, to say the least, from President Donald Trump. And like I said, he really wants to see an end to the war soon.
Okay, so there's not much commerce between the United States and Russia anyway, but what would happen, correct me if I'm wrong, is if a third-party country, let's say it's the UK.
India, for example.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
India buys petroleum from Russia. India would then be hit with that secondary tariff.
Absolutely. Yep. Well said. And the reason I say India is because I think I saw a report saying that they do buy quite a substantial amount of Russian oil, and China also on that list too. So, yeah, he's calling on other countries basically not to do business with Russia.
What's the common wisdom in Washington, D.C. right now about April 2nd and the tariff announcement? What are you hearing, Tom?
Well, it's being called Liberation Day in the words of the Trump administration. And they're saying it could bring in, I believe they said, trillions of dollars in revenue, all these additional tariffs that are going to be put in place on Mexican goods and Canadian goods, everything from avocados you buy at the grocery store. Grocery prices in particular might be impacted by these tariffs, but, all sorts of items that will be impacted by all this. So as far as, the view from Washington, at least here at the White House, is sort of they're trying to build it up with excitement and optimism that, this has been a long time in the making. It's something that needs to happen, and it's something that will bring in extra revenue for the United States. But obviously, on the other spectrum of that, there's also lots of concerns about the impact of prices and how Americans will be felt with all that. Because also keep in mind, too, there's car prices. There's a car tariff going into place on the day after that, Thursday of this week. And I saw one report noting that, South Korean cars or Japanese cars, for example, could cost the average American an additional $12,500, those tariffs on cars. So, again, some optimism being voiced from the White House and excitement, but also some concerns on the impact to consumers out there.
Let's move over to Iran, Tom, because the president had sent a letter to its leader, the Supreme Ayatollah, essentially extending an olive branch, but it sounds like Iran has rejected that. What are you hearing?
Yeah, so the president, again, very strong comments coming from President Donald Trump over the weekend, saying that if Iran doesn't accept some sort of deal to rein in its nuclear program, the United States may resort to bombing the country. Obviously, very big comments coming from the president. And for our listeners out there, for some perspective on all this all revolves around a nuclear deal that the United States actually, under President Donald Trump in his first term, pulled the United States out of that. And that deal reined in and strictly limited the Iran nuclear program in exchange for relief from sanctions. But like I said, President Trump pulled us out of that deal during his first term. And since then, the UN watchdog group, the International Atomic Energy Agency, has reported that Iran is accelerating the development of near weapons-grade uranium. And there's obviously very big concerns that Iran could develop a nuclear weapon. Obviously, it has tension in the Middle East with Israel. So again, like I said, very big concerns about all that. On the other side, Iran says it's strictly for peaceful purposes. It's a nuclear program. But again, all sorts of tension right now. President Trump wants to bring that deal back and, like I said, kind of curtail or limit Iran's nuclear program. But some big concerns going around about what that could mean for, safety and security in the Middle East.
We're talking with News Nation's Tom Dempsey. And as I understand it, there are no direct diplomatic relations between our two nations, Iran and the United States. So is this something that's going to be up to indirect contact, third parties kind of hashing this out?
I would say that's probably accurate to say that because, look, Iran came out after those comments from President Trump, strong comments again, mind you, but they said they have no interest in direct talks with the United States, and direct maybe being the key word there because that leaves open the door of indirect talks, maybe using a third party, a country like I don't really want to throw out a country there that might serve in that role, but, it does leave open the door to that. But obviously, lots of tension right now between the United States and Iran. Think of the ongoing war with Israel and Hamas, as well as the recent strikes against Houthi targets, the terrorist organization in Yemen. So and the United States is accused Iran of providing money and weapons to the Houthis. So there's lots of tension between the two sides, and it's going to be interesting to see sort of if the two sides can come together, even with indirect talks on a nuclear deal.
All right, Tom Dempsey from News Nation, taking time out of your day. You're at the West Wing of the White House, just outside of it, and you're talking with us here in Seattle. Always appreciate you joining us, Tom.
Oh, thank you.
It's 8:22. We head over to the Beacon Plumbing Traffic Desk now with Sully.
And some of our routes are actually running well ahead of schedule today, so that's really good. I'm going to start with the Valley Freeway, which is really not bad at all. We're back to 40 minutes to go from Puyallup to Renton. So that's probably 10 minutes faster than you might have expected. And then Renton to Bellevue's running right around 40. So no real surprises there. It's not too bad from about 44th up until you hit I-90 again. The I-5 drive from Olympia to Tacoma is back to 40 minutes, and Tacoma itself is quiet. And there really aren't much brake lights to talk about on northbound I-5 from Federal Way until you get up to about the north end of Boeing Field. 35 minutes out of South Center and 55 or less from Federal Way. That's a really good travel time. Across the lake, we're not having any particular issue at this point. Coming down from the north end, it's nice and easy. In fact, I-5 is even thinning out through the U District. It's only 45 minutes from Everett to Seattle. That's a big win. And 50 from Everett into Bellevue. The brake lights there, definitely through Canyon Park down through 522. But after that, not bad at all. Looking at the Valley Freeway, I already gave you, Tiger Mountain. Let's look at that. We might have something near the top that's been partially blocking top of Tiger Mountain, so expect a little bit of braking there, but not too bad. 16 is easy between Port Orchard and Tacoma. This report brought to you by Seattle Sports. Download the Seattle Sports app and stay in the know with the latest news, scores, and opinions about your favorite teams.
Occasional showers, but mostly dry today. We're heading for a high of 54. Overnight lows will be in the mid-40s. Right now in Seattle, we have cloudy skies where it's 45. Coming up, more of the day's top local stories. You're listening to Seattle's Morning News.
This hour is brought to you by WaFed Bank.
KIRO Newsradio delivers the news you can trust.
State is facing a multi-billion-dollar deficit.
Government wants more of your money to build, quote-unquote, affordable housing.
We help you navigate the headlines, providing clarity and context to help you understand how today's events impact your life tomorrow.
The driver pulled out a gun. The officer opened fire, shooting at least one time.
The problem is worse in King County than any other part of the country.
Stay informed, stay connected with KIRO Newsradio.
It may be the most noble profession.
Come on.
It's the work of heroes.
Heroes?
You want to live without plumbing?
Well, no.
Then you need plumbers.
Right.
Thing is, so do I.
You need plumbers.
Smiles, actually.
Smiling plumbers?
Or someone who smiles and wants to become an Apollo plumber.
A smile. That's what it takes?
Skills are something we can teach.
Sure.
But a positive attitude comes from within.
That's a big part of being an Apollo plumber.
The biggest part.
What else?
A desire to learn and serve.
Just like every Apollo plumber.
As they learn, so shall they earn.
Earn?
Apollo plumbers can earn 6 figures.
Enough to make me smile.
We believe you get what you give.
Give a smile.
And Apollo service.
Get a smile.
A well-paid smile.
Driving one of those big blue Apollo trucks.
That's the goal.
Does seem pretty noble.
It's important, satisfying work.
And you're looking now?
There's always room for another smile around here.
On the Apollo Plumbing team.
Apply at apolloplumbing.com.
For many of us, it's happening. Your hair is thinning, your crown is disappearing. Hair loss had me feeling like I was losing my identity altogether. Well, I've got some good news. It's a simple one-day treatment that worked for me. The Advanced FUE from Advanced Hair. It starts growing new hair the very next day, and it's guaranteed to grow for life. We've all seen the pills and lotions that come with monthly memberships. Those can help retain what you have. But what if you want your own natural hair in specific areas like I did? You decide how much, how thick, and where. From Advanced Hair's state-of-the-art facilities to the world-class leading doctors like Dr. Parango, it's not a maybe your hair will grow. It's guaranteed that your new hair will grow. For your free consultation, $250 off and 250 free hair grafts, call 425-449-8185. Advanced Hair is the winner of the 425 Business of the Year, and they are the team that I personally recommend. That's 425-449-8185 or advancedhair.com.
The markets and the economy will change, but you should always know what you can rely on from your financial advisor. I'm John Ramsire with Baird Private Wealth Management in Seattle. With deep planning and investment expertise, Baird's financial advisors have guided individuals and families through changing markets for more than 100 years. And in all that time, our guiding principle has never changed. Our clients come first, always. Discover the Baird difference at rwbaird.com/Seattle.
Roof now, pay later. No payments until 2027. 0 down, 0 payments, and 0 interest for up to 24 months. Hi, Justin Shirley, CEO of State Roofing and Exteriors here. Since 1968, we've helped homeowners just like you get beautiful, durable roofs without breaking the bank. Book today and lock in summer pricing before it's too late. Call 866-ROOF-ROOF or visit stateroofing.com to schedule your free estimate. State Roofing and Exteriors, held to a higher standard since 1968.
1877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate today at carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K. Your car can be picked up as soon as the next day. Receive a tax deduction and vacation voucher.
1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-8157. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com
or call 800-575-8157. That's 800-575-8157.
Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Cold is leaking and rats are moving and mold is creeping and water seeping in. It's hard to be a homeowner, we know.
Without American Crawl Space and Pest Services, it is hard to be a homeowner. Dave Ross here. American Crawl are the heroes to call for insulation and pest issues because in addition to their great reviews and decades of experience, they also give out the most PSE insulation rebates of any insulation company in the state.
American Crawl, the heroes you call.
Get your free inspection at AmericanCrawl.com.
Are you putting off your new kitchen plans? Why wait? Hi, Chad Cicchini, owner of Heritage Homecraft. Call today and ask about our trade-in sale. Years of experience, thousands of happy customers. Heritage Homecraft, 425-485-1600 or heritagehomecraft.com.
Bonneville International radio station contests are open to participants 18 years of age or older that are residents of Washington State unless otherwise specified. Employees or agents of the station, Bonneville International Corporation, other area radio stations, or any entity associated with the contest are not eligible to win unless the station otherwise specifies at its own discretion. Persons who have won in the last 60 days from a station contest or event may not be eligible. Full general contest rules are available on mynorthwest.com or in person at the station during regular business hours.
KIRO Newsradio, 97.3 FM, Northwest News. Now, the latest from KIRO Newsradio and mynorthwest.com.
Good Monday morning. It's 8:30. I'm Charlie Harger. Seattle police say at least 100 gunshots were fired last night in West Seattle. KIRO News Radio's James Lynch lives in West Seattle. James, you heard the shots?
I did, Charlie, and unfortunately, it's not all that uncommon to hear gunfire from my apartment in West Seattle. But last night was different. More gunfire than I'd ever heard before. Dozens and dozens of shots fired in rapid succession, similar to automatic weaponry. SPD says a large crowd of people were attending a vigil near 26th Avenue Southwest and Southwest Brandon Street, likely for one of the recent South Seattle homicide victims. Responding officers located, as you said, more than 100 shell casings spanning several blocks around the vigil. They did not locate any victims with injuries, no suspects, and no cooperating witnesses, Charlie.
And I'm not saying this is what it is, but Glocks can be modified to basically become automatic, and that is kind of a common weapon being used by a lot of criminals in the area.
And you know, Charlie, I think we've seen in some of the federal cases where they've had big busts in Seattle, they've had those Glock switches. They found a number of them. So they know that they're on the streets. They know that they can easily be added to a Glock handgun to make it fully automatic, and they don't cost very much. It's something that police have been concerned about for a long time.
Okay, well, when you're speaking with Seattle police, we should find out what kind of shell casings those are. I'd be very interested to find that out.
Indeed.
All right, James Lynch, thank you for that. James mentioned the shooting in South Seattle. Seattle police arrested a 25-year-old man in connection to a double homicide outside a Rainier Beach hookah lounge early yesterday morning. With that story, here's KIRO 7 TV's Eric Thomas.
A deadly shooting happening at Cafe Nor an hour after bars are supposed to close in Seattle. One man died at the scene. Another man, a Cafe Nor security guard, later died at Harborview Medical Center. A man who identified himself as the head of security for Cafe Nor says the deceased security guard was simply doing his job.
The establishment was closed at the time. He was attempting to clear out everybody that was trying to linger around, and then a random act occurred, and he used his duty weapon to protect himself and those around.
Authorities say the 25-year-old suspect is currently in King County Jail for 2 counts of investigation of murder. He is expected in court later this week.
A bunch of people were shot Saturday morning in unincorporated Pierce County. 2 people are dead, 4 were wounded. Pierce County Sheriff's Deputy Carly Capetto says it happened when a fight broke out at a large party. This is in the 17800 block of 25th Avenue Court East.
Just to give you an idea, when our deputies arrived on the scene, there were people, juveniles and young adults running all over the place, screaming.
Victims range in age from 16 to 21. At least one nearby house and some nearby vehicles were hit by bullets. Police have arrested one suspect. He is apparently a 17-year-old boy. Washington lawmakers have just passed the largest state budget in history and the biggest tax increase ever to pay for it. According to the Washington State Standard, Senate Democrats approved nearly $79 billion in spending over 2 years, which will be paid for partly by billions in new taxes aimed at wealthy residents and major companies. Democratic Senator June Robinson said tough decisions had to be made, such as draining reserve funds and furloughing state workers, but the alternative would have meant devastating cuts to schools and services.
We have made incredibly difficult decisions while keeping our state on a strong financial footing for the future.
Republicans strongly disagree, saying they offered a balanced budget with no new taxes or spending cuts at all. Senator Chris Gilden of Puyallup says Democrats unnecessarily chose higher taxes, which will hit middle-class families hard with property and gas tax hikes. The House takes up the budget next, setting up the stage for more debate this week. 8:34 now. Over to the Beacon Plumbing Traffic Desk. Here's Sully.
And things are thinning out across the board with a couple of exceptions. I'm going to start with the good news first, which is the drive out of Snohomish County. We've gone all yellow on the map, which means we're looking pretty decent. I mean, a couple of spots where you're going to hit the brakes, but overall, I mean, we're down to 40 minutes from Everett to Seattle. That's a really good number, and 45 from Everett to Bellevue. So no real issues today coming down out of Snohomish County. Northbound I-5, though, does struggle from the middle of Boeing Field into downtown. It's still 35 minutes from South Center, but only 50 from Federal Way. So we've really seen that drive up through the South Center or Tukwila area turned into a pretty good drive. Renton to Bellevue is about 40 minutes. The S-curves are active, and then we have a little bit of braking past I-90 into at Factoria and then up through Southeast 8. But overall, 40 minutes, and behind that, the Valley Freeway, all green almost. So that's great, under 40 minutes to make the drive there. This report brought to you by Lake Washington Windows and Doors. Through March, you can save double your sales tax from Lake Washington Windows and Doors. 0 down, 0 payment, 0 interest for 12 months. LakeWashingtonWindows.com.
Cloudy, maybe a couple passing showers today, a high of 54. Cloudy and 54 tomorrow as well. Some rain Wednesday morning. Then we start to clear out and warm up. A high of 52 on Wednesday. We're talking 60s by Friday, and perhaps by Sunday, we're in the low 70s. Right now in Seattle, it's 45 at 8:36.
This is Seattle's Morning News on KIRO Newsradio. And here's your host, Charlie Harker.
Over the weekend, tragedy near Wenatchee after someone died while base jumping.
The man was parachuting and struck a cliff after his chute failed to fully open.
Officials say the 47-year-old man from Washington died during a base jumping accident in the central part of the state. Base jumping is a high-risk activity involving parachuting from fixed objects like cliffs, bridges, or buildings. But witnesses say his parachute did not open, and he spun and collided with a rock wall, falling 650 feet to the ground. Matt Piper, CBS News.
Despite his vast reshaping of the federal government, President Donald Trump has said his administration will not touch the Social Security payments to tens of millions of Americans that they rely on every month. But staffing at the Social Security Administration is being slashed, leaving some American seniors on edge. CBS's Lana Zach has details.
At the weekly senior lunch social in North Liberty, Iowa, chicken was on the menu, but Social Security was top of mind.
It's scary. What do we want the politicians in D.C. to know? This is our life.
Are you afraid of what might happen?
It's stressing, wondering what's going to happen.
Iowa, like the rest of America, is aging. 1 in 4 people here is 60 or older, so uncertainty in Washington means anxiety here.
Do you actually have nightmares about this?
I would say daymares.
Every day you're worried.
Every day I'm worried that somehow he'll lose his care.
Ann Bacon relies on the $1,600 a month from Social Security that pays for her brother Rick Clark's 24-hour care. He has dementia.
What is your name? The very first time I called, I was on the call for 3 hours on hold when the call dropped.
You were on hold for 3 hours and then the call dropped?
Yeah.
When the check didn't arrive in January, Bacon ended up on hold for 6 hours on 2 separate calls. Then the problem was resolved in minutes.
The estimated hold time is greater than 120 minutes.
Wait times have long plagued the agency, and the average wait times have doubled in the last 6 months.
No one plans to become disabled, but the reality is that people do.
John Hale worked for Social Security for 25 years. He and his wife Terry are now advocates for older and disabled Iowans.
It's about retirement benefits, it's about survivors' benefits, and about payments to people with disabilities.
One of the things that concerns us, and I think concerns those people, is there's a bunch of billionaires who are making decisions about this service who will never need Social Security. They'll never have a family member who needs Social Security. They are out of touch with the real world.
Many of the people I spoke with have budgeted down to the penny, and they are concerned about any interruption to their benefits with these thousands of announced staffing cuts, confusion over regional offices closing, and now in 2 weeks, a new requirement that will have many of them forced to go in person to these offices to prove their identity and their citizenship. One woman told me that without a reliable monthly check, she couldn't afford the $5 for that senior lunch. For CBS Saturday Morning, Lana Zach, Iowa City, Iowa.
It's 8:39. What's ahead in traffic, Sully?
Well, we're going to take a look at the heaviest spot, which is really just down to 405 and northbound I-5. So we'll break it down for you next.
This is Seattle's Morning News.
KIRO Newsradio, your home for G and Ursula, 9 to noon.
This is the first time that median earnings in Seattle have hit 6 figures.
San Francisco being number 1 and Seattle being number 2. What do those two places have in common with each other? Homelessness crisis. Isn't it something that the places where you're middle of the pack making $100,000 a year, the homeless is more in those places than anywhere in the country? But G is drugs.
Streaming live on your smart speaker.
Hey, Brock Ewart here with my buddy Dave Taylor from First Mark Insurance. You know, Dave, I love sport. You love sport. And I love sitting with coaches and hearing their game plan each and every week. What are the keys to a First Mark Insurance game plan?
It's a great question, Brock. I think there's really 3 keys to a great game plan with us. Number 1 is we want to make sure that our clients have the correct coverage for their unique specific needs. So that's number 1. Do you have the right coverage? Number 2, once we have the right coverage, are we getting that coverage at the most competitive price possible? And then last and not least would be, once we have the right coverage at the most competitive price, are we providing world-class service to those customers so that when they need it, they have someone there that's got their back?
Those are the 3 keys to a First Mark Challenge victory. And man, am I so glad Molly and I took the challenge. We are one of so many through a decade plus of being a First Mark Challenge victory. You can too. Just simply go to firstmarkinsurance.com, firstmarkinsurance.com.
Warm weather is just around the corner. It's time to spring into action on your roofing project. If you're worried about your old roof holding up this winter, right now is a great time to take advantage of flexible spring scheduling and early bird pricing with Valentine Roofing. We can have your new roof started within just 4 weeks of signing your contract. Just select a time that works best for you and your family. Plus, you can enjoy discounted spring pricing and financing options for every budget, including 18 months same as cash. All our work is backed by Valentine's lifetime warranty, and you'll sleep well knowing your roof was installed by the best craftsmen in the industry. In just a few short weeks, our spring roof replacement schedule will become booked up, so beat your neighbors to the punch. Schedule your free estimate and a date for your Valentine roof replacement. Spring into action. Visit ValentineRoof.com or give us a call today at 206 Roofing to schedule your free estimate and reserve your spot on our spring schedule. That's 206 Roofing.
Hey, Spike O'Neill for Sharp Vision, Modern LASIK, and Lens. About 2 months ago, I finally given up to the fact that I wasn't as young as I used to be, and my eyeballs were not as young as they used to be. It didn't work as well as to be. I always had perfect vision in my life, but I noticed deterioration, so I went to the folks at Sharp Vision, Modern LASIK, and Lens, had a full eye exam. They do amazing work, and it was determined that by their very excellent staff, I had the beginnings of cataract, and I was a perfect candidate for refractive lens exchange, RLE surgery. Now, the folks at Sharp Vision, Modern LASIK, and Lens have done over 80,000 successful lens replacement surgeries. So I was in great hands. My care team from start to finish put me at ease, answered all my questions. The procedure was easy. I was in and out in less than an hour, and within a couple of weeks, my recovery was complete. I've got 20/10 vision. Colors are brighter, more focused. I'll never need readers again, and I will never develop a cataract. They are the future of vision over 45. Give the folks at Sharp Vision, Modern LASIK, and Lens a call, 425-451-2020. That's 425-451-2020, or online at sharp-vision.com, sharp with an e-vision.com, official eye care providers of Sounders FC.
8:43, we head over to the Beacon Plumbing traffic desk now with Sully.
And it is a good day, really, to get around. I mean, there are 2 spots that have heavy braking, but our travel times are really quite good. I mean, if you're leaving Olympia right now, you're really not going to hit the brakes much at all until you get to the south end of Tacoma, and then it's just a little bit of weaving and merging, and then the rest of the way on up, you're not going to hit the brakes until you get to about the north end of Boeing Field. I mean, it's a pretty light day. So 40 minutes from Olympia to Tacoma might be a little tardy because of that slowing there, but then Federal Way to Seattle is running closer to 50 minutes, with 35 of those minutes from South Center. The Valley Freeway has also looked like a pretty good day today, too, under 40 minutes. Now, you will lose a little bit of time getting through the ramp meters going into 405 northbound, and then you have a relatively normal day there, about 35 to 40 minutes from Renton to Bellevue, depending on how you hit the volume right at I-90, working your way into Bellevue. Coming down from the north end, we're under 50 minutes, in fact 40 now from Everett to Seattle. That's a great day. 45 Everett to Bellevue is also a pretty decent day. The lake bridges are fine. 18 over Tiger Mountain has cleared out, and 16 looks really good as well. So all in all, right now we're winning. This report brought to you by Beacon Plumbing. For all your heating, electrical, septic, mechanical needs, stop freaking and call Beacon.
Winning.
Winning.
Forecast, it's also a winning forecast. Today, kind of cloudy, maybe a few showers. Same sort of deal for tomorrow, highs in the mid-50s. Wednesday, we start off with rain, but then we start to get some clearing. The next several days after that, looking like it'll be sunnier and warmer. By Sunday, we could be talking highs with low 70s and plenty of sun. Right now in Seattle, it's 54 at 8:45. KIRO Newsradio morning editor Katrina Gashard is here with some local headlines. Katrina.
Hey, Charlie. Today, King County Metro will restart its fare enforcement. Officers will once again ask riders for proof of payment on buses and streetcars. Metro will focus their inspections on rapid ride routes and other high ridership bus routes and the Seattle streetcar. Those who don't pay will get a warning, and those who consistently don't pay will face some fines. Seattle Restaurant Week is back. I don't expect anyone to get this artist. Any guesses?
I am guessing this is Olivia Newton-John.
Katy Perry.
That was my second guess.
All right. Well, Seattle has more than 200 restaurants, food trucks, and pop-ups that are participating this spring. They're offering special curated menus at a range of prices from $20 to $65. The menus showcase chefs' picks, most popular items, new specials, or standout dishes. Restaurant Week runs through April 12th.
See, you are sophisticated. You really go for the good songs. I would have just gone with Weird Al's Eat It. Instead,
also great.
Yeah, also a great song, but I think you're a much better picker of music, Katrina, so thank you for that. Coming up, G. Scott stops by. Green card holders, listen up. If you're planning to travel abroad, he says you may want to think twice before booking that flight. G comes up next on Seattle's Morning News.
At Les Schwab, we've been changing the tire game for more than 70 years. Our Go the Extra Mile service means more hustle, less hassle. We design our own exclusive tires to give you more tires made for the roads you drive, less compromise. All backed by America's best tire warranty included with every tire we sell. We're talking more unbeatable tire warranty, less charging you extra, like the other guys. It's why you get more from less. Book an appointment at leschwab.com.
This is the story of the one who, as a maintenance specialist for a historic high-rise, knows that vintage charm historically needs constant attention. Which is why, when it's time to upgrade turn-of-the-century mechanicals, they turn to Grainger. With easy access to 1 million-plus products and the scale to deliver when and where you need them. The right tools and supplies are never far away. So the one can keep that vintage building running like new. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Will new tariffs impact small businesses? Rising costs and economic uncertainty can hurt your bottom line. But with Swish Funding, your business can stay strong. We offer fast, flexible funding solutions from $10,000 to $2 million for working capital, cash flow, and more. And as little as 24 hours with no collateral needed. If your business earns at least $50,000 per month and has been around for over a year, you could qualify today. Go to swishradio.com and use code GROW. swishradio.com, code GROW.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today. 1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate your car today at carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K. Your car, running or not, can be picked up as soon as the next day. You'll get a maximum tax deduction and a vacation voucher.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
Seattle's Morning News
with your host, Charlie Harder.
8:49 and joining us from the G and Ursula Show, which airs 9 to noon every weekday here on KIRO Newsradio. G. Scott, and we're talking about green cards today. New York immigration lawyer had, as recently as a few weeks ago, reassured lawful permanent residents that under the Trump administration, green card holders have the legal right to re-enter the U.S. after traveling abroad, maybe a few rare exceptions. But you're telling us that with exceptions being unclear, a lot of green card holders are canceling their trips altogether?
A lot of that is happening because that lawyer got on there and re-said what he wanted to say. Is like, hey, I know I reassured you before. I'm telling you now, after what I have been seeing, you need to be cautious. Charlie, there are 12.8 million lawful permanent residents whose legal rights to live and work here in this country. So we're talking about 12.8 million people. Right now, a lot of people across the country are putting their travel plans on pause. Especially, this immigration lawyer pointed out the vice president, J.D. Vance, March 13th, appearance on Fox News in which he asked and was talking about the fact that people here that have green cards and everything, they do not have an indefinite right to be here in the United States. So when you hear something like that, you start to have a little bit of pause. My co-host, Ursula Reutin, as you all know, she became a U.S. citizen in this country in 1995. So I'm not the best with math. That's 30 years ago. I asked Ursula before coming in, I said, hey, if you were a green card holder today, would you be nervous and have some concerns about travel? To which she says, absolutely. And maybe you're listening right now, you might be a green card holder and you might be thinking the same thing. Charlie, another thing that most aren't thinking about with this is what is deemed like to to happen to you if you say something wrong, say something that is considered anti-government, right? When that happens, your green card today, it can be revoked. Not if you committed a crime, but if you said this about that. One of the ways that has been happening is when you're coming through customs, right? Your cell phone being taken and analyzed and looked at. Now, in the regular streets, you need a search warrant to search those cell phones. At customs, you don't need that. So it's a lot of different things going on. And Charlie, it's some concerns.
Well, to that point, G, anybody's cell phone can be searched by customs, and it doesn't even have to be at the border. I forget what the distance is, but it's like 60, 70 miles from the border. So you could be up in Bellingham, and immigration's officers would have the legal right to search your phone.
Right. Right now, we're already seeing a decrease in traffic of those coming from our neighbors. You know, the folks where the president keeps announcing he wants to make them the 51st state. Yeah, we're already seeing a decrease in visitors from Canadians coming down south. I'm curious as to what kind of impact this is going to have in 2026 with the World Cup.
Very key to Seattle area, expecting billions and billions of dollars in tourist money.
Yeah, so we will see. And I'm just one of those, like, when you have a green card and a working visa, we all thought that those things were good. And we didn't know how temporary that they can be. So a lot of concern there, Charlie.
Jeep, you're always concerned about the little guy, and this is people who are being affected by it. So really look forward to your commentary on G and Ursula. Coming up at 9 o'clock here on KIRO News Radio. Thank you, G. And we will have the results of the voting on Fast Friday versus Friday Light, probably coming up Friday. There's been a vote by the people.
G's not going to be happy.
Yeah, I know. There's
G's not going to be happy. Apparently,
what happened?
Everybody has been saying since we changed to Fast Friday, the Friday commutes have been terrible. So they're telling me that we jinxed something.
Yeah.
So
I don't know how you sleep at night, G.
So we're going to have to see. So far,
people going back to work.
They're
scared to lose their damn old jobs.
The text line, it's almost unanimous so far. So we're going to have to work through that. So just FYI. Looking at the roads right now from the Beacon Plumbing Traffic Desk, we've got heavy brake lights from Lakewood at 512, up I-5, all the way to 56. I'm looking for a crash along the way. Haven't found one, but boy, it is slow. 45 minutes now to go from Olympia to Tacoma with about a 10-minute delay right there. Then you get through that, and it's not too bad the rest of the way. Still about 50 minutes from Federal Way to Seattle, but 35 of those minutes are from South Center. Northbound I-5, 405, I should say, struggling through the S-curves. About a 40-minute trip still to get you up into Bellevue, but behind that, the Valley Freeway's running at 40 minutes itself total, which isn't bad. Heavy brake lights south of 527 coming down 405, but overall 50 minutes from Everett to Bellevue and about 45 from Everett to Seattle. The lake bridges are good. This report brought to you by Washington 811. If you're digging in your yard, the law requires you to call 811 to avoid dangerous and costly damages. Call 811 or submit online at digsafewa.com.
Okay, I'm keeping my fingers crossed that this forecast holds out, because today, occasional showers, nothing too big. Dry tomorrow, high is in the mid-50s, AM showers on Wednesday, but then Thursday, Friday through Sunday at least, looking like we'll have clear, sunny skies, and it gets warmer and warmer each day. Right now, the forecast high for Sunday is 73. Right now in Seattle, it's 45. This is Seattle's Morning News.
Jake and Spike, noon to 3.
So the West Seattle Link Light Rail extension, they are $3 billion short right now, budget-wise, and they haven't laid down a single inch of track.
It was a risky idea when you pitched it 3 years ago. Now that it's gone to, $6 billion now? It's going to be 10 by the time it gets done?
You're starting to sound like a conservative, my friend.
Common sense. It just grabs you and drags you into the common sense.
Hits you like a light rail train.
Oh.
Streaming live on the KIRO News Radio app. KIRO FM and HD1 Tacoma, Seattle.
At Uline, the prevailing opinion is, if you don't live it, you don't believe it. The people at Uline believe in hard work, and they live it by being there 24/7 to answer your call, having 41,000 items in stock, and offering same-day shipping from 12 locations across North America. Business owners, sellers, buyers, shippers, and packers, believe it. Uline is the hard-working, dependable source for your shipping and industrial supplies. Visit uline.com.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is for you too. Stubborn fat is really hard to get rid of, and then there's all those gimmicky lasers, fat freezing methods, and prescriptions. Imagine a simple solution that takes just one day and provides immediate noticeable results. Introducing ProSculpt. ProSculpt uses air-assisted technology that's safe and gentle yet powerful, delivering instant fat-reducing and skin-tightening results. Performed by board-certified plastic surgeons while fully awake, ProSculpt contours your body with minimal downtime. It's designed to target those problem areas: waistline, neck, face, arms, thighs. ProSculpt gently removes unwanted fat and tightens loose skin with FDA-cleared plasma technology, all in a simple, guaranteed one-day procedure. ProSculpt is one and done. Schedule your free consultation at prosculpt.com for $250 off. For powerful permanent fat removal and skin tightening that works for ladies and you men, it's prosculpt.com.
I'm still going for it, even with higher stroke risk from atrial fibrillation, an irregular heartbeat not caused by a heart valve problem. Over a 3-year study, Eliquis apixaban tablets reduced stroke risk better than warfarin, and over 97% of Eliquis patients did not experience a stroke. A first stroke occurred in 2.9% of warfarin patients versus 2.3% of Eliquis patients.
Don't stop taking prescription Eliquis without asking your doctor. It may increase your stroke risk. Eliquis can cause serious and, in rare cases, fatal bleeding. Don't take Eliquis if you have an artificial heart valve, abnormal bleeding, or antiphospholipid syndrome. While taking, you may bruise more easily or take longer for bleeding to stop. A spinal injection while on Eliquis increases risk of blood clots, which may cause paralysis, the inability to move. Get medical help right away for unexpected bleeding, unusual bruising, or tingling, numbness, or muscle weakness. Medications such as aspirin products, NSAIDs, SSRIs, SNRIs, and blood thinners may increase bleeding risk. Tell your doctor about all planned medical or dental procedures. Learn more at Eliquis.com or call 1-855-ELIQUIS.
It's a new year, but many seniors are struggling with the same old problem: high prices and rising property taxes. We're here with our friend Steve Teitler of Best Mortgage, and he says a reverse mortgage may be the answer.
Many seniors cannot afford to stay in the home they love. A reverse mortgage gives them access to equity in their home without having to sell. They can pay off their mortgage if they have one, and maybe pull some extra cash out of their home, and best of all, they have no mortgage payment the rest of their life.
But as you always say, a reverse mortgage is not for everyone.
That's right. Avoid the high-pressure sales pitch from those out-of-state call centers. I give you a consultation, not a sales pitch. I'll tell you if a reverse mortgage is right for you, and I always tell you if it's not.
Honest advice you can trust from the reverse mortgage experts. Best Mortgage, the VA loan experts and debt consolidation specialists too. 425-649-6000. Best Mortgage, 425-649-6000.
Save on a 2-night getaway to beautiful Victoria, BC with the FRS Clipper Spring Sale. Travel car-free on the Clipper Fast Ferry and stay at a charming downtown hotel. From $252 per person, double occupancy. Save during Clip
News economics contributor J.D. Durkin.
We had the president say, well, really, you need to start with all countries, and that accelerated losses in the stock market into this morning. So we continue to wait and see, and I think everyone, including the major automakers, they really want that clarity.
CBS News White House correspondent Weijia Jiang.
American-made cars use many imported parts, and analysts predict the price of cars could go up by at least 10% when the tariffs kick in. Steve Moss owns a car dealership in Kimball, Minnesota. He's worried that sales will soon slow down.
This is just creating confusion and apprehension in the market, and that's not good for our industry.
Attorney General Pam Bondi has told the Justice Department to dismiss a lawsuit challenging a 2021 election law in Georgia. Republican lawmakers passed the overhaul in the wake of President Trump's 2020 election loss in the state. The suit alleged the law was meant to deny black voters equal access to the ballot. Overseas, CBS's Elaine Cobb says there's new information about 4 missing U.S. soldiers.
6 days after 4 U.S. soldiers went missing in Lithuania, 3 have been found dead. Recovery efforts continue for the 4th. Earlier today, their armored vehicle was pulled from a body of water. The 4 were on a tactical training exercise in the east of the country.
Well, CBS's Jim Krasula has more on weekend storm damage, blamed for at least 4 deaths, 3 of them children in a car that was hit by a falling tree in Michigan.
Severe storms, including suspected tornadoes, have caused widespread damage from the deep south to Michigan. Scott Stewart's mobile home was badly damaged outside Cincinnati.
The windows shattered right here. It blew out. They come out of my son's room. I said, get in the tub. And I said, there wasn't even time to, throw anything over us or nothing. And I just prayed.
Nearly 500,000 homes and businesses are without power. There will be more severe weather today across the southeast and along much of the east coast.
Well, the death toll now tops 2,000 in Myanmar after last week's severe earthquake. Asia correspondent Anna Corin.
Damaged roads, bridges and downed power lines have made it impossible for rescue teams to reach communities in this impoverished country. So far, China, Russia and India have responded with humanitarian aid and teams on the ground, along with other regional neighbours.
Despite deep cuts and layoffs at USAID, the U.S. Embassy says a team of experts is headed to the quake zone. Checking Wall Street, right now the Dow is up 122 points. The S&P and NASDAQ are lower. This is CBS News.
Think O'Reilly Auto Parts for all your car care needs. Get the parts and service you need fast from the professional parts people at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Deadly gunfire in 2 local cities. The story coming up at first from the Beacon Plumbing traffic desk. An earlier crash on I-5 northbound in Nisqually has you a little slow around Lacey, but you're really jammed up from 512 to nearly State Route 16 near Tacoma. Travel time, Olympia to Tacoma, 44 minutes, about 15 minutes longer than typical. In North Bend, a crash is partially blocking the I-90 eastbound on-ramp from State Route 18, just affecting the ramp there. Watch out for road crews who've shifted lanes on US 2 between Farm Road and Freelands Boulevard for guardrail repair. You're slow through that area. Traffic brought to you by Seattle Sports. Search Seattle Sports on YouTube and click subscribe to get fresh video content daily.
KIRO News Radio, 97.3 FM, Northwest News. Now, the latest from KIRO News Radio and mynorthwest.com.
Good morning, I'm Heather Bosch. Detectives are investigating a mass shooting at a weekend house party in Pierce County that left 2 people dead and 4 injured. Deputy Carly Capetto says 30 to 40 young people had gathered at the home.
Drinking and drugs and alcohol at this party. That combination is not good.
A fight started outside, followed by gunfire and chaos. Deputies arrested a teenaged boy. Seattle police have arrested 1 person in a deadly double shooting at a hookah lounge yesterday. KIRO 7 TV's Deborah Horn has more from the Rainier Valley.
Jennifer Hendrickson and her neighbor Chan Chu say they awoke overnight to the sound of gunfire.
And I just seen all the people just run.
I couldn't sleep at all. I'm shaking.
Officers arrived at about 3:30 Sunday morning to find 2 men mortally wounded. 1 man was pronounced dead. The other man, a hookah lounge security guard, was taken to Harborview Medical Center. A man who identified himself as head of security says his worker died in surgery nearly 7 hours later.
Police say someone opened fire in West Seattle last night, firing more than 100 rounds at what was likely a vigil for victims of that South Seattle shooting. It happened just after 9 near 26th Avenue Southwest and Southwest Brandon Street. Police didn't find the shooter or victims, although bullets riddled an RV trailer, house, and abandoned vehicles. You got a break during the pandemic, but starting today, King County Metro will start checking to make sure you've paid to ride. Metro's Rebecca Frankhauser tells KIRO 7 TV.
If they don't have the right fare, we'll be passing out brochures and educating our folks on how to pay the right fare and what the right fare for them might be.
If you don't pay, you'll get a warning. Those repeatedly caught not paying will face fines. The Washington State Senate has passed a $78 billion budget. That's the biggest in state history. Republicans oppose it because it increases property taxes. In an interview provided by the state GOP, Senator Chris Gilden says he pushed for
a budget that is balanced, that includes no cuts to individuals who need services, and it also does not include any of the harmful taxes that are going to be levied on people all across our state.
Democrats argue their budget provides funding for much-needed transportation projects and new ferries. This weather update brought to you by State Roofing and Exteriors. Cloudy skies today with highs in the mid-50s. It's 45 in downtown Seattle. I'm Heather Bosch.
Your best source for local news, serving Western Washington and the world with a KIRO News Radio app. Always streaming live on your smart speakers. You're listening to KIRO News Radio, Northwest News.
This is the G and Ursula Show with G. Scott and Ursula Reutin.
Oh, good morning, everybody. Happy Monday, March 31st. I want to warn you right now. Stop with the April Fool jokes that are going to happen tomorrow. It's not funny. 90% of the time, it's not funny. You mess up. Don't do it. Leave it alone. Good morning, Ursula.
Funny coming from you. I would expect you to be the first one to pull an April 1st joke.
Of us, yes.
Yes,
You're right.
Exactly. Hey, you know what I love? Starting a Monday with Story Time with G. And we've got one of those coming up at 9:47.
Yes, we do.
Something was happening on the plane over the weekend. I mean, you've been on planes way too much, by the way.
I had you on my mind, too. And I was texting you guys in real time.
Here's a hint about what we're going to talk about at 9:47.
Yeah.
G almost felt like what it's like to be me on a plane. Almost. Somehow you got saved.
Yes.
And then 9:30, we're going to talk about this new study that says more women are likely to marry down these days than what used to be the reverse. I'm kind of skeptical about this.
Okay. All right.
And the idea of what's marrying down.
Lillian. She married down. She married down.
Oh, my God. You are in the mood.
Let's go, Ursula. Let's get busy. Your top stories of the day brought to you by Batfitter Northwest.
Okay, I'm going to get real serious here because we did just have a weekend of gun violence in the Puget Sound area. This violence has left 4 people dead, several others injured. Let's start with one in Seattle. Early Sunday, 2 men, including a security guard, were shot and killed outside a Rainier Beach hookah lounge. Seattle police arrested a 25-year-old man in connection with those killings. Just a month ago, outside that same Capri bar, another man was shot and seriously injured. And the city of Seattle has been struggling with how to crack down on these after-hours clubs and businesses that have been associated with a real surge in violence. And because many of these are private clubs, they are unlicensed and could deny entry to police and state liquor officers, among other things. So again, these are businesses that continue to operate after 2 a.m.
Shut them down.
All of them. My question was, should they all be shut down?
I'm going to go. Shut them down. All these hookah bars here in the state of Washington are the most dangerous things here in this state. Most of them don't have the proper licenses. They don't have the proper security and insurance and all those things, so they're unsafe. As a matter of fact, Ursula, I'm not going to say who it was, but I found out about a month ago that somebody that I know would frequent these places, to which I had to let them know, if you don't stop going there. So if I am off the record, not talking here on the radio, and I am encouraging people not to go to those places, and here's why, given those reasons, shut them all down. One more step, I'll go. One more step. I remember, I don't know if it was Chef arguing with me, I don't think it was you, but people were arguing with me when I said shut down all after-hours establishment.
I think it was me.
Was that you?
Yeah, I think it was me.
Shut them all down. Let's stay with the proper last call at 1 o'clock.
Yeah.
Let's get people out of that thing. There's nothing good that happens here between 2 and 6 a.m. of drinking.
Yes.
Get rid of it.
And
change your mind?
I'm starting to change my mind. Yes.
Come on.
Yes.
We start Monday off right.
Yes. Because there have been more than 35 shootings linked to after-hour clubs since 2020. And right now, there are up to 30 unregulated after-hours clubs in Seattle. So, again, these are clubs that, because they could say, well, we're private, you cannot have state liquor control board officers come in. You cannot have Seattle police come in. And the question is, should you just shut them down, or should they have other rules that they have to follow? So right now,
shut them down.
Okay. And I will say that former Mayor Ed Murray tried to do this whole because, I mean, this has been going on for a while. And he had proposed shutting them down, but there was a big backlash from in particular, East African community saying this is something that we do culturally, et cetera, et cetera. So
I remember.
Yeah, so
I
exactly. I mean,
remember.
so just kind of going through the history of it. So now there is a proposed ordinance that would require these clubs to meet the same rules and conditions of bars that can only serve liquor until 2 a.m. They would also be required to have at least 2 trained security officers on site and would either have to be okay with pat-downs or use metal detectors to keep customers from bringing guns inside. They would also need to install surveillance cameras at the exits and entrances, and then police and other state enforcement would have access to all public areas during business hours. So that's what's on the table right now.
I want you to know, Ursula, I don't know what it is about this state. I don't know. I have no, I mean, obviously the licenses and insurances, but when you go to hookah establishments outside of this state, there is one in particular that's right across from the W, downtown Scottsdale.
Mm-hmm.
It's fantastic.
Mm-hmm.
There's no problems.
It's not after hours, though, right? It's up until 2 a.m. Yeah,
yeah.
that's the thing.
It's after hours. No.
Oh, it is.
Yeah, it goes to 4 or 5 in the morning. But what I'm saying is for some reason, there's no problems there. Something about here, they just can't get right. So until further notice, shut them all down.
Text us, 888-973-5476, 888-973 KIRO. Okay, well, in Pierce County, 2 people were killed and 4 others injured when a house party got out of hand. Cindy Bickford is the neighborhood HOA secretary, and she tells the News Tribune that a neighborhood watch volunteer was on duty at the time of this mass shooting.
Heard gunshots a little bit after midnight, and about 5 minutes later, we heard the sirens from the police that came. I didn't know whether it was in my neighborhood or not until about an hour and a half later when our HOA president called me up and said that it was in our neighborhood. She got the news from our neighborhood watch guy that walks around during the nighttime, and he saw that there were victims on the ground because he did see where the party was. He came back to see what was going on after he heard the shots to see that a couple were, laying on the ground shot.
Wow. Police say the youngest victim is a 16-year-old boy. The rest of the victims were between 17 and 21. So obviously a house party, lots of young teenagers.
Right.
Another teen has been arrested, and police say 2 weapons were found. So what comes to mind as you're hearing this? Because we were even asking, did you guys do house parties when you were in high school?
Mm-hmm.
Did they have guns at these house parties?
They did. Growing up, my father had a few rules that he really stuck to, and there was probably about 3 or 4 that were like hard line in the sand. There's no debating. He was a dictator when it comes to those things. One of those was house parties. Why? Because as he was law enforcement, he responded to a lot of those. House parties with a bunch of teens, there's usually something that can potentially happen bad.
Okay. So he told you cannot go to these house parties and you cannot hold these house parties.
Oh, I definitely couldn't hold the house parties. So
and you couldn't go. Just knowing
well,
G. Knowing G.
Ursula, stop. You know I went.
I was going to say.
I went.
You're told not to do something, you're going to do the exact opposite.
Absolutely. And were there situations and things that I've seen looking back that I understand why my dad, yes. Another one was my dad had a hard line in the sand. Nobody could be in my back seat of the car. Now, I know you're probably listening like, wait, what?
Yeah,
yes,
that was a new one to me.
He was a stickler. You don't need that many people in the back of your car. Number one, he would say that 4 and 5 young black men in the car rolling, it could draw some attention from some different people. That's another one. But I want to go back to this story right here. First, it is unfortunate what has happened down there. My heart and prayers goes out to the families. But Ursula, listening to what you said, something stands out to me. You mentioned that there was, with the HOA, there was a volunteer on duty making rounds.
Mm-hmm.
Wait, what? There's HOA volunteers that does security around the neighborhoods? Where? Well, I didn't know that. If there was some George Zimmerman type stuff.
There are neighborhoods where people will, yes, absolutely volunteer,
the neighborhood?
Enhance and help.
Really?
Law enforcement, or that's what they say they're doing. I mean, honestly, with the exception of someone like a George Zimmerman, I would not be opposed to having additional security in a neighborhood if police aren't able to just to supplement what police are doing. Again, Within reason, just extra eyes. The more eyes, the better. I don't mean armed volunteers. Right?
He didn't do too good of a job catching that house party, though. I don't know if I want Steve, patrolling the neighborhood, especially if I'm a teen.
I'm glad you bring that up, because, Chef, you asked me something.
Especially if you're a teen.
Chef asked me something, and I want to say before we go on this topic. He said, G, if in your neighborhood there is a teen house party, are you calling the police? Yes! Absolutely, I'm calling the police. I want to make, they better be up out of there before 10 o'clock.
Okay.
Anything after 10 o'clock, a bunch of teens, I'm Charleston White. By the way, somebody catches that. Call me Charleston White. I am calling the police.
Okay. Mac and Bellevue and other law enforcement that listens to our show, please tell me, in order of priority, when someone says there's a house party down the street, when you're dealing with a shortage of officers, where does that fall?
That's a good point. That's a good question.
I'm just curious.
Yeah.
I'm just curious. I don't know that I'm going to be the one calling the police, but I know that I might be that neighbor that says, excuse me.
Yeah, knock on the door. If you know the kid, go talk to the kid. You guys had half an hour. Clear it out.
The older I get, the more I get like Charleston White. That's all I'm saying.
Okay, we're now learning an off-duty state trooper had a blood alcohol level that was more than twice the legal limit after a fatal crash in Richland. A toxicology report shows trooper Sarah Clayson's BAC was 0.17 after the collision that killed a 20-year-old man. And you might recall that she refused to take the breathalyzer at the scene, and she had told the Richland crash investigator who was talking to her that she was not impaired.
I'll be honest with you, I would love to rule out impairment, but without the fields, it is hard to rule that out. Obviously, it's voluntary. I won't ask you again, but there may always be that question down the road.
I just rather not.
Okay.
Yeah. I understand, but I know how it goes too. So.
Yeah. What do you mean? You know how it goes?
Even if there's like a little, if I had a glass of wine earlier or something like that, I just don't want to do it.
Okay.
Yeah. But no, I definitely don't feel impaired. I don't feel like there was impairment as an issue.
Did you have a glass of wine earlier?
Not gonna answer it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. You just mentioned like if. So
if I would have, or had.
Okay,
yeah.
we wanted you to hear that again. The investigator told other officers that he thought the trooper was under the influence. He pointed out she had glassy eyes, slurred speech, and he thought he smelled alcohol. But he said, my nose isn't that great, but I think I'm smelling the alcohol. Authorities got a search warrant for the blood sample, which was almost 6 hours after that crash, and she still was more than twice the legal limit.
Can I just say, I didn't know that? I didn't know it was 6 hours.
They had to get the search. So, yes, because she refused the breathalyzer at the scene.
And it was still 0.17. All right. A couple things stand out. One, that officer would have been hired by Ursula to work in the newsroom. His questions and his follow-up was brilliant. Well done. That's one that stands out.
And I felt like he almost had pressure to, hey, she's a state trooper.
You heard it.
Other ones at the scene were like, are you sure?
Right.
Do we really need to?
Now, I'll say this one thing. Now, Ursula, you've seen the video. Chef, you've seen the video. I'll tell y'all something. To know that 6 hours later, it was still 0.17. So I can only imagine what it was like before, during that time. I got to tell you something, Ursula. She was really carrying herself pretty well. And only a seasoned, that's why I'm not seasoned law enforcement, only a seasoned law enforcement officer would have done that. Because, to be honest with you, she looked cool. I watched the video.
Well, she also is very savvy when it comes to being in front of cameras.
Yep.
Because she was the spokesperson for that area of State Patrol. The interesting thing is, when we talked about this last time, there was one state trooper who said, absolutely, the investigator did the right thing, blah, blah, blah. But there was another one who said, no case. There's, and I'm thinking, like,
they really said that?
How would you feel like there was no case? And this is a case where someone died. And remember when she called dispatch and it was like, was someone injured? Yeah, I think so. And then she went out there. It's like, oh no, someone died.
I'd say that to me, that was the only time that I felt the energy of impairment.
Yeah.
But by the time she was talking to the officer, she was playing it. She was cool.
Yeah.
She was calm and everything. But that officer was.
I got one more follow-up question.
She's arrested for vehicular homicide, though. I just want to point out, with suspicion of DUI. She's also facing a lawsuit now by that family. So because she was out doing a run for pizza.
Well, I mean, the heart wants what the heart wants when you've had a few, right? 6 hours, though, for that blood draw, that can't be standard. Like, I cannot... Were they trying to do her a solid there?
Yes.
I don't know. Because you have to get...
It does not normally take 6 hours.
Wait a minute.
Because she refused the test.
Which immediately provides probable cause for them to get a blood draw.
Yeah. Tell us. I don't want to speak out of turn. Text line 888-973-5476, 888-973 KIRO. Obviously, she also still deserves her day in court.
6 hours? Wow. Okay, Ursula. Coming up at 9:47, you guys got to stick around. I have a story in which I, for a little bit, felt like Ursula on an airplane. You got to stick around for that because
were you in the very last row by the bathrooms?
No, I wasn't.
Not that bad.
I wasn't that bad. Now, coming up next, I have some definitions of some new words. Hypogamy and hypergamy. What does that mean? We gonna tell you exact. Don't look it up. Don't look it up. Don't look up hypogamy. Don't look it up. We're gonna tell you what it is.
And hypergamy.
Next, Jen Ursula.
At KIRO Newsradio, our commitment goes beyond delivering the latest headlines.
Authorities say they've busted a violent drug trafficking ring in Seattle.
Mayor Bruce Harrell says this operation should go a long way toward putting a stop to crime in the CID.
We dive deep into the stories that matter, helping you understand the impact on your community and your life.
Even if you do get caught, you're gonna probably get a small little smack on the hand.
You can have your opinions, I can have mine.
KIRO Newsradio, Northwest News.
Over 25 years ago, my life changed forever. I met the man who would become my father-in-law. He had Alzheimer's disease and he was living in a nursing home. He didn't want to be there. His family didn't want to leave him there. Yet he was 100% safe, but 500% miserable. Hi, I'm elder law attorney Rajiv Nagaich. America's retirement planning system failed my father-in-law, and it fails millions of people just like him who end up forced into institutional care. Since then, I've been on a mission to help my clients avoid becoming my father-in-law. Broke, miserable, and a burden. And I've been helping my clients avoid these outcomes. Come to one of my retirement planning seminars this month, and I will show you how.
Attend the free seminar in Federal Way on April 5th, Olympia on April 8th, or Bellevue on April 10th. Register at lifepointlaw.com. That's lifepointlaw.com. Or call 253-838-3454.
How can you free your team from time-consuming office tasks? Amazon Business. Smart business buying tools enable buyers to find and purchase items fast so they can focus on strategy and growth. Free up your team and focus on your future. Learn more at amazonbusiness.com.
Get one free set of brake pads when you buy 2 brake rotors. Visit O'Reilly Auto Parts. Offer in-store only. Restrictions apply. See store for details.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
This message comes from Viking, committed to exploring the world in comfort. Journey through the heart of Europe on an elegant Viking longship with thoughtful service, destination-focused dining, and cultural enrichment on board and on shore. With small ships that bring travelers closer to the destination, there's more time to explore. And every Viking voyage is all-inclusive, with no children and no casinos. Discover more at Viking.com.
Hi, it's John Curley.
Shirley, I've been a patient of Longevity Medical Clinic since 2009, and Longevity Medical Clinic has been helping people live longer, healthier lives for more than 25 years. You know what's amazing, Doctor? The feelings that you have after just a couple of months. You sleep better. Your strength and vitality, it is evident that it works. It's really a mindset, though, Dr. Mixon, because a lot of people, this is what's supposed to happen.
Let us help you be stronger, faster, leaner, smarter, sexier, but most important, happier. I'm less impressed by how many years I might live, but how much I live during my years. The option is here. Nobody's going to make you go to longevity. But the opportunity is there, and all you have to do is take advantage of it. I don't know why anybody would not want to do what we do.
And that's where Longevity Medical Clinic comes in. So get your free health analysis. Go to longevitymedicalclinic.com. That's longevitymedicalclinic.com.
It's clogged again.
Your drain?
Just had it cleared.
You didn't call Apollo Plumbing.
How can you tell?
Because your drain's clogged again.
So frustrating.
We can clear that drain.
That's what the last guy said.
We'll clear it, guaranteed.
He said that too.
Apollo Plumbing will clear your drain, or it's free.
Wait, what?
Apollo Plumbing clears your drain.
Or it's free?
Yep.
What's the catch?
No catch.
Fine print?
Apollo Plumbing clears your main drain for $83.
$83, or it's free?
And we'll even give you a camera inspection.
Because?
It's the best way to find what's causing your clog.
But that's extra.
Nope, included.
No extra charge?
Not 1 cent.
$83, or it's free.
All it takes is an accessible outside cleanout.
And an Apollo plumber.
No clog is safe from Apollo Plumbing.
And just like that, my main drain is...
draining again.
How can you...
Apollo plumbers are that good.
83, or it's free.
You call, we come.
My drain's draining again.
Guaranteed.
83, or it's free.
As it should be.
Apollo Plumbing.
ApolloPlumbing.com.
Guys, thinking about testosterone replacement therapy? Revive Men's Health can help you get started if you're ready to book your free T-check. Visit ReviveMen'sHealth.com. That's Revive, REVIBE, menshealth.com.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-8157. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-8157. That's 800-575-8157. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
1877 Cards for Kids. KARS Cards for Kids. 1877 Cards for Kids. Donate your card today.
1877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate your car today at carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K. Your car, running or not, can be picked up as soon as the next day. You'll get a maximum tax deduction and a vacation voucher.
1877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
KIRO Newsradio, 97.3 FM, Northwest News. Now, the latest from KIRO Newsradio and MyNorthwest.com.
Good morning, I'm Heather Bosch. Car dealers are pushing back on Washington State's strict new emission standards that require them to sell EVs. KIRO 7 TV's Brooke Griffin explains.
Starting with new 2026 car sales, dealerships must sell a certain percentage of electric vehicles. If that threshold isn't met, dealers would be fined for every gas-powered car they sell above that line. Subaru Bellevue manager Mark King tells us a lot of people are not ready to buy an EV.
Trying to force people to buy something that
it doesn't work for them, it's a challenge.
The Washington State Auto Dealers Association tells us this will financially ruin some dealerships, saying, quote, they will suffer through no fault of their own as dealers control neither supply nor demand.
President Trump is expected to roll out tariffs Wednesday, including a 25% tax on imported cars and car parts. CBS News business analyst Joe Schlesinger.
It is likely that the price tag of all cars will be rising. Now, it depends on what you're going to buy. You're going to buy a fancy car, might cost you 10 or 15 grand more. You buy a car that is more modestly priced, it might be another $3,000.
Severe storms, including suspected tornadoes, have caused widespread damage from the U.S. Deep South to the Midwest. Scott Stewart's home outside Cincinnati was badly damaged.
The windows shattered right here. It blew out. They come out of my son's room. I said, get in the tub. And I said, there wasn't even time to, throw anything over us or nothing. And I just prayed.
Nearly 500,000 homes and businesses are without power right now. More severe weather is forecast today across the southeast and along much of the East Coast. An update on those U.S. soldiers who disappeared in Lithuania. CBS's Elaine Cobb reports.
6 days after 4 U.S. soldiers went missing in Lithuania, 3 have been found dead. Recovery efforts continue for the 4th. Earlier today, their armored vehicle was pulled from a body of water. The 4 were on a tactical training exercise in the east of the country.
The soldiers are all from the 1st Brigade, 3rd Infantry Division. A scandal in Israel. There are claims 2 members of the Prime Minister's cabinet took payments from Qatar as Qatar works to broker a ceasefire in Israel's war in Gaza. CBS's Robert Berger.
It's not clear what Netanyahu's involvement or knowledge of this was, but he's calling it a witch hunt, as are other Likud officials in his party. But it's certainly providing plenty of cannon fodder for Netanyahu's opponents who are hoping to topple him from power.
On Wall Street, the Dow is up 123 points, NASDAQ down 187. From the Beacon Plumbing Traffic Desk in Tacoma, a disabled vehicle is blocking a lane on I-5 northbound to McKinley. Still not clear why, but in the Tacoma area, you're slow from 512 to nearly State Route 16. Travel time Olympia to Tacoma is slightly better, though, 39 minutes, about 10 longer than typical. Watch out for road crews who've shifted lanes on US 2 between Farm Road and Freelands Boulevard for guardrail repair. Traffic brought to you by AAA. Don't take a rain check on your next outing. Feel confident on the road with AAA Washington. To become a member, visit AAAWashington.com. This weather update brought to you by State Roofing and Exteriors. Cloudy skies today with highs in the mid-50s. It's 49 in downtown Seattle. I'm Heather Bosch.
Your best source for local news. You're listening to KIRO Newsradio, Northwest News.
This is the G and Ursula Show. Happy Monday to all of you. Coming up at 9:47, it is Story Time with G. I cannot wait. Got to find out what happened on the plane over the weekend.
Yeah, it was a lesson and a blessing that happened. Come on.
But right now we need to talk about this story out of the Atlantic, which is saying that more women today are, quote unquote, marrying down than ever before. In other words, women are now more likely to marry a less educated guy than men are to marry a less educated woman. So if you look back in past generations, about 2% of American women with a 4-year degree would get married to a guy without one. But now, among millennials, the figure is nearly 10%, and that is expected to grow as Gen Z and Gen Alpha tie the knot. The Atlantic says young women and men appear to be diverging politically. Fewer people are dating, marrying, or having kids. Some commentators argue that there aren't enough suitable bachelors to even meet the standards of accomplished modern women. Meanwhile, a growing manosphere claims that women's advancement is to blame for all the struggles experienced by lonely, unmoored men. So, as you read
all
through
of this
that,
makes sense.
Do you think it's a problem, though, that more women are marrying men who are not as educated? And do you look at that as being marrying down?
No, because here's the thing. Just because you are more educated does not mean that you're going to be more successful, right? So this whole idea, like, well, I got my education. Shut up. I make more money than you.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, that's one.
It's not up or down.
No doubt.
It's just different.
Now, let me get to what I think is happening. First, Ursula, back in the day when you and I went to school, you all listening right now, who more likely got their homework done, the men or the women in class? Who more?
Sweeping statement, I'll say women, the girls.
Okay. More than likely. Who are the ones usually in the class that were the bookworms? Who were in the class that was the teacher's pet? Who in the class was set up to write your name on the board? Y'all remember when the teacher would assign a student, and then if you were talking, they would write your name on the board? Brandy Garrett was the one that used to do it for me. She's been a teacher for some years. That's exactly what she was supposed to do. But this topic is really simple because you now have women that are able to go out here and get their careers, women that are being motivated because 30, 40, 50 years ago, the motivation was different than it is right now. I absolutely love this. And one more thing. Also, about 40, 50 years ago, you can just be an average, didn't have to worry about going to college, and you can just go get you a job, and you can work that thing for 40, 50 years. Those days are over. You better have something special with your sauce now, right?
Yeah, I gotta ask a couple of questions though.
Let's go.
For one, because it works on a couple of different premises, including this idea that men are unmoored, unhinged, they're struggling, they have identity crisis because women are surging, and in many cases, do you see that?
Yes.
Like men are struggling today?
Yes, men are struggling. Yes, because for so long, let me simplify it.
Why does it have to be a struggle to see that women are now finally equals, or getting close to being equals in the workplace, or in some places making more money?
Society looks down on the man making less money still, right now. When they go to their girlfriends and like, girl, where does he work at? Oh, he just has a regular job. That man is judged on his financial status more often than the woman is judged on her financial status.
Okay, so I want to hear from folks. Do you agree with this? 888-973-5476, 888-973 KIRO. I can see that, and I understand that, but I just feel like, okay, when are we going to get over that? When are we going to get over this idea that, okay, now that women are finally
Who pays
there,
on the first date?
Well, you're asking me.
I'm asking you.
At the time?
No, right now. Who should pay on the first date, Ursula?
Depending on what.
You know you don't feel that way.
Okay.
You know you don't.
But again, I'm not dating today. What do I tell my sons?
Mm-hmm. What do you tell your son?
I'll be honest. I'll say, in general,
come on.
I think you should try to pay on the first date.
I love you being honest.
Yes.
Mm-hmm. I love you being honest.
It's worked for them.
Let me see if I can make you think about this a little bit differently, because right now, women are about 60% of college students, men are about 40%. If I gave you that statistic in any other category, right, if it was 40% women and 60% men, we would say clearly there's a structural issue that's causing men to be overrepresented in colleges, right? But we're not saying that even when we have the numbers in reverse.
Good point.
So what kind of relationship are you in, Ursula?
Are men in crisis today? I mean, because when you read some of these, that's, I mean, there are books and there are entire topics, studies about men having serious issues, and that, like, we need to help our men. I mean, as the mom of 2 adult men,
educated men,
I'm not seeing that firsthand, but I want to know, are people seeing that as their experience?
Who should buy the ring? I just want to, hey, text in. Who should buy the ring? Who should get on one knee and propose?
I would generally say, in that sense, yeah. I am a traditionalist. Are my sons going to necessarily have to go that route? I don't know.
Who should take on the last name? So all of these traditions that are in place are the reason why people think this way.
Oh my God, we're already out of time. Here's, for me, one of the more likely things is that women are indeed marrying less educated men simply because that is who is available, not necessarily because of changing preferences. So yeah, I mean, they're saying that in 2021, about 1.6 million more women than men were enrolled in 4-year colleges. It's what's available.
Well, before we leave this, here's a question for you all, Ursula, and you can answer it too. what type of relationship are you in today? Are you in a hypogamy relationship or a hypergamy relationship? Hypogamy refers to the practice of marrying someone with lower social status or education or economic resources. And hypergamy is when an individual marries someone of higher social standing and resources.
I know, you got some new words. And then homogamy, you know what that is?
What's that?
Equal.
Well, let me tell you something. I am in a hypergamy relationship.
Uh-huh.
Mm-hmm.
Hypergamous?
Yeah, I am someone who married someone up. They're higher. Her credit scores.
Are you in a crisis?
I mean, not today. Your boy on his feet today. Your boy stands loud and proud. But back in the day, let me tell you something. My wife had her credit score was way above mine when we got together. Her stuff was put together. She had a more stable job. Come on now. What kind of relationship you in, Ursula? What kind of marriage you in?
We are homogamous.
Okay.
Now.
Yeah.
For many years, it was not the case. He married down.
Oh.
Hey, he married for my potential.
Chef, what you in, bruh?
I think I'm definitely in a hypogamous relationship by about 1.5 inches and 1 full master's degree.
Bruh, wait. Okay, that was good, Chef. That was good. Hey, coming up next, I have a story which I was in an uncomfortable position at 10,000 feet doing my best Ursula impersonation. We talk about it next. G and Ursula.
Jake and Spike, noon to 3.
So the West Seattle Link Light Rail extension, they are $3 billion short right now, budget-wise, and they haven't laid down a single inch of track.
It was a risky idea when you pitched it 3 years ago. Now that it's gone to, $6 billion now? It's going to be 10 by the time it gets done?
You're starting to sound like a conservative, my friend.
Common sense. It just grabs you and drags you into the common sense.
Hits you like a light rail train.
Oh.
Streaming live on the KIRO Newsradio app.
As we age, the home can become an unsafe place, but at Care Partners Senior Living, help is always nearby. Amanda here for Care Partners Senior Living. Our communities offer safe living spaces with medical professionals on site and ready to help. We assist you with your mobility when needed, so you can participate in activities whenever you like and socialize at your own pace. With locations throughout Washington and Arizona, you'll find a Care Partners community near you. Care, it's in our name and what we do. Learn more at carepartnersliving.com.
Looking for a smart way to improve your home comfort without breaking the bank? 2 words, heat pump. John Curley here. Upgrade to Home Comfort Alliance heat pump and get efficient heating in the winter and cooling in the summer in 1 unit. Heat pumps use less energy and are environmentally friendly. Plus, enjoy 18 months, same as cash financing, and up to 15% off all heat pumps and air conditioning systems through March. Home Comfort Alliance for all your heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical needs. Visit homecomfortalliance.com.
Cold is leaking and rocks are moving and mold is creeping and water seeping in. It's hard to be a homeowner, we know.
Without American Crawl Space and Pest Services, it is hard to be a homeowner. Dave Ross here. American Crawl are the heroes to call for insulation and pest issues because in addition to their great reviews and decades of experience, they also give out the most PSE insulation rebates of any insulation company in the state.
American Crawl, the heroes you call.
Get your free inspection at AmericanCrawl.com.
Spike O'Neill for Sharp Vision, Modern LASIK and Lens. And let me tell you, everything is my eyes. Everything. The vision is everything in your life. But when your eyes start to go, it affects everything you do. And I had lost quality of vision over the years, began to need readers, began to lose readers faster than I could buy them. I knew it was time to get my eyes looked at. So I went to the offices over in Bellevue, Sharp Vision, Modern LASIK and Lens. They gave me a comprehensive eye exam, told me exactly what my situation was, the beginning of cataract in my eye, and I was a perfect candidate for RLE, refractive lens exchange. they answered all my questions. I had the same care team from the start of my simple procedure in half an afternoon, and I was cared for. My anxieties were eased. The procedure went smooth as glass. And I got to tell you, I've got better eyes than I've ever had in my life. I've got 20/10 vision. I see brighter colors. I see sharper images. And I will never need readers, and I will never develop cataract. They are the future of RLE surgeries. Over 80,000 successful lens replacement surgeries. Give them a call at 425-451-2020. That's 425-451-2020, or online at sharp-vision.com, sharp with an e-vision.com, official eye care providers of Sounders FC.
Washington State has the third highest cost of living in the nation. If Olympia politicians raise taxes again, the cost of everything from groceries and gas to housing will go up even more. They've already doubled spending over 10 years, with little to show for it. Washington State needs lower costs, not higher taxes. Demand smarter state spending now at affordablewashington.org. Paid for by people for an affordable Washington and Olympia, Washington. Top 5 donors are Washington Alliance for Competitive Economy, Microsoft, Madrona, T-Mobile, and Alaska Air.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is for you too. Stubborn fat is really hard to get rid of, and then there's all those gimmicky lasers, fat freezing methods, and prescriptions. Imagine a simple solution that takes just one day and provides immediate noticeable results. Introducing ProSculpt. ProSculpt uses air-assisted technology that's safe and gentle yet powerful, delivering instant fat-reducing and skin-tightening results. Performed by board-certified plastic surgeons while fully awake, ProSculpt contours your body with minimal downtime. It's designed to target those problem areas: waistline, neck, face, arms, thighs. ProSculpt gently removes unwanted fat and tightens loose skin with FDA-cleared plasma technology, all in a simple, guaranteed one-day procedure. ProSculpt is one and done. Schedule your free consultation at prosculpt.com for $250 off. For powerful permanent fat removal and skin tightening that works for ladies and you men, it's prosculpt.com.
Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa. This weekend only, Friday through Sunday, Linwood Event Center. Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa. This weekend only, Friday through Sunday, Linwood Event Center. 18-month interest-free financing. Our factories have demanded we sell 1,000 hot tubs and swim spas this weekend. Linwood Event Center. Huge factory incentives, factory rebates, this weekend only. Linwood Event Center. We can remove your old hot tub. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Hot tub starting at $2,999. Linwood Event Center. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Just relax and enjoy. Linwood Event Center. Friday, 2 p.m. to 8 p.m. Saturday, 10 a.m. to 8 p.m. Sunday, 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. Free admission, free parking, free delivery. Linwood Event Center. Call 833-SPA-SALE or visit hottubandswimspasale.com.
It is the Gene Ursula Show. Happy Monday, y'all. Okay. So last week, as you guys know, I went to go see my son in Columbus, Ohio for Pro Day. Mm-hmm. Well, my wife, who handles all of my business stuff that I do, flights and all that stuff, as I'm getting ready to come back, she says, oh, you have an event potentially, if you want to do, in Milwaukee, Wisconsin. And I'm like, man, I'm just now getting back. I'm going to have to jump back on a plane on Friday night. Mm-hmm. Your boy had a day off. You know what I mean?
Yes.
But I'll go ahead and go. Went to Milwaukee, had a great time in Milwaukee, Wisconsin. It was phenomenal, fantastic. Now, they purchased my flight. Mm-hmm. The thing is I didn't really pay attention. As you know, I'm tired and all that stuff. So my flight out there was on first class.
Okay.
Which is great. So I didn't pay attention.
Uh-huh.
I assumed that my flight back was going to be on first class.
Uh-huh.
So I go to look at it, and I said, oh, I'm in a B, meaning B is in the middle. I said,
when was the last time you've had to sit in a middle seat? It's been years.
Like 3-ish years.
Okay.
Well, not bad.
Okay.
So I said, oh, man, I'm in middle seat. I'm like, you know what? That's fine. Whatever. I'm going to try to. I'm having such a great week. It's been an awesome week.
Yes.
I'm okay. I can be Ursula for a little bit.
Yes.
Okay, y'all.
Wait.
Grin and bear
You were
it.
completely okay with it immediately?
Not
No,
really.
he wasn't.
No, I wasn't.
No, he wasn't.
you weren't.
Yeah, good storytelling, but no, you weren't.
So
No,
then,
you were already exasperated. Like, I cannot believe I should have
So I'm getting on the plane, y'all.
Yeah.
I'm getting on the plane, and I get on this thing, and I look and I see where I'm at. And I see I'm in 8B. I don't want to take this wrong because I don't know who the people were. And I just want to say first, before I say what I'm going to say, they were so nice.
Okay.
These were some really nice people.
You're not trying to
Right.
denigrate them.
Okay.
But they were just,
Go ahead.
yeah, they
going.
filled up the seats.
They filled up the seats.
Yes.
Both of them.
It's not
did.
hard to do.
On each side.
Uh-huh.
They
And
filled
maybe
it up.
overfloweth a little bit.
Yes.
Uh-huh.
Yes.
So you would have had to squeeze in there.
And I did. And Ursula, I'm sitting there, and now I'm in my feelings. Now I'm like, there's no way I'm going to be able to do a 4-hour flight like this. Oh, my goodness. So I'm on my phone.
Yeah, you're texting us.
And I'm texting Ursula and Angela and Chef, and I'm like, man, this is in the middle. And I'm just like, man.
And you're videotaping yourself, and we can see how you're rubbing elbows with your
But I didn't
seatmates.
videotape them.
Nope. You
I didn't.
No.
So I'm sitting there, and the crazy thing is over the weekend, I was thinking about my dad a lot because things were going so well.
Yes.
I was close, and it was just something about thinking about my dad a lot.
Yeah. Were there certain things that he'd told you, like in your darkest hours, that what you were experiencing today is exactly what was going to happen in your life?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. Like everything that's happening in my life is things that he called, and it bothers me sometimes he can't see it. So at that moment, I was thinking, wait a minute. Is this my father's way of still talking to me? Is this his way of saying, yeah, champ, you need to remain humble? It was once I thought about that and I was texting you guys, I started to change my heart and be like, hey, you know what? Quit being a baby. And so I was like, you know what? It's all good. Started to even talk to the people next to me, right? Because I was trying to change my heart. And then all of a sudden, the flight attendant comes. And the guy in front of me gets upgraded. His lucky day. So I text you guys. I'm like, oh, my man getting upgraded. Good for him. Good for him.
Okay, wait. That's what you were saying on the outside, but on the inside, why couldn't that be me?
Kinda.
Okay.
And then there was a lesson, and then it came the blessing. And the blessing is your boy got upgraded. I got upgraded. And when I got upgraded and she said that, I said, pew. There was a lesson, and here comes my blessing.
Wait, hold on. How did you get chosen? Did you mention if there's any available seats?
I didn't mention it because I was so close.
Oh,
right. I was in 8B.
Ah,
and
okay.
that's and then that.
So that's the key.
I mean that's over there. That's you could get upgraded from 8B. So the 6, 7, and 8.
Okay.
Those seats are kind of like considered like business class on Alaska.
Gotcha. Okay.
You know what I mean? So your boy was feeling good, and to which I was there like, I learned my lesson. I'm gonna remain humble, and I'm gonna accept this blessing too. But Ursula, thought about you.
So you still haven't really fully understood what it's like to be on a plane.
Yes, it did. About 7, 8 minutes. Yes, I did. And it was about to get real. I'm talking about it was tight, Ursula. I was on my phone. I'm like, oh, how am I going to make it? But again, so nice of people.
Yeah. And I'm going to stick with what I've said before.
Uh-huh.
Sometimes it could be a little tighter, less leg room.
Yeah.
But I almost always enjoy the conversations.
How do you is that how you get through it? You be talking?
Either that or I'm just sleeping. And I take a Dramamine.
Oh. I don't sleep on planes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I try.
Yeah.
I try.
All right. Good stuff. Well, I had to let you guys know the story.
Thank you for
sharing. Yeah.
Close call there.
Mm-hmm. Coming up next here on the Gina Ursula Show, one of the topics that we did not talk about earlier is we get to talk about Lewis County again.
Yes.
We talk about
You
Lewis
love
County.
Lewis County.
And but there's something that is being removed and done from Lewis County that I'm going to kind of miss, but I actually shouldn't have liked it in the first place. Well, we'll explain that next. Gina Ursula.
Hi, this is Angie with Max Flooring. Your home deserves the best. At Max Flooring, we're proud to be a part of the Pacific Northwest for over 30 years. From classic hardwood floors to trendy vinyl planks, we have the perfect flooring for your space. Experience the quality and service Max Flooring has to offer. Come see us at Max Flooring in Seattle at 98th and Aurora, and I will help bring your dream floor to life. Visit us online at maxflooring.com. That's MACS flooring.com. Max Flooring, your home, your style.
Attention! If you owe money to the IRS, this is an urgent message. The IRS is cracking down by sending out collection letters, garnishing paychecks, seizing bank accounts, and putting liens on homes and businesses. They call it enforced compliance, and you better watch out because penalties and interest on unpaid taxes compound daily, making it even harder to get out of debt. Don't let tax debt destroy your life. You need to call Optima Tax Relief, America's #1 tax resolution firm. They're experts in taxpayer assistance programs that can save you thousands if you qualify. A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau, Optima's resolved over $1 billion of tax debt for their clients. Let them fight on your behalf, helping to put your tax problems to rest. Call the tax professionals at Optima now for a free consultation.
Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
KIRO FM and HD1, Tacoma, Seattle. She and Ursula, weekdays from 9 to noon on KIRO News Radio.
Over 25 years ago, my life changed forever. I met the man who would become my father-in-law. He had Alzheimer's disease and he was living in a nursing home. He didn't want to be there. His family didn't want to leave him there. Yet he was 100% safe, but 500% miserable. Hi, I'm elder law attorney Rajiv Nagaich. America's retirement planning system failed my father-in-law, and it fails millions of people just like him who end up forced into institutional care. Since then, I've been on a mission to help my clients avoid becoming my father-in-law. Broke, miserable, and a burden. And I've been helping my clients avoid these outcomes. Come to one of my retirement planning seminars this month, and I will show you how.
Attend the free seminar in Federal Way on April 5th, Olympia on April 8th, or Bellevue on April 10th. Register at lifepointlaw.com. That's lifepointlaw.com. Or call 253-838-3454.
At Fisher Investments, we may seem like other money managers, but we're different.
What makes you so different than the rest of us?
We ensure clients receive unparalleled service at every step of the relationship.
Tell me more.
Our investment counselors focus on service over sales, prioritizing clients' needs.
How do you make money?
We don't sell any commission-based products. We have a simple management fee based on the value of our client's portfolio. So we do better when our clients do better.
What about client portfolios?
We get to know each client, their finances, family, health, lifestyle, and more, and then we tailor a portfolio based on their specific goals and needs.
Your clients really come first then, huh?
Yes, we make them a top priority. Our goal is helping them achieve a comfortable retirement.
Wow, maybe we are different.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
Guys, thinking about testosterone replacement therapy? Revive Men's Health can help you get started if you're ready to book your free T-check. Visit ReviveMen'sHealth.com. That's Revive, REVIBE, menshealth.com.
Your best source for local news. KIRO News Radio. KIRO FM and HD1, Tacoma, Seattle. Northwest News.
This is CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by Progressive Insurance.
I'm Steve Kathan. President Trump's new tariffs are due to roll out this week, including a 25% tariff on foreign automakers. CBS's Jill Schlesinger says the entire industry is bracing for the impact.
You could be buying a GM, a Ford, and not even realize that 60% of the component parts of that car have been imported.
CBS's Weijia Jiang at the White House.
Steve Moss owns a car dealership in Kimball, Minnesota. He's worried that sales will soon slow down.
This is just creating
confusion and apprehension in the market, and that's not good for our industry.
Forecasters say tens of millions in the east and south could be in for some severe weather today. At least 4 deaths are blamed on the powerhouse storms that rattled the nation's midsection yesterday. Brendan Conway is a utility official in Wisconsin.
Getting power restored, and then we're seeing more outages. Ice is creating issues on the trees, on these branches, right? It's just sticking on there. These trees and branches are falling into our equipment and taking out power lines.
Attorney General Pam Bondi has told the Justice Department to dismiss a lawsuit challenging a 2021 Republican election law in Georgia. State lawmakers passed it after President Trump's 2020 election loss in the state. The suit alleged the law was meant to deny black voters equal access to the ballot. Overseas, grim news from the U.S. military.
6 days after 4 U.S. soldiers went missing in Lithuania, 3 have been found dead. Recovery efforts continue for the 4th. Earlier today, their armored vehicle was pulled from a body of water. The 4 were on a tactical training exercise in the east of the country near the border with Belarus when they were reported missing last Tuesday. Elaine Cobb, CBS News.
With ceasefire talks stalled, Israel has intensified the hunt for additional Hamas leaders in Gaza. CBS News contributor Robert Berger is in Jerusalem.
The Palestinians, perhaps tens of thousands, have been ordered to move to an area about 6 miles away, a so-called safe zone. But it apparently signals that Israel could be planning another major ground assault on Rafah.
The death toll now tops 2,000 in Myanmar after last week's destructive earthquake. Asia correspondent Anna Corin.
There are crews on the ground going about this painstaking work to see if there are any survivors. We saw those incredible rescues over the weekend, but as the days pass, hope is obviously fading.
Wall Street's a mixed decision. The Dow is up 77. The S&P is lower. NASDAQ's down 234. This is CBS News.
A riddle brought to you by Progressive Insurance. What do your home and auto have in common? Progressive protects them both. It was an easy riddle. Learn more at Progressive.com.
We're learning about a deadly fire in Pierce County. The story coming up, but first from the Beacon Plumbing Traffic Desk. In Tacoma, the disabled vehicle's been moved from I-5 northbound to McKinley. And after earlier issues, you are nearly back to normal. Travel time Olympia to Tacoma, 33 minutes. In Monroe, watch out for road crews. They've shifted lanes on US 2 between Farm Road and Freelance Boulevard for guardrail repair there. Traffic brought to you by Lake Washington Windows and Doors, offering premium windows that are 25% more efficient and reduce outside noise by 50%. LakeWashingtonWindows.com.
KIRO News Radio, 97.3 FM, Northwest News. Now, the latest from KIRO News Radio and MyNorthwest.com.
Good morning, I'm Heather Bosch. Just in, a fatal fire in South Hill. Central Pierce Fire and Rescue is telling us they were called to a house fire in the 8500 block of 121st Street East last night. They say they quickly put out the flames, but one person died. Photos from the fire department show the house was badly damaged. We have reached out for more information. A teenager is expected in court today in connection with a weekend mass shooting that left 2 people dead at a house party in Pierce County.
Investigators say there was a fight in the street and then gunfire. Here's Pierce County Deputy Carly Capetta.
The street was so incredibly chaotic. People running from homes, cars fleeing recklessly from the scene.
The victims range in age from 16 to 21. James Lynch, KIRO News Radio.
Seattle police have arrested a 25-year-old man in a deadly double shooting at a hookah lounge in the Rainier Valley early yesterday. Police say a security guard was shot several times. This man tells KIRO 7 TV he is head of security there.
The establishment was closed at the time. He was attempting to clear out everybody that was trying to linger around, and then a random act occurred. He used his duty weapon to protect himself and those around.
The injured guard died at a hospital. A second man died at the scene. Police say gunfire erupted in West Seattle last night at what was likely a vigil for the Rainier Valley shooting victims. Officers found about 100 shell casings, but no shooter or victims. Bullets damaged an RV, trailer, house, and abandoned vehicles. Well, you got a break during the pandemic, but starting today, King County Metro will start checking to make sure you've paid to ride. KIRO 7 TV's Brooke Griffin reports.
If one of these officers asks for proof of payment, you can show a recently tapped ORCA card, a transit
Go ticket or a cash transfer slip. Metro leaders say 300,000 people ride a county bus every day, and they want to make sure everybody's paying the correct amount every time.
If they don't have the right fare, we'll be passing out brochures and educating our folks on how to pay the right fare and what the right fare for them might be.
And starting today, if you do not pay before riding the bus, you will be verbally warned.
Those repeatedly caught not paying could face fines. The Mariners salvage a 4-game split in their opening series with the A's thanks to this.
Swung on and destroyed.
A 2-run home run from Julio Rodriguez in the 6th inning. The M's win it 2-1. This weather update brought to you by State Roofing and Exteriors. Cloudy skies today with highs in the mid-50s. It's 49 in downtown Seattle. I'm Heather Bosch.
Your best source for local news, serving Western Washington and the world with a KIRO Newsradio app. Always streaming live on your smart speakers. You're listening to KIRO Newsradio, Northwest News.
This is the G and Ursula Show with G. Scott and Ursula Reutin.
Good morning, everybody. It is the G and Ursula Show. Happy Monday, March 31st. Ursula, tomorrow is March 32nd. Good morning to you.
That's your first April 1st. Your first April Fool's joke. You're already warning everybody at the beginning of the show that you don't think their joke is funny. I will argue that there are some that are funny.
Okay.
John Curley pulled a funny one on me one time. Remember when we had a mouse problem in this building?
Uh-huh. I do remember.
Yeah. Well, he got a fake mouse.
Mm-hmm.
And
put in your desk?
I was coming out of the studio, and that little rascal, not talking about Curly, but talking about the mouse, went scurrying past my feet, and I jumped so high. That was kind of funny.
Yeah.
That was kind of funny. It was a mechanical mouse. But in any case, coming up at 10:30, we're going to talk about something not so funny, something that happened.
Yeah.
That
something that's going to make all of us have a conversation on and talking about home security.
Yeah.
And now that it's going to be in the news, what this has to do with our very own Richard Sherman. So we will share that next at 10:30. But right now, Ursula, what you got for us?
What's new at 10?
So if you have driven on I-5 through Lewis County, one of your favorite counties now,
Yep.
G, you have undoubtedly seen this controversial Uncle Sam billboard in Napa Vine. It has become infamous for its provocative messages, but those messages have not been updated for the last few years. That could all change now because the Seattle Times reports that the property beneath that giant sign has been sold for $2.5 million.
Okay.
The billboard is included in the deal. We don't know anything about the buyers and their plans for that sign. But for those of you who have seen it but don't really know the history, it's the legacy of Chehalis farmer Al Hamilton, who died back in 2004. It has been the target of protesters who've tried to get it removed. In 2020, there were petitions to take it down because of its racist and offensive comments. At one point, an arsonist tried to burn it down. But at the time, this Lewis County resident told KIRO 7 TV that he doesn't mind that giant billboard.
I've been watching that sign for probably 30-some years. And I don't always agree with everything he puts up there, but it's his opinion. Is it hurting anybody, or is it just making people think about things?
Oh, no, it was awful. No, look at the timeout. The stuff that they would post on that thing. Matter of fact, we have a list right here that thank you, Chef, for putting together a list of some of the things that they have said.
And I want to even just say, be careful reading some of these.
No.
Yeah, go ahead.
Matter of fact, of the two of us, it'll be you that's reading it. Your job is safer than mine. I'm not even reading some of this stuff.
It is.
But one of the things that really stands out, I can read this one. This is safe. From the early 2000s to 2000, from 2010, where's the birth certificate? That has to do with President Barack Obama's the birthism deal. And that question of where's the birth certificate is why we have the current president of the United States today. Do you guys know how long the where's the birth certificate, that whole thing went on? You've been in media longer than me, Ursula. How much was where's the birth certificate? It was almost as close to Wendy's where's the beef.
Yeah. That is actually
Can you read some of this
triggering. Stuff, well, one of the first ones was there are no billboards in Russia. Another one was let's keep the canal and give them Kissinger. Another one was be thankful you live in America. That was in 1974. There's one about Centralia Community College, home of environmental terrorists and a homophobic slur. Another one was another slur in response to state laws banning discrimination against LGBTQ state employees. The one was critical of former Governor Christine Gregoire. Hasn't Gregoire cost taxpayers plenty of dollars in boo-boos? I mean, obviously, it's a right-wing billboard. It has its own 3.5-star review on Yelp. One user calls it the worst blight on I-5 in a 1-star review, but there's another one who wrote in a 5-star review, this is from the Seattle Times, that they have always thought it was thought-provoking.
So,
I mean, what did you...
Can I rate?
Yeah, did you ever laugh at some of these?
What? All the time. It was like watching a raunchy comedy, right? Like every time when I first moved here, I saw that. I'm like, hey, man, that billboard, they can't say that. It get to the point where you're going back and forth to Portland and everything. I'm not going to lie. Don't judge me. I would look forward to what they had, where they pushed the envelope, what they had to say, because they just going to say it. They did everything but say the N-word on that sign.
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
I always wondered, like, how does this person get away with it? I mean, I get free speech, et cetera, et cetera. And I didn't know, because for a while there I was like, is this part of Lewis County? And yeah, I can see where some people who live there would think, this doesn't cast a great light on us. By the way, speaking of Lewis County,
yeah,
remember that one of our listeners reached out because you had said such nice things about your experience in Lewis County? Mm-hmm. And you said people were so friendly, et cetera, et cetera. And he wanted to hear our comments, or your comments specifically, because he was so proud of living there and having someone talk so positively about it. Now, I'm going to guess that most people did not think that Uncle Sam billboard was something that brought positive light to that area.
True. I never looked at that billboard as a judgment on Lewis County. That's one person one property.
Once you know it's the property
It's the
owner.
property, right?
Yes.
I don't think Lewis County stands for what was being said on that shot.
I mean, you can say that, but there's also a counter-protest sign that went up in 2020 saying Lewis County welcomes everyone, and it was torn down time after time again. The guy who did that then named this memorial pond the Dancing Swallows Big Gay Bird Sanctuary. I believe that's closed now because it was on private property, but that sign stayed up. The everyone's welcome was torn down.
So what is your guess? Do you think that the new owners, and again, we don't know anything about them, do you think that sign stays? Is it part of the history of that area, or are you just like, I hope it goes away?
Yeah, I think we all hope it goes away.
Yeah.
I mean, we hope it goes away.
Okay, he's already 78 years old, but President Trump says he would totally be interested in serving a third term in the White House. This is something that he's talked about in the past, and he brought it up again over the weekend. He told NBC, "No, I'm not joking. There are methods that would allow me to do it." He was asked again while aboard Air Force One.
You said you were not joking about a third term, about possibly wanting a third term. Does that mean you're not planning to leave office on January 20th?
I'm not looking at that, but I'll tell you, I have had more people ask me to have a third term, which is, in a way, a fourth term, because the other election, the 2020 election was totally rigged. So it's sort of a fourth term in a certain way.
Imagine that. He's still denying the election results. So White House chief strategist Steve Bannon tells Chris Cuomo on News Nation that, yeah, we're already working on a third term.
I'm a firm believer that President Trump will run and win again in 2028. So I've already endorsed President Trump.
Oh, you know he's term limited. How do you think he gets another term?
We're working on it. I think we'll have a couple of alternatives. Let's say that. We'll see. We'll see what the definition. We'll see what the definition of term limit is.
So just in case you're not aware, the 22nd Amendment was added to the Constitution in 1951 after President Roosevelt was elected 4 times in a row. It says, this amendment says, no person shall be elected to the office of the president more than twice. So in that exchange, you've heard Trump say that the election results of 2020 were not valid. He's sticking with that. And now he says that he's going to somehow find a way to get around the Constitution.
What do you think about this, Ursula? I mean, I think, people don't want to hear what I got to say about it.
No, yeah, they do. Absolutely. So I'm going to turn around to you. What do you think?
Par for the course. You're not shocked, right? Like, do I think it's possible? Do I think he's going to do this?
Do I think it's possible? Okay, so then he would be 80. He's going to do this. He would be 82 years old. Okay, I'll tell you what I think.
What'd you think?
I think this is the ramblings of a madman. This is for all the people who are like, oh my God, people were around Biden were hiding his dementia. This is out in the open. This is crazy talk. This is crazy talk, and I think it is aimed at being a distraction. He's talking about violating the Constitution. He's again saying once again that he's denying the results of an election that he tried to get overturned. I mean, and he's doing it out in the open. And what do I think of this? I think it is. Do you know we were just talking about it last week, where you get people who just like to get a rise out of people, say things just like, I'm going to troll you. I'm just going to get you all upset because it's going to make you think about that. They're flooding the zone, throwing all these things out there. And let's just keep talking about this because we've got a real big situation that many Republicans and the White House are trying to tamp down, which is the breach of national security of enormous proportions.
Yeah. I think this is another thing where whatever our opinion is on Donald Trump, whatever it is, the one thing that really stands out is this dude has been a marketing genius for the last 40 plus years. And what I mean by that is whatever he says or he does, like back in the day, he was the first one writing his name on everything. Donald Trump this, wearing cufflinks with Donald DT on them, right? Trump Towers. Like the dude really knows how to stay in the news. And the climate that we are in today, where we have social media influencers and we have social media, this Donald Trump has mastered the way of staying in front of people, even when he's not president, mastered, even when he is in the courtroom, even when he gets the mugshot, he has mastered staying in front of everyone and is mastered being, watch what I say, relatable for so many people in this country. Right? He is the master at that. So when I hear about him thinking about going a third term or staying in office or saying, well, it was technically a fourth term, there's so many people here that's like, well, kind of technically, if you he's got a good point there. The dude is a master at that. And
I want to know, for you who voted for him, listening right now, is that something that you would want for him? Because Steve Bannon is also saying his legal safety hinges on Republican victories in future elections.
You know what he's a master at also, before you get to that point, Chef? He's older today than he was 10 plus years ago, obviously. This dude, his energy, when you see him on television now, I would say he has more energy today than he did 10 years ago. Also, where do you see him at? The dude goes to UFC fights. He goes to boxing matches because he
sleeps till noon.
Is selling himself. He's mastered it.
Yeah, he has. But again, if you look objectively at it, these are crazy. And anyone saying these things, anyone else saying these things, you'd say the dude is unhinged.
Well, this is the point that I need to get to, because back as far as 2015, he was saying the election will be rigged. The election will be rigged. He refused to say whether he would concede. And over time, people get used to the idea that, oh, this could be a thing, even if it's patently illegal. And that's why this disturbs me so much, because people are already getting this little kernel in their mind that, oh, I guess we could. And I think it's time, as Americans, we say, no, you can't.
Yes.
Because regardless of what party the president is, everybody should be against someone saying, I deserve a third term.
Well,
no, you can't.
If he really thinks he deserves a third term, then what's to prevent Barack Obama from running for a third term?
There is actually a way that this could happen. Okay, so let's say that
throw it out there. Why doesn't Barack just start saying, okay, then I'll run for a third term?
Here's how it would have to happen. So you would have to have a candidate from your own party win the presidency. At that point, you appoint either Barack Obama or Donald Trump as Speaker of the House, because they do not have to be a member of Congress. The president steps down, vice president steps down, and all of a sudden that president who served 2 terms, back in the White House.
And I know that is one of the
because he was appointed, not elected, right?
Exactly. Anyway, I mean, we're just talking about Looney Tunes.
I see people really advocate for an unelected public official, just an Elon Musk, to do what he's doing. Like, we're in different times. Like, the game is different. And it's, have you ever been living your life?
But so much of it is also, let's face it, so much of it is also, we just want to own the libs.
And it's a perfect strategy.
And it doesn't even matter if it makes sense, if it's going to be self-harmful. It's all about owning the other party. And
can I ask you this, Ursula, and those listening? Has there ever been a time in your life that you are doing things the right way? Like you're paying your taxes the right way, you're doing everything the right way, but then you see other people that you might know of, and they're, shorting the system and doing all these things, and they're winning and they're getting ahead, and you're saying to yourself, well, then why do I keep playing by the rules? If you see folks you're like, oh, you did that? Oh, you're getting a disability check for that? Oh, you're getting a check for that? You see all those things. That's what Donald Trump is doing. He's not playing the game the way it was supposed to be played. And so therefore, normal politics, air quotes, normal politics is no more. January 6, 2021, was that normal politics? No. As a matter of fact, pardoned January 6 members will probably get reparations before black people do.
You know what's so funny?
What's that?
And I'm curious if we should do this and just own it, because we just got a text message from someone that says, man, you guys got TDS bad. You guys are just deranged. Should we just have a whole segment called TDS? The latest on our Trump derangement syndrome.
I mean, wait, no. Chef and I are down. We don't know if you're down.
I know. I don't know if I want my career to go down that way, but I'm like,
But see, you say your career. Look at what your career is doing right now.
Yeah.
Your career is talking about something like this. Your career is talking about the potential hit to Social Security.
We would be talking about someone so unhinged and so many people being okay with it.
So I'm down with TDS.
I'm down with it because it's usually a self-diagnosis by whoever exclaims it.
And by the way, you ever notice when we get text messages about TDS?
Yes.
You ever notice that they are never specific as to this is a lie? They only have a blanket.
No, I know. I think we finally got to this person today.
Oh, we got to him? Was that the first time they text?
First time texter. Thank you.
So yes? We call it TDS?
Yeah. The latest in our TDS update.
Yeah.
Tell us, text us, 888-973-5476, 888-973 KIRO, because we're not going to stop talking about it.
Yeah, how's those 401ks? Coming up next.
Today was painful.
Coming up next here on the Gene Ursula Show, when is the last time that you have had a conversation about home security around your home? Coming up next, Ursula is going to explain to you how one of our very own local athletes was impacted by this. We'll talk about it next. Gene Ursula.
This hour is brought to you by Pella Windows and Doors of Western Washington.
Jake and Spike, noon to 3.
The performances that you get to see your kids play in over the course of, they're some of the greatest memories. You're right, they're awful, but they're the greatest memories. You will treasure these moments for the rest of your life.
Just the little kids singing their hearts out.
Yeah.
Or ones like my son who told me before, he goes, I don't sing, right? And I said, what? Like, how do I convince him life is about participating and trying things, even when you're scared about it? Like,
no, that's exactly how you do it.
And he just kind of goes, no. No, I'm not doing it.
Streaming live on the KIRO Newsradio app.
Sharp Vision modern LASIK and lens has given me back clear vision. The process was simple and easy. I scheduled my free consultation and discovered I was at the early stage of cataracts and a perfect candidate for RLE. They restored clarity and brightness to my vision like when I was in my 20s, and I'll never need readers again and never develop cataracts. Sharp Vision modern LASIK and lens are taking RLE surgery to the next level. Call them now at 425-451-2020 or go online to sharp-vision.com, official eye care provider of Sounders FC.
Right now at Les Schwab, it's the deal you've been waiting for. The Afford More sales event. Save $60 instantly on a wide selection of 4 of our most affordable tires. Plus, every tire is covered by America's best tire warranty. 60-day satisfaction guarantee, no hassle road hazard protection, and free maintenance for the life of your tires. Just one more way you'll get more from less. Find the right tires for you at leschwab.com. Limited time offer while supplies last. See leschwab.com/sale for details.
Are you putting off your new kitchen plans? Why wait? Hi, I'm Chad Cicchini, owner of Heritage Homecraft, and we've got an offer you're not going to want to wait for. We'll custom build you all new cabinet doors and drawer fronts, and using our exclusive 1/4-inch solid wood refacing process, transform your existing cabinets into a beautiful new kitchen. Stop waiting. We're having a trade-in sale. You'll save $30 per door and drawer front off the cost of your new kitchen. Count them up and see how much you'll save. Heritage Homecraft, 425-485-1600 or heritagehomecraft.com.
Tune in to The Money Professor with Chris Longworth.
Having some certainty about your plan is definitely going to give you all the advantages.
Chris has the heart of an educator.
If you really want to do this correctly, then you get to enjoy every day of retirement like it's a Saturday. And if you don't, it's a Monday for the rest of your life.
Tune in to The Money Professor with Chris Longworth, Saturdays at 8 a.m. right here on KIRO Newsradio 97.3 FM.
Hi, I'm Jim Singletary, Chief Roof Nerd at RoofSmart. You've heard of rubber playground surfaces, rubber walkways, and rubber mulch, but have you heard of rubber roofs? At RoofSmart, we install the most durable, eco-friendly rubber roofs, a unique product for those who want a high-end look like slate, are concerned about tree branches and falling debris, or if you want a roof that truly stands out in the neighborhood and lasts upwards of 50 years. Just like those rubber playground surfaces, our rubber roofs are impact resistant, allowing fallen tree limbs and other wind debris to bounce virtually right off them and keep your home safe. Good luck getting this from some regular roofer. Nope, our regular roofs are made from 100% recycled tires. The average roof keeps about 300 tires out of landfills. And as always, you get our unbeatable warranties and meticulously detailed installations when you replace your roof with us. For your free rubber roofing estimate, dial 206-487-4877. Visit GetRoofSmart.com today. That's 206-487-4877 or GetRoofSmart.com today. When we reach our golden years, it's natural to want to stay in our homes. We've worked hard for them, but as our minds and bodies age, the home can become an unsafe place where loneliness thrives. Amanda here for Care Partners Senior Living. Our communities offer safe living spaces and managed common areas with medical professionals on site and ready to help. We assist you with your mobility when needed, allowing you to socialize or participate in activities whenever you like. Care Partners Senior Living provides both privacy and socialization at your desired pace. You aren't living alone in our communities because help is always nearby. And believe it or not, community living can be more cost-effective than in-home care. With locations throughout Washington and Arizona, you'll find a Care Partners community near you. Care, it's in our name and what we do. Learn more at carepartnersliving.com.
With 30 communities, including Covington, Bremerton, Snohomish, and the grand opening of North Creek Bothell, there's quality senior care at an affordable price near you. Visit carepartnersliving.com.
Millions of Americans take medicine like Ozempic and Zepbound. Many of them are overpaying by thousands of dollars a year. These GLP-1 medications for diabetes, weight loss, and more may not always be covered by your insurance, but GoodRx can help. GoodRx helps you save every month on prescriptions at over 70,000 pharmacies nationwide. Best of all, it's free to use. Check GoodRx to save on GLP-1s. Just go to GoodRx.com/GLP. That's GoodRx.com/GLP. GoodRx is not insurance, but can be used instead of insurance, including Medicare and other federal and state-funded programs.
Did you know your skin is the largest organ of your body? Huh? That's why you should shower with Old Spice Super Hydration Body Wash instead of plain old bar soap. Love your skin by super hydrating it with vitamin B3 and glorious notes of vanilla and shea. Did you know that my super hydrated skin is the second largest organ of my body? The first is my heart. Old Spice. Men have skin too. Old Spice Super Hydration Body Wash. 24/7 renewing moisture. With daily use.
Bonneville International radio station contests are open to participants 18 years of age or older that are residents of Washington State unless otherwise specified. Employees or agents of the station, Bonneville International Corporation, other area radio stations, or any entity associated with the contest are not eligible to win unless the station otherwise specifies at its own discretion. Persons who have won in the last 60 days from a station contest or event may not be eligible. Full general contest rules are available on mynorthwest.com or in person at the station during regular business hours.
The smart way to improve home comfort is a new heat pump from Home Comfort Alliance. Upgrade today and enjoy 18 months same as cash financing and up to 15% off through March. Visit homecomfortalliance.com.
KIRO News Radio 97.3 FM Northwest News. Now, the latest from KIRO News Radio and mynorthwest.com.
Good morning, I'm Heather Bosch. Over the weekend, Washington state lawmakers passed the biggest budget in state history, $79 billion over 2 years, and they passed the biggest tax increase ever to pay for it. Democratic Senator June Robinson says to do otherwise would mean devastating cuts to schools and services.
We have made incredibly difficult decisions while keeping our state on a strong financial footing for the future.
Republicans strongly disagree, saying they offered a balanced budget with no new taxes or spending cuts. The state house takes up the budget next. Car dealers are pushing back on Washington state's strict new emission standards that require them to sell electric vehicles. Starting with new 2026 car sales, dealers must sell a certain number of EVs or face fines. Subaru Bellevue manager Mark King tells KIRO 7 TV.
You've really got to be cognitive when you make these decisions from legislator, government standpoint, because ultimately it affects the taxpayer.
He says some taxpayers are simply not ready to buy an EV. President Trump rolls out new tariffs Wednesday, including a 25% tax on imported vehicles and parts. CBS's Willie James Inman says Trump was asked about the impact on American car buyers.
And the president went on to say, I couldn't care less if the prices on foreign cars go up. They're going to buy American cars.
Is President Trump considering the idea of serving a third term? He was asked about that, too. Listen carefully.
I'm not looking at that, but I'll tell you, I have had more people ask me to have a third term.
The 22nd Amendment of the Constitution does forbid that. A severe weather outbreak in the southern U.S. to the Midwest is expected to last much of the week. Heavy rain swamped Larry Murrow's home in southern Mississippi.
Came back, I had to take my hearing aids out and dry them off. Never seen anything. I've seen high water before, but it hadn't been this high.
Suspected tornadoes have claimed several lives. Overseas, a scandal is brewing in Israel. CBS's Robert Berger reports 2 members of Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu's cabinet are in trouble.
2 aides arrested for allegedly taking secret payments from Qatar while that country was negotiating a ceasefire and hostage talks between Israel and Hamas.
Netanyahu calls it a witch hunt. On Wall Street, the Dow is up 76 points. NASDAQ is down 221. From the Beacon Plumbing Traffic Desk, a disabled vehicle is blocking a lane on State Route 7 southbound at 159th Street. A tow truck has arrived. I'm just seeing spotty backups because of that on 7 through Spanaway. Been watching your travel time Olympia to Tacoma after earlier issues slowed it down, but you're nearly on target right now with a travel time of 33 minutes. In Seattle, watch out for construction on MLK Jr. Way South at South Angelin Street. It's blocking a lane there. Traffic brought to you by Beacon Plumbing. For all your heating, electrical, septic, and mechanical needs, stop freaking call Beacon. This weather update brought to you by State Roofing and Exteriors. Cloudy skies with highs in the mid-50s. It's 49 in downtown Seattle. I'm Heather Bosch.
Your best source for local news. You're listening to KIRO News Radio, Northwest News.
This is the Gia Ursula Show. Our last segment, we got a lot of people riled up, and I just want you to know that we are listening to you, we are hearing you, and even though we have support for our idea that was briefly brought up,
told y'all,
it is not going to happen. We are going to continue to cover. Believe it or not, we try to limit the amount of topics that we cover regarding the current administration, because it just gets people so riled up.
What happened,
but we're not going
Ursula?
to ignore it.
What happened? You were on board for TDS, for Trump derangement syndrome segment. What happened?
Without fail, Whenever we discuss what is actually happening in the news,
right?
You heard it. You heard it again in Heather's newscast, where he is suggesting that he could run for a third term. And I mean, I had some harsh words.
Yeah.
And it's always inevitably we get at least one or two people saying Trump derangement syndrome. I love listening to you guys get unhinged, whatever. And I said, well, maybe we need to just embrace it, have a segment called The Latest TDS, and then bring you the details and comment on it.
But they tell us we have TDS. Why not own it?
I know, but no, we're just feeding.
You know what I want to know?
I don't want to say feeding the. I'm trying to be kind. We're just feeding it, and
why do
don't need to.
People take criticism of the president as personal? Like when people called Biden demented, I did not take that personally. We did not take that personally because we are voters. We're not the candidate. I just want to remind everyone listening that if you vote differently than any of us, you are members of our community, your family, your friends. We love you, and any criticism of any politician is not by proxy a criticism of you.
We are directing it at the president himself and some of the things that he says and some of the policies, et cetera. This is not meant to be a personal attack on you, the voter.
So even though we get called and accused of having TDS, you won't allow us to own it.
Let's not go there. How's that?
All right.
Can I have veto power on just this one thing?
When it comes to adult decisions, yes, you have that power.
Okay, so we're not going with it. Okay, but we need to talk about something very serious because it was just posted. Former Seahawk Richard Sherman says his house was robbed at gunpoint recently with his family inside. Talk about scary. And he just posted photos on X showing at least 2 people with guns. He says it was a very scary situation. He said that his wife handled it masterfully and was able to keep their children safe. He is also asking for people to find these armed suspects, again, who broke into their home. Mm-hmm. His wife had also posted something very similar. And we don't have a whole lot of details as to what happened. Thankfully, no one was injured. But how scary that this happened while the family was inside. And it brought to mind some other things that a lot of us are guilty of when we leave town or we go on vacation, social media.
Yeah,
I'm guilty of it. I have posted when I've been on vacation, or I'm posting pictures of where I'm on vacation.
My buddy just texted in the group chat just now that these are the reasons why he doesn't post about vacation until he's back from vacation.
I just did that this last time.
Did you?
Yeah, for this very reason.
Yeah, so look, right now I was with a parent during the national championship run, and this parent owns a security firm. And he actually asked me to come on our show to talk about the rise in athletes' homes being robbed. If you guys have looked, you've seen on the news, on social media, Patrick Mahomes, Travis Kelce, a lot of the celebrities' homes and all the folks in Hollywood have been a target. Well, now here it comes home. Richard Sherman's home was a target, obviously. And they posted pictures of people with masks on. They were armed when they went into the home, and his wife and his kids had to be subjected to this. And Richard Sherman actually praises his wife for being on top of things, protecting their kids. But
I mean, first of all, home invasion. That's basically a home invasion, and that is really scary. And these suspects, they believe, thought that everyone was out of the house because of the stated vacation or the posting.
Right.
That is one possibility. The other part of it, though, is, I mean, in the past, I have said things like, well, I'm going to post my vacation pictures because we actually have someone at the home, living at the house. And so I'm not worried about it. But now it's like, okay, wait a minute. You don't even want to give that.
Yeah. But so if your home is publicly, because for years everybody has kind of known where a lot of sometimes the celebrities might live. You can go tax records, and sometimes you can look and see, unfortunately, or how that happens. But are you and have you had discussions about these very things? I know For me, what makes me feel comfortable is that I feel comfortable knowing that consistently, all the time, Ursula, our alarm is on stay.
Yeah.
It's always on stay.
Yes.
Even during the day, even when we're home, it is always on stay. Because and I have a glass deal. So any broken glass, unfortunately, sometimes we make a mistake and clang the dishes too loud at home, and the alarm will go off. But there's constantly something that is put in place there.
Well, the other thing that's good, and the other thing we do, is we always make sure that our neighbor that we trust knows when we are out of town. And like, we take turns watching out for each other, and we will report if there's anything unusual.
Right.
And just that we know, hey, can you check? Yeah. But yeah, this is.
I'll say this.
A reminder.
I have been robbed at gunpoint. I was also in my early 20s when that happened. When I sent Sherm a text, I said, I'm so glad that his family is okay physically.
Scary.
I do know, and we all understand, that the work is still ahead, because imagine you as a child or your children or your wife being in a situation where armed gunmen come inside of your home. That is something that I will never forget as a 20-something-year-old being robbed. I can only imagine what it would be like, Ursula, as being a kid.
Yeah, well, I can tell you that in the Philippines, we had someone try to break into our home, into our bedroom, while we were in there.
Ooh.
And thankfully, my cousin, who was someone who basically helped with the caretaking in our house, chased him.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Nice. All right, coming up next here on the G and Ursula Show, it is time for scenarios. We do that next. G and Ursula.
KIRO Newsradio, your home for the John Curley Show. Weekdays from 3 to 7 p.m.
The Hatfields and the McCoys, right? We used to win like 51%. Of course, you had to care. But when they do the redistricting and everybody's able to win with supermajority in there, then you don't have to listen to the other side. What you have now is the hard right that gets elected with 70% of the votes, the hard left getting elected with 70% of the votes. They don't have to negotiate at all.
Streaming live on your smart speaker.
Over 25 years ago, my life changed forever. I met the man who would become my father-in-law. He had Alzheimer's disease and he was living in a nursing home. He didn't want to be there. His family didn't want to leave him there. Yet he was 100% safe, but 500% miserable. Hi, I am elder law attorney Rajiv Nagaich. America's retirement planning system failed my father-in-law, and it fails millions of people just like him who end up forced into institutional care. Since then, I've been on a mission to help my clients avoid becoming my father-in-law. Broke, miserable, and a burden. And I've been helping my clients avoid these outcomes. Come to one of my retirement planning seminars this month, and I will show you how.
Attend the free seminar in Federal Way on April 5th, Olympia on April 8th, or Bellevue on April 10th. Register at lifepointlaw.com. That's lifepointlaw.com. Or call 253-838-3454.
Did you know your skin is the largest organ of your body? Huh? That's why you should shower with Old Spice Super Hydration Body Wash instead of plain old bar soap. Love your skin by super hydrating it with vitamin B3 and glorious notes of vanilla and shea. Did you know that my super hydrated skin is the second largest organ of my body? The first is my heart. Old Spice. Men have skin too. Old Spice Super Hydration Body Wash. 24/7 renewing moisture. With daily use.
Confidence is knowing you're ready to handle whatever comes your way. That's what it feels like to take on your workday with Cintas. They make sure your AEDs are up to date, your fire extinguishers are tested and inspected, your floor mats are cleaned and delivered, and your workwear looks good, feels good, and is freshly laundered with the Cintas Apparel Plus program. So are you ready to take on today? Visit Cintas.com.
Oh, I'm ready!
And get ready for the workday.
I'm still going for it, even with higher stroke risk from atrial fibrillation and a regular heartbeat not caused by a heart valve problem. Over a 3-year study, Eliquis apixaban tablets reduced stroke risk better than warfarin, and over 97% of Eliquis patients did not experience a stroke. A first stroke occurred in 2.9% of warfarin patients versus 2.3% of Eliquis patients.
Don't stop taking prescription Eliquis without asking your doctor. It may increase your stroke risk. Eliquis can cause serious and in rare cases fatal bleeding. Don't take Eliquis if you have an artificial heart valve, abnormal bleeding, or antiphospholipid syndrome. While taking, you may bruise more easily or take longer for bleeding to stop. A spinal injection while on Eliquis increases risk of blood clots, which may cause paralysis, the inability to move. Get medical help right away for unexpected bleeding, unusual bruising, or tingling, numbness, or muscle weakness. Medications such as aspirin products, NSAIDs, SSRIs, SNRIs, and blood thinners may increase bleeding risk. Tell your doctor about all planned medical or dental procedures. Learn more at Eliquis.com or call 1-855-ELIQUIS.
Did you hear? A recent stash of $10 gold Liberty coins from the 1800s has been found. These gorgeous gold coins are as bright and shiny as the day they were struck in the late 1800s, and less than 200 of these gold coins are available. Coin experts are calling this gold find an incredible opportunity. Call 1-800-917-4635, and you are guaranteed a $10 gold Liberty coin minted by the U.S. Mint in the 1800s. But with extremely limited availability, you must call now. These gold Liberty coins from the 1800s are still in uncirculated condition. That is history you can hold in your hand. To learn more, call 1-800-917-4635. Call now and you'll receive a free American Coin Collector's Bonus Package, a $40 value, free with every order. Call 1-800-917-4635 now to secure your $10 gold Liberty coins dated from the 1800s before they sell out. That's 1-800-917-4635.
Sharp Vision Modern LASIK and Lens has given me back clear vision. They've performed over 80,000 successful lens replacement surgeries. At Sharp Vision, you'll get the best price combined with the best experience. Sharp-vision.com. That's sharp with an E, -vision.com.
At Fisher Investments, we may seem like other money managers, but we're different.
What makes you so different than the rest of us?
We ensure clients receive unparalleled service at every step of the relationship.
Tell me more.
Our investment counselors focus on service over sales, prioritizing clients' needs.
How do you make money?
We don't sell any commission-based products. We have a simple management fee based on the value of our client's portfolio. So we do better when our clients do better.
What about client portfolios?
We get to know each client, their finances, family, health, lifestyle, and more, and then we tailor a portfolio based on their specific goals and needs.
Your clients really come first then, huh?
Yes, we make them a top priority. Our goal is helping them achieve a comfortable retirement.
Wow, maybe we are different.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
It is the G and Ursula show. Let's get to scenarios.
Here we go, yo. So what's the scenario?
I recently had to have one of my top teeth pulled. It's the pointed tooth on the top that is about the third tooth from the center, and it is visible when you smile. A new
canine.
Yeah. A new fake tooth will cost close to $2,000. I don't have that kind of money at the time, and it doesn't bother me. I work in an industrial shop, and none of the guys there are pretty anyways. My girlfriend, however, is losing her mind. She wants me to get me a new tooth immediately. I told her I would start saving for it, but now my washing machine is broken. So when I told my girlfriend this, she says, you're getting a new tooth first, right? And he's like, no, I'm going to get my washing machine fixed. She's like, you look like a hockey player. Now, here's the thing. She said someone from her work is having a party in 2 weeks and doesn't want to take me with a missing tooth. I told her to say that I'm a hockey player, but she didn't think that was funny. I'm not going to the party, but now she says she can't introduce me to her parents looking like this. Is it a big deal for the person you're dating to have all their teeth? Or is my girlfriend just being superficial? Why would you get a tooth or fix the washing machine if you were me? 888-973-5476. Text line, Ursula, you up the bat first.
How much do you love this woman? How long have they been dating? Obviously, she is telling you that your appearance or you taking care of yourself is of high priority to her. And maybe she sees this as not a high priority to you. I mean, I would argue that the washing machine is more important, but I also understand, and I'm fighting myself because I think, God, this sounds so superficial. But the reality is, yeah, I mean, people are going to notice. That's not a tooth like way in the back. That is a tooth right there.
Now, okay, real quick.
Okay,
Hold on. Let's make this personal.
I'm just being real.
What would you fix first? Washing machine or tooth?
I'm going with the tooth.
Same.
I'm going to do some hand wash.
Same. I'm put my drawers in the sink. Scream. You know what I mean?
That's
Get one of them washboards.
$2,000. Y'all know that the cake.
It's more than that.
It's way more than that. It's outrageous anymore.
In the United States.
And I've just been in the United States, and I've been going through this. So it is outrageous, and I want my teeth.
Chef, you fixing the tooth or the washing machine first?
I'm getting a temporary in. I mean, there are a number of different options that you can have, whether it's just a temporary, which might be a couple $100, or you could get a bridge or you can get an implant. Just keep in mind, like, the longer that tooth is gone, when you have a missing tooth, your bone starts to recede. So it is going to make the other teeth around that fail eventually. You got to get it fixed at some point, because I worked with hundreds and hundreds of people that had missing teeth and needed dental work, and that impacts your life in a way that you can't understand if you have nice teeth.
I'd argue.
When you have bad teeth, it hurts your. I know he says it doesn't matter. People in the shop are ugly. It does matter.
It does.
It does matter.
I'm telling you.
And people judge.
For me, like, everybody has their thing. Like, I look at fingernails, or I look at feet, or whatever. For me, I know how much I stare when a tooth is missing like that. So I'm telling you right now, if I gotta sell one of my kids to get a tooth, for real, Ursula, it's
okay. Now you're just ludicrous.
I am, but being serious, the tooth thing.
It's just for your health.
Tone?
Yeah, as Chef said, for your health, your teeth move. Also, that's another thing that happens when you don't have a tooth there. You change your bite. You change how you chew. All of it. It's a lot.
Yeah. By the way,
it's too expensive.
Can we also
way too expensive.
Can we also agree that one of the dumbest things in the world is when you have medical or you have health care? They're like, okay, which one you want? You want dentist? You want dental? Or you want the body? Isn't my dental just as important as the body? It should be all encompassed.
Yes.
Why are we going separation of the body? My arm can get fixed, but my teeth can't? That's the dumbest thing in the world.
Not like you need to eat.
And by the way, since we're just throwing this out there too, dental insurance is horrible. I have double dental insurance, and I'm still paying a lot out of
That's what I'm
pocket.
saying. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's ridiculous. I'm sorry.
My dad used to call them choppers. Champ, grab my choppers out. He always had a cup on the side of the bed, and he'd take his teeth out. I ain't paying for the implant stuff. You just give me some regular choppers. He would call them. Nick, what do you got, bro?
You can only shrug it off for so long, but if looks are the worry, there's no time for the canine-less guy you find yourself with. To each their own, but don't waste your time if you two are worried about keeping him from the family than being happy with the dude. You got to hide your love away. This is just the tip of the iceberg, or the canine in this case, so why don't you run off while you can?
Yeah. I tell you right now, I watched, and not to put my wife's business in the street, but I watched her go through the process of the whole implant.
I just went through it.
Oh, she went through it, and I said right now, if that happens to me, I'm not doing the implant. I'm going to go my dad's route. Go get me some choppers.
Ultimately, it's great, but it's
on the side of the bed.
Expensive.
If I got to replace one or two teeth, I'm going to give me some choppers.
There's issues with choppers
and
too.
put it in my mouth.
It's not that bad.
That implant
it's a screw.
No,
it's a tiny screw.
I watched my wife in pain.
Yeah, it's a different experience for a lot of people. It was not that painful for me. The pain was in the cost. very expensive.
Ursula, you be paying attention to people's teeth?
Yeah, I always envy people who have those beautiful, perfectly sized teeth.
I know.
That said, there are so many people now who have the veneers, and they're almost too perfect.
So it's funny you bring this up. I was gonna go get me some veneers. And then I said,
your teeth are perfect. Don't even.
No, I decided not to. And I went and got Invisalign. So sometimes, even when I'm talking, some people didn't even know I had I've been having Invisalign in my mouth since October.
Uh-huh.
And sometimes I trip over myself. But yeah, the veneers kind of look too...
And they destroy your teeth.
They just look
they
like
have to shave off your teeth.
Every time, let me show you something. What movie is that?
I mean, for some
Ace
people,
Ventura.
they work out really well.
Yeah.
And I envy those people.
Yeah. Oh, shoot. Gene Ursula.
April 6th at Tropical Smoothie Cafe, rewards members get $5 off an acai bowl or an acai bowl with Nutella. Log into the app on April 6th to redeem your rewards. Terms and conditions apply.
Start having fun. Caesar Sportsbook at Muckleshoot Casino Resort is your #1 place to eat, drink, watch, and have fun. Keep up with your favorite sports anywhere and everywhere on property with the mobile app. Visit muckleshootcasino.com today. Scan the QR code and let the play begin.
Muckleshoot.
Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa this weekend only, Friday through Sunday, Linwood Event Center. Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa this weekend only, Friday through Sunday, Linwood Event Center. 18-month interest-free financing. Our factories have demanded we sell 1,000 hot tubs and swim spas this weekend. Linwood Event Center. Huge factory incentives, factory rebates, this weekend only. Linwood Event Center. We can remove your old hot tub. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Hot tub starting at $2,999. Linwood Event Center. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Just relax and enjoy. Linwood Event Center. Friday, 2 p.m. to 8 p.m. Saturday, 10 a.m. to 8 p.m. Sunday, 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. Free admission, free parking, free delivery. Linwood Event Center. Call 833-SPA-SALE or visit hottubandswimspasale.com.
Did you know your skin is the largest organ of your body? Huh? That's why you should shower with Old Spice Super Hydration Body Wash instead of plain old bar soap. Love your skin by super hydrating it with vitamin B3 and glorious notes of vanilla and shea. Did you know that my super hydrated skin is the second largest organ of my body? The first is my heart. Old Spice. Men have skin too. Old Spice Super Hydration Body Wash. 24/7 renewing moisture. With daily use.
When you're in the thick of a project, Harbor Freight is the place that always comes in handy. Whether you're picking up something for your pickup truck or a power tool for your project, at Harbor Freight, your dollar always goes further. And these days, when everything seems to cost more, you can take pride in knowing that you get hard-working tools at hard-working prices. Whatever you do, do it for less at Harbor Freight.
Are you putting off your new kitchen plans? Why wait? Hi, I'm Chad Cicchini, owner of Heritage Homecraft, and we've got an offer you're not going to want to wait for. We'll custom build you all new cabinet doors and drawer fronts, and using our exclusive 1/4-inch solid wood refacing process, transform your existing cabinets into a beautiful new kitchen. Add a custom quartz countertop, change things up a bit, add some more cabinets, install some cool new features like soft close drawers and sliding shelves. Whatever you like, we'll help you create the new kitchen you'll be proud of. All in about a week, and all with way less mess, hassle, and expense than a tear-out. Stop waiting. We're having a trade-in sale. You'll save $30 per door and drawer front off the cost of your new kitchen. Count them up and see how much you'll save. Years of experience, thousands of happy customers. Call today and let one of our pros come out and show you how easy and comfortable it'll be to get going on your new kitchen. Heritage Homecraft, 425-485-1600, 425-485-1600, or heritagehomecraft.com.
Your best source for local news. KIRO Newsradio. KIRO FM and HD1. Tacoma, Seattle. Northwest News.
This
is CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by O'Reilly Auto Parts.
I'm Wendy Gillette. Businesses are bracing for more retaliatory tariffs set to take effect later this week. CBS News correspondent Weijia Jiang from the White House.
President Trump is touting this week's tariffs plan as a big boost for U.S.-made goods.
I believe this will be the golden age of America.
On Wednesday, reciprocal tariffs are expected to take effect, although it's still unclear how many countries will be impacted. Then on Thursday, the U.S. will impose a 25% tariff on all imported vehicles and auto parts.
CBS business analyst Jill Schlesinger says expect vehicle prices to go up.
It is likely that the price tag of all cars will be rising. Now, it depends on what you're going to buy. You're going to buy a fancy car, might cost you 10 or 15 grand more. You buy a car that is more modestly priced, it might be another $3,000.
A deadline is looming for the social media site TikTok.
President Trump is confident.
Oh, there'll be a deal with TikTok. I'm pretty sure.
Saturday's the deadline for TikTok to find a non-Chinese buyer or possibly face a ban in the U.S.
We have a lot of potential buyers.
The future of the app used by nearly half of all Americans has been up in the air since a bipartisan law was passed last year requiring the sale by January 19th. There was no buyer by that date, so President Trump extended the deadline to April 5th. Stacey Lynn, CBS News, Washington.
Millions are in the path of potential severe storms in the east. The system brought damage to parts of the Midwest yesterday. This man took shelter when he got a warning a couple minutes before one hit Roselawn, Indiana.
It must have been a tornado because we went in the hallway, the whole house shook, and we've got a tree on top of the house broken over the ridge.
3 children were killed in Michigan when a tree hit the vehicle they were in. The most expensive judicial race ever in the U.S. is tomorrow. Wisconsin voters will fill a state Supreme Court seat that will tip the political balance to liberal or conservative. CBS's Ed O'Keefe.
So why all the attention and money spent on this race? Well, it's going to determine the ideological balance of the state Supreme Court, and they're expected to handle a series of hot-button issues in the coming years. Abortion rights, whether labor unions can organize state workers, and then perhaps most critically ahead of next year's midterm elections, congressional redistricting.
The death toll has risen to over 2,000 in Myanmar after Friday's 7.7 magnitude earthquake. This woman describes the conditions.
We can't sleep well because there are aftershocks every 2 or 3 hours. We can't sleep or eat well. I'm just drinking water and feeling exhausted.
On Wall Street, the markets are mixed. The Dow is up 100 points. This is CBS News.
Think O'Reilly Auto Parts for all your car care needs. Get the parts and service you need fast from the professional parts people at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Armed intruders at a former Seahawks home. Details coming up, but first from the Beacon Plumbing traffic desk. A crash involving a semi has blocked 2 lanes in both directions of I-5 in Tacoma near South 48th Street. Your backup extends from north of downtown Tacoma past 84th Street, and it is growing. Travel time, Olympia to Tacoma, 40 minutes. Tacoma to Olympia, 41. 10 minutes longer than usual, and that is expected to get worse. Traffic brought to you by Beacon Plumbing. For all your heating, electrical, septic, and mechanical needs, stop freaking, call Beacon.
KIRO Newsradio, 97.3 FM, Northwest News. Now, the latest from KIRO Newsradio and mynorthwest.com.
Good morning, I'm Heather Bosch. Former Seattle Seahawk Richard Sherman is asking for help finding the armed burglars who hit his home Saturday night while his family was inside. Sherman posting on X that it was a scary situation that his wife handled masterfully by keeping their children safe. He indicated this may be part of a series of local burglaries. We've put a link to the photos of the intruders at mynorthwest.com. Detectives are investigating a mass shooting at a weekend house party in Pierce County that left 2 people dead and 4 injured. Deputy Carly Capetto says 30 to 40 young people had gathered at the home.
Drinking and drugs and alcohol at this party, that combination is not good.
A fight started outside, followed by gunfire and chaos. Deputies arrested a teenaged boy. Seattle police have arrested one person in a deadly double shooting at a hookah lounge yesterday. KIRO 7 7 TV's Deborah Horn has more from the Rainier Valley.
Jennifer Hendrickson and her neighbor, Chon Chu, say they awoke overnight to the sound of gunfire.
And I just seen all the people just run.
I couldn't sleep at all. I'm shaking.
Officers arrived at about 3:30 Sunday morning to find 2 men mortally wounded. One man was pronounced dead. The other man, a hookah lounge security guard, was taken to Harborview Medical Center. A man who identified himself as head of security says his worker died in surgery nearly 7 hours later.
You got a break during the pandemic, but starting today, King County Metro will start checking to make sure you've paid to ride. Metro's Rebecca Frankhauser tells KIRO 7 TV.
If they don't have the right fare, we'll be passing out brochures and educating our folks on how to pay the right fare and what the right fare for them might be.
If you don't pay, you'll get a warning. Those repeatedly caught not paying will face fines. The Washington State Senate has passed a $79 billion budget, the biggest in state history. Republicans oppose it because it increases property taxes. In an interview provided by the state GOP, Senator Chris Gilden says he pushed for
a budget that is balanced, that includes no cuts to individuals who need services, and it also does not include any of the harmful taxes that are going to be levied on people all across our state.
Democrats argue it, among other things, provides funding for much-needed transportation projects and new ferries. This weather update brought to you by State Roofing and Exteriors. Cloudy skies today with highs in the mid-50s. It's 49 in downtown Seattle. I'm Heather Bosch.
Your best source for local news, serving Western Washington and the world with a KIRO Newsradio app. Always streaming live on your smart speakers. You're listening to KIRO Newsradio, Northwest News.
This is the G and Ursula Show with G. Scott and Ursula Reutin.
Good morning, everybody. It is the G and Ursula Show. Happy Monday, March 31st. Ursula, tomorrow, I'm going to say it again, it's March 32nd.
April Fools.
Good morning to you.
Good morning to you. Hey, coming up at 11:30, when someone tells you that they work for Microsoft, what comes to mind? Like, are you full of questions?
No, I'm like, if you work for Microsoft, that's a very skilled job.
Yes.
You're a hard worker.
Hold that thought. Don't steal my thunder.
My bad.
So coming up, the reason we're bringing up Microsoft is because they're celebrating a very important anniversary. And here's another question. Do you think we take Microsoft for granted? Amazon seems to be getting so many more headlines. There are other companies that get a lot more headlines than Microsoft. Are we giving Microsoft enough love? Text us 888-973-5476, 888-973-KIRO.
Agree to disagree. Brought to you by Garden Roofing and Gutters.
One of these days, we just got to take off the gloves. Just really go at it.
I don't know if you noticed, but nearly every media outlet in Seattle over the weekend was pink washed with these beautiful pink blossoms from the cherry trees at UW. It's very famous. Peak bloom over the weekend. And Ursula, it seems like going to see the cherry blossoms in spring is now one of those must-do Instagram activities in Seattle. Are they overrated, though?
Absolutely not. If you haven't already gone to the University of Washington to see the cherry blossoms in full bloom, they are a sight to behold. First of all, if you haven't walked the UW campus, you've missed out. That is a gorgeous campus. Talking about things that we take for granted. The fact that you have the incredible views that you have from the University of Washington, which is a world-class institution that is a crown jewel of many universities, I think you're missing out. But on top of everything else, to see the cherry blossoms in full bloom, I mean, how do you feel when spring is here? To me, that just says spring is here. You feel so positive. Are there crowds? Yes. Is it crazy to kind of fight your way at certain times when everyone's out there taking the pictures? Does it get a little much? Yeah, it can be. But still, every time I've gone, I'm like, that's just incredible.
I think two things. If you live near a pumpkin patch or if you live near Tulalip, you know what I'm saying, with all the blossom, you know, all that stuff like that, or if you live near UW during this time of season.
Wait, Tulalip or the Tulips Festival?
Yeah, the Tulip Festival.
Tulip Festival, because Tulalip, when you want to be up there when they got the Christmas lights.
It's closer to Mount Vernon.
Okay. Yeah.
We start going up there.
Yeah.
I'm going to tell you something. Don't nobody want to live next to that? Because everybody wants to do it for the gram today. People just want to take pictures. Pumpkin patch was never this packed years ago. Now the pumpkin patches are ridiculous. If you never live in these neighborhoods, you're probably upset at all the stuff. With that being said, I love the cherry blossoms because it tells me spring is here, barbecues, hanging out, all those things, daylight, lasting a long time, all the good things that come with spring and summer.
See, I love the cherry blossoms too, but I don't like going to the UW. I've gone down a couple times, and it is a madhouse these days. Like, if you're trying to take pictures of the cherry blossoms or yourself in front of them, it's nearly impossible because there's like 15 people climbing every single tree. There are a ton of places to go where there are cherry trees all around. Like Lake Washington Boulevard South has a huge stretch of cherry trees there. I just think like
concentration.
There's 29, so I guess that's a lot. I guess I just am like bemoaning the death of local secrets because now that we have the internet, there's a top 10 list for everything, and anything that lands in the top 5, whether it's the top 5 hikes in Western Washington or top 5 campgrounds, top 5 beaches, it's just swamped. It's absolutely swamped with people. So when I see all the articles come out, I'm, great, here come the crowds. I guess I'll have to go somewhere else because I don't like crowds.
Frank from Everett just texted in and said, I don't care about social media because I'm off of all of it. But he said he took his family to UW to see the cherry blossom trees, and it was beautiful. And they all just went and enjoyed the moment. And he says, I love this, Frank. Good for you. He says, we'll also be going to see the tulips in Skagit County as well. By the way, that's another one, G. If you haven't done the Tulip Festival,
that's kind
my friend Lori and I know that's what you were talking about. That is so beautiful. So every time I go, it's so worth it. I'm like, this is incredible.
Did they get the porta potties out there yet for the Tulip Festival?
I've never had an issue with trying to go to the bathroom at the Tulip Festival.
Remember the ad campaign they had a couple years ago? Yes. I'll just allude to it. I won't say anything else. Considering this topic coming up. Over in Idaho, they have passed a new indecent exposure bill. It would make public breast exposure as well as those testes that hang from trucks. It would make that illegal, a misdemeanor for the first offense. A second offense with it.
Hold up. What did you say?
Truck testes.
What's that?
What is that? The dice?
Are you genuinely confused, Ursula?
No. What are truck testes?
You've never seen the dangly Rocky Mountain oysters that hang down from the back of a lifted truck?
No.
Oh yeah, I've seen.
They really are.
You've never seen that?
I just Googled it.
Ursula, why you always be researching? You scared to do this? You scared
because
to do this?
Because I don't necessarily trust Chef to come up with something because he called
truck testes.
Well, they're called truck nuts.
I know. I was trying to be, more polite.
That's
what they're actually called.
Oh,
yes.
I mean, they got a bedazzled set and pair.
Illegal in Idaho.
You can buy some for $34.99.
Should it be illegal? Is that indecent?
I was today years old when I found out that these exist.
How have you been on this planet for nearly 60 years and never seen those?
Should they be illegal? The answer is no. Ladies, if the man that you're getting ready to currently date, if you swipe right and you see that man's truck and you see that he has truck nuts on it, I'm going to tell you right now, that will shape the relationship that you're going to be in. If you have that on your back of your truck, you are an insecure man. Sweeping statement. Any man that has truck nuts on the back of his truck is a very insecure man. And you know what? I'm going to stop right there.
Oh, okay. I hate sweeping statements, and I hate the one that you just made. But now I have found out, I was also today years old when I found out there is a female equivalent to these things.
So you agree with my sweeping statement?
Wait, there's a female.
I don't want to assume that yes.
That somebody with truck nuts on the back of their truck, you don't assume they're insecure? No, they're very, very insecure.
You know what those people would tell you, G? I'm glad I triggered you, brother. Clearly you can't handle it.
Hey, by the way, it's free speech, brother.
There is free speech.
Yeah.
So why, of all the things for Idaho to worry about, they're calling it an indecent exposure bill.
Yes.
And they're making it illegal along with public breast exposure. Now I got to look into it. Does it mean this is because of people breastfeeding?
I think it might have something to do with potentially trans people or breast. I don't really know. They march to a different beat over there. I mean, in Washington, though, you see those swinging on somebody's truck. You happy with that, Ursula?
Clearly, I haven't seen them swinging.
Swinging.
Beth and Everett says.
Swinging.
Ursula is so sheltered.
I don't know. Maybe they're just so common in Idaho.
Wait.
You have to pass a law.
Am I the only one that never had heard about it till today? Nope.
Oh,
Hang.
206 just gave me another sweeping statement to give out.
Uh-oh.
Here we go. Thanks, 206. I agree with you. Women with lashes on their cars are the worst. You're insecure if you have lashes on your cars. You've seen those
on the headlights?
On the headlight, yeah. You've never seen lashes on the headlight?
Why insecure? I mean, okay.
Maybe you're insecure. Maybe you're insecure, G.
Wait, hold it.
Freedom of speech, bro.
Shane in Gig Harbor points out, and I didn't even think about it, Ursula's going to have to go to HR for Googling.
You know what? We have remarkable levity with what we can search on our computers, in the name of, journalistic integrity and proper research for topics.
Oh, my word.
So I'm glad for that. All right, let's move.
By the way, I just want you guys to know, there are certain topics that you can't research before going into the topic. Because had Ursula researched that beforehand, that topic would have sucked. The fact that you had to find out in real time what truck testes were was radio gold.
Yeah. Here's the crazy part.
Yeah.
I assumed that they were the dice.
From the mirror? No.
Well,
and I thought it was because it was like obstruction of view. We can get into all
in
this.
all fairness, they could identify as dice.
Okay.
Today's Seattle Times. I see Moira McDonald's column. She says, sometimes you just need a photo of a dog wearing a tutu. She points out the small animal at the Pet Expo in Bucharest who looked very pleased to be wearing a citrus-colored poof along with a flower-bedecked green bodice and what appeared to be wings. She hopes it becomes a trend. Gee, your thoughts on clothes for animals?
Sweeping statement. Stay away from those folks that want to dress up their animals. The only reason why I'm still with my wife today is because it's too late. She dressed up our little cat Frankie, and I thought it was the weirdest thing in the world. I would rather her kiss a dog in the mouth than to be dressing the animal. Stay away from people that dress their animals up. Ursula, I think that's a problem.
What? Why does it get you so worked up?
It does. It's just weird. Oh, look, I just dressed up Frankie. Frankie doesn't want the clothes on.
For the record,
the dogs don't want clothes on.
This is true. For the record, we don't dress Scooter before anyone goes on beyond Ursula's so sheltered and now she dresses her dog. I don't dress the dog. However, when he comes back from the groomer and has a little scarf on, it's really cute. Okay, so I will say that. And there are people who have this tiny little pups and they do get cold. And if they're going to carry him around, I see why they'll put a little sweater on him, to keep him warm.
The dogs aren't cold. They're trembling because they're nervous and they need medication to go about their lives.
You ever notice when they're dressed up, when the dogs are dressed up, their tails are tucked between their legs?
Yes.
Because they're scared.
Yes.
But what is this on my body? So that lets you know that this animal that this person has, it's more about look at me than it is about the animal. I worry about the safety. Like I said, I was already married to Lillian when she did that. So I wanted to leave, but I couldn't.
Is Frankie still getting dressed up?
Here's the thing. I don't say nothing. I just tell y'all. I don't say nothing to my wife about it. I don't say that I'm judging her because you don't want to. I don't want to hurt her feelings.
Yeah.
So I tell y'all about it.
I'm gonna say this. People who dress their dogs without getting ridiculous, but people who take that much care of their dogs, I will say they are generally the people who also call them fur babies and that kind of thing. And you know what? To me, that spells love.
Accessorizing your animal?
I'm just going to say that.
What do you judge more? Truck nuts or people dressing their animals?
I'm going with the truck nuts. Up until today, I did not even know they existed.
By the way, we got people texting in saying that Ursula, your response to this has probably been the best ever.
You know, we finally found out what unites America, and that is the discovery that Ursula was today years old when she learned what truck nuts were.
Hey, Kevin in Seattle says he also learned about them on the show today.
That is
So there you go.
impossible.
No, it's not.
That is okay. Speaking of vehicles, G. Scott.
Yes, sir.
Gizmodo points out this morning that more and more drivers are asking automakers to get rid of the infotainment screen on their vehicle and go back to the old knobs and dials. I believe that you have a giant one on at least one of your vehicles. Do
Yeah.
you want to get rid of it? Should we all go back?
No, I don't want to get rid of it because between me, you, and this show, it looks good for people.
15,000 other people listening.
It looks good for when people get in the car. Other than that, that's all. You don't really need it. It just looks good, Chef. The whole infotainment thing is so overrated for what you do. 9 times out of 10, you only do up to about 2 to 3 things on it. My car can do all these things. That thing can even make all kinds of noises.
Do you do truck karaoke? See, now I'm stuck on trucks.
Why are you stuck on trucks?
Because I'm going nuts. Okay. The karaoke.
I have the karaoke too.
See, that alone would be worth all of it. The only time I've ever been in a Tesla was in Vegas, and the driver of that Tesla let us do karaoke from the strip all the way to downtown, and it was a blast.
You've never even been inside my Tesla.
No, I have not.
You don't even drive your Tesla anymore. You're keeping that thing in the garage.
That thing's staying in the garage, too.
Yeah. Are you worried about getting tagged?
No, but my homeboy just got one of those stickers and said, "Hey, I didn't know."
I didn't know.
Yeah, I didn't know he was, but I don't go deep.
I want to get rid of the screens. They're awful. They're distractions.
I don't think we're ever going to go back
You don't need a
to simply
TV
the
in your car. You really
knobs and
don't.
Dials. You don't need it.
The
You don't need a
sense of
TV,
it.
but
Look, here's this 3.5 by 5 inch phone that I can't touch more than once. But if you make it 24 inches and exponentially brighter, that's safe. Make it make sense.
Hey, a lot of people listening right now, they would definitely want to know the results of this. Ursula, when we get ready to go to break, we would like for you to text your sons and see if they knew about truck nuts.
right now I'm looking at Tammy in the 360's text message to me.
What'd she say?
She said, "Did you ever expect to come from the newsroom to talking about truck nuts on here?" Tammy, no.
Ernie and Kent says Sandra didn't know about truck nuts.
The Google searches in the Seattle region just spiked exponentially. To the window, to the wall.
Sharon in Squim says, "Don't feel bad, Ursula. I'm almost 80 years old and just learned about truck nuts."
And now I just found out my goddaughter, who lives in Germany and who's listening to the show right now, says, "So nice to see you have fun at work."
I'm going to guess they don't have no truck nuts in Germany.
Now, wait a minute.
No.
And to wish them listening, I'm going to take, Chef and I take credit for Ursula having fun at work.
This is educational.
Before, she was being way too serious.
I was serious.
Ursula, what would you rather talk about? I want to hear you say it. Say it.
No, I'm not. We've had enough.
Okay. Hey, coming up next here on the G and Ursula Show, if somebody tells you, "I work for Microsoft," text in right now, what is the exact thought in your mind? No. Be for real. What do you think when somebody says, "Oh yeah, I work for Microsoft"? What do you think? We talk about that next. G and Ursula.
This hour is brought to you by DUI Heroes. Jake and Spike, noon to 3.
The performances that you get to see your kids play in over the course of, they're some of the greatest memories. You're right, they're awful, but they're the greatest memories. You will treasure these moments for the rest of your life.
Just the little kids singing their hearts out.
Yeah.
Or ones like my son who told me before, he goes, I don't sing, right? And I said, what? Like, how do I convince him life is about participating and trying things, even when you're scared about it?
No, that's exactly how you do it.
And he just kind of goes, no. No, I'm not doing that.
Streaming live on the KIRO Newsradio app.
Feel positive and boost confidence with a full head of hair. Advanced Hair's simple one-day treatment begins regrowing your own natural hair the very next day. They addressed my bald spot, and the results have been absolutely life-changing. And get this, Dr. Parango and his world-class team at Advanced Hair were recently awarded 425 Business of the Year. For your free consultation, $250 off and 250 free hair grafts. Call 425-449-8185, advancedhair.com.
At Les Schwab, we've been changing the tire game for more than 70 years. Our Go the Extra Mile service means more hustle, less hassle. We design our own exclusive tires to give you more tires made for the road you drive, less compromise. All backed by America's best tire warranty included with every tire we sell. We're talking more unbeatable tire warranty, less charging you extra, like the other guys. It's why you get more from less. Book an appointment at leschwab.com.
Hey, it's Jason Rance. I'm here with our local tax expert and advocate, Greg Nunn of None Better Tax Resolution. Greg, people often think about the financial obligations when they owe money to the IRS, and it's crushing them, but it's also crushing their spirit.
It does. And folks, look, I know when you are in a place where you're owing money or you know you haven't filed, it starts building that emotional pressure on you.
And I imagine for a lot of folks, the fear of getting called at work or having other people find out about what they owe is just adding to the stress.
Everything, I think, adds to the stress. And I just want everyone to know, too, that we're non-judgmental. And the most difficult thing you might have is picking up that phone and calling for someone to help you.
If you're having trouble with the IRS, you have to call Greg Nunn of None Better Tax Resolution. From stress to success with IRS Solutions. 425-947-1967 or Google NUNN. None Better Tax Resolution.
Hey, Spike O'Neill for Sharp Vision, Modern LASIK and Lens. About 2 months ago, I finally given up to the fact that I wasn't as young as I used to be and my eyeballs were not as young as I used to be. It didn't work as well as I always had perfect vision in my life, but I noticed deterioration. So I went to the folks at Sharp Vision, Modern LASIK and Lens, had a full eye exam. They do amazing work. And it was determined that by their very excellent staff, I had the beginnings of cataract. And I was a perfect candidate for refractive lens exchange, RLE surgery. Now, the folks at Sharp Vision, Modern LASIK and Lens have done over 80,000 successful lens replacement surgeries. So I was in great hands. My care team from start to finish put me at ease, answered all my questions. The procedure was easy. I was in and out in less than an hour. And within a couple of weeks, my recovery was complete. I've got 20/10 vision. Colors are brighter, more focused. I'll never need readers again, and I will never develop a cataract. They are the future of vision over 45. Give the folks at Sharp Vision, Modern LASIK and Lens a call. 425-451-2020. That's 425-451-2020 or online at sharp-vision.com, sharp with an e-vision.com, official eye care providers of Sounders FC.
It's a new year, but many seniors are struggling with the same old problem, high prices and rising property taxes. We're here with our friend Steve Teitler of Best Mortgage, and he says a reverse mortgage may be the answer.
Many seniors cannot afford to stay in the home they love. A reverse mortgage gives them access to equity in their home without having to sell. They can pay off their mortgage if they have one and maybe pull some extra cash out of their home. And best of all, they have no mortgage payment the rest of their life.
But as you always say, a reverse mortgage is not for everyone.
That's right. Avoid the high-pressure sales pitch from those out-of-state call centers. I give you a consultation, not a sales pitch. I'll tell you if a reverse mortgage is right for you, and I always tell you if it's not.
Honest advice you can trust from the reverse mortgage experts. Best Mortgage. The VA loan experts and debt consolidation specialists too. 425-649-6000. Best Mortgage. 425-649-6000.
Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa. This weekend only, Friday through Sunday, Linwood Event Center. Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa. This weekend only, Friday through Sunday, Linwood Event Center. 18-month interest-free financing. Our factories have demanded we sell 1,000 hot tubs and swim spas this weekend. Linwood Event Center.
Huge factory incentives, factory rebates, this weekend only. Linwood Event Center. We can remove your old hot tub. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Hot tub starting at $2,999. Linwood Event Center. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Just relax and enjoy. Linwood Event Center. Friday, 2 p.m. to 8 p.m. Saturday, 10 a.m. to 8 p.m. Sunday, 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. Free admission, free parking, free delivery. Linwood Event Center. Call 833-SPA-SALE or visit hottubandswimspasale.com.
Need a new roof now? With State Roofing and Exteriors, you can get started with 0 down, 0 payments, and 0 interest for up to 24 months. That's right. Protect your home now and pay later. Call 866-ROOF-ROOF or visit stateroofing.com today.
When the heat's in 11, cool AC would be heaven.
Dayandnight.net. Beat the rush.
Act now before summer, because that heat's a real bummer.
Dayandnight.net.
This is the time to plan ahead, so you stay cool this summer. Hi, I'm Bruce with Day and Night Plumbing and Heating. Call us about installing a high-efficiency cooling system or servicing your existing one so you're cool when you need it.
Now save up to $4,600 on qualifying cooling equipment.
Dayandnight.net.
KIRO Newsradio, 97.3 FM, Northwest News. Now, the latest from KIRO Newsradio and mynorthwest.com.
Good morning, I'm Heather Bosch. Car dealers are pushing back on Washington State's strict new emission standards that require them to sell EVs. KIRO 7 TV's Brooke Griffin explains.
Starting with new 2026 car sales, dealerships must sell a certain percentage of electric vehicles. If that threshold isn't met, dealers would be fined for every gas-powered car they sell above that line. Subaru Bellevue manager Mark King tells us a lot of people are not ready to buy an EV.
Trying to force people to buy something that doesn't work for them, it's a challenge.
The Washington State Auto Dealers Association tells us this will financially ruin some dealerships, saying, quote, they will suffer through no fault of their own as dealers control neither supply nor demand.
President Trump is expected to roll out tariffs Wednesday, including a 25% tax on imported cars and car parts. CBS News business analyst Jill Schlesinger.
It is likely that the price tag of all cars will be rising. Now, it depends on what you're going to buy. You're going to buy a fancy car, might cost you 10 or 15 grand more. If you buy a car that is more modestly priced, it might be another $3,000.
Severe storms, including suspected tornadoes, have caused widespread damage from the U.S. Midwest to the Deep South. A lightning strike is blamed for starting a big fire at an oil tank facility in Louisiana, west of Baton Rouge. Crews are using a special fire-retardant foam, but
once we get the foam on top of it, it is going out. Somehow there's a little gap and it flames right back up.
More severe weather is forecast today. More than 1,700 people are confirmed dead after Friday's massive Southeast Asia earthquake, most of the victims in Myanmar. CBS's Anna Korn reports.
In Thailand, hope is fading at the construction site, where dozens of workers were buried when the skyscraper collapsed moments after the earthquake hit. Rescue crews, with the help of cadaver dogs, continue to retrieve bodies as families keep vigil, refusing to lose faith their loved ones will be found alive.
Scandal in Israel. There are claims 2 members of Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu's cabinet took payments from Qatar as that country works to broker a ceasefire in Israel's war in Gaza. CBS's Robert Berger.
Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu today being summoned by police for questioning in that affair that's really been simmering, and now it's turned into a big story domestically here in Israel.
Netanyahu calls it a witch hunt. On Wall Street, the Dow is up 308 points, NASDAQ down 87. From the Beacon Plumbing Traffic Desk in Tacoma, a tow truck has arrived at the semi-truck crash on I-5 near South 48th Street, but it's going to take a while to clear this one out. 2 northbound and 1 southbound lanes are blocked. You've got a backup of about 4 miles. Travel time Tacoma to Olympia, 44 minutes. That's 15 minutes longer than typical. Olympia to Tacoma is 48 now, about 20 minutes longer. Traffic brought to you by Washington 811. If you're digging in your yard, you're legally required to call 811 to avoid damaging utility lines. Call or go to digsafewa.com. This weather update brought to you by State Roofing and Exteriors. Cloudy skies today with highs in the mid-50s. It's 48 in downtown Seattle. I'm Heather Bosch.
Your best source for local news. You're listening to KIRO Newsradio, Northwest News.
This is the GNR Ursula Show. Thank you so much for hanging out with us on this crazy Monday morning.
Because of you.
Because of you. Coming up in a couple of days, Microsoft is going to turn 50 years old. Can you believe it? So on April 4th, it's going to be its 50th birthday. Mm-hmm. And when you think of everything that we are surrounded with, the entire digital world that we live in today, it's hard to believe and to remember that it all started here with two guys who changed the company from starting with 2 to now, more than 250,000 employees worldwide.
Right.
And I guess starting with, do Bill Gates, Paul Allen, do we give them enough credit for changing the world that we live in today?
We don't. And they should get more credit for all of the things that they have brought to us that made things normal. Before we talk about when someone tells you that they work for Microsoft.
Yeah, we'll have that conversation.
We'll have that conversation. I first want to give respect to Microsoft. When I think of Microsoft, I think of two things. I think of Windows and I think of Xbox. Those are the two things, like for me, that they really stand out to me. It's like, this is big. Windows 90, 95 or 96, 97, all that stuff.
Yeah.
They have done a lot of greatness in this world, and no, we don't give them enough credit.
And there was you're going to see a lot of this kind of coverage in the next couple of days. The Verge came up with a list of the top 50 Microsoft products. We don't need to get into all that. I'm seeing that there's a shorter list too, but they mentioned Windows and Xbox, Surface Pro, Halo, MS-DOS, IntelliMouse, Windows XP, Encarta. I mean, you just forget that all Windows Phone, MSN Hotmail, Solitaire, et cetera, et cetera. I mean, so the list goes on and on. But let's get to the conversation that got us chuckling.
Okay, so first, I got to make some declarations first, Ursula. I don't want, because there might be somebody that does work for Microsoft or did work for Microsoft, and I just want you guys to know that I love you all the same. No disrespect to you. But
when you start with that, but
however, if you tell me, I work for Microsoft, the first thing that I think that you are overpaid and underworked.
What? Okay, why? Is that based on someone you know? Based
on most that I know. They say that they're, oh my goodness, I'm working so hard. And you're like, but you got all of this free time. But again, I don't want to be disrespectful. I'm just telling you what I thought. We got a lot of text messages that have come in on what they think when you hear.
Yeah, so
what do you think?
Murray in Des Moines said when someone says they work for Microsoft, they are typically elitist. See, I don't agree with that. They live on the east side, and they're jealous that they don't get free food like their counterparts at Google and Meta. Man, that's negative.
What do you think? Okay. What do you think when you
honestly,
hear?
What did I say this morning? I said I assume that you're very smart, that you probably have great benefits, and sometimes there's a good chance that you have come here on a visa. I mean, there are a lot of people who have been brought in from other parts of the world who've been brought in to work at Microsoft. Yeah. And if that's not the case, I know that you are smart and you probably have a really good job.
Right.
I never go down this. But you know why?
Why?
Because I don't want to make an assumption about anyone just based purely on the company that they work for. Do you think that same thing about Amazon? Why do you have that feeling about Microsoft?
It's funny. When people tell me they work for Amazon, I think that they're stressed. I'm being for real. Well, the people that I have known that have worked for Amazon, the people that I've known that have gone to take other jobs to make less that work from Amazon is just different. So how I view those that work for Amazon and view those that work for Microsoft is different. I don't think you are underworking at Amazon.
Let's see, Microsoft executive, 13 years, very smart. Now he is a systems analyst with an imaging center and a hospital. Yeah, I mean, I think it's also, if you start there, if you've worked there a long time, I'm thinking you're doing very, very well for yourself. Mm-hmm. But I'm curious, though, why we make these assumptions. And then I think it just boils down to you've met someone who fits that category, and then you just assume everyone else is that way too.
When I tell people I'm a radio host, you want to know what the first thing they say to me? What kind of music do you play?
Oh, I know. Or sometimes they'll ask about TV, and they'll ask about cameras, and I'm like, no, radio. But now we've got the cameras everywhere. Are you
when I tell people my age, they just give me a blank look, like, radio?
So again, a lot of people are texting in about what their opinions are if you do work for Microsoft.
What do you think are some of the? Because I think one of the things that Chef said this morning is that when someone says, "I work at Microsoft," that's the end of the conversation. You don't know what to ask. And again, I ask, why should it be any different for someone who works at Microsoft? I think it falls under that they just don't get enough respect.
I want to give them credit for those that might be upset so far what I've said. I don't think you're dumb. When you say you work for Microsoft, I automatically think you're smart. How about that? Seriously, I mean, it's usually like, oh, okay. Matter of fact, I'll go so far to say you're probably more book smart than me, for sure. So working at Microsoft.
The least conversational careers, what do you think they are? What comes to mind?
Huh.
Like what stops you in your tracks? Like, okay, well, I have nothing to
car detailing. Hey, car detailing. Hey, when I told people, I'd go, oh, that's nice. Done. Done. Ain't nobody has anything to say.
I have a friend who's an accountant. You get that question at a cocktail. Oh, so what do you do for work? I'm an accountant. Oh.
You must be very busy. That's
April. About as fun. Yes, exactly. Oh, busy time of year for you.
You've been in such a good mood today, Ursula.
Yeah.
That I'm gonna read a text message to you.
I know.
That's gonna put you in a not so good mood.
I read it already.
About the I love your show.
Yeah, they thought we were being vulgar.
Yeah.
I didn't mean to, and I hope I didn't offend anybody by truly not knowing what they were. And again, based out of legislation coming out of Idaho.
Mm-hmm. So you saw that text, huh?
Oh, I did.
It was an official government document.
It is an official government documents. Didn't mean to be vulgar.
So Ursula, they said they do love the show. And that being said, you referring to the truck nuts was a bit vulgar. And she says that you guys are better than that. To which I want to ask the adult on the show, are we, when they say you're better than that, what does that mean?
I see a point that it's not what they would expect. And I think it was more directed at me.
Boom. That's what I wanted you to say.
Yeah. They know we're not better.
Either I made your day or I disappointed you. I get it.
There's a lot of people disappointed in Ursula today.
And you love it. Look at you cackling away.
Nick, when you say better than us, what do you think? Do you think Ursula, right?
I think when they said we, they meant, not us.
Okay, I apologize. I'll be better tomorrow.
Text messages, feedback, and then let's wait. We'll have Ursula's words to live by. We'll see what that's about. Next, Gene Ursula.
Jake and Spike, noon to 3.
There was a sloth 90 feet up in a tree up in Bellingham. It's a bummer they pulled this thing down. They say, we've heard the drivers were slowing down to get a closer look or becoming distracted while trying to snap a picture. Like a giant sloth, an 8-foot giant sloth.
A fake one.
Oh, he's fake.
We should have Slothy in here as a show mascot.
Bring him in.
Yeah.
We'll plop him in the corner.
Yeah.
It'd be great.
We want people to watch.
Yeah. It's like having a great grandparent come and visit. Like, we'll stick him in the corner.
Streaming live on the KIRO Newsradio app.
Did you know that nearly half the homes in Western Washington are not properly insulated or not insulated at all? That may be the reason why your home is way too hot in the summer and way too cold in the winter. It may also be the reason that your energy bills are sky high. Right now, Insulation Northwest is offering a free inspection of your home's insulation. This is a $199 value and it's absolutely free, no obligation. Just call today and Insulation Northwest will arrange a time that works with
with your schedule. We'll perform a thorough exam of your home's insulation and give you the advice you need to start saving thousands. Everyone who calls today will also receive a free infrared screening of your home using the latest technology. This will help reveal any hidden flaws in your home's protective energy blanket. What do you have to lose? It only takes about an hour and it's absolutely free. Call Insulation Northwest today, the real insulation company.
InsulationNorthwest.com. Over 25 years ago, my life changed forever. I met the man who would become my father-in-law. He had Alzheimer's disease and he was living in a nursing home. He didn't want to be there. His family didn't want to leave him there. Yet he was 100% safe, but 500% miserable. Hi, I'm elder law attorney Rajiv Nagaich. America's retirement planning system failed my father-in-law, and it fails millions of people just like him who end up forced into institutional care. Since then, I've been on a mission to help my clients avoid becoming my father-in-law. Broke, miserable, and a burden. And I've been helping my clients avoid these outcomes. Come to one of my retirement planning seminars this month, and I will show you how.
Attend the free seminar in Federal Way on April 5th, Olympia on April 8th, or Bellevue on April 10th. Register at lifepointlaw.com. That's lifepointlaw.com. Or call 253-838-3454.
Ladies, and you guys too, have you noticed visible signs of aging, those deep wrinkles, fine lines, and facial creases stealing your youthful glow? Sagging skin, crow's feet, and loss of facial contour are all natural effects of aging, but you no longer have to let them define your appearance. Introducing the New Skin Lift, the groundbreaking facelift led by Dr. Brian Scott. The advanced New Skin Lift addresses key signs of facial aging for women and men, restoring natural youthful contours. Whether it's replenishing volume lost over time or lifting the skin to smooth out those creases, the New Skin Lift can help you look 10 to 20 years younger with both surgical and non-surgical options. It's Hollywood's best kept secret and now available to you. Get a free consultation and save $250 off your New Skin facelift. Schedule at newskinlift.com or 206-222-1225. Look 10 to 20 years younger and restore your youthful appearance with the New Skin facelift. newskinlift.com.
It's a new year, but many seniors are struggling with the same old problem: high prices and rising property taxes. We're here with our friend Steve Teitler of Best Mortgage, and he says a reverse mortgage may be the answer.
Many seniors cannot afford to stay in the home they love. A reverse mortgage gives them access to equity in their home without having to sell. They can pay off their mortgage if they have one and maybe pull some extra cash out of their home. And best of all, they have no mortgage payment the rest of their life.
But as you always say, a reverse mortgage is not for everyone.
That's right. Avoid the high-pressure sales pitch from those out-of-state call centers. I give you a consultation, not a sales pitch. I'll tell you if a reverse mortgage is right for you, and I always tell you if it's not.
Honest advice you can trust from the reverse mortgage experts. Best Mortgage, the VA loan experts and debt consolidation specialists too. 425-649-6000. Best Mortgage, 425-649-6000.
Confidence is knowing you're ready to handle whatever comes your way. That's what it feels like to take on your workday with Cintas. They make sure your AEDs are up to date, your fire extinguishers are tested and inspected, your floor mats are cleaned and delivered, and your workwear looks good, feels good, and is freshly laundered with the Cintas Apparel Plus program. So are you ready to take on today? Visit Cintas.com.
Oh, I'm ready!
And get ready for the workday.
Tired of hearing scary radio ads about the IRS? Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000 or $500,000, we have a solution. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS with zero risk to you. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with a BBB. End your tax nightmare today by visiting TRA.com or call 800-583-6681. That's 800-583-6681.
Looking for a smart way to improve your home comfort without breaking the bank? 2 words, heat pump. John Curley here. Upgrade to Home Comfort Alliance Heat Pump and get efficient heating in the winter and cooling in the summer in one unit. Heat pumps use less energy and are environmentally friendly. Plus, enjoy 18 months, same as cash financing, and up to 15% off all heat pumps and air conditioning systems through March. Home Comfort Alliance for all your heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical needs. Visit HomeComfortAlliance.com.
Cars for Kids, the easy way to donate your car. Donate today and your car can be picked up tomorrow. Go to carsforkids.com or 1-877-CARS4KIDS.
It's G and Ursula, everybody. Oh, by the way, I just figured out something. And I've taught you guys this last week. I didn't put up my news boss yet all day today, so this is the first time I'm doing it. And you know what that means. If that happens, that means we've had a fun show.
Yes.
And I was barely working. Okay.
I can tell you with 1,000% accuracy that I have yet to ever do a show without opening News Plus.
He hasn't even logged into his computer at his workstation once.
How you
Not
do
once.
it, dude? I don't know how you do it.
Oh,
okay.
I got an inkling.
On the text messages.
Yeah.
About our topic about more women are quote unquote marrying down these days. Amber in Kitsap says, I have a PhD. My husband has a master's. I don't consider myself as married down, nor do I consider my husband a lesser person. That is just stupid.
425 says, it's about time, and still women are being paid less. Went on a date set up by a coworker, and we both paid. Geez, keep up. The poor guys are feeling less than? Huh? I guess they better start putting in the work. Introspection, self-help, therapy.
Chelsea in Sumner says, yes, G, as a millennial woman, I know very few women who are happily married, and I know countless women who have had bad experiences with men, specifically when it comes to their partners feeling like they're being emasculated or that their female partner is not subservient enough. It's really disheartening.
You know what? I'm going to text my wife and I'm going to ask her, if you made a whole lot more money than me, would you still look at me the same? I'm going to ask her.
Okay, give us the answer.
Okay.
When it comes back.
All right.
On conversational careers, Jeff in Linwood says, my wife is an accountant. Whenever I'm having trouble falling asleep, I ask her what she did today. It puts me right out.
Jeff in Linwood, man. Are men really being left behind? Mike in Portland says, there are so many great nonprofits for girls like Girls on the Run. She's the First. Girls Inc. Black Girls Code. Step Up. Girls Who Code. Empowerment Plan. Strong Women. Strong Girls.
But he points out that there aren't that many similar nonprofits that are supporting boys. He says boys are getting left behind. So we asked whether we should just own it and do a TDS segment on the show on a regular basis. Ellen says, keep talking about it. Okay, first of all, we decided no, we won't do that.
You decided.
Yes.
Yeah.
So Ellen says, keep talking about it because people need to wake up. I am a Republican. Trump is not. He is the party of Trump. That's all he cares about.
Scott in Renton says, no, just keep doing segments on the truth and reality, please.
Rick in Olympia says, my neighbor just got laid off. His company did business with European countries. He still says, well, let's give Trump time to fix things. He's intelligent, but he's just in denial. He was anti-Biden and Harris because of their policies, but couldn't reference what those policies were. He bought into the fear over immigration.
Okay, Ursula, we have time for you. Got to get to the bottom. Your turn. Start us off all the way down to the bottom.
Okay, on our topic that someone said we're better than that than to be talking about something so vulgar. 425 says, you guys are really swinging for the low-hanging fruit today, huh? Go ahead, G.
Ow.
Say what Ellen in Edgewood said.
My life is complete. I have heard Ursula say the word truck nuts.
Jeff in Port Angela says, I loved Ursula's reaction to that. There's actually a festival just west of Missoula, Montana, just before the Sturgis rally. It's called the Testicle Festival. Clothing optional. I took my bride there on a motorcycle trip. We had a great time, and for just so you know, we were wearing clothes.
360 says, you guys are losing your marbles, just like all the trucks in Idaho.
Just in case you have no idea what we're talking about, this was on an agree to disagree segment today. Listen to our podcast. This is either a high or a low for my career.
I think it's
And I
pretty
hope-
low hanging.
Yeah, and I'm hoping that I don't get in trouble. How's that? If I'm not on the air tomorrow, you know.
All right. Well, as you guys know, it's time for Ursula's words to live by. This is the time where she really tells you what's on her mind.
Inspired by that one comment. Know that whatever you do, you will disappoint someone. That's okay. Just don't disappoint yourself.
See, there you go. That was good stuff.
I'm feeling okay.
All right, Nick. I'm trying to think of the song that you're going to do, Nick. I don't think
you're going to get this one, but it relates to you, though. Well, maybe you can marry up or down your class of choice, whether entering some wealth or taking on the leading voice, and perhaps some luck is needed for the preference you approach, like when G gets first class upgrades, only minutes stuck in coach.
Well, we're moving on now.
And although he makes a fuss about a seat in the middle row, you at least won't find a truck he has with something hanging low. I think Ursula would go nuts if she saw that.
Okay, I'm done with that topic.
All right, Ursula. What you got going on the rest of the day?
Oh, we're going to buy some furniture for our sons. They're going to reimburse us, but
Really?
I found a great deal on going out of business.
So, hold on. Let me make sure I understand this correctly. After work, you're getting ready to go pick the decorations for your...
Not decorations,
the furniture,
an actual table. Yeah, and chairs.
So, yeah, and chairs.
Yes, yeah. We're like that in our family. We do for each other. Yes. It's if I didn't find this, I'm all about. I love fixing up house.
Would you feel more comfortable if you got to pick everything for your sons?
No, but this was a deal that I needed to jump on. They needed to jump on.
All right. Well, good show today. We'll be back here
Thank
tomorrow.
you. Yes,
Thanks,
for
Ursula.
sure.
Hey, Chef. Thank you, brother. Appreciate you. Nick, have a good one, brother.
You too, man.
All right. Hey, the Jake and Spike Show, they're coming in next. By the way, I'm about to go watch some episodes of The Jeffersons today. Appreciate you for listening. Love you for that. And as always, be kind.
Hope you have as much fun as we have. So long, everybody.
Don't burn on the grill. Took a whole lot of trying just to get up that hill. Now we're up in the big leagues. Turn that back.
KIRO Newsradio, your home for the John Curley Show. Weekdays from 3 to 7 p.m.
I think the earbuds are breaking the human connection that we so desperately need. Everybody has them in. Nobody says hello. They've done studies. Just even the shortest conversation with somebody in an elevator, which is the weirdest place, right? We're stuck in this box with a complete stranger. We act like we're not even looking at them. I don't know what it is, but a brief conversation makes you feel better.
Streaming live on your smart speaker.
All right, keep up. It's me, the radar gun at T-Mobile Park. And these Mariners pitchers have me working overtime. 3 all-star aces, Logan Gilbert, Luis Castillo, and George Kirby throwing absolute gas.
Holy smokes, what a performance. Strikeout number 10 on the night.
And don't forget about Bryce Miller and Brian Wu, the young guns. Those guys get me fired all the way up.
Swing and a miss. Strike 3, a 95-mile-an-hour fastball.
And just when you think you've survived, here comes Andres Munoz dialing up triple digits and shutting the door. Oh boy, I'm giddy just thinking about it.
Back-to-back strikeouts, and the ball game is over.
Trust me, you're going to want to grab a seat and feel the speed for yourself. And there they go again. I got to make sure my batteries are charged. Mariners baseball. Trident's up.
The Mariners have a stacked slate of promos on deck, including this week's Julio Bat Flip Bobble Giveaway, tonight through Wednesday, and a Cal Platinum Glove Bobble Giveaway April 7th to 9th. All 6 games are Mariners value games, which means you can score seats starting at just $10. Get your tickets today at mariners.com. Are you working in the refrigeration industry? Are you staying up on current regulations? Well, Local 32 can help advance your career. That's right. Learn more at ualocal32.com. Again, that's ualocal32.com.
With over 20 new construction communities throughout Puget Sound, D.R. Horton has the right spacious new home for you. Learn more at drhorton.com. That's drhorton.com. D.R. Horton, America's builder, an equal housing opportunity builder.
Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa this weekend only, Friday through Sunday, Linwood Event Center. Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa this weekend only, Friday through Sunday, Linwood Event Center. 18-month interest-free financing. Our factories have demanded we sell 1,000 hot tubs and swim spas this weekend. Linwood Event Center. Huge factory incentives, factory rebates, this weekend only. Linwood Event Center. We can remove your old hot tub. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Hot tub starting at $2,999. Linwood Event Center. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Just relax and enjoy. Linwood Event Center. Friday, 2 p.m. to 8 p.m. Saturday, 10 a.m. to 8 p.m. Sunday, 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. Free admission, free parking, free delivery. Linwood Event Center. Call 833-SPA-SALE or visit hottubandSwimSpaSale.com.
This is a story of the one. As a maintenance specialist for university housing, he knows college students can major in wear and tear. Plus, housing so many students doesn't leave a lot of room to house all the supplies he needs. That's where Grainger comes in. With over 1 million industrial-grade products and fast, dependable delivery, Grainger carries the quality products he needs so he doesn't have to. From a new door hinge to a whole new faucet. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Thank you for making Total Wine & More America's #1 online source for spirits, beer, and wine. Better than all those delivery apps. Total Wine's prices are up to 30% lower with super fast delivery and no hidden fees. Order direct at TotalWine.com and pay less today.
Drink responsibly, B21.
Get 5 quarts of O'Reilly Full Synthetic Motor Oil and a MicroGuard oil filter for $29.99. In-store only. Limit supply.
O'Reilly.
Damage and power outages from Louisiana to Michigan. Damage and power outages from Louisiana to Michigan. Heavy rain swamped Larry Murrow's house in southern Mississippi.
I had gone back in the back room to change clothes. I was wet. Came back. I had to take my hearing aids out. Never seen anything. I've seen high water before, but it hadn't been this high.
Some 90 million people in the southeast and along the east coast could see severe weather today. Jim Crisula, CBS News.
3 children were killed in Kalamazoo County, Michigan, when a tree fell on their vehicle. The White House is calling this week's round of reciprocal tariffs a Liberation Day. CBS's Stacey Lynn explains from Washington.
President Trump maintains that America has been ripped off because it imports more goods than it exports. He's promising reciprocal tariffs on every nation that charges import tariffs on American goods. His goal with the new set of tariffs is to spur companies to do their manufacturing here in the U.S. instead of overseas.
Some car dealers, including the CEO of Liberty Auto Sales in Texas, Houston Baker, say they're worried about how the tariffs will affect buyers.
I'm concerned. Obviously, it'll affect new car dealers the most and most dramatically and soonest. But I'm afraid that it will apply inflationary pressure across the economy and make it more difficult for people to afford cars.
The political picture in France is shifting.
Far-right leader Marine Le Pen has seen her dreams of being the next president of France dashed by a court today. She was found guilty of embezzling EU funds, using them to pay for staffers of her National Rally Party. In sentencing, the judge imposed an immediate bar on her seeking public office, which means she will not be able to run for president in 2027. Elaine Cobb, CBS News, Paris.
The death toll is over 2,000 after a major earthquake in Myanmar Friday, according to state media. A team from USAID is traveling to the country to help with immediate needs. Correspondent Anna Corin on the rescue efforts.
There are crews on the ground going about this painstaking work to see if there are any survivors. We saw those incredible rescues over the weekend, but as the days pass, hope is obviously fading.
A lack of heavy machinery is hurting the rescue missions. Many are searching for survivors by hand with the high temperature above 104 degrees. The markets are mixed. The Dow is up 310 points. This is CBS News.
Brought to you by Progressive Insurance. You could save big when you bundle your auto, home, motorcycle, RV, or boat. Visit Progressive.com.
We're learning about a deadly fire in Pierce County. The story coming up, but first from the Beacon Plumbing Traffic Desk. On I-5 southbound at Puyallup River, there's a collision blocking the HOV lane. We're told the State Patrol is on the scene right now. And in Tacoma, a tow truck is on the scene of a semi-crash on I-5. This is near South 48th Street. It's going to take a while to clear this. 2 northbound and 1 southbound lanes are blocked. You've got a significant backup. Travel time, Tacoma to Olympia, 54 minutes now. Olympia to Tacoma, about 45. Traffic brought to you by Beacon Plumbing. For all your heating, electrical, septic, and mechanical needs, stop freaking, call Beacon.
KIRO Newsradio, 97.3 FM, Northwest News. Now, the latest from KIRO Newsradio and MyNorthwest.com.
Good afternoon, I'm Heather Bosch. A fatal fire in South Hill. Central Pierce Fire and Rescue tell us They were called to a house fire in the 8500 block of 121 1st Street East last night. They say they quickly put out the flames, but one person died, and photos from the fire department showed the house was badly damaged. We have reached out for more information. A teenager is expected in court today in connection with a weekend mass shooting that left 2 people dead and others injured at a house party in Pierce County.
Investigators say there was a fight in the street and then gunfire. Here's Pierce County Deputy Carly Capetta.
The street was so incredibly chaotic. People running from homes, cars fleeing recklessly from the scene.
The victims range in age from 16 to 21. James Lynch, KIRO Newsradio.
Seattle police have arrested a 25-year-old man in a deadly double shooting at a hookah lounge in the Rainier Valley early yesterday. Police say a security guard was shot several times. This man tells KIRO 7 TV he's head of security there.
The establishment was closed at the time. He was attempting to clear out everybody that was trying to linger around, and then a random act occurred. He used his duty weapon to protect himself and those around.
The injured guard died at a hospital. A second man died at the scene. Police say gunfire erupted in West Seattle last night at what was likely a vigil for the Rainier Valley shooting victims. Officers found about 100 shell casings, but no shooter or victims. Bullets damaged an RV, trailer, house, and abandoned vehicles. You've got a break during the pandemic, but starting today, King County Metro will start checking to make sure you've paid when you ride. KIRO 7 TV's Brooke Griffin reports.
If one of these officers asks for proof of payment, you can show a recently tapped Orca card, a Transit Go ticket, or a cash transfer slip. Metro leaders say 300,000 people ride a county bus every day, and they want to make sure everybody's paying the correct amount every time.
If they don't have the right fare, we'll be passing out brochures and educating our folks on how to pay the right fare and what the right fare for them might be.
And starting today, if you do not pay before riding the bus, you will be verbally warned.
Those repeatedly caught not paying could face fines. The Mariners salvage a 4-game split in their opening series with the A's thanks to this.
Swung on and destroyed.
A 2-run home run from Julio Rodriguez in the 6th inning. The M's win it 2-1. This weather update brought to you by State Roofing and Exteriors. Cloudy skies today with highs in the mid-50s. It's 49 in downtown Seattle. I'm Heather Bosch.
Your best source for local news, serving Western Washington and the world with a KIRO Newsradio app. Always streaming live on your smart speakers. You're listening to KIRO Newsradio, Northwest News. It's the all-new Jake and Spike Show on KIRO Newsradio.
Behold, a fiendish masterpiece from the bowels of hell! Yeah. Mondays, boy, I hate Mondays. They make me so steamed. Weekends, I go for the weekends! Son of a...
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to Monday. Welcome to the show. I'm Jake Skorheim, your host, sitting alongside Spike O'Neill.
Hey, buddy. Happy Monday to you, my friend.
Happy Monday to you. How was your weekend? Nice weekend, I hope?
Very. Kind of relaxed, you know.
Get a lot of stuff
uneventful.
done?
Got a lot of stuff done, yes.
Why is that always the case on weekends?
Because we're married?
Yep.
Not you and I mean, but, to other people.
To other people.
Yeah,
no, you're
that's
right.
how it works.
My wife on Sunday, which is generally a day of rest, traditionally.
Okay.
It was a day of test at the Skorheim household.
A day of test?
A day of test. Not actual test. She just had a very, 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 very long list, and she gave it. She was such a big list that she gave it to me Saturday just to kind of give me a forewarning. She said, "Hey, this is this is good marriage communication actually for anybody out there who's thinking about tying the knot. You hit them with it early so they can get a chance to absorb how crazy the list is." And we got as much done as we could. It was beautiful Sunday, nice weather. Got a lot of yard work done.
Excellent.
Did a bunch of mulching. Have one of those push behind dethatching. Dethatching.
Is that the one that plugs holes in the ground, right, and pulls it?
No, that's like an aeration thing.
Okay.
The thatchers, it's like a spinning claw that just rips out the moss.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, which is fantastic.
Got a lot of moss in your lawn?
A portion of my lawn has a lot of moss.
Dang.
Yeah. It's not good. But we figured it out. Whatever.
Good for you, man. The place looks great. Ready for spring? Right?
It's getting there. It's getting there. We put the kids to work.
I was about to ask about your labor pool and how long you're going to let them skate.
Okay, this is what I'm starting to realize. I have 4 boys. one of them is not workable yet. He's only 9 months.
Well, that's fair.
But
he's got. But if you strap him to the front, he can watch, and it lays in the bedrock for expectation.
Yes.
Right.
So you're teaching him so that someday he just
free ride
jumps
buddy.
in. Yeah, absolutely, absolutely.
Look at the Cartwrights from Bonanza. That's why they had the boys.
Little Joe.
You get the ranch. You know, Lauren Green can't be working forever.
No, of course not.
He was 80 when he got the job.
Why do you think you have kids?
Right.
Everybody knows why you have kids.
Hey,
It's
we're Irish. We
free
know.
labor.
That's why you have it. Yeah.
But we put the boys outside. They work for 3 hours.
Real? Wow. Good for you.
I couldn't even believe it. We got so much done, and I'm realizing, like, oh my gosh, it's going to be great. The older these kids get, and the more I can shove work off onto them.
Yeah, you bet.
And they're going to be better people because of it. They're going to appreciate life more.
I couldn't agree more. I could not agree more. Give expectations of, work equals reward. Well, I told my kid, the only place reward comes before work is in the dictionary.
Sure.
And this isn't a library. Boom. It's my old man talking there.
It's good advice, too. Did you find, at what age did you really feel like you could start giving chores and giving them things to do that was, to help lighten your load?
I had daughters. It never happened.
Oh, it never happened?
Never happened.
Okay. No. Well, with mine, I'm really going to start leaning into this, and they're going to be working, not child slave labor. I'm not a weirdo.
No,
I'm not a bad parent.
No one assumed that.
But I do think there is a really healthy, like when I was a child, I grew up on property. My parents had property, so we spent all the time out there trying to improve it, trying to cut down woods and do all the different things and cutting back bushes and because you're just taming the wild if you live in the if you live out in the woods.
Nonstop fight against nature, which wants to reclaim the land.
But you get sweaty, and at the end of the day, you feel like you've done something.
Yep.
Even if all you've done is just like going to be grown over in 2 weeks.
Sure.
But you've done something.
Your old man ever hand you a cold beer to have a sip of at the end of a workday when you were a younger man, a kid?
No, but for this reason, my parents didn't drink.
Oh, okay.
Until my youngest brother was 18.
Okay.
When I was very young, I think they probably drank more than they liked.
Yeah.
And so they recognized when I was. I think the family story is that at one point, they don't mind if I tell this, I'm sure. But at one point when I was maybe 4 or 5 years old, I went and got my dad a beer out of the fridge.
Sure.
Before he asked for it.
Oh, okay.
Which is actually like now as a parent, I'm like, that's sweet.
That's great.
Good
well trained. Yeah.
But
hey, doing there, old man?
Yeah, that kind
of like a little shake. Yeah, I'll take one.
Yeah, Dad looks thirsty. So I gave him a beer, and he apparently that's the story they tell. I don't know. Everyone tells
I knew
stories.
I had a problem when my 4-year-old brought me a beer before I asked for it.
Yeah, I don't think that's like a huge problem.
No,
whatever.
no,
But they didn't touch the stuff. They were teetotalers from the time I was aware of the world until my youngest sibling, who's 7 years younger than me, turned 18. And now they've spent all of their free time catching up.
Well, that's just responsible parenting. That's great.
Yeah, they're just enjoying life now.
Good for them.
That's great.
So
but they're not drunks. They're
your
wonderful
boys
people.
were helpful this weekend. That's nice, man.
Yeah, it was great.
That's a great feeling.
It's a great feeling. You want to do that. You want to make sure the stuff around your house gets taken care of. Here's what you don't want to happen around your house, though. What happened to Richard Sherman? Did you see this story?
I saw. So My Northwest, top
story. My Northwest. It's on all the local news stations. This is nuts. Seattle Seahawks legend, you can read about this on mynorthwest.com right now. Seattle Seahawks legend Richard Sherman shared photos on X of several armed men inside his house. This is Saturday night. This is on the 29th, right? March 29th?
Correct.
Some 3 guys in the security footage that he released broke into his house. And is this out in, I don't know, does he live in Maple Valley? Is that where they live?
I think that's where it is. And he's in the same home I believe he was in when he had a little trouble with the law a few years back.
But he's lived here since he was a Hawk.
Yeah.
And now he travels around the country. He's part of Thursday Night Football. Big deal now. And so 3 guys break into his house. They're armed in the video. This is the scariest thing imaginable. Especially, it's not clear from the video. It sounds like he wasn't home at the time. I can't confirm or confirm that. But it sounds like the story. He's talking about the story. He's saying that his wife handled it. This is Sherman. He wrote this on X. He says, house being robbed at gunpoint with my family in it isn't what anyone wants for a birthday gift. Oh, happy birthday. Scary situation that my wife handled masterfully and kept my kids safe. If anybody has any info that can help find these people, please reach out.
He was not home. Richard Sherman had better not have been home.
Yeah.
My wife, thanks, dear.
Yeah, thanks.
I covered in the corner.
I was in the bathroom.
No, in my safe room.
He
obviously wasn't
home.
Yeah.
People.
Wow, what a
blah.
horrifying video.
His wife also posted. His wife, Ashley, has posted, people are so bleep. Totally excusable that she used
Sure.
foul language. I would too. Come into my house, middle of the night with guns and threaten my family, 3 exclamation points. Let me tell you, you messed with the wrong one. I don't know how she got him out of the house, but you can see in the video, and it's really scary when you watch this video. It's at mynorthwest.com. You can check it out. But it's cameras of the house, like, security cams, of which it looks like he's got about 20 based on the screen they were showing.
Jeepers, look at that. Yeah, you can click from different camera views. Wow.
These guys,
Good for him.
These guys bust out the front window of the house, and they got some stuff. I mean, it doesn't say what they were able to steal.
No, but they were fleeing. They were fleeing the premises. They went through a screen with Jesus. They jumped through a screen window to get onto the deck and run.
Do you think they realized whose house they were breaking into, or is that just chance?
I think they knew.
You think they knew?
I think they knew. Yeah.
So they knew there was going to be some good stuff in there?
Yeah. I'm assuming the criminal mind is a scary place to wander into. Yeah, I think they knew exactly whose house they were going into. They came in an armed robbery, home invasion of it's a beautiful estate.
Yeah, it looks nice from the video.
Yeah, but
the front porch, though, I gotta say,
kids are there.
A lot of stuff on the front porch.
That looks ransacked to me.
You think so?
Yeah, that looks ransacked to me. I can't imagine that's some trailer living right there, and I can't imagine that Richard Sherman and his lovely wife and children have that type of.
I don't think they would have that kind. But who put the stuff on their porch? You don't think these guys brought it with them and laid it on the porch?
Yeah, those look like to the point of how scary this was. There are children's play gear there, like your little tykes type for playhouse picnic bench. Some storage bins full of what looks like toys. A very nice set of patio furniture that's built within built-in storage.
Sure,
looks like it's been ransacked and gone through
by the guys thieving.
Yeah, I think so.
Why would you do that Why would you do that first, though, outside the house? Aren't you going to alert people to your presence? I wouldn't do that if I was breaking into a house.
Again, the criminal mind. It's a swamp. Get out now.
Yeah.
I can't imagine that.
I mean, we shouldn't be critical of the stuff he has on his front porch. God
but if you know intruders are coming over, clean up first.
Yeah,
I mean, come on.
The place. We're going to be on national news to have a front porch like that.
Wow, what a horrible thing to have
story.
To your family.
Scariest thing ever. Do you guys have cameras and all that stuff? I mean, they're so cheap to get nowadays. In the old days, it was really expensive.
Well, now they just subscribe to a monthly service that we have home security monitoring through a professional service. But nowadays, because ours is tied in with local law enforcement and local fire and rescue.
Sure.
If our smoke detectors are wired to let the fire department know there's a fire.
Sure.
And we have a home security system because, I've said so many idiotic things over the years.
Well,
you never know when somebody's going to come after you for the idiotic things you say.
Well, it's just so cheap to have now.
Yeah.
You can get cameras. You can get really, really cheap cameras through Amazon, whatever you want.
I get alerts on my phone every time Amazon drops a package off.
Yeah.
My banker asked that I get that, though, so my wife's spending could be monitored. Pretty great decision.
That's actually really smart. It is weird, this time period that we live in, because it's not. In the old days, if somebody walked up onto your porch, that would be cause for suspicion, and you would have your hackles up. And now, like the other night, I'm laying in bed, and it's probably 2 o'clock at night. I don't know, 2:30 in the morning.
Oh, wow.
And I see some headlights coming up the driveway, and they're shining through the blinds, and they're kind of like casting a shadow light display on the wall. And instantly, in the middle of sleep, I go, oh, okay, it must be an Amazon guy. And I just go back to sleep, which is a really dumb reaction because that's a strange time for somebody to show up. But indeed, I look at my cameras, and of course that's what it was. And I knew that I could not be worried about it because this is the time that people now deliver. They have so many deliveries they try to get through.
Right.
And people have different schedules, and somebody who wants to work at night. I don't know what the rules are for that with Amazon, but apparently there's no rules about when you can drop packages off on somebody's front porch because I literally get them at 3 o'clock in the morning.
We get them as well, all through the night.
All through the night.
Hours, yeah.
Does that bug you?
It used to. Initially, it was very off-putting to think that Amazon's walking into my door 2, 3, 4 in the morning.
But you did the same thing I did. You just went, I guess this is.
After a while, you can become conditioned to it. I've kind of come to the conclusion that that's a very efficient time to schedule deliveries. Nobody's on the road. You make great time from home to home to home.
Sure.
You can knock out in 2 hours from 2 to 4 in the morning what could take you 4, 6, 8 hours during the day with dealing with traffic.
It makes sense from an Amazon perspective, like a delivery driver perspective. But from a homeowner perspective, I don't know that it makes complete sense because it does.
It's off-putting.
It is off-putting.
Yeah.
And
couldn't agree more.
It's also making you less worried about people showing up on your front porch.
It desensitizes you to and that's why thieves have also adopted this laissez-faire attitude we have about people pulling up our driveway.
Wolf in sheep's clothing.
Right.
I've seen news stories.
They come and especially on the holidays, they came dressed. They get a blue vest. You own a business. I'm in collections.
Yeah. You're just going to show up dressed like an Amazon person, start stealing stuff off the porch. Very scary.
But when you break in, that's this poor Sherman story, man. And he's asking for, if anybody knows anything. And there have been, apparently, this crew, that's one of the benefits of social media. And we got like a neighborhood watch group in our area. I think most areas do.
Yep.
There's a Facebook group. There's a social media, an X group. And apparently this particular crew had hit 5 different homes, if indeed it is the same crew.
Yeah.
And the police are already informed about the different burglaries, and they've got a suspect vehicle that they've seen on different cameras, monitoring through this area where 5 different robberies took place.
It's interesting because it is so many people have cameras on every single thing now.
It's a surveillance world.
It's so for somebody's willingness to break into somebody's house when they're virtually guaranteed to be seen by 20 cameras on your way to that house. And your car is going to be like the car you're driving in likely will be picked up by the neighbor's ring cam, which is going to be
good luck if we get a look at the car. We're good at this. We can tell you what year, make, model, what kind of add-ons. Yep.
You're totally right.
We were able to pick out the aftermarket additions to that horse or the donkey thief.
Yep. Donkey thief we solved. What's the other one we just recently solved? Jake and Spike solved crimes. We just solved another one.
Oh, what was it, Laura? What was the one last week? We just had a little breakthrough.
We just solved a crime. What was it? It was a really good one. Oh my gosh, I'm blanking. 888-973-5476.
Well, it's not about the glory for us. It's not about keeping track.
For me, it's totally about the glory. Yeah. No, we solved something recently. Yeah. What was it?
I don't know.
All right, we'll come up with it.
You think Superman keeps ground? Yeah, he probably does.
I would. Same in the
Let me ask you this before we move. I know we're trying to move on, but what did his wife do to get them to leave that quickly? Richard says his wife handled, and all total respect and appreciation. His wife's Ashley, I believe, right?
Yeah.
My wife handled this masterfully and kept my kids safe. And you see these guys running. I mean, fleeing the home went through a screen window at full speed and scrammed off the porch.
Yeah.
What do you think she did?
I would hope that, obviously she did whatever she needed to because she just got out of there really quick.
Yeah.
I have no idea what she did. I don't see any reports that shots were fired in the story.
It's funny.
There could have been just some warning that shots would be fired.
Through like an intercom system, right?
Sure.
I mean, I'd have the sound of a shotgun being loaded, either racking a shell. Yeah. Right, that just plays through the home speaker system.
Would you
Alexa, play a 12 gauge racking around?
Yeah, what would you do? Would you give the warning first, the verbal warning first, just to say, hey, like this is your one and only warning. I'm protecting my family. I'm happy to shoot.
Police
you
are on the way. I'm armed. Leave now for your
yeah.
That's
I think that's the ideal situation.
But as a woman, I thought about this. As a woman's voice, does that? I mean, is that? I hope it's not a misogynist thing to say.
It's not misogynist.
If you're an armed,
get out of my house.
Right.
Get out of my house right now.
Was that scary? Was that convincing?
That was pretty good.
By the way, you guys solved the Liberty Bell.
Liberty Bell.
Stolen.
That was it.
And DB Cooper.
DB Cooper, we also solved.
Yeah.
Which the FBI couldn't do for 40-something years. You're welcome.
I love this job. So we get these 3 clam dips. We're good.
We can solve this.
Do you want to hear my scariest voice?
Please.
Hello.
Good Lord.
It's pretty good, right?
It sounds like E.T.
I could talk through my doorbell cam to someone like that.
That is pretty scary.
Away.
Leave the package and back. Leave the package and back away.
What's the
It's like House Bunny.
What's the possession movie?
Oh, I thought you were going to say Anna Faris with House Bunny.
No,
she
not
remembers the name.
The Exorcist.
The Exorcist.
Yeah, you got a nice Exorcist voice.
Thank you.
Yeah, that's a very
I've
creepy
always wanted
voice.
to hear that.
Fantastic.
We're making light of this, but man, what a horrible, horrible, scary moment.
No, whatever she did was the right thing. But
kudos.
I think a warning is a good idea just because you don't want it to escalate to shooting if you can avoid it.
And somebody in the...
But you also have to be ready to defend your home.
Absolutely.
And if these guys have to go down, that's just what's going to have to happen. You're like putting a person's family at risk.
Right. Richard posted this on X, and there were many people, glad you're safe, glad it worked out to the best, blah, blah, blah. People said, you got to get a gun, you got to get a gun. And Sherman wrote as a response to one of the posters on social media, me firing bullets or them firing back around my kids in my home is not who I want to be.
Yeah. No, you want to avoid gunfire if possible, but sometimes you have to do it. Sometimes you have to get these people out of your house.
It's them or your stereo.
All right. Next, we are going to talk about. Listen to this story. This is an interesting story. NBA in Seattle.
Yeah, of course. Duh.
We have now heard from the commissioner. I don't know if you're going to like it. I'll tell you next what it is. But it also is going to be fun because we're going to look at. I was reminded. Do you remember the like the walk-on music or like the intro music that the Sonics used to have? You remember this?
Oh,
I'm going to play it for you next.
I haven't thought about it in 20, 15 years. Yeah.
This gets into my blood. I get so excited whenever I hear this music. But it made me also think of other amazing intro, like NBA intro songs, like the Bulls. We're going to play all that when we come back. Stick around. We'll be right back.
This hour is brought to you by Caesars Sportsbook at Muckleshoot Casino.
KIRO Newsradio delivers the news you can trust.
State is facing a multi-billion-dollar deficit.
Government wants more of your money to build, quote-unquote, affordable housing.
We help you navigate the headlines, providing clarity and context to help you understand how today's events impact your life tomorrow.
The driver pulled out a gun. The officer opened fire, shooting at least one time.
The problem is worse in King County than any other part of the country.
Stay informed, stay connected with KIRO News Radio.
Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today. 1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate your car today at carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K. Your car, running or not, can be picked up as soon as the next day. You'll get a maximum tax deduction and a vacation voucher.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
There used to be a time when quality and service meant something. Call us old-fashioned, but at RoofSmart, we're still stuck in that time. A time when craftsmanship meant more than price. A time when excellent service meant more than cutting costs. And a time when attention to detail meant more than rushing. Hi, I'm Jim Singletary, Chief Roof Nerd at RoofSmart, where we keep it old school. We're a locally owned roofing company that cares about customers over profit. While other roofing companies are being bought out by private equity and turned into quality-cutting, margin-maximizing machines, we're still here staying true to our customer-focused values. That's why we use manufacturers who share our same quality-first values, and we never outsource our installations. Our guys are paid better because we expect excellence, and we have in-house quality control. Think private equity guys do that? To replace your roof with a company deeply rooted in old-fashioned values, call RoofSmart at 206-487-4877 or visit GetRoofSmart.com. That's 206-487-4877 or GetRoofSmart.com.
Comcast Business helps turn today's small businesses into engines of modern business. It's how restaurants become reliably up and running neighborhood favorites. How retailers become seamlessly restocking, cyber-securing, must-visit shops. And how healthcare offices become the data managing caregivers that we all depend on. With reliable connectivity, enhanced cybersecurity, advanced fiber solutions, and Wi-Fi backup, Comcast Business is powering the engine of modern business. Powering possibilities.
Now through April 21st, new customers can get started with 150 megabit internet and security edge for $49.99 a month for 12 months with a 2-year agreement. Plus, ask how to get a $500 prepaid card on a qualifying internet package. Call today. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. Requires enrollment in paperless billing and automatic payments with bank account. Equipment, taxes, and other fees extra and subject to change. Early termination fee applies.
It may be the most noble profession.
Come on.
It's the work of heroes.
Heroes?
You want to live without plumbing?
Well, no.
Then you need plumbers.
Right.
Thing is, so do I.
You need plumbers.
Smiles, actually.
Smiling plumbers?
Or someone who smiles and wants to become an Apollo plumber.
A smile. That's what it takes?
Skills are something we can teach.
Sure.
But a positive attitude comes from within.
That's a big part of being an Apollo plumber.
The biggest part.
What else?
A desire to learn and serve.
Just like every Apollo plumber.
As they learn, so shall they earn.
Earn?
Apollo plumbers can earn 6 figures.
Enough to make me smile.
We believe you get what you give.
Give a smile.
And Apollo service.
Get a smile.
A well-paid smile.
Driving one of those big blue Apollo trucks.
That's the goal.
Does seem pretty noble.
It's important, satisfying work.
And you're looking now?
There's always room for another smile around here.
On the Apollo Plumbing team.
Apply at apolloplumbing.com.
Sharp Vision Modern LASIK and Lens has given me back clear vision. The process was simple and easy. I scheduled my free consultation and discovered I was at the early stage of cataracts and a perfect candidate for RLE. They restored clarity and brightness to my vision like when I was in my 20s, and I'll never need readers again and never develop cataracts. Sharp Vision, modern LASIK and lens are taking RLE surgery to the next level. Call them now at 425-451-2020 or go online to sharp-vision.com, official eye care provider of Sounders FC.
What's better than a cool home all summer long? A cool home with hot savings on your new AC. This month only, take 20% off air conditioners, heat pumps, and ductless systems during the Bob's Heating Preseason AC sale. Call the team at Bob's, voted best in the Pacific Northwest. With free estimates and free financing, Bob's makes your AC installation simple and affordable. Hurry, discounts reduced to 15% off in April.
Bob's Heating and Air Conditioning. Call Bob.
Washington State has the third highest cost of living in the nation. If Olympia politicians raise taxes again, the cost of everything from groceries and gas to housing will go up even more. They've already doubled spending over 10 years, with little to show for it. Washington State needs lower costs, not higher taxes. Demand smarter state spending now at affordablewashington.org. Paid for by people for an affordable Washington and Olympia, Washington. Top 5 donors are Washington Alliance for Competitive Economy, Microsoft, Madrona, T-Mobile, and Alaska Air.
KIRO News Radio, 97.3 FM, Northwest News. Now, the latest from KIRO News Radio and mynorthwest.com.
Good afternoon, I'm Heather Bosch. We're hearing from the Boeing Starliner astronauts for the first time since they returned to Earth after their 8-day test flight to the International Space Station turned into a 9-month stay. Helium leaks and thruster issues prompted NASA to send the Starliner back by itself.
We're going to fix it. Boeing's completely committed. NASA is completely committed. And with that, I get on in a heartbeat.
I would agree. The spacecraft is really capable, and to see that thing successful and to be part of that program is an honor.
Butch Wilmore and Sonny Williams hitched a ride home on a SpaceX capsule. Over the weekend, Washington state lawmakers passed the biggest budget in state history, $79 billion over 2 years, and they've passed the biggest tax increase ever to pay for it. Democrats say to do otherwise would mean devastating cuts to schools and services. Republicans disagree. They say they offered a balanced budget with no new taxes or spending cuts. The state House takes up the budget next. Car dealers are pushing back on Washington state's strict new emission standards that require them to sell EVs. Starting with new 2026 car sales, dealers must sell a certain number of electric vehicles or face fines. Subaru Bellevue manager Mark King tells KIRO 7 TV.
You've really got to be cognitive when you make these decisions from legislator, government standpoint, because ultimately it affects the taxpayer.
He says some taxpayers are simply not ready to buy an EV. President Trump rolls out new tariffs Wednesday, including a 25% tax on imported vehicles and parts. CBS's Willie James Inman says Trump was asked about the impact on American car buyers.
And the president went on to say, I couldn't care less if the prices on foreign cars go up. They're going to buy American cars.
Is President Trump considering the idea of serving a third term? He was asked about that, too. Listen carefully.
I'm not looking at that, but I'll tell you, I have had more people ask me to have a third term.
The 22nd Amendment of the Constitution does forbid that. A severe weather outbreak in the southern U.S. to the Midwest is expected to last much of this week. Heavy rain swamped Larry Murrow's home in southern Mississippi.
Came back, I had to take my hearing aids out and dry them off. Never seen anything. I've seen high water before, but it hadn't been this high.
Suspected tornadoes have claimed several lives. On Wall Street, the Dow is up 384 points, NASDAQ down about 90. From the Beacon Plumbing Traffic Desk in Tacoma, the damaged semi-truck's been hauled away from I-5 near South 48th Street, but you still have a couple of northbound and one southbound lane blocked. You're backed up from Fife to McCord. Travel times running about 20 minutes longer southbound, 26 minutes northbound. The crash has been cleared from southbound I-5 at the Puyallup River, and crews have wrapped up work on US 2 near Monroe. Traffic brought to you by Beacon Plumbing. For all your heating, electrical, septic, and mechanical needs, stop freaking call Beacon. This weather update brought to you by State Roofing and Exteriors. Cloudy skies today with highs in the mid-50s. It's 49 in downtown Seattle. I'm Heather Bosch.
Your best source for local news. You're listening to KIRO News Radio, Northwest News.
Welcome back to the show. Anytime I see any news about the Seattle Sonics possibly coming back, I get really excited. The NBA returning to Seattle, it's just a topic that is near and dear to my heart because I was in the NBA for 4 years. You probably
I know.
Mike.
You had a hell of a run, man.
Hell of a run.
Most people only dream of.
Most people, I think the average length of career in the NBA is, I don't know, like 2 or 3 years. But not me. 4 years for me.
Until you start to grow a beard. Is that when the ball boys leave?
That's when the ball boys leave. When you become a man.
Yeah. Man,
you're fighting against it the whole time. You're like, I'm a boy. I'm a boy. And they're like, are you sure? You kind of look like a man.
What a great experience.
It
though,
was
man.
so great. Yeah. For anybody who doesn't know, I was a ball boy in the NBA. I wasn't technically a player in the NBA.
You're also
by
a
any stretch of the
you're also a
imagination.
talent scout. Players would see talent in the stands and send you
you're
out. Right. It's all how you write your resume.
I was a talent scout.
You're a talent scout.
You're right. Yeah. It's all in how you
you phrase it, man.
Market it. 100%. The stories. There's so many stories I can't even tell.
I know. You've shared them off air, and I appreciate and value the.
It was so. Wow. It was the most fun job that a boy could have.
Yeah.
It was the most fun job. I got the job when I was 16. A friend of mine calls me up. I was working at a. I'm going to just tell this for a second. We'll get into more stuff in a second. I was 16 years old. I was working at a gas station, like a full service gas station, where like they drive through, ding ding,
yeah, you
run out. I had the coveralls and everything.
Yeah,
it's like an old fashioned type
full
thing.
service. Yeah,
full
dying
service.
breed.
And you wipe the windshield and you check the oil and you do all the stuff.
That's great.
Yeah, it's basically just like kind of like ladies of a certain age wanted young men running out to their cars.
Oh, okay, shirtless?
No, we weren't shirtless. We were buttoned up. We had very nicely combed hair.
Of course.
Which they appreciate.
I joke. Of course you were.
No. But yeah, trust me, if we were shirtless, we would have had more business. So anyway, he calls me up and he says, hey, are you busy this whatever day it was? Because he worked at the Sonics at the time. And he goes, would you have any interest in becoming a ball boy for the Sonics? And I was like, oh, what? Yes.
How much is it going to cost me?
Yeah.
I'm buying my way into that world.
Tell me about
You
this
bet.
interesting investment opportunity. But no, it was like he needed he knew he was like the friends with the team manager who needed to hire another guy because they just lost one to becoming a man, And so he's like, we need another boy down here. Get on down here. So I went and did the job, and I got the job, and it was the most fun. It was so cool because you're just hanging out with Gary Payton.
Yeah. Oh, your heroes.
Heroes.
Larger than life. Yeah.
Michael Jordan, LeBron James. All these guys came through when I was a ball boy, and I'm just sitting there like all these guys. Steve Nash. Name a player between 2000. Like what year did I start? I would have started in 1999 through 2004, through 2003-04. It was the best, absolute best. Anyway. I can tell more stories about that later. But like you said, I was a talent scout. They used to send me up into the stands to get girls' numbers, and it worked easily. It actually it gave me false expectations for one day when I was a grown up and wanted to go in on girls. I said, "Oh, you just ask them, and they just give it to you." That's not the case. You also have to. The caveat is you also have to be a professional athlete.
Oh, wow! Nobody bothered to tell you that part of it.
Yeah, and then it's much easier. Anyway, quick aside, Laura, if you were sitting watching a professional sporting event, and you see sports, and you see a boy walk up.
Okay.
From the bench, you watch him. Like, did you ever go to the Key Arena back in the day?
Yeah.
If you're watching the Key, if you're looking down at the court, the Key Arena was directly accessible. The court to the first row or the first tier of fans up to
You
whatever.
walk right down on the floor. Yeah.
So I would walk up literally off the bench. I would walk up. The players would wave me over and I'd say, "What's up?" And he'd say, "Hey, look at that girl in section 7, row, whatever it is." And I'd spot her pretty instantly. And then he'd say, "Go get her number." And I'd run up and get her number. And I'm in for full ball boy regalia. I have a pass that says ball boy on it. If somebody walked up to you and you had no connection to the player at all, would you give your number out or would you not?
Well, I was a Girl Scout at the time, so I would have been thrilled, but it would have been deeply inappropriate.
You're right. Okay, modern time.
Imagine now, transport yourself a legal number of years forward.
Yes, make sure that you are of legal age.
Sure, okay.
In this scenario.
All right.
There's a note. You got any Thin Mints?
And answer honestly. Answer honestly, because I had a great success rate getting the number of these girls for these professional basketball players.
Yeah, no, I would definitely give out that number. Yeah.
You wouldn't even hesitate for a second. Why is that? They could be total creeps.
If they're cute, I don't know if they're a creep or not yet, right?
It
I'll go out
remains
with
to be
them.
seen.
Look at that open mind.
Yeah.
Wow. Benefit of the doubt. Good for you.
Yeah. Oh, no, I'm a saint.
And you're smart, too, because they're gainfully employed, so obviously somebody
Yeah,
can
I'm
stand
literally
them.
watching them at their job.
Yes.
Where they presumably make a lot of money.
They do
It's
make a lot.
probably
I
going to be
think-
at least a nice date, a
A
good
very
dinner.
nice date, yeah. I think league minimum when I was ball boying was in the neighborhood of like $400,000 or something. So
And they spotted me in the stands.
And they
Little old
spot
me.
you
Let
in
me
the
just tuck my
stands.
hair behind my ear. What?
Yeah. The face
From
you're
all the
making
way
right
up
now,
here in the nosebleeds.
the face she's making
You
right
thought
now
I was
is
so
exactly.
pretty? Yeah, no, I would totally give them my
Blushing.
number.
She's actually blushing.
It's
Just
very-
imagining it, I'm blushing.
It's very flattering, isn't it?
Yeah.
There's no guy equivalent of this. Like women never. Why is that? It never happens. It's like it's the equivalent of like if you're at a runway show or something, and one of the models like sends a. I don't think they have ball boys at like a runway show, but like whatever the equivalent would be, like go talk to that guy out there.
They have a seamstress, a young male seamstress.
A young male seamstress
comes out. Or a
dreams of a
female.
life.
Female. So,
Whoever it is.
Emily Radblakovich, whatever her name is. What's your phone number?
Yeah, it just doesn't happen. No.
First,
What if you got up there and I said, yes,
You said,
thank
yes.
you. Would you still pass my number along?
I would pass it along, but I would say this could be, this
Yeah.
could be
Be
something
warned.
you might
Yeah.
wanna think twice about. But again, I would leave that up to the two of you. That's none of my business. Yeah. All right. The reason I'm mentioning the Sonics is because NBA Commissioner Nate Silver has said he was asked about this.
Adam Silver. Nate Silver is the statistics guy who wrongly predicts election results.
Okay, so he said, Adam Silver says, I wish I could be more conclusive today and say, here it is, here's the timeline. There are events that are clearly outside of my control. Part of it, as I've said, is trying to assess value in a way that is both fair, even to a potential owner, and fair to the existing owners in terms of what it means to add additional partners, different cities, dividing up our current media pie. Because they are all part of this media pie, and they split all the TV rights, which is the big deal that they always talk about.
Yeah, TV revenues, everything, and they just got a new TV deal a couple of years ago, was it, or just last year? And the main thing was the Boston Celtics sold, establishing. They said franchise value, or gives them at least an idea what franchise value is in the current economic market.
$6.4 billion.
Yeah, and that's the Boston Celtics. What's Oklahoma City going to sell for? A couple cows and some beans?
I'd buy it.
I would too at that point. So Silver's point was you have to convince 30 existing owners, to divvy up to get a smaller portion of the pie.
Why would they do that for a market like Seattle, which is not a major media market? It's not like they're going to pull in a ton of new viewers that they're not already getting. Already selling their product. Like you can watch NBA games here.
That's the concern, yeah. But a caveat is Seattle is the largest media market without the NBA.
True.
That
makes sense.
We are because we lost ours. We're bigger than many cities that are already existing in the NBA. Cities like Charlotte, cities like Oklahoma City, Sacramento. These are all smaller media markets than Seattle. The other potential market for expansion has been rumored to be Vegas and Seattle.
Now, question for you. You are the NBA and you're looking there and you said we're only going to expand to one of these cities. Isn't it obvious where you would go?
We'd lose to Vegas.
We'd lose to Vegas.
I
think 10 out of 10 times they'd go Vegas.
I mean, Vegas is the darling market now because, the NFL just went there with the Raiders. Baseball is rumored to be going there with the A's, but that deal's not done yet.
Entertainment capital of the world.
Sure. The ultimate road trip when you want to see your team play in another city.
100%.
Is you go to Vegas.
Yeah. And your odds of being able to build a venue that would be new and exciting.
Oh yeah, the
are
plans.
much better. I mean, you look at the thing. What's the big stupid ball thing that they have?
The Sphere.
The Sphere.
Yeah.
Vegas is the city of the Sphere.
Yeah. And have you seen the plans, the drawings for the new baseball stadium for the A's in Vegas?
No.
Oh, it's a palace.
Oh, I bet.
It's an absolute palace.
Covered, I'm
Was
sure.
it Allegiance? Is that the new home for the Raiders, right? I mean, they're already holding national championships there. Super Bowls are going to be there. Yeah, it's the ultimate. It's the ultimate destination.
Okay.
I hope the league doesn't require us to rob another city, because that just feels bad.
I hope so too.
When you steal a city's team.
It feels horrible. We know what it feels like.
We've been there.
Ours was stolen. Just to make everybody feel a nice bit of nostalgia, I want to play this audio for you. This is the intro song to the Sonics. We're going out on a break here. So
Okay,
we can go out.
There you go, Andrew. Good job.
You remember this?
Oh, of course. Oh. The lights are down.
Yeah.
Oh man, what a feeling.
I'm still holding out hope. I think they might come back.
Ladies and gentlemen. Sorry, I gotta run it.
No, I like it.
God, I love that guy. Your Seattle Soul!
Does it just make you want to dunk a basketball? I mean, I know we don't have the physical ability to do that, but
yeah,
does it
you
make
went
you
from
want to do it?
Dio's, Anyway, this is Run Like Hell for Pink Floyd. Yeah.
Okay, was it starting with Deep Purple?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. Pretty good.
Oh, knocking his back door, I think. It was the original.
All right, we got a lot more coming up. Stick around. Right back.
Well, here in our region, it's really common for homes to have damaged insulation or even no insulation at all in their crawl space or attic. Well, in the winter, that'll make your home cold and drafty. And in the summer months, it can turn your home into an oven. It's Mike Salk here, and utility companies have special incentives right now to help with the cost of having your home properly insulated, including a once-in-a-lifetime rebate from Puget Sound Energy. So if you're a PSE customer and your home was built before 1990, you could qualify to receive a rebate on up to 95% of the cost to properly insulate your crawl space and attic. Yes, they will cover up to 95% of the cost. And if you're anything like me, you love the idea of somebody else paying to improve your home, add value to it, and save you money along the way. How good does that sound? Don't wait. Call Crawl Pros to learn what's going on behind that crawl space and attic hatch for free, and then what energy rebates you're eligible for. If you're worried about critters, mold, water damage, insulation issues, or anything else related to your crawl space or attic, schedule a free corner-to-corner inspection at crawlpros.com.
Hey, Spike O'Neill for Sharp Vision Modern LASIK and Lens. And folks, I can't tell you enough how happy I am with my decision to finally go and get my eyes checked. You know, I had lost some quality of vision. I needed readers for the last 10, 12 years or so. And I could never find them when I needed them. And it's just such a pain. So I went to the folks at Sharp Vision Modern LASIK and Lens, the offices in Bellevue, had a comprehensive, complete eye exam. They told me they had the beginnings of cataract, and I was a perfect candidate for refractive lens exchange. Answered all my questions, put me completely at ease. I went in for one afternoon, had the same care team from start to finish. Couple hours of procedure, home, couple weeks of recovery. I have the eyes, not even of my youth, better than I ever had. I've got 20/10 vision. I will never develop cataract in my life. I will never need readers again. If you think it's time for you to take a look at how good your vision could be, give the folks at Sharp Vision Modern LASIK and Lens a call at 425-451-2020 and ask them about scheduling an appointment to have your comprehensive exam. Go to sharpvision.com. That's sharp with an e-vision.com to take a look for yourself. Official eye care provider of Sounders FC.
When we reach our golden years, it's natural to want to stay in our homes. We've worked hard for them, but as our minds and bodies age, the home can become an unsafe place where loneliness thrives. Amanda here for Care Partners Senior Living. Our communities offer safe living spaces and managed common areas with medical professionals on site and ready to help. We assist you with your mobility when needed, allowing you to socialize or participate in activities whenever you like. Care Partners Senior Living provides both privacy and socialization at your desired pace. You aren't living alone in our communities because help is always nearby. And believe it or not, community living can be more cost-effective than in-home care. With locations throughout Washington and Arizona, you'll find a Care Partners community near you. Care, it's in our name and what we do. Learn more at carepartnersliving.com.
With 30 communities, including Covington, Bremerton, Snohomish, and the grand opening of North Creek Bothell, there's quality senior care at an affordable price near you. Visit carepartnersliving.com.
A good retirement requires more than just having a retirement nest egg and a good investment strategy. Sadly, most people don't have that kind of a plan. And that's why retirement turns into a nightmare for most retirees. Nightmares of one falling ill and ending up in a nursing home, becoming a burden on loved ones, and losing money to uncovered care costs. All preventable with the right retirement plan. Hi, this is elder law attorney Rajiv Nagaich and founder of LifePoint Law. Let me invite you to resolve to make 2025 the year you create a real plan for retirement. I've helped thousands of people in the Seattle area, and I know I can help you too. Come to one of my retirement planning seminars this month, and I will show you how.
Attend the free seminar in Federal Way on April 5th, Olympia on April 8th, or Bellevue on April 10th. Register at lifepointlaw.com. That's lifepointlaw.com. Or call 253-838-3454.
Our first Mark Challenge victory is Aaron McCoy from McCoy Home Solutions, yet another small business owner that took the first Mark Insurance Challenge. Aaron, what was the initiative to make that call?
I've got something worth preserving for the sake of the people that I serve and my family. So it's important to me.
What did you learn through the process?
The experience with First Mark has been highly professional, informative individuals that have helped me from personal to professional insurance, life insurance, policies, coverage, cyberspace, things that I was afraid to approach were pretty easily approachable.
How would you say their customer service has been, Aaron?
Absolutely 10 out of 10. I just couldn't say anything higher about First Mark. They've executed very well on as many levels as I could rate them.
So if you're a small business owner that wants to take the stress of insurance off your plate, do what Aaron McCoy did for McCoy Home Solutions. Make the call to First Mark Insurance. They're your teammate that goes to work for you. FirstMarkInsurance.com.
Need a new roof, a deck, siding, windows? Get up to $3,000 off any new installation. Hi, it's Justin Shirley, CEO of State Roofing and Exteriors. Home projects can add up fast, but we're here to help you save big. Book now and lock in up to $3,000 off in savings. That's $3,000 off any new installation. Call 866-ROOF-ROOF or visit stateroofing.com to schedule your free estimate today. State Roofing and Exteriors, held to a higher standard since 1968.
With over 20 new construction communities throughout Puget Sound, D.R. Horton has the right spacious new home for you. Learn more at drhorton.com. That's drhorton.com. D.R. Horton, America's builder, an equal housing opportunity builder.
Welcome back to the show. Quick shout out to our listener in Buenos Aires who just texted in. Shows us
Nice.
Yeah, pretty cool.
Oh.
Pretty cool.
How do you, I mean, you go online, right? You download the app?
Yeah, download the app.
That's the way to go, yeah.
If you ever miss a segment, you can just listen to the podcast, download the Jake and Spike podcast. People are loving it. Their words, not ours. I want to not play for you, to remind you guys. Did you guys hear that story? This is crazy. You remember that story we talked about last week, that pilot who they turned an entire plane around? I think they were going to Shanghai.
Going to China, pilot didn't have his passport.
Didn't have his passport.
Right.
And so hours into the flight, they turned the whole plane around. 257 people had to sit there and go back, lose 6 hours of their lives because this guy didn't have his passport on him.
They didn't get a different crew because that particular crew had already done so many hours in a row. The flight to China would have been over the limit.
Insane. I don't even know how that's a thing. Listen to this. This is crazy. Air France. They had to turn a flight around because somebody lost their phone. How infuriated would you be?
Oh, I'd be ticked.
If you get told 2 hours into a flight, this is one from France, they're going to the Caribbean. 2 hours into the flight, they turn the plane around. Folks, sorry, somebody on the plane has lost their phone. We're going to turn around. Why do I care that somebody lost their phone?
Well, I understand.
Which is the setup. You tell me why.
I understand what to do because it's the fear of a lithium battery overheating.
That's what they say.
That's what they say. And that makes sense to me.
Is this going to run out of battery?
No, well, the problem is these batteries overheat and start fires. When you check luggage, they say don't check, lithium batteries in your luggage, those kind of things, right? Don't. That's why they make you carry laptops and phones with you and not check them because if the battery overheats and starts a fire, like in the cargo compartment of a plane.
You're not allowed to put a computer in your luggage?
I believe that's the case. I could be wrong.
I know you have to take it out when they look at it.
When you bring it on board.
I didn't know you could.
Yeah, I don't think you're allowed to put lithium batteries into your checked luggage.
I didn't know that. It's like a
if
weapon.
I'm wrong, let me know.
It's like a weapon.
Well, it has the potential to, Actually, it could be geared up and rigged as a weapon to go off.
Yeah, look at the pagers. Yeah, for sure.
So I understand why they would say, we don't know where this battery is, and for the sake of safety, to err on the side of caution.
Drive me nuts.
I'd be ticked.
I'd be livid.
Especially I'm going to the Caribbean.
Have you ever lost your phone on a plane?
No, close. I left my phone in a rental car. I literally, and it was within 4 minutes of, I checked in my car, got my bag, and was always, of course, late. Jump on the shuttle bus. The bus leaves the parking lot. I figure out I'm tapping my pockets. I don't have my phone. Go through my carry-on bag. Don't have my phone. I know it's in the car.
Yeah.
I yelled. I go up to the front. You got to stop. He goes, I can't stop at the airport. I'm like, you got to stop. My phone's in the blah, blah, blah. So the guy stopped on the side of the road. Reluctantly opened the door, let me out of the rental car bus.
What town was this in?
This was out of D.C., Dulles Airport in D.C.
Jeez.
So I'm literally crossing 4 lanes of freeway to get back to the rental return location, go around the perimeter of the fence, go to the thing. I'm like, blah, 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 blah. They said, well, it's already been, it's being processed. So I literally, and they're like, well, can somebody help me? And they didn't give a rat's.
Of course.
So I'm scouring the return lots, find my car.
Did you get it?
Yes. And it was in the trunk of the car, right where I set it down when I grabbed my bag.
Perfect.
Made it back to, and I'm running at this point because my flight leaves in less than an hour.
Just
sweating bullets because it's late August in the East Mid-Atlantic.
It's like planes, trains, and automobiles.
Get back on the shuttle, catch my flight by the nick of time, and Didn't lose my phone.
Insane. That's a good recovery though.
Yeah, it was
good for you.
On me, heroic.
I left my phone. I don't know where I left it, but I get off of the plane.
Okay.
This is when I was in college. It was 2005 or 6.
Okay.
I went to college in Hawaii. So I had flown from Seattle to Hawaii at Honolulu International Airport. Big airport, but still.
That's a big hub.
Hawaii, so it's like a little bit relaxed. But it's like pretty close to 9/11 times still. So like they were.
Oh, wow, yeah.
Like all that stuff is it's very high security.
Yes.
So I get off the plane. I make it all the way. I get through baggage and stuff. I get all the way out to the car, and I'm about to get into a car to get back to campus, and I'm doing the.
Yeah, I know the pat the pocket.
I'm doing the pat the pocket.
Yep.
And I got no phone, and I'm like, oh no, I left it on the plane, and that those planes take off all the time. That's going to be in
turn and burn.
It's going to be in Buenos Aires in an hour. I don't know how long it takes to get to Buenos Aires.
It's leaving soon.
Do you know what I did? This is insane. I can't even believe this, and I don't want any terrorists who are listening. If you're a terrorist right now, turn off the radio.
Okay.
Because I don't want you guys to pick up anything.
Well, who'd you go to?
I snuck back into the airport. I tried to go through the front doors, and I said, I lost my phone. They said, we can't help you. Basically, you're
right. No
lost.
ticket, no pass. Yeah.
So what I did was I went to the exit doors. A lot of times you come out of the airports.
The one ways, do not enter. Yeah, you bet.
I slyly, like I'm waiting in a nightclub to get in at the back door. I wait until somebody walks out, and I just kind of like back into the door, and I get inside.
you snuck into an airport.
Through like 5 levels of security. I make it all the way back to the gate. And it could be, I got a real friendly face.
You're
People
a cherub.
don't look at me and think, oh, this guy's going to do something. Also, I look like a child. And so they're like, probably thought I was a lost boy. And so they just let me roam around. And I make it all the way back to the plane. I tell the flight attendant at the gate, I'm like, I think I left my phone.
Here's my seat number.
I got it back.
They went and got your, oh, that's awesome.
Before the plane took off. Isn't that unbelievable?
Above and beyond.
Above and beyond.
Dude, well done.
But for terrorists.
Forget you.
Don't do it.
They fixed that loophole in Holland.
They fixed it.
You can't do it anymore.
They fixed it, thankfully. All right, we got a lot more coming up. We got a lot of great stuff next hour. You're going to love this. Tons of fun audio we didn't have a chance to get to in the first hour. Stick around. We'll be right back.
Hi, it's John Curley. Longevity Medical Clinic is your best plan for long-term well-being and personalized health care. Dr. Mixon, let me ask you a question. How long have some of your patients been working with you?
And we've got patients now that have been with us for over 20 years that are in their 90s who came to us in their 60s. The grandparents now in their 90s are living independently. They're not on walkers, they're not on canes, they're not headed for nursing homes.
I meet people and they ask about, wow, you're in great shape. You have 12% body fat and stuff. What's the secret? I said, it's not a secret. Longevity Medical Clinic has been there for 25 years. There is no secret to the fact that if you make those small changes, you avoid the big, bad, horrible stuff that most of us just think, well, this is what's supposed to happen to me.
And if you're heading downhill and you don't change your direction, you're going to continue going downhill. And what we do at Longevity is we redirect you and we take you back up the hill.
So get your free health analysis. Go to longevitymedicalclinic.com. That's longevitymedicalclinic.com. Looking for a smart way to improve your home comfort without breaking the bank? 2 words, heat pump. John Curley here. Upgrade to Home Comfort Alliance heat pump and get efficient heating in the winter and cooling in the summer in 1 unit. Heat pumps use less energy and are environmentally friendly. Plus, enjoy 18 months, same as cash financing, and up to 15% off all heat pumps and air conditioning systems through March. Home Comfort Alliance for all your heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical needs. Visit HomeComfortAlliance.com.
Your best source for local news. KIRO Newsradio, Northwest News. Patrick was way behind on his IRS taxes.
I was in way over my head. The total amount ended up being somewhere just over $30,000. $30,000.
Then the IRS came to collect.
Started getting letter after letter. A lien had been filed against me. They were going to basically hang me completely out to dry.
He had to do something.
That's when I reached out to Optima Tax Relief.
Patrick's life quickly got a lot easier.
It was very easy, pretty much hands off. They picked up the ball and ran with it.
And how'd it go?
I couldn't believe it. I had to ask 2 or 3 times. I saved an incredible amount of money.
How does Patrick feel about Optima?
Couldn't be happier. They definitely helped me. Optima Tax Relief, the best place to call. call. They're the best in the business.
Do what Patrick did and call Optima Tax Relief for a free consultation. Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. Optima Tax Relief. Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Progressive knows you've got enough to worry about in life.
Hi, it's your life again. Feel like another year is just slipping away? Yeah, remember all those New Year's resolutions you made? You still haven't finished the first book. Just 19 more to go. I mean, if we're being honest, it wasn't a very realistic goal. Have you ever considered that you intentionally self-sabotage? So what's that about?
So let Progressive protect your home and auto, because you've got enough to worry about. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers not available in all states.
Seems everything costs more these days. Gas, groceries, and when's the last time you checked your wireless bill? When it comes to big wireless, if you're staying, you may be overpaying. Switch to Consumer Cellular to get the same fast nationwide coverage without the big wireless bill. Plans start at just $20 a month, and now for a limited time, new customers can get their second month free. Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit a store near you, or consumercellular.com and start saving today. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. Taxes, fees, and other third-party charges will apply. See website for additional details.
April 6th at Tropical Smoothie Cafe, rewards members get $5 off an acai bowl or an acai bowl with Nutella. Log into the app on April 6th to redeem your rewards. Terms and conditions apply.
Your best source for local news. KIRO Newsradio. KIRO FM and HD1. Tacoma, Seattle. Northwest News. This is CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by O'Reilly Auto Parts.
I'm Wendy Gillette. The Trump administration says new tariffs are coming this week.
The White House says Wednesday will be Liberation Day.
The president will be announcing a tariff plan that will roll back the unfair trade practices that have been ripping off our country for decades.
Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt wouldn't say which countries would be impacted by the reciprocal tariffs.
Any country that has treated the American people unfairly should expect to receive a tariff in return.
And she says the stock market reaction isn't causing them to rethink their plan. Stacey Lynn, CBS News, Washington.
25% auto tariffs kick in Thursday. Car dealership owner Steve Mouse in Kimball, Minnesota, says that's speeding up some buying decisions.
Recently, we've had people make very quick decisions to buy a car because they're concerned about the tariffs.
President Trump says he believes there are methods to serve a third term. Hofstra University constitutional law professor James Sample says that's not accurate.
22nd Amendment of the Constitution is crystal clear. The plain language is clear. Donald Trump cannot serve a third term, nor can any other individual who has served 2 terms.
A severe storm system now in the east killed 3 children in Kalamazoo County, Michigan. Sheriff Richard Fuller explains what happened.
The family's vehicle was struck by a tree as they were traveling down the road. It's a very large tree, came across the middle of their passenger van.
2 astronauts in space for about 9 months longer than expected are sharing their thoughts for the first time.
Sonny Williams and Butch Wilmore spent nearly 300 days in space after their Starliner had multiple issues. As for how they're feeling now back on Earth.
Feeling good since we've been back almost 2 weeks now. Actually went out and ran 3 miles yesterday, so I will give myself a little pat on the back.
Wilmore says they're meeting with Boeing this week to go over the issues that kept them up in space for so long.
There were questions that I, as a commander of the spacecraft, that I should have asked, and I did not. At the time, I didn't know I needed to. And maybe you could call that hindsight, but I'll start and point the finger and I'll blame me.
Matt Piper, CBS News.
Myanmar is in dire need of aid after Friday's earthquake. Michael Capone is the founder and CEO of Global Empowerment Mission, which is providing help.
If aid doesn't come in quickly enough, all those people with just bleeding on their arms, with, all kinds of things that are going to happen, they're going to die.
The closing bell just rang on Wall Street. The markets finished mixed. The Dow gained 417 points. This is CBS News.
Think O'Reilly Auto Parts for all your car care needs. Get the parts and service you need fast from the professional parts people at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Armed intruders at a former Seattle Seahawks home. The story coming up. But first, from the Beacon Plumbing Traffic Desk. In Tacoma, the damaged semi-truck's been hauled away from I-5 near South 48th Street, but you still have a lane blocked in each direction. You're backed up from nearly 5 to McCord. It's taking you about an hour to get from Olympia to Tacoma, 45 minutes from Tacoma to Olympia. The crash has been cleared from southbound I-5 at the Puyallup River, and crews have wrapped up work on US 2 near Monroe. Traffic brought to you by Beacon Plumbing. For all your heating, electrical, septic, and mechanical needs, stop freaking, call Beacon.
KIRO News Radio 97.3 FM Northwest News. Now, the latest from KIRO News Radio and mynorthwest.com.
Good afternoon, I'm Heather Bosch. Former Seattle Seahawk Richard Sherman is asking for help finding the armed burglars who hit his home Saturday night while his family was inside. Sherman posted on X that it was scary, that his wife handled it masterfully by keeping their children safe. He indicated this may be part of a series of local burglaries. We put a link to the photos of the intruders at mynorthwest.com. Detectives are investigating a mass shooting at a weekend house party in Pierce County that left 2 people dead and 4 injured. Deputy Carly Capetto says 30 to 40 young people had gathered at a home.
Drinking and drugs and alcohol at this party, that combination is not good.
A fight started outside, followed by gunfire and chaos. Deputies arrested a teenaged boy. Seattle police have arrested 1 person in a deadly double shooting at a hookah lounge yesterday. KIRO 7 TV's Deborah Horn has more from the Rainier Valley.
Jennifer Hendrickson and her neighbor, Chon Chu, say they awoke overnight to the sound of gunfire.
And I just seen all the people just run.
I couldn't sleep at all. I'm shaking.
Officers arrived at about 3:30 Sunday morning to find 2 men mortally wounded. 1 man was pronounced dead. The other man, a hookah lounge security guard, was taken to Harborview Medical Center. A man who identified himself as head of security says his worker died in surgery nearly 7 hours later.
You got a break during the pandemic, but starting today, King County Metro will start checking to make sure you've paid to ride. Metro's Rebecca Frankhauser tells KIRO 7 TV.
If they don't have the right fare, we'll be passing out brochures and educating our folks on how to pay the right fare and what the right fare for them might be.
If you don't pay, you'll get a warning. Those repeatedly caught not paying will face fines. The Washington State Senate has passed a $79 billion budget, the biggest in state history. Republicans oppose it because it increases property taxes, among other things. In an interview provided by the state GOP, Senator Chris Gilden says he pushed for
a budget that is balanced, that includes no cuts to individuals who need services, and it also does not include any of the harmful taxes that are going to be levied on people all across our state.
Democrats argue it provides funding for much-needed transportation projects and new ferries. This weather update brought to you by State Roofing and Exteriors. Cloudy skies today with highs in the mid-50s. It is 51 in downtown Seattle. I'm Heather Bosch.
Your best source for local news, serving Western Washington and the world with a KIRO News Radio app. Always streaming live on your smart speakers. You're listening to KIRO News Radio, Northwest News. It's the all-new Jake and Spike Show on KIRO News Radio.
Welcome back to the show. If you guys want to get in on this conversation, there's only one way to do it. Actually, there's a number of ways you can do it. You can come down here and you can apply. You can get hired on here.
Start
That's a way.
At the ground level.
Start at the bottom, work your way up, and eventually you could be sitting where we are. Or you just text us, which is the fastest way to do it. 888-973-5476. We love to get your text messages. We read a lot of those at the end of the show. We will read the very, very best. So we'll get those in early and often. Quick aside, I was back in the coffee room filling up for this hour.
Sure.
I have lots of nice energy, and I got it right here in front of me.
Nice KIRO mug, too.
Nice KIRO mug for the cameras. They require us to use them. We can't use any other mugs. It's a branding thing. Although you do. Yours. What does yours say, Spike?
No, it doesn't.
No,
it doesn't. It doesn't. I'm drinking like this.
No, but I was watching one of our, our boss was back there, our program manager, and he was loading the dishwasher, which is like a very saintly thing to do. Have you ever loaded the dishwasher at work?
I have, actually. I have.
Good for you.
Yeah.
Good for you.
You know, there are two kind of, you ever seen the meme? There are 2 types of people who load a dishwasher.
Tell me.
Those who do it like a Swedish architecture student, and those who do it like a raccoon on meth.
I'm glad you brought, this is exactly the conversation I was just having with our boss back there. Because
Okay.
he's loading it very orderly in the same way that I do.
Yes.
Like, there's a book. I'm trying to remember what the book is called. Is it Sparking Joy? What is the book about home?
Marie Kondo.
Marie Kondo.
Yeah.
Is that the name of the book, Sparking Joy?
That's where you go through and you go declutter your life.
Tidying Up was the Netflix show.
Okay, yeah.
But it's based on a
Con
book.
Marie is the method.
And the book is called?
And the book is called The Life-Changing Magic of Tidying Up.
Okay.
Well, it was whether or not things sparked joy in your life.
You hold the thing. Does it spark joy?
And if not, get rid of it.
Yeah.
Okay, but her whole method for cleaning up is basically you put like things with like things. Not that they all have to be the same thing; they have to be the same shape, and that's the key. If they're like the same, and if they fit together, then it makes sense, and it's gonna if you're organizing your utensil jar or your drawer.
Yeah, that makes perfect sense.
Or whatever you have a lot of crazy kitchen implements, and like the spatula isn't necessarily going to also be the exact same as the thing you used to pound out the chicken with.
Sure.
But if they're of the same size, then they would go together, even though that may not make perfect sense. So that's how you organize. But I'm watching our boss Brian do it, and I'm recognizing what I do at home, which is I put all the cups together. And you try to. That's the most efficient way to do it, like a Swedish precision.
Architectural student, an engineering student, yes.
Or you can do it the way my wife does it, which is just chaos. Chaos. And we get in fights about this. And I love her, and this is one of her worst qualities.
Okay.
So I'm happy to share it on the radio. And I don't know if you do this, Laura. Maybe it's a girl thing. I don't know if you do this. Are you precise?
I'm very methodical.
You're methodical.
Oh, yeah. There's certain places where certain things can go. And if I run out of space and I'm not putting the glass anywhere else, I'm waiting for the next load.
That's the correct version. If there's a tiny bit at the very end on the bottom rack where you're putting the pans and everything, and there's nothing left in the sink except one glass, you could put a glass down below. I'm not going to.
I would never put a glass down below.
Even if there's empty space?
Yeah.
See, now you're
Risk
you're not
of breaking.
I
would put a mug down there, wouldn't put a glass. Yeah.
See, I thought the efficiency directive was to eliminate waste, right? Use the least amount of water, use the least amount of resources in the way of soaps. Be efficient.
Oh, I don't care about
be
any of that.
cost effective.
I don't care about any of that. I just want my stuff clean.
It's your
when it comes
OCD
out.
kicking in.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
No, I will. I'm happy to wash it. You could use a year's worth of water on each of my loads. I just don't care. I want it to be clean, and I don't want to have to rewash it.
No, that's efficiency in itself. Yeah.
So but what my wife does, and this drives me nuts, and we get in arguments about this, and apparently there's been articles written about it. Not our fight specifically, but other couples fight about this.
Police reports, but not articles. Yeah.
She does. Yeah, she doesn't. She doesn't wipe stuff off plates, which is what a psychopath does.
Doesn't pre-rinse or any of it.
She'll pre-rinse it, but she's not going to go into extra effort. Like if somebody has a quesadilla, if you have a quesadilla on a plate and there's some cheese left over, she goes, "Oh, the dishwasher will get it." I'm like, "What are you talking about? The dishwasher's not going to get it. Where's it going to go? Where's it going to go?
It's going to clog the drain.
It's going to clog the drain."
Yeah.
And she says, "No, it actually." Because Chris Sullivan apparently wrote an article years ago that she's now taken in as gospel. I don't know if you guys have heard about this. She's taken this in as gospel that you leave crap on the plates because then that makes it suds up. It gives the soap suds something to
It's an agitator, an agent of agitation.
It's an
much
agitation,
like myself.
and it creates suds.
Okay, wow.
Which she argues then gets it more clean. I'm like, then why am I washing it 3 times? Like I take it out and I have to wash it. I have to wipe it down.
Yeah.
But Chris Sullivan apparently wrote an article because he read something where you leave stuff on plates, and now she treats it as gospel. And so I don't know. This is a rant, but I was refreshed to see our boss, who's a man, and maybe that's the thing. Maybe men and women are different.
Doing it the right way. Yeah.
Is it different at your house?
What's Sully's excuse?
Is it different at your house?
I'm not allowed to use the dishwasher at my house. I swear to you, I'm not. I've got the best dishwasher money can buy, and I know this one's going to get me in trouble. My wife's very, very, very particular about the cleanliness of our dishes, and I do them all by hand.
She sounds like a good woman.
Except on Thanksgiving. I'm allowed to use the dishwasher just by sheer volume alone.
Sure.
On Thanksgiving.
Are you being serious? You're not allowed to touch it?
I'm very serious. We just don't use it. It sits empty for months on end.
Why?
Because my wife is very meticulous about the glasses in our home.
How are your glasses being washed if not in the dishwasher?
She felt that the dishwasher left kind of a film that she swears that she could notice and taste in the dishwasher when it does glasses, so I do them by hand. All the dishes
by hand. You wash the dishes by hand?
By hand every day.
So you do the dishes?
I do the dishes in my home every day, multiple times a day.
Let me see your mitts. Oh,
Baby
yeah, you
soft.
spend a lot of time. No, you spend a lot of time in the water, I can tell.
Oh, yeah. And it's my happiest place on earth. I swear to God. There's a mirror.
Doing dishes?
There's a mirror because our sink doesn't face the outside world, because that would be cruel to me to see the outside world while I'm doing dishes.
Because you're there for so long.
For so long. But there's a mirror right in front of on the wall in front of and I just sit there and whistle a happy tune and do dishes. It's a very therapeutic place for me.
Sure.
I reflect.
Well, you have
introspective. You know,
you have to do it.
You know that way you don't notice the chain around your ankle.
Yeah, I was going to say it's like
I'm just doing
grinning
dishes.
and
I'm a
bearing
happy
it.
chappy doing dishes. Yeah,
it's like Chuck Norris says, "Bloom where you're planted."
Yeah, there you go. Exactly.
That's what you're doing. You're blooming.
And I also, since I'm bearing my soul in we still got time in this therapeutic hour.
Yeah.
My wife can't drink from the same glass twice in a row.
Is this like a science situation where it's contaminated and then someday there's going to be an alien in her living room?
I don't know.
Does that make sense?
I don't know. My wife likes a fresh glass every time she has a glass of water.
A fresh every time?
Fresh every time. And
Really?
I wash those by hand every day. Every day. You can laugh if you want to. But I've been happily married for 33 years.
Okay. I want to say,
out of time.
No, I want to say so much right now. I'm just like,
and I appreciate your holding back. You're a
I'm
great
thinking.
man.
Can I do a little psychoanalyzing of
Please,
you and your wife?
Yeah, sure. Yeah.
I'm betting you guys don't argue a lot.
No, we don't. We really don't.
But I'm thinking that she's taking out whatever she might be bottling up.
Yeah, about me?
In on you and making you wash these dishes.
I don't know.
Is that possible?
It's possible. Of course, anything's possible. But
You're
I think
like, honey,
she
you
generally...
just use that glass. Like you just like a second ago, you can use that glass. She goes, no. And it needs washing. And she hands it to you.
Yeah, because there's
wash
lip
it.
emollient around the rim of the glass that she drinks, like kind of little OCD-ish around this.
And it's from her.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Very interesting.
Yeah. Thank you.
Very interesting.
I'm so in trouble when I get home. And no, she knows. We know. It's all cool.
Yeah.
I get it.
No, it's cool.
It's a small price to pay to make sure that my wife feels loved, respected, and cared for.
Yeah. I do. I want to say that I do most of the dishes around the house. I don't know if that's actually true, but I feel like I'm doing dishes around all the time. There's just always dishes to be done when you have a house with a bunch of kids.
And we don't use throwaway. We don't do that. We don't use disposables. I know a lot of families do. No, we don't do that.
Anytime we do, I'm wondering why we don't use it more. Like whenever we have guests over for like a barbecue.
Yeah, well,
we'll do like stuff like that.
Even then we don't. Yeah, we really very rarely do. I don't think we ever do.
And somebody goes, "Why don't you use this?" And your wife goes, "No. Spike loves doing dishes. Like
Loves
he's
it.
whistling
You should see him all day there. Little birds on his shoulders singing happy
as a
songs.
clam.
You bet.
He's
Little
like
mice help dry. It's great.
He's like a Disney princess in there. That is hilarious. Oh my gosh, that's so funny. All right, well, you should use your dishwasher. That should be like
every Thanksgiving. It's like my holiday gift to me.
That's your holiday gift? Yeah. I think you should use your dishwasher more. Just for glasses.
Okay.
It works great.
She won't have that. Won't have that.
Here's what you should do, because I do think I can help you here.
Okay.
You should make an argument to her then that if you're not going to use it, if you're only using it for one day a year, that's a wasted space.
What am I going to put there? A kiln? Make my own pottery?
Wine cooler?
We don't drink wine.
You're not living right. Do you drink beer or anything like that?
I don't drink. No, we don't.
You could put a kegerator there.
I don't drink. We don't drink. I don't drink. I drink when our band plays. I only drink when we perform.
What else could you put there just to drive the point home? If you're not using it, you're wasting space there.
I get them if they can find a way to wash the dog. Maybe I put the dog in the dishwasher. Right? It's got a nice rack down there.
It's gonna leave a weird taste
on the dog.
It's gonna leave a weird thing on the dog. All right, well, we'll figure it out. If you guys want to text us in, let us know what Spike can replace his dishwasher with. Because then I feel like and you should be able to decide what goes where your dishwasher was. Because that's your space.
I'm freeing that space up by doing the dishes.
You have become a dish. You are the physical embodiment of a dishwasher.
Okay. I'll get a leather tanner or something like that.
Something
make
fun.
my own belts.
Something, yeah. A treat for you.
Yeah.
Treat yourself. That's what they say. All right, let's talk about this real fast. We don't have much time left in this segment. I didn't plan us so far afield on the dishwashers, but I feel like it's an interesting insight.
Yeah, who knew you'd have such skills of opening my mind up to and freeing me to release those.
You have to at least suggest something else to replace it with. I think that would be healthy. All right, gas tax. How do you feel about this? A gas tax just passed Saturday that would increase gas tax by 6 cents a gallon.
Yeah.
That
one was there's two separate charges coming our way here.
There's two different gas taxes.
Right. This one we broke last week. There was news from the KIRO Newsroom about the bipartisan agreement, Republican and Democratic support in Olympia, to raise an additional 6 cents onto our 49 cents a gallon.
Mm-hmm.
So now we have a 55 cents a gallon. That's the tax for carbon offsets.
There's another additional one to raise it by a further 9 cents, which will be voted on next week.
Oh.
Does this feel like too much? Does it feel like we're putting too much? This is Senate Bill 5801. A bunch of Senate Republicans were in opposition to this one. Senator Jeff Wilson from Longview said, we're putting gas taxes on automatic pilot, and we're putting the citizens of the state on mute. Their taxes will keep going up and up without representation, and the state will keep on taking and taking. Not only do you have this gas tax, you also would get a 2% annual cost of inflation increase as well, just automatically.
Neither of those include the 18.5 cents of federals get every gallon from us here. We're paying on the average $1 more than any other state for gasoline, and just by taxes alone, to help offset the environmental impact.
This is interesting.
And yes, it does feel like too much at this point, even for me.
Even for you?
Yeah.
Okay.
You know me, I never met a tax I didn't love.
Here's another one. Let me run this one by you, because there's another tax being considered. And this one is a high mileage gas tax.
Yeah, I saw this one.
So what's interesting about this one is they're trying to figure out how to make up some of their budget shortfall. There's a lot, very friendly cars on the road as far as, miles per gallon goes, or a lot of EVs. So they're not paying into the much of the road usage and stuff. All of that is paid for with gas taxes.
Has been for 100 years. Yep.
But if you're not having people drive vehicles anymore that are buying gas, then you're going to start losing money. So they've noticed a decrease in the funds coming in. There's like $1 billion that they're going to be short. So they're trying to figure out how to make up for that. And so one of the proposals is a high mileage gas tax. So let's see, drivers with cars that get less than 25 miles per gallon would not face any charges in this additional gas tax here. So he says someone with a 26 mile per gallon car would face a $7 a year charge in fees, basically. And then somebody who drives a car that's 50 miles per gallon or over would pay $94 in annual highway use fees. So like hybrids, things like that, electric cars.
Right, and they got to find a way, because they had proposed that per mile tax. Right, they wanted you to register what your car was every year, what your odometer read at the start, what it read at the end.
People hated that
because it was intrusive. It was an invasion of privacy. It wasn't very laid out as to how it was going to be calculated.
Also, state to state, they didn't say like how are you going to travel in different states? How are you going to account for that?
I'm driving across the country and I'm paying Washington all this money because I put 3,000 miles on my car on a 4-month vacation, whatever it might have been. So now they figured out that if you've got a very fuel inefficient car, like I said, below 25 miles per gallon on average, you're already getting paid. You're paying at the pump because you're buying so much gas.
Tons, yeah.
And the more your car gets per mile, the less gallons you're buying. So that way your flat rate goes up. Like you said, 50 miles an hour or 50 miles a gallon car, you're paying about $97 a year on average. 26 mile car, you're paying about $7 a year on average. It's just a flat rate based on your car's miles per gallon. I guess that's the factory estimate for where your car gets. I mean,
so this is what brand new.
Yeah, I would think. Okay. Yeah. Because otherwise, my car, I'd be lucky if they get 12, 14 miles a gallon these days.
You like something like this? Do you think this is a good thing to do? Or does it just feel like an additional tax?
Well, it both. I like it because it's a necessary evil. We have $1 billion shortfall in the way we fund our transportation in this state. I mean, I know that it was announced, and Heather just brought it in the news. They're going to start now going and checking ride fares for people who use light rail. But that's just to pay Dow's salary. That's we looked at Dow Constantine's incredible salary, and the only way to pay that is to make sure people are paying for their light rail travel. So any money they make by finding fare jumpers on light rail, that's just going to Dow.
Yep.
They got to find a way to make up the shortfall. If you're going to use a freeway, if you're going to use the highway system, you're gonna have to pay to help.
Top-ranking House Republican Andrew Barkis says this is going to start in addition to the gas tax, which is also going to be raised. So there's some concerns there. But if this model is that over time can morph into a road usage charge that replaces the gas tax, then this is a good model. So it sounds like
if you can, nice lore.
The problem is that if they could show definitively that other taxes they currently have on the books will go away, then people might be more open to adopting some of these new policies. But if they're not, like one of the things they said is
if you're this far in the hole now and you make the gas tax go away, how much deeper in the hole are you going to be?
Yeah, it's a good
I mean,
point.
this deficit we've already suffered is with the gas tax. How are you ever going to get a point where you eliminate the gas tax?
Let me throw this at you. This is interesting. So Barkis, again, top House Republican guy, he says rather than raising gas taxes and like putting in these new fees, he says, how about using more funding from the Climate Commitment Act, which is about roads and safety and all those things and a clean environment and everything. We just had that story, what was it, a week ago, a
week
and a half
with
ago.
Jason Rance had a story about how 2%, if we're lucky,
less than 1%.
Yeah. Oh, less than 1
is being used of all the CCA taken in. Only 0.01% is being used on actual climate-related things. So why not use some of that money? You have 99.9% of it being spent elsewhere.
Yeah.
And it's apparently a lot of money. So why don't you dump some of that into road usage?
It feels terrible to be taxed for something that's supposed to be to help the environment, and that's just dumped in the general fund.
Yeah.
And we don't have enough money, so we're going to hit you again with the gas tax. We're going to raise different ways to gas tax you, to road use
take it
tax.
Out of the general fund.
Yeah.
We're already being taxed.
Or don't backfill the general. Use the money for the environment to help fix the roads and cover the transportation shortfalls.
There you go. They should hire you. They should hire you as a finance guy.
I do more work. I do better work here.
I think you could do both. I think you could do both.
Can I double dip like Dow did? Oh, no.
For sure. Yeah. We'll see about that. All right. We have a lot more coming up. Next, we're going to have our gentleman's disagreement. This is a really good one. We were just doing some relationship talk a second ago, and the gentleman's disagreement today is actually what qualities you look for. What's the most important quality when choosing a spouse? You've been married for how many years? 30-some years?
33 years, yeah.
33 years.
Happy, very, very happy years.
This summer will be...
Well, 32 very happy years.
32 very happy years.
Yeah.
The first year's always.
No, it wasn't the first one. First one was a honeymoon.
First one's easy.
Yeah.
I'm coming up on 14 this summer. We've been together for a couple years, even longer than that. So what are these qualities that you're looking for? And Laura, if she wants to pick our brain, because we're such geniuses on what makes a successful relationship work.
Please impart your wisdom.
Yeah, happy to do so. Also, the audience, please let us know if you guys have any advice or things that you think are the most important. I'm being serious. What is the most important thing when choosing a spouse? What's the number one thing you start with? 888-973-5476. We'll be right back.
This hour is brought to you by Insulation Northwest.
At KIRO Newsradio, our commitment goes beyond delivering the latest headlines.
Authorities say they've busted a violent drug trafficking ring in Seattle.
Mayor Bruce Harrell says this operation should go a long way toward putting a stop to crime in the CID.
We dive deep into the stories that matter, helping you understand the impact on your community and your life.
Even if you do get caught, you're going to probably get a small little smack on the hand.
So you can have your opinions, I can have mine.
KIRO Newsradio, Northwest News.
I'm still going for it, even with higher stroke risk from atrial fibrillation and a regular heartbeat not caused by a heart valve problem. Over a 3-year study, Eliquis apixaban tablets reduced stroke risk better than warfarin, and over 97% of Eliquis patients did not experience a stroke. A first stroke occurred in 2.9% of warfarin patients versus 2.3% of Eliquis patients.
Don't stop taking prescription Eliquis without asking your doctor. It may increase your stroke risk. Eliquis can cause serious and in rare cases fatal bleeding. Don't take Eliquis if you have an artificial heart valve, abnormal bleeding, or antiphospholipid syndrome. While taking, you may bruise more easily or take longer for bleeding to stop. A spinal injection while on Eliquis increases risk of blood clots, which may cause paralysis, the inability to move. Get medical help right away for unexpected bleeding, unusual bruising, or tingling, numbness, or muscle weakness. Medications such as aspirin products, NSAIDs, SSRIs, SNRIs, and blood thinners may increase bleeding risk. Tell your doctor about all planned medical or dental procedures. Learn more at Eliquis.com or call 1-855-ELIQUIS.
Mike Salk here, and you've probably heard me mention that Crawl Pros has a full-service pest control division called Pest Pros, and they can prevent bug and rodent infestations from reoccurring at your house. You probably also know that it's especially important to keep a close eye on any signs of pest intrusion in your home during the spring. Why? Well, let's start with rodents. They're at the peak of their reproductive season, so if just one makes its way into your house, it could quickly turn into hundreds, and then you've got damage to insulation, wiring, even structural features, not to mention they're disgusting and carry disease. You may also see an increase in bugs, especially ants this time of year, as they're just looking for food. But if you got kids, you know they leave food everywhere, so this can become an even bigger issue. If you have any reason to think you've got a pest problem, you want to take care of it quickly before you have a much larger problem on your hands. So call Pest Pros. They'll come in, do a free corner-to-corner inspection, just like they did at my house, and fix the problem. If you're worried that any type of critter is making a home of your home, Call Pest Pros or visit gopestpros.com.
It's clogged again.
Your drain?
Just had it cleared.
You didn't call Apollo Plumbing.
How can you tell?
Because your drain's clogged again.
So frustrating.
We can clear that drain.
That's what the last guy said.
We'll clear it, guaranteed.
He said that too.
Apollo Plumbing will clear your drain, or it's free.
Wait, what?
Apollo Plumbing clears your drain.
Or it's free?
Yep.
What's the catch?
No catch.
Fine print?
Apollo Plumbing clears your main drain for $83.
$83 or it's free?
And we'll even give you a camera inspection.
Because?
It's the best way to find what's causing your clog.
But that's extra.
Nope. Included.
No extra charge?
Not 1 cent.
$83 or it's free.
All it takes is an accessible outside cleanout.
And an Apollo plumber.
No clog is safe from Apollo Plumbing.
And just like that, my main drain is...
Draining again.
How can you...
Apollo plumbers are that good.
$83 or it's free.
You call, we come.
My drain's draining again.
Guaranteed.
$83 or it's free.
As it should be.
Apollo Plumbing.
ApolloPlumbing.com.
Did you hear? A recent stash of $10 gold Liberty coins from the 1800s has been found. These gorgeous gold coins are as bright and shiny as the day they were struck in the late 1800s, and less than 200 of these gold coins are available. Coin experts are calling this gold find an incredible opportunity. Call 1-800-917-4635, and you are guaranteed a $10 gold Liberty coin minted by the U.S. Mint in the 1800s. But with extremely limited availability, you must call now. These gold Liberty coins from the 1800s are still in uncirculated condition. That is history you can hold in your hand. To learn more, call 1-800-917-4635. Call now and you'll receive a free American Coin Collector's Bonus Package, a $40 value, free with every order. Call 1-800-917-4635 now to secure your $10 gold Liberty coins dated from the 1800s before they sell out. That's 1-800-917-4635.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is for you too. Stubborn fat is really hard to get rid of, and then there's all those gimmicky lasers, fat freezing methods, and prescriptions. Imagine a simple solution that takes just one day and provides immediate noticeable results. Introducing ProSculpt. ProSculpt uses air-assisted technology that's safe and gentle yet powerful, delivering instant fat-reducing and skin-tightening results. Performed by board-certified plastic surgeons while fully awake, ProSculpt contours your body with minimal downtime. It's designed to target those problem areas: waistline, neck, face, arms, thighs. ProSculpt gently removes unwanted fat and tightens loose skin with FDA-cleared plasma technology, all in a simple, guaranteed one-day procedure. ProSculpt is one and done. Schedule your free consultation at prosculpt.com for $250 off. For powerful permanent fat removal and skin tightening that works for ladies and you men, it's prosculpt.com.
Amanda here for Care Partners Senior Living. Our communities offer safe living spaces with medical professionals on site and ready to help. With locations throughout Washington and Arizona, you'll find a Care Partners community near you. Learn more at carepartnersliving.com.
KIRO News Radio, 97.3 FM, Northwest News. Now, the latest from KIRO News Radio and mynorthwest.com.
Good afternoon, I'm Aaron Granillo. Boeing Starliner crew says they are feeling good after their prolonged stay at the International Space Station. Speaking for the first time to the media, astronaut Butch Wilmore also taking ownership for a series of leaks and thruster issues on Starliner.
There were questions that I, as the commander of the spacecraft, that I should have asked. And I did not. At the time, I didn't know I needed to. And maybe you could call that hindsight, but I'll start and point the finger and I'll blame me.
He says Boeing and NASA also share the responsibility there, but Wilmore and fellow crew member Sonny Williams expressed confidence in Starliner, saying they would fly on it again. The man who escaped from the Northwest Ice Processing Center in Tacoma last week is back behind bars today. Here's KIRO News Radio's James Lynch.
Officials with ICE say 24-year-old Alvaro Flores Barbosa, who they describe as a Venezuelan criminal, escaped last Wednesday and was located and rearrested Saturday near Portland. Flores Barbosa has a criminal history, including an arrest for misdemeanor assault and 2 convictions for reckless driving and felony use of a weapon. He now faces deportation. ICE hasn't said how Flores Barbosa managed to escape. James Lynch, KIRO News Radio.
Turning now to the closing bell reports, President Trump is calling it Liberation Day this Wednesday when he says the U.S. will place a fresh round of tariffs. White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt.
Any country that has treated the American people unfairly should expect to receive a tariff in return on Wednesday.
More from CBS's Stacey Lynn.
The president's reciprocal tariffs kick in this week, and he says no country will be spared. What they charge us, we charge them. He's also imposing a 25% import tax on most foreign-made vehicles and auto parts. He plans to tax imported pharmaceutical drugs, copper, and lumber. His aim is for more companies to do their manufacturing here, and says the money will help reduce the federal budget deficit.
Well, investors shook off concerns over tariffs today, clawing back some earlier losses. At the close, the Dow gained 417. NASDAQ lost 23, S&P ahead by 30 points. But the S&P 500 just recorded its worst month since December 2022, shedding nearly 6% this March. Traffic report now brought to you by Beacon Plumbing. 2 southbound lanes at South 48th and Tacoma closed. This is due to a tipped over semi. Been closed for a few hours now. The backup starting around Highway 16. Left lane northbound I-5 at the scene is also closed. Rest of the map in very good shape. Just some minor slowdowns on I-5 southbound into Seattle, but travel times right around average there. Also some slowdowns through the construction zone between Bellevue and Renton, and a couple of minor backups on 167, the Valley Freeway southbound between Auburn and Sumner. For all of your heating, electrical, septic, mechanical needs, stop freaking and call Beacon. Weather now brought to you by State Roofing and Exteriors. For today, will be mostly cloudy with some sun breaks. Just a 20% chance for rain. Looking for some morning showers for tomorrow. Right now, 51 degrees in downtown Seattle. I'm Aaron Granillo, KIRO Newsradio.
Your best source for local news. You're listening to KIRO Newsradio, Northwest News. Jake and Spike have a gentleman's disagreement.
Welcome back to the show. For this segment, we generally will argue about something. I don't know. Sometimes it's political. Sometimes it's not. Sometimes it's whatever. But for this one, I thought kind of a deeper conversation about relationships might be kind of interesting.
Cool.
And this was inspired by the other night I was watching. You don't watch this? Dumb question for you.
What?
I know Laura watches it. You watch Bachelor, right, Laura?
I didn't watch this last season.
You didn't watch the season?
No.
Okay.
But I watched like the finale.
Yeah.
That went kind of viral on social media.
Yeah.
And then got interested. Yeah.
Okay.
I follow.
You follow it, but you're aware of how it works. And Spike, have you ever seen a full season of The Bachelor or The Bachelorette?
I've never seen a full episode.
Really?
Not once. Not one of these shows.
You haven't watched it with your wife?
Never, ever, ever.
Does she watch any of these things?
Never, ever, ever.
See, there it is. Like,
Nope.
You don't have anybody introduce
My wife
that to
has
you.
studied the Marvel universe, the Star Wars universe, could give a doctorate lecture about either of those canons of storytelling with their roots in mythology and the Bible itself,
Gotcha.
good versus evil. But but who schnooks for who?
Yep.
On The Bachelor, I couldn't care. She couldn't care less. And
So-
that's the key to a happy marriage.
Well, that
Mutual
leads into
interest.
I was going to say that leads into our question. But
We're
done. This was inspired by one of the recent, like the last episode of The Bachelor.
There was a subject of merit on The Bachelor, is what you're saying?
Well, they always have to propose to somebody at the end of the series, which in itself is ridiculous when you consider the amount of time these people are spending together. It's probably hours. You could probably count the hours that they spend together actually in the same room before they get down on one knee and propose or accept a proposal.
Right.
So
Plus, it's all competitive based. They're all performing. Right?
it is also competitive based. You're also it's a competition. You're trying to win a proposal if you're one of the contestants or if you're the main person. Your job is to find that person out of and it's, again, we don't have to debate the merits of Bachelor or Bachelorette.
Yeah.
It's good entertaining TV. It's
go.
probably not the best way to go and secure a life partner.
That's based.
But the main guy was trying to decide. He was literally hours away from proposing. He didn't know between these two girls, and my wife and I are sitting there having it. And that's why the show works. Is you get a favorite and you go, okay, well, this person works for this reason. This person doesn't work for this reason. And in the most recent season, I never remember any of their names because they're interchangeable. They just don't matter.
Mm-hmm.
But the guy who I can't remember his name and the two girls who I can't remember their names. One girl wanted kids immediately within a very short amount of time because she was a little bit older. She was 31. And then the other girl And spoiler alert for anybody who hasn't seen the end. I won't tell you their names. But the other girl was younger and didn't necessarily want to have kids immediately, but did want to have them eventually. And so he had to decide between those two girls. And I won't tell you who he chose, but I bet you could guess. Do you want to take a guess, Spike?
I'm going to guess the younger, the more voluptuous, the better breeder.
I wouldn't say younger. I wouldn't say more voluptuous.
I wouldn't say breeder.
Okay, well, that's my personal set of standards. I'm just kidding.
Well, when you factor in time, the odds of getting pregnant with a younger person statistically probably would be much higher than the girl, the 31-year-old girl. But I won't tell you who he chose.
Okay.
But you're right. Anyway, but it led to the conversation like, what is the deciding factor in how you choose a mate? Like, what is the thing when you finally get past whatever point it is where you say, hey, you know what? I'm going to get down on one knee and I'm going to ask.
Well, yeah.
And I'm going to make an investment in this person and bet the rest of my life on this person.
Exactly.
What are those things? What are those like intangible things that you're trying to figure out before you get to that point? And what jumps out at you when you think about why you've had a 33-year successful marriage?
It's funny when you ask me this question and think about this for our gentleman's disagreement, because there's no right answer here. There really isn't, because it's going to be a different set of values and standards and priorities for everybody. I'm looking through there's a story that you linked on here that kind of spurred this question. And I was reading through some of the other posts in response to social media on X. What is the most important factor, or the single one factor that's most important in considering choosing a partner? And the plethora of different answers, everything from religion to obedience to sense of humor. It's going to be different for everybody.
Sure.
For me, it is compatibility, and I know that's a very blanket term, but what do you like? What are your priorities? What's been important to you in your life? It's the same as been important to me in my life.
Mm-hmm.
And a lack of judgment. People who are, people who shouldn't be judgmental. I know that's also very broad, but you ever see Ted Lasso?
Oh, yeah.
Remember the dart game? The quote from Walt Whitman, be curious, not judgmental.
Okay.
That is so profound. That is so spot on.
So you don't want somebody who's cynical and...
Well,
what do you mean by judgmental? It's just like somebody who's if you're not gracious with others?
You're on a first date with somebody, and this person, oh, look at that one, or look at this waiter, and they're just passing judgment on people.
Sure.
Not knowing anything about them or their circumstances or their histories. When you're judgmental about someone or something, you tend to be judgmental about everything.
True. Well, and as a potential mate, you're looking
that's a lifetime of being judged.
Unless
for sure.
you can judge together. If you like a little gossip
Well,
stash.
that is what reality TV
it's
is
priority,
for.
right? Yeah.
No, you're right. They're all in the same corral. Yeah.
Do you think about these things, Laura? You're not married yet. But do you think about when you're looking at?
I'm entering my end of breeder age according to Bachelor standards.
What is
so sorry I used that term. I'm sorry.
I actually think it's a very interesting term. It's a very interesting term.
Do you want to start a family? Is this person interested in having children? How many kids? What's a family look like to you?
There's a definite shift from your, early 20s, college, right after post-grad. Everyone's just having fun and no one's taking it that seriously. And all of a sudden you look around and everyone's in these pretty serious relationships and they're kind of locking it down. Or you see really dramatic breakups, right?
Because it's an incredible amount of time
that you
can waste with people.
Oh my
if
God,
they're not the right person.
So it just shifts the way that you start thinking, in your later 20s about who am I with and why am I with them?
Yeah.
I feel like every relationship I've been in, I've learned more about what I want and what I don't want.
That's true. It's like you do pick up things along the way, and there's.
I didn't know I hated that.
Yeah, totally.
Yeah.
Remember what I told you? The advice I gave my daughter. With every breakup, they'd be crushed because they were in a long-term relationship. It happened a couple times to my oldest, who was getting married in 4 weeks. Should have her on. Ask what was it about John that you knew he was the one?
Yeah.
Whenever someone would break my kid's heart, I said, "Well, honey, he's just doing his job. Everybody you date, their job is to show you what you don't want.
It's good advice.
His job is to be a total a-hole. Don't blame him for doing his job. He's just who he is, and you figured out that's not what you want. He did you a favor.
And from a parenting perspective, thank goodness you found out about it now.
Yes.
You could have been married, and then you fall into these stats. Listen to some of these stats. This is crazy. This is from the CDC, so take it with a grain of salt. I don't know what they have to do with divorces, but they say there are 41% of first marriages will end in divorce. Pretty high number. I actually thought that sounded kind of low to me.
I thought it was half.
I thought it was almost 50%. 60% of second marriages end in divorce. 73% of third marriages end in divorce, which makes sense. If you've already been divorced twice, then you clearly the fault might be with you.
You see it as a disposable situation, or easy to jettison.
Yeah, it's crazy. The other thing that's interesting is younger people are waiting much longer to get married these days.
Absolutely. Yep.
Which I can understand why somebody might want to focus on career, but I can also see the downside of that is the older you do get, you do find that you have less options.
Oh, yeah. I think that's very fair.
Because
and accurate and fair.
Really marriageable people might already be snapped up.
All the good ones are taken.
You might have some good ones taken. And then you might be in an age bracket where maybe you're not the most attractive candidate anymore for both men and women.
And it's become more socially acceptable to be together without marriage.
Yep.
We've, as a society, as a culture, we've kind of evolved, if you will. Some say devolved to a point where marriage is.
I would say the latter, but yeah.
Oh, yeah, and that's fair to say. It's all perspective. Can we carry this over? Because I want to hear what's important. What you and the lovely Mrs. Skorheim.
Yeah.
What was important?
I can tell you real fast. It's all body related. I'm joking.
No, it's funny you say that because a lot of people in this chain,
a big chunk of it is
people in this
initially
chain are like, if you don't have sexual compatibility from the get-go, forget about it. Don't even go close.
Well, initially, a lot of it is just attraction. I mean, you're not going to go talk to somebody you're not attracted to.
You can't dismiss, eons of evolution. That's
it can smooth over a lot in a fight if they make you a little bit weak at your knees.
There you go. Yeah, true.
Absolutely.
Yep.
Brings people back together.
You bet.
We can continue this conversation. Also, the audience 888-97.3. We will read some of your
what's
suggestions.
The one factor?
What's the number one thing? The very number one thing. Let's say you're going to talk to a young person out there who's thinking about getting married, or an old person who just hasn't found it yet. But we'll be right back. Stick around.
The closing bell is brought to you by Legacy Group Capital's Northwest Fund.
Comcast Business helps turn today's small businesses into engines of modern business. It's how restaurants become reliably up and running neighborhood favorites. How retailers become seamlessly restocking, cyber-securing, must-visit shops. And how healthcare offices become the data managing caregivers that we all depend on. With reliable connectivity, enhanced cybersecurity, advanced fiber solutions, and Wi-Fi backup, Comcast Business is powering the engine of modern business. Powering possibilities.
Now through April 21st, new customers can get started with 150 megabit internet and security edge for $49.99 a month for 12 months with a 2-year agreement. Plus, ask how to get a $500 prepaid card on a qualifying internet package. Call today. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. Requires enrollment in paperless billing and automatic payments with bank account. Equipment, taxes, and other fees extra and subject to change. Early termination fee applies.
Did you know your skin is the largest organ of your body? Huh? That's why you should shower with Old Spice Super Hydration Body Wash instead of plain old bar soap. Love your skin by super hydrating it with vitamin B3 and glorious notes of vanilla and shea. Did you know that my super hydrated skin is the second largest organ of my body? The first is my heart. Old Spice. Men have skin too. Old Spice Super Hydration Body Wash. 24/7 renewing moisture. With daily use.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Are you a victim of the timeshare trap and think there's no way out? I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group, the original timeshare cancellation expert. And I'm here to tell you that there is a way out. All you need to do is give my office a call. I will send you a timeshare exit information kit absolutely free, explaining how the timeshare industry works and your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free info kit. 800-961-5544. 800-961-5544.
I've always been a super athletic guy, but after I turned 40, I noticed I was slowing down. Instead of hitting the gym after work, I spent my evenings on the couch with a bag of chips. I was gaining weight, losing muscle, and when I did try to work out, I ran out of energy right away. One of my buddies suggested I book a free testosterone check at Revive Health, and that's when I learned that low T doesn't just impact how guys perform in the bedroom. I worked with a provider to create my custom treatment plan, and today I'm feeling stronger than ever. Last week, I even set a new PR at the gym. My only regret is not reaching out sooner.
If you're ready to book your free T-check, visit ReviveMen'sHealth.com or call 206-529-1111. Again, that's 206-529-1111.
Did you know that nearly half the homes in Western Washington are not properly insulated or not insulated at all? That may be the reason why your home is way too hot in the summer and way too cold in the winter. It may also be the reason that your energy bills are sky high. Right now, Insulation Northwest is offering a free inspection of your home's insulation. This is a $199 value and it's absolutely free, no obligation. Just call today and Insulation Northwest will arrange a time that works with your schedule. We'll perform a thorough exam of your home's insulation and give you the advice you need to start saving thousands. Everyone who calls today will also receive a free infrared screening of your home using the latest technology. This will help reveal any hidden flaws in your home's protective energy blanket. What do you have to lose? It only takes about an hour and it's absolutely free. Call Insulation Northwest today, the real insulation company.
InsulationNorthwest.com. Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa. This weekend only, Friday through Sunday, Linwood Event Center. Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa. This weekend only, Friday through Sunday, Linwood Event Center. 18-month interest-free financing. Our factories have demanded we sell 1,000 hot tubs and swim spas this weekend. Linwood Event Center. Huge factory incentives, factory rebates, this weekend only. Linwood Event Center. We can remove your old hot tub. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Hot tub starting at $2,999. Linwood Event Center. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Just relax and enjoy. Linwood Event Center. Friday, 2 p.m. to 8 p.m. Saturday, 10 a.m. to 8 p.m. Sunday, 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. Free admission, free parking, free delivery. Linwood Event Center. Call 833-SPA-SALE or visit hottubandSwimSpaSale.com.
April 6th at Tropical Smoothie Cafe, rewards members get $5 off an acai bowl or an acai bowl with Nutella. Log into the app on April 6th to redeem your rewards. Terms and conditions apply.
Sharp Vision Modern LASIK and Lens has given me back clear vision. They've performed over 80,000 successful lens replacement surgeries. At Sharp Vision, you'll get the best price combined with the best experience. Sharp-vision.com. That's sharp with an E, -vision.com.
Hey, how's your money situation? Are you ready for retirement? Well, if you want to know what the pros are doing to make wealth multiply and retire like royalty, then you need to listen to this show, Sound Path Through Retirement, with Ben Koval and Matt Leibarger. Get your money right and tune in every weekend, Saturdays at 10 a.m. and noon on KIRO Newsradio 97.3 FM.
Welcome back to the show. We were talking before the break about what is the one most important quality that you look for in somebody when you're choosing your spouse, somebody you plan on spending the rest of your life with. I would even say it's beyond people who are just choosing to live together. I think I'm talking about marriage here.
Yeah, the commitment.
The commitment of marriage, the legal contract of marriage. Yeah. People can live together, but there's a lot less risk associated with that decision.
Oh, yeah, it's easier to get out of.
It's much easier to get out of. Marriage, you are legally bound to this person. Your finances are tied to this person. Yeah. Your well-being and health in many cases. Your hands, if you have to do a lot of dishwashing like Spike does. Yeah. So our audience had some good advice. Tom says, been married for 48 years. The key is she's your best friend. That's a really important one. You want to get along with the person.
Isn't that the truth?
It can't all be about looks, especially if you're going to be married for a long time.
Yeah.
Looks will fade at some point. The best, God willing, they won't, but we'll see.
The best relationships I know are people who are lucky enough to have been friends first, and then it evolved into love and a marriage. They were friends first.
Were you because that's not the case with me and my wife.
Me neither. I was attracted to her physical attributes.
Yeah, mine was physical.
Yep, absolutely, like a moth to the flame, buddy.
I made my moves. They were summarily rejected. I continued making moves until I wore her down.
Nice.
And then
persistence is good. Yeah.
And then she saw the light. And then we got married, and now we have a bunch of kids.
Nice.
So it was physical at first, but obviously now she's my best friend.
Yeah.
And let's see, Rick and Bonnie Lake says the number one way, the best relationship, yes, dear. That's very important. That's true. That's
I have
more
a T-shirt that says yes, dear.
That's good advice.
Yeah.
It's just great advice.
I got it when our youngest was born, because that's the only answer you give a new mom. The only answer is yes, dear.
That's true. Although when I say dear to my wife, she knows that I'm, yeah.
Okay. Say no more.
Yep. She knows that I'm saying it with a little barb to it. Susie Spanaway says similar interest, a similar sense of humor is a bonus. That's a nice one. Peggy and Olympia says the most important factor is just choosing that person every day. They're not going to be perfect. Every day is going to be a great romantic day, but either choose a person or you don't. Then who you are willing to choose every day.
Who are you willing to choose every day?
Who are you willing to choose every day? That was a question. Yeah, I didn't read it correctly. Who are you willing to choose every day? Richard in Covington says, I've been married for 30 years to my high school sweetheart, and let me tell you, everything is forgivable except for lying to somebody's face every day and then laying down next to them every night like nothing is wrong. Richard sounds like he's got some experience here. As soon as you make a mistake, tell your spouse and own it immediately. That's good advice. You don't want to hold on to things.
Yeah.
You don't want to keep secrets.
Yeah, communication is everything.
Communication's a big one.
My kid and Ryan and John they're getting married in late April. We're so excited. Less than 4 weeks now to the big day. They have some of the most incredible communication.
Did you give advice to your daughter before she's getting married? Are you going to give her any advice?
No. If he asked, I would gladly share any insight with him. He's a wonderful young man. He did ask for her hand in marriage.
It's a good move.
Yep. Somebody said because I was reading through the replies to the original question on X. I know our texters are better advice than these clam dips. Somebody on the end on this thread wrote, virginity, shy, introvert, reveres her father. An uninteresting life. Okay, Mr. Stepford. I hope you guys have a happy marriage. I know you will. But then again, I can't be judgmental. This guy.
That's like the most judgmental thing you could ever say.
I know. That's why, and I'm trying to recognize that.
Didn't you just say 2 minutes ago that you didn't like judgmental people?
Yeah, and maybe that's what's perfect for Mr. Stepford.
What's wrong with that?
What's wrong?
Those are all perfectly reasonable things to desire. So read those again. Tell me what's wrong with those.
Virginity.
Okay. He
shy.
doesn't want somebody else who's out there sleeping with a lot of people. She might also feel the same way about him. Nothing wrong with that.
Again, I'm trying to not be judgmental. Remember, my first thing was, don't be judgmental. I fall into the trap. I try to recognize it, pull myself out.
Keep reading. I'm going to defend
Reveres
this guy.
her father.
That's
Prefers
nice.
books and studying over partying. An uninteresting life. Don't you want somebody who's lived a little, got some life experience outside of whatever dad tells her was okay to think?
The uninteresting life in the last part doesn't make total sense to me. Yeah. I don't think revering your father means that you're just doing everything that your dad says. You can love your father. My wife loved her father dearly.
And the fact that it's on an X account, I'm a little jaded in my perspective of it anyway. I think everybody on X is an idiot.
I would caution you to be a little less judgmental.
Yeah, thank you. Take your own advice, Spike.
He's probably a nice. He also sounds like a young man. He's a young man. He's not sure exactly, and I can't argue with any of the stuff that you said on that.
That's fair, and I'm sure he's got a happy, wonderful, long marriage, and a wonderful partner.
One of the things that I would say, from my own personal experience, my wife and I had some very serious conversations about our expectations for family before we got married.
Yeah, that's brilliant. You gotta.
Not only do you want to know whether or not the person you're marrying wants children or doesn't want to have kids. That's a tough one to learn if you really want to have a family.
Absolutely.
But the other one is how you plan on raising those kids. If you're religious, do you want to raise them in a religious household? We just, like my wife, they have this term equally yoked that you hear about often. Like that's a religious term, but it's like two people who come from something with the same kind of insights.
Oh yeah, I get it.
You're equally yoked.
Yeah.
And so you want to make sure that you're both kind of seeing the world in a similar way, so you're not looking at it like aliens. You don't want to see the world in such a different way than your partner.
Yeah.
Where you go what are you talking about?
Right.
So that would be advice that I would give.
Somebody wrote prenup in their list of demands. I don't know how I feel about prenups. I think if you require a prenup, you're planning to fail.
You could argue that. Yeah.
That's how I feel about it. I mean, maybe you think that's the smartest thing ever. They're not there for the money. That's a great thing to know.
Yeah. It's a different thing to ask for a prenup.
Yeah, it is.
I didn't ask for a prenup.
Well, I had nothing to lose.
But I didn't have any money.
Right.
All right. A lot of fun. A lot of great texts. Thank you guys so much for your text messages. A lot of good stuff. We have a lot more coming up. We'll be right back.
The cost of beauty. What's too much? We're going to ask next. The cost of beauty.
Sure, absolutely.
Oh.
Yeah, we'll see. Stick around.
Spring in Washington. It is practically synonymous with rain. And of course, rain is made up of water, which unfortunately can wreak havoc on your home and your crawl space. So if rain or groundwater makes its way into that crawl space, it can create all kinds of problems, including structural damage or toxic mold. You don't want either of those at your house. Trust me. It's Mike Salk here, and that's why you call Crawl Pros. Crawl Pros will keep your crawl space dry. They can install a sump pump and drainage and reroute that water back out and away from your home. They'll take care of any mold that's been created and even address any plumbing issues you may have in your crawl space. Don't take the risk. The best way to learn if you have any water issues is to have Crawl Pros do what they did at my house. Visit your home and inspect your crawl space for free. Yes, Crawl Pros will go where you don't want to. So if you're worried at all about water damage, mold, insulation issues, critters, anything else related to your crawl space or attic, call Crawl Pros or visit crawlpros.com to schedule a free inspection.
Spring cleaning isn't just for clutter. Let Benjamin Franklin Plumbing take care of your appliances. From water heater replacement or repair to advanced water filtration installation, Benjamin Franklin Plumbing is here to provide a worry-free summer for you and your family. Visit BenjaminFranklinPlumbing.com to schedule. You can count on the punctual plumbers, where your comfort and safety come first. Book now. Visit BenjaminFranklinPlumbing.com.
I can't believe how spotless my floors look after using the Swiffer Power Mop. No more dragging around a heavy mop and messy bucket. Now I get the same deep clean without all the work. Thanks to the powerful solution and scrubbing pad of the Swiffer Power Mop, dirt and grime don't stand a chance, and I don't break a sweat. Mic drop. Mop drop.
Swiffer Power Mop. Swiffer Power Mop.
A smarter way to mop. Try it or your money back.
What's better than a cool home all summer long? A cool home with hot savings on your new AC. This month only, take 20% off air conditioners, heat pumps, and ductless systems during the Bob's Heating Preseason AC sale. Call the team at Bob's. Voted best in the Pacific Northwest. With free estimates and free financing, Bob's makes your AC installation simple and affordable. Hurry, discounts reduced to 15% off in April.
Bob's Heating and Air Conditioning. Call Bob.
Confidence is knowing you're ready to handle whatever comes your way. That's what it feels like to take on your workday with Cintas. They make sure your AEDs are up to date, your fire extinguishers are tested and inspected, your floor mats are cleaned and delivered, and your workwear looks good, feels good, and is freshly laundered with a Cintas Apparel Plus program. So are you ready to take on today? Visit Cintas.com.
Oh, I'm ready!
And get ready for the workday.
Hey, fellow Gen Xers, it's Elizabeth Banks. Big news! The recommended age for pneumococcal pneumonia vaccination has been lowered to 50 and older, even if you're healthy. It's up to us to lead the charge. After all, we gave the world the internet. We're trailblazers. Let's lead the way again because we are at over 6 times greater risk for pneumococcal pneumonia. Gen X, this is our shot. Head to VaxAssist.com and schedule today. That's VaxAssist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
I'm Wendy Gillette. Canada and the UK are warning of retaliatory action come Wednesday when the U.S. announces new tariffs. CBS News correspondent Nicole Skanga from the White House.
President Trump is preparing to announce a new round of tariffs on imports, pushing back against countries with their own tariffs on American-made products.
You'd start with all countries, so let's see what happens.
The president is set to announce the reciprocal tariffs during a Rose Garden event on Wednesday.
Some small business owners say they will be directly affected, including Tony Stafford, the founder of Ford's Fish Shack seafood restaurants in Northern Virginia.
We purchase about 40% of our total seafood purchases through Canada, so we're looking at other options through either Maine or Massachusetts or even on the Northwest.
25% auto tariffs are coming Thursday. Car dealership owner Steve Mouse in Kimball, Minnesota says they are not welcome.
This is just creating confusion and apprehension in the market, and that's not good for our industry.
Some of the leading names in science and tech are showing their opposition to Trump administration policies. CBS's Tracy Wolf.
1,900 leading figures in the fields of science, medicine, and engineering endorsed an open letter to the American people about the threats posed by the Trump administration's actions to gut research funding, fire scientists, remove public access to scientific data, and pressure to change or eliminate research on the basis of ideological purposes. The letter argues that these actions endanger lives, will damage the economy, and are a threat to national security.
The Army says the bodies of 3 missing soldiers have been found. Correspondent Elaine Cobb.
6 days after 4 U.S. soldiers went missing in Lithuania, 3 have been found dead. Recovery efforts continue for the 4th. Earlier today, today, their armored vehicle was pulled from a body of water. The four were on a tactical training exercise in the east of the country.
Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu faces questions after two members of his cabinet were arrested. Contributor Robert Berger from Jerusalem.
2 aides arrested for allegedly taking secret payments from Qatar while that country was negotiating a ceasefire and hostage talks between Israel and Hamas.
About 90 million Americans in the east and south are under a threat of severe weather. The system already brought strong storms to parts of the south and Midwest, killing 3 children in Kalamazoo County, Michigan. The markets finished mixed. The Dow gained 417 points, the Nasdaq lost 23, and the S&P gained 30. It was still the worst month for the S&P since 2022. This is CBS News.
A riddle brought to you by Progressive Insurance. What do your home and auto have in common? Progressive protects them both. It was an easy riddle. Learn more at Progressive.com.
Coming up, a kidnapping suspect arrested in Bellevue. But first, we go to the Beacon Plumbing Traffic Desk, and this report brought to you by Home Comfort Alliance. 1 southbound lane still closed. I-5 at South 48th Street in Tacoma. This is due to a tipped-over semi. The backup starts around Highway 16. We also have the left lane closed at the scene on northbound I-5. I-5 southbound just south of Mercer Street, a new crash, now partially blocking the right lane heading into downtown Seattle. And we have just cleared a crash on I-5 northbound at Corson Avenue in Seattle. That's near Boeing Field. Other than that, the map right where it should be. Just some minor slowdowns from Bellevue to Renton on 405. And those typical slowdowns into downtown Seattle on I-5. Lake bridges are looking good. And the drive up north is also good, too, into Everett. Improve your home comfort with the new heat pump, plus enjoy 18 months, same as cash financing, and up to 15% off all heat pumps and air conditioners through March at HomeComfortAlliance.com.
KIRO FM and HD1 Tacoma, Seattle. KIRO Newsradio 97.3 FM. Northwest News. Now, the latest from KIRO Newsradio and MyNorthwest.com.
Good afternoon. I'm Aaron Granello. Bellevue police have arrested the man who they say tried to kidnap a 16-year-old girl on Friday. Officer Seth Tyler tells KIRO 7 TV the suspect followed her off a Metro bus in the Lake Hills neighborhood.
Followed her down the sidewalk and then grabbed her backpack and attempted to drag her into a bushes area.
Now, police say community tips led them to that suspect this morning when he was seen boarding a bus in the same area as last week's attempted kidnapping. 25-year-old man is set to face a judge this hour in connection with a deadly double homicide at a hookah lounge in Seattle's Rainier Beach neighborhood. This happened early yesterday, and now SPD believes a shooting in West Seattle is connected. Detective Eric Munoz says officers located over 100 rounds there.
There was bullet damage to a nearby RV trailer, there was bullet damage to a house, and then there was an abandoned vehicle that was also damaged.
Says a large crowd was gathered at the time near 26th Avenue Southwest in Southwest Brandon, likely a vigil for one of those hookah lounge victims. Police have no suspects and no cooperative witnesses either. Now to Marysville, where police are looking for the person who stabbed and killed a 66-year-old man this morning. It's KIRO 7 TV's Dee Sun.
Police say that they got a call after a neighbor found a man lying on the sidewalk, not breathing, around 6:17 a.m. It all happened in the 1200 block of 2nd Street. Neighbors and officers who rushed there tried to save the man, but he died. Police had canines and a drone searching for any possible suspects, but didn't find anyone. Investigators say they believe there is no immediate threat to the public.
New Seattle law is adopting state protections for people trying to get gender-affirming care and abortions. KIRO Newsradio's Jillian Raftery explains.
Advocates call it life-saving legislation. Araya Albert is with the trans rights organization, the Lavender Project.
People should not be worried about where they're going to sleep or if they can get a job because of how we present, because we cannot afford insurance to get gender-affirming care or hormones.
Albert says the message of support to trans youth alone is worth the paper. The state law being adopted shields those seeking or providing gender-affirming care or abortions from prosecution, all amidst a legal battle that's playing out at the federal level.
Now we check the forecast, brought to you by State Roofing and Exteriors. For today, mostly cloudy skies with some sun breaks. And tomorrow we'll see some showers in the morning. Even some light scattered showers today are possible as well. Right now, 52 degrees in downtown Seattle. I'm Aaron Granillo, KIRO News Radio.
your best source for local news, serving Western Washington and the world with the KIRO News Radio app. Always streaming live on your smart speakers. You're listening to KIRO News Radio, Northwest News. It's the all-new Jake and Spike Show on KIRO News Radio.
Welcome back to the show. Thank you guys so much for listening and hanging out with us today. If you want to get in on the conversation, 888-973-5476. That's the text line. A lot of great text messages last hour. We were talking about what is the one thing that you looked for when you chose your spouse, the person you were going to marry, or what's the one thing you plan on looking for. So check that out on the podcast if you're interested. Jake and Spike podcast. A lot of great advice from listeners as well that we got in there. All right, this story kind of swept over the local area over the weekend. This is kind of the biggest story. There was a mystery black-ringed cloud over Seattle over the weekend. It appeared floating above the city of Seattle. Widespread confusion. People were calling 911. Locals were in a frenzy trying to figure this out. They went on social media. They were posting photos and videos of this thing. People were wondering, is it like could it be natural? Could it be bugs or something who are all like circling? You've seen that from time to time out in the yard, a bunch of bugs.
Yeah, okay.
Make a shape in the sky.
I've seen birds do it from time to time.
Birds do it, swallows. Some were wondering extraterrestrial.
It has a very pronounced circular, it's a clean circle.
What did you think it was?
A smoke ring?
That's what it looked like to me.
It looks like a smoke ring, right?
Smoke ring.
I'm thinking, okay, is there a factory smokestack belch?
Yeah.
Or something like that?
It's like a giant cigar. That's what it looks like.
Yeah.
You blow a cigar smoke ring. It looks exactly like this. And they just and the result is they don't know what it is.
Well, there was a Supercross championship apparently at Lumen Field. Is the configuration the design configuration of Lumen Field lend itself to blowing smoke rings? I know we catch sound, but I don't think that's the case.
I don't believe so. I'm looking at the picture of this thing right now. It's massive, and it's, it looks like I could actually see it being a bug. I could see it being a swarm of bugs. I don't know why they would be in such a distinctive ring.
It looks like a portal to another universe.
It does
It really does look like the aliens are going to. You ever see the Avengers movies?
Oh, yeah.
It looks like one of those Dr. What's his name? Who was the character who had
Benedict Cumberbatch.
Yes.
Dr. Benedict Cumberbatch.
Dr. Strange, right?
Yeah, Dr. Strange.
Yeah, I think he could. But I think they say it could be from a pyrotechnic display.
It might be. Could be linked to pyrotechnics during this motocross championship. Yeah, Supercross.
It's just weird looking.
It's weird looking. Why do you think people care so much about this type of stuff? It's clearly... Or like, have you ever seen cannons fired?
Yeah. And they bring that smoke ring. Yeah.
It looks exactly like something that might be from a cannon. If you saw this naturally, would you just go, "Oh my gosh, I need to freak out about this and post about this on social media"?
I don't know if I'd lose my mind. I think people want there to be extraterrestrial life. I really do. I think people are dying for proof and evidence and occurrence. I really do. I don't know. Heaven forbid.
Why do you think that is?
It's been such a long and unanswered question, asked so many times.
Just driving them nuts?
Yeah. I'm genuinely curious. I'm a genuine believer that it's pretty arrogant to think that of all the space and all the galaxies and all the stars, yada, yada, they were the only ones who, the good Lord, if you believe that, decided to put people here in his own image and whatnot. And that's okay. A lot of things had to conspire and transpire to make this the one spot that was perfect for this type of evolution. But other spots are perfect for other types of evolution and life to grow.
We haven't found any yet.
We haven't found any yet. But then again, the way we've been acting, who knows that, UFOs don't roll up the windows and lock the doors when they fly by.
Don't you think we would have seen something by now, definitive?
I think we have.
You think so?
I think we have. Yes. So it's a weather balloon. It's it's a gas explosion in a swamp somewhere. Sure.
Yeah. I don't know I don't know if I believe in them or not. There's some strange occurrences out there. I don't think can be explained.
Yeah.
A lot of weird stuff. Did you know per capita we have more UFO sightings? What do they call them now? They call them UAPs, unidentified aerial phenomena.
Yes, exactly.
We have more UAP sightings around Mount Rainier than almost anywhere in the country.
That's a tourist attraction no matter what planet you're from.
What do you think it is about Mount Rainier that's attracting aliens?
It's the high point. You avoid that. I guess.
It's also lovely.
Right, it's lovely.
Beautiful.
Sure, yeah.
Yeah, it's lovely and nice.
Those conical clouds above it all the time, those are lovely. Yeah.
Could Could be it.
It freaked a lot of people out.
People were freaking out. If you guys were worried about it, they think it could be Supercross related. So just chill out. You'll be fine. Here's another thing you can chill out if you were in Seattle and you were worried about some of those. We were talking about this last week because in Kirkland they wanted to put in, or they are going to be putting in, a homeless hotel.
Mm-hmm.
And in Kirkland they are getting some pushback from local community members, local residents who are saying, hey, you guys didn't actually reach out to us and see if we were okay with you putting this hotel. They're not moving it into the neighborhood. It was a La Quinta.
An empty La Quinta,
that now went out of business or at least sold or whatever. So it had an empty space. I think they have like 42 rooms or something. And so now they're going to open it up, and it's going to be a place for people who are homeless can now move in and have a rental situation.
Right, sign a lease. Have requirements for admittance and to maintain a residence there, yeah.
The question over what they're going to require is what I think some of the community is bumping up against.
Absolutely, and the fact that they didn't seek input or accept input from the community when they decided to put this here.
Yeah.
One of the largest employers in Kirkland is pulling up and going away.
Yeah, and I saw over the weekend, and I could find this article, but I saw over the weekend that there was now some question about whether or not there were going to be any drug enforcement. Because originally they had said, well, we're not going to mess with alcohol, but for drug enforcement, that will be something will be monitored. But now I'm seeing that possibly won't be monitored.
Wow. Well, I'd like to see how they come to a conclusion on that, because they said there'd be no use allowed on premises, but not a sobriety requirement.
Which again would be in line with state laws. You're not allowed to do illegal drugs, and so why would they allow them to do illegal drugs? But we'll find out more about that. But the interesting thing is there was a hotel in Little Saigon in Seattle, in the Little Saigon neighborhood. It was just closed. It was a no-barriers homeless shelter. So it's essentially what we just described. Somebody who's living on the streets, who has a drug addiction, who might be addicted to alcohol, who might have whatever their issues might be, which have led to them being homeless.
Mm-hmm.
None of those things would be considered when giving somebody housing in this hotel. And the local community is thrilled that this hotel is now no longer going to be operating. This is Gary Lee. He is on the International District's Safety Council talking about it. I believe this is to, what is this to? Was this Como News?
It was Como News, yeah.
Como News. Gary Lee talking to Como News. Oh, here we go. My bad. Try one more time.
A relief, big relief to finally see it closed. We're hoping that that it's going to clean up this neighborhood. I think it was a bad experiment. It was an experiment, but it turned out poorly.
He was basically saying that if you go down to that area, he said it would have been nice to know, but it's okay. He's glad that it's closing. It's a big relief for us. We just played that clip there. There was apparently a lot of drug use, open-air drug use that was happening right in front of the place. And again, this is an area where you have families who are going to and fro. You have businesses.
One of the largest tourist attractions in Seattle is the International District. It's a revenue generator for the city of Seattle that's been just polluted and thrown away because of this urban blight, no other way to put that, with what takes place around this. And it was a very, very good idea, very poorly executed. I'm with Gary there. Right? It was an experiment. And how can we help these folks who are suffering these ailments of addiction, of mental illness, of unemployment, or whatever financial crisis they find themselves in? There's an opportunity to give them someplace safe to be, but just with no guidelines, no restrictions, no governance over these people. It was horribly mismanaged, and now that need of the community is not going to come back.
I would disagree with you on the last part about them not having jobs as the reason that they were in this place. Because I don't think they were out front like applying for jobs.
No, you're right.
That's not what the people are upset about.
I'm talking about the core contributors to homelessness tend to be drug addiction, mental health, and economic. These folks that were taking advantage of this place, and I mean that in every sense of the word, weren't suffering.
Drug use is what they were upset about.
Drug use, mental illness questions about a lot of these folks.
Tanya Wu, former Seattle City Council member, she also was talking about this.
Navigation Center was an experiment. That was also a wasted opportunity in a way where people were able to get help and heal and recover, but at the same time, drug dealers knew where their clients were.
Dow Constantine, who this is his last day on the job, actually, right? This is his last day?
This is where they're having this going away party, right? Because now that it's empty, they have it there.
They should.
Right?
Be a smart
hey,
use of
Dow,
finances.
this is your handiwork. Let's enjoy it together.
It's available. You can get it for a good price. Just watch out for the drug dealers. Dow Constantine weighed in on this as well.
We try things. If they don't work, we reassess and then we try new approaches.
I'm surprised that they have this tact. I'm surprised that they're saying that this is a good approach to test. I mean, they've tried this in other areas, and I just don't know where the no barrier thing doesn't. I understand wanting to open your doors to people who wouldn't otherwise have the ability to come in and get help, because you want to like create a low barrier so that they can like cross that line and get the help. But you're also inviting people into a situation where now they're going to have maybe a little more comfort, but they're not being required to change the things that led to them becoming homeless in the first place very often.
No, I agree. That's very fair. But it's
you're spending like taxpayer dollars to do that, and you're putting them in the same neighborhood as people who don't have those issues and are fighting against those issues.
Yeah.
It doesn't seem fair to the people in those communities who are not drug addicts and who don't have mental illness.
There's a very large senior community in that neighborhood.
Yeah.
You know?
This doesn't I don't understand why they would take that risk in a community like this. Well, and clearly it doesn't work because they had to shut this thing down, thankfully.
I mean, clearly that's where the need is, because that's where the addicts are. Right? You need some place to keep them off the street.
These folks in where is this, Little Saigon in Seattle? All the residents around there are saying that this is not people. We don't want these people in our neighborhood.
But aren't these people that were on the street in their neighborhood before this no barrier hotel opened up?
I think one thing that I've heard is that when they did the soap and soda in downtown Seattle, a lot of those people moved into the international.
These are
transplants. You've driven through there recently, which I have. There's a noticeable difference in people on the streets of the neighborhood doing
who
drugs.
were in Aurora, who are now moving into the CID.
Yeah. So that's been a complaint that I've heard from people in the international.
You just moved the problem to somebody else's neighborhood.
Exactly.
I've heard that as well. It is. It's obviously it's tough. You want people to get the help that they need, but you don't want just exactly like what's about to happen in Kirkland. You don't want those people who are living life successfully and carving out a good life for themselves to be inundated with.
Right, because they're going to lose that as well. You're going to lose the business that's going to go away, the schools in that neighborhood, the families that don't want to raise a family there.
The biggest employer in that area in Kirkland decided to leave. They said, no, we're not going to put our workers at risk. This is not going to be good for our community. So now
you have this empty hotel, which probably needs to be leveled.
Probably.
Right, because heaven knows what took place inside that building.
Yeah. Bad situation.
Yeah, I mean, is there any way to make this work in that community? Because maybe you're asking
what's wrong with standards? What's wrong with just asking people? Not asking people, saying, "Hey, we're going to give you an opportunity. We're not going to charge you for it. This is an incredible privilege to come in here. We're going to help you, but we do have requirements for you."
No, I think that's the least we should ask of people, is to have standards and policies in place that keep the neighborhood and the businesses safe. And they say, well, you need a low barrier entry. Well, not for people who want to seek help. Those people who are going to abuse the system and never seek help and just want to stay sick, whether it's through drugs or whatever, they're going to be where they're going to be. Why have them ruin the only opportunity to offer clean, legal help to people who want to climb out of that world?
You're totally right. I guarantee you there's going to be people who are not going to get a room who would be more than willing to say, hey, you know what? I'm happy to, let's try to kick this thing that's ruining my life.
There's got to be enough. I mean, if the problem is so overbearing or overwhelming, there's got to be enough people who want to seek this help and want a fresh, clean place.
100%.
Do that. Build, clean this place out or gut this place and build this place and have a safe harbor, clean area with some requirements to get in and stay in.
And something that can help these people. Absolutely. All right. Let's switch to something else that helps people, which is to get skinny. Can we talk about this for a second?
Sure.
Jessica Simpson.
Oh, no, this is to get pretty. Is this a skinny thing or is this a pretty thing?
I think this is, Laura, what is this? Is this?
Are we talking about her, the snake drink?
Yes.
Okay. Was this a weight loss thing or was this a beauty regimen thing?
It was a vocal
this is a vocal thing.
Yeah.
Jessica Simpson's back in
her voice teacher or vocal coach gave this to her.
Okay.
We can play the clip.
Do we have a song of hers or no? We don't have a song of hers. Okay. This is Jessica Simpson, who used to be, I guess she's still technically a singer. I don't think she's done anything in a while, but she was a singer a long time ago. She was like a pop person when I was growing up, was Jessica Simpson. She was kind of in that Britney Spears category.
Yeah, and she was a reality show star too, right? Wasn't it Nick Lachey?
She
was
also
her,
had
right? Am I remembering that right, Laura?
What was her show called? Marriage Life? A Marriage Life or something? She was married on
I
TV.
do know that her memoir is one of the best celebrity memoirs I've ever red,
Really?
and that is like widely
We're both
widely
like,
known.
"What?
Yeah,
Really? Wow.
I didn't know.
Wow.
That. Very good.
it was called Newlyweds.
Okay, the show.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Newlyweds. That makes sense. All right. So Jessica Simpson was recently talking about how she stays so, how she keeps her voice cords, vocal cords in such good shape.
Okay.
And this little information snuck out. And I didn't even know this was a thing. And now you will as well.
They're like, what are you drinking? Because, it's this Chinese herb thing. And I'm like, I don't know. And my vocal coach told me to drink it. And they Googled the ingredients and snake sperm.
No, is that tea?
It's like a honey. So if you want a good vocal, you got to drink snake sperm.
There you go. Naturally, which people would assume.
That's what I turn to.
That's how you keep your voice after all these years?
I'd rather gargle Tabasco sauce, which can cut phlegm, by the way. I've done that once or twice.
Have you really?
Oh, yeah. It hurts.
Honey actually is
honey,
good.
You know, honey's a wonderful throat. Yeah, there's
Honey's
a thing
great
called
thing that
there's a thing
helps.
called throat coat. It's a tea that people use, and I've used
People love it
in the past. Yeah,
The snakes.
yeah,
Snake
yeah.
sperm,
You
no,
can
I
say
didn't-
it. It's a technical term. It's a
Snake
medically correct term.
sperm.
Yeah,
I didn't. How do you stumble upon that? Like, how do you come? Like,
That's how you get snake crab. Both of you are a little surprised.
well, like, horse.
First you compliment the snake,
Just
excite
wild.
the snake.
Yeah. Okay.
You know. Wow.
It's an interesting thing. I didn't know that was a thing.
I thought it was a beauty regimen, like because we
The
had the
salmon
salmon,
facials,
right? The
yeah.
salmon facial thing.
Salmon
yeah.
facials, which is gross.
You know, wow. Well, and she's. Do we not have her latest single? Is that
Oh
just
yeah, no, I'll play a little
an
bit.
act of kindness
yeah.
from you
So
to
her,
not play
her
it?
dulcet tones per the snake sperm.
If you need a story to stick to, now that I'm gone, you can find the strength to tell them the truth. If your
I think I can hear it.
reputation really means
You can hear the snake sperm in there.
to you, go on and blame
I don't know that I would take it. I would worry about it. I would have a tough time.
Yeah,
It's
if
one
this is
thing-
all I'm getting out of it,
Well,
it's
it's one,
this.
yeah, and
Ouch.
it's one thing if you find out after the fact that you took she says she was taking an herb or
Google,
something.
yeah,
and
it's
they
a
Google searched
Chinese
it, and
herbal.
It's a Chinese herb. that
Yeah,
has-
sure. I mean, shark fin, whatever it might. You know,
Yeah,
they
but
all
then-
kind of weird stuff.
But if you know that's what it is and you continue to take it, that's to me curious.
Well, I mean,
unless it works, people do weird stuff.
I don't know what she sounds like without it, and it's not bad. I mean, I've heard worse. I've heard worse performers get record deals.
Sure. All right. Well, there you go. Snake sperm. That's all you need to know. We have a lot more coming up. Mike Lefko, the New York Yankees did something wild that I cannot believe hasn't been done already with the baseball bats. We're going to talk about it. They did something record-breaking when they were using these new bats. We're going to talk about it. Mike Lefko is going to be back here. So hang out. We'll be right back.
go on and
This hour is brought to you by Sharp Vision Modern LASIK and Lens.
KIRO News Radio, your home for the John Curley Show. Weekdays from 3 to 7 p.m.
The Hatfields and the McCoys, right? We used to win like 51%. Of course, you had to care. But when they do the redistricting and everybody's able to win with supermajority in there, then you don't have to listen to the other side. What you have now is the hard right that gets elected with 70% of the votes, the hard left getting elected with 70% of the votes. They don't have to negotiate at all.
Streaming live on your smart speaker.
1-877 Cards for Kids. KARS Cards for Kids. 1-877 Cards for Kids. Donate your card today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate your car today at carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K. Your car, running or not, can be picked up as soon as the next day. You'll get a maximum tax deduction and a vacation voucher.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
Why choose Care Partners Senior Living over in-home care? Amanda here. The answer is simple. Care Partners communities provide safe living spaces with medical professionals on site. We assist you with your mobility so you can participate in activities whenever you like. You can have privacy and socialize at your own pace. And you may find Care Partners more affordable than in-home care. With locations throughout Washington and Arizona, you'll find a Care Partners community near you. Care, it's in our name and what we do. Learn more at carepartnersliving.com.
Cold leaking and rocks are moving and mold is creeping and water seeping in. It's hard to be a homeowner, we know.
Without American Crawl Space and Pest Services, it is hard to be a homeowner. Dave Ross here. American Crawl are the heroes to call for insulation and pest issues because in addition to their great reviews and decades of experience, they also give out the most PSE insulation rebates of any insulation company in the state.
American Crawl, the heroes you call.
Get your free inspection at AmericanCrawl.com.
If you're wearing glasses or contacts, but you need reading glasses or bifocals now, you need to join Drs. Kopstein and King for the K2 Vision RLE live webinar this Thursday at noon to learn about refractive lens exchange from K2 Vision RLE. This free webinar is a perfect opportunity to meet the doctors and have them answer all your questions about K2 Vision RLE. Questions like, how much does RLE cost? Is financing available? Does insurance pay for RLE? These questions and lots more will be covered this Thursday at noon during the K2 Vision RLE free live webinar. K2 Vision surgeons have performed over 150,000 procedures. They know when RLE is right for you. K2 Vision RLE. No glasses, no contacts, no readers. Plus, no more cataracts. Don't miss the free live webinar this Thursday at noon. Register at K2VisionRLE.com. K2VisionRLE.com. That's K2VisionRLE.com.
Comcast Business helps turn today's small businesses into engines of modern business. It's how restaurants become reliably up and running neighborhood favorites. How retailers become seamlessly restocking, cyber-securing, must-visit shops. And how healthcare offices become the data managing caregivers that we all depend on. With reliable connectivity, enhanced cybersecurity, advanced fiber solutions, and Wi-Fi backup, Comcast Business is powering the engine of modern business. Powering possibilities.
Now through April 21st, new customers can get started with 150 megabit internet and Security Edge for $49.99 a month for 12 months with a 2-year agreement. Plus, ask how to get a $500 prepaid card on a qualifying internet package. Call today. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. Requires enrollment and paperless billing and automatic payments with bank account. Equipment, taxes, and other fees extra and subject to change. Early termination fee applies.
Warm weather is just around the corner. It's time to spring into action on your roofing project. If you're worried about your old roof holding up this winter, right now is a great time to take advantage of flexible spring scheduling and early bird pricing with Valentine Roofing. We can have your new roof started within just 4 weeks of signing your contract. Just select a time that works best for you and your family. Plus, you can enjoy discounted spring pricing and financing options for every budget, including 18 months same as cash. All our work is backed by Valentine's lifetime warranty, and you'll sleep well knowing your roof was installed by the best craftsmen in the industry. In just a few short weeks, our spring roof replacement schedule will become booked up, so beat your neighbors to the punch. Schedule your free estimate and a date for your Valentine roof replacement. Spring into action. Visit ValentineRoof.com or give us a call today at 206 Roofing to schedule your free estimate and reserve your spot on our spring schedule. That's 206 Roofing.
KIRO Newsradio, 97.3 FM, Northwest News. Now, the latest from KIRO Newsradio and MyNorthwest.com.
Good afternoon. I'm Aaron Gradillo. In court today, the man who's accused of shooting and killing 2 people at a hookah lounge in Seattle early Sunday. KIRO News Radio's Jillian Raftery joins us live at the King County Jail with more. Jillian.
Aaron, it seems to be a complicated case. The defense attorney argued there wasn't enough to hold the 25-year-old because there were no witnesses to the shooting that killed the bouncer at the Capri Hookah Lounge and another man early Sunday morning. Prosecutors say they compared the suspect description with 2 videos of the scene that they had and are confident they have the right person. They asked for $5 million bail, which is an unusually high amount. Ultimately, the judge granted probable cause for 2 counts of murder in the second degree, She also approved that high bail amount. The prosecutor has until April 2nd to make a charging decision. Aaron?
Thank you, Jillian. We are now hearing from the Boeing Starliner astronauts for the first time since they returned to Earth. This is after their 8-day test flights to the International Space Station turned into a 9-month stay.
Helium leaks and thruster issues prompted NASA to bring the Starliner back without astronauts Sonny Williams and Butch Wilmore. So who or what is to blame?
I'll start and point the finger and I'll blame me.
Wilmore says there were questions he should have asked but didn't. But he says he shares the responsibility.
Responsibility with Boeing? Yes. Responsibility with NASA? Yes. All the way up and down the chain.
Both he and Williams say they would have no problem flying in Starliner again.
Because we're going to rectify all the issues that we encountered.
Yeah.
We're going to fix it.
It is a great spacecraft, and to be part of that program is an honor.
Heather Bosch, KIRO News Radio.
Former Seahawk Richard Sherman says armed men broke into his Maple Valley home with his family inside. He posted photos and videos on X showing 3 burglars busting in through a window Saturday nights. He says it was a scary situation, adding his wife handled it masterfully and kept their children safe. The King County Sheriff's Office tells us it has no suspects for now. Some Seattle school bus drivers may strike as soon as tomorrow. The union's Jamie Fleming says they hope it does not come to that.
7 years ago, our members went on strike for a student, and that lasted for 7 days. And so, obviously, they are ready and willing to take that action, but we certainly hope it won't come to that.
Says First Students employs about half the bus drivers in the district. We have reached out to the district and First Student for comments, have not heard back as of yet. Let's go now to the Beacon Plumbing Traffic Desk. Sport is brought to you by Seattle Sports, still dealing with this long-term collision on southbound I-5. This is at South 48th in Tacoma. Tipped over semi-truck. Backup starting around Highway 16. One lane southbound closed, another lane northbound also closed at the scene. Other than that, we are starting to see the typical backups ahead of the afternoon rush. Bellevue to Renton right now about a 30-minute drive with some thick backups right around the I-90 interchange. Also do have a crash on southbound I-5 at Mercer Street. Looking to clear that one quickly, though. And a little slowdown on the Valley Freeway between Kent and Puyallup right now. You can always listen to your favorite local sports content on the FM dial. Go to 97.3 HD2. Weather now brought to you by State Roofing and Exteriors. Mostly cloudy today, some sun breaks, and just some light showers if they do come through. Right now, 51 degrees in downtown Seattle. I'm Aaron Granillo, KIRO News Radio.
Your best source for local news. You're listening to KIRO News Radio, Northwest News.
Welcome back to the show. Still an opportunity to get your text messages in for our live text segment. Next, we read all your best of the text messages next. 888-973-5476. But joining us right now, we're very excited. Mike Lefko from 710 Seattle Sports. Mike, welcome to the show.
Thanks, guys. Yeah, someone over there was guilting me. I didn't come on last week, so.
That someone was me.
Might have been busy with opening day, but hey, I'm here now.
Hey,
here now.
Good work if you can get it, man. Take the job. Yeah.
Better late than never.
Day.
Mike back. Jeez Louise. All right, Mike, the reason you're here today is because there's a controversy brewing.
Oh, hey,
Brewering.
Good team.
No, that's
Yeah,
good.
It did happen against the Brewers.
this guy.
There you
Happened
go.
against the Brewers. The New York Yankees were playing. I believe this was at Yankee Stadium. They were playing against the Brewers. They had a heck of a game, and people were noticing the bats.
High drive, right field. See ya! A 3-run home run for Jazz Chisholm. The balls just keep flying out in the Bronx.
And why do they keep just flying out in the Bronx? Mike, tell us what's going on. What's going on with this bat story? Why is everybody talking about these bats, and is it illegal? Did the Yankees cheat? What's going on? Is this Deflategate?
I think the Yankees are cheating by having a bandbox of a park. They play in a very small stadium where a pop fly flies out, so that helps. Perfect confluence of factors because they hit 9 home runs in that game.
Pretty good.
It came to light, yeah. So you hit 9 home runs in one game. You score 20 runs, and the Yankees broadcaster, you just played one of his calls, he happened to mention it. So he was talking and describing it, and then everyone caught on to that. So there's a bat that some players, not all, some on the Yankees are using a bat called the Torpedo.
Nice.
And I think that helps with its catchiness and with its, potential illegality. If you call something the torpedo.
Sounds dangerous.
Whoa, that sounds dangerous. That sounds like every team should use the torpedo. But really, it's become popular because, yes, of all those home runs and because it just got brought to light.
So let me ask you this question real fast, because I was surprised that you can introduce new bats into Major League Baseball. I assume there's a really tough process to get these things approved that they would have to go through. There's length issues, there's size issues, and weight. That's all very important things. It was designed by an MIT physicist who works for the Yankees. Is that correct?
Did, and I think the Marlins hired him probably because he designed that. The Marlins hired him this past offseason as like a hitting instructor or something in their organization. But he designed it. And so it's not new either. The Yankees have had these for like last spring or something like that. So
why is this just a thing today?
Well, because of all the home runs, and it literally got brought up. And so if you get it brought up on a national broadcast.
They hit more home runs in one game than we scored runs in an entire 4-game series.
Well, I wasn't going to say it, but Spike
I
did.
will.
Yeah.
Look, give me some torpedoes out here.
Can the Mariners get the torpedoes? Would that be helpful?
You need to. It's almost a benefit if
second
you miss
baseman, two minor league pitchers.
Yeah. Well, the issue is the Mariners struck out 41 times in 4 games, so you got to make contact first. But also,
I was going to say that, but I didn't.
Yeah, I know. So hey, we're boomeranging back and forth. But it's only used for some guys, and I think more of the not home run stature guys anyway. So Aaron Judge had a quote like, "I'm not going to use this. I'm fine." He said, "I think my past results speak for themselves." He's put up like 61 home runs in a season, and he's pretty good. So this guy who has been using it primarily, Anthony Volpe, he's their shortstop. He's 5'10", 180. So he's not naturally a home run hitter. I mean, I'm just above that. I don't think anyone would call me a powerful MLB home run hitter.
I wouldn't know. Maybe you are.
Thank you.
You might be.
You are as well, in my eyes.
Me too.
So what it does...
Because we have the exact same body.
What is the advantage of the torpedo bat? How does it help?
So it sounds like, according to this MIT physicist, they have moved the barrel, the meatiest part of the bat, the sweet spot. Normally it's further out on the bat, where it makes it heavier because there's more weight towards the end.
Mm-hmm.
So they have slid the barrel and essentially put that part on the label. So all bats have that label, which is closer to the handle.
Sure.
So the weight is distributed back toward the hands. So the bat's lighter. So for lighter guys, easier to swing around. And for him specifically, so it was designed for Volpe, and other guys started to use it. They realized, their analytics staff, that most of his contact was coming closer to that handle part, not out there on the barrel, probably because it was heavier, but inside a little bit. So they said, well, what if we make that part the sweet spot where he's actually mishitting, so the mishit becomes a hit. So you don't necessarily want that if you have a good batter or a good hitter up there that knows how to get barrels. Then you're readjusting things, and not every hitter might like that.
So he's not able to get the bat around fast enough.
Yeah, they're
so
heavy.
They redesigned this.
You've swung a bat, right? Big wood bat?
I have swung a big wood bat, yeah. So this is the equivalent, like I'm teaching, I have my first grader is in baseball right now, and first year in kid pitch.
Buy him a torpedo.
We should get him a torpedo for sure. But one of the things that you're constantly telling little kids to do is like choke up. Like if they can't bring the bat around. So this is the same as choking up, but it's just built into the bat.
Yeah, and choking up, the issue with that is the swing is choppier and it's not as fluid. So you're losing some of that power when you choke up. You choke up to make contact. It's 2 strikes, you're trying to get the ball in play, you choke up because it's easier to get the bat.
Because you can get it around.
Yeah, exactly. So this time you have your hands still in the normal spot. So the bat's coming through on that even plane, but it's just the weight's distributed closer to the hands. Well, I'm a scientist all of a sudden, I guess. But no, this is what we have to read up on all this stuff.
Sure.
And it keeps that swing fluid, but it's not as heavy of a bat breaking that surface.
So 9 home runs, is that a record for the Yankees?
They tied a record. Yeah. They did break a record, 15 in the 3-game series. So that's also why it kept being a story, is that the whole weekend against the Brewers, they had 15 home runs in 3 games.
Well, how many were from the torpedo?
I don't know, actually. Good question. No, there were a few, and that's why it became a story as well.
And it's been being used by players in different teams. There's a guy on the Rays, there's a guy on the Tigers, or the Twins, the Blue Jays, all this. So there are players around the league who don't have the big stature to use a regular bat and get the kind of speed they want out of their bat swing. And they can use torpedoes.
Yeah.
Let me play you guys this clip. This is Dave Portnoy. You guys know who Dave Portnoy is?
Yeah,
Barstool Sports.
Let's also put it this way. He's a diehard Red Sox fan. So he's, of course, going to be
going to hate anything that the Yankees are doing.
So, okay,
but
that's
he's
my
saying,
prefacing of that.
But I believe he's saying that this is going to ruin baseball. Let's hear what he has to say.
I mean, all the teams are going to use it. Should it be legal? No. Is it cheating? Yeah, it is. Just taking the bat and making the thing like a cork bat with this hump, this torpedo hump. So all you got to do is make contact and it's a home run, which the Yankees are doing right now. That defeats the whole, That's just making somebody who stinks better. If you get jammed and it's a home run, that doesn't mean you suddenly got better. That's just some geek from MIT, some physicist ruining 100 years of baseball or 200 years of baseball. So listen, if MLB wants to sit on their ass and not outlaw this torpedo bat, then all the teams are going to do it, and every game is going to be 100 to 98, and it's going to be 3,000 home runs.
Spoken like a true Red Sox fan.
But let me ask you guys this. This. Would that be the worst thing in the world? If there was more offense and more home runs?
Also,
wouldn't that
no,
make baseball
right.
better? I like this. I actually give everybody a torpedo
I don't think
bat.
it's going to have the impact you think, but also, more offense would be good because pitchers have started to dominate in the game, and people want offense.
Pitching it's not fun to watch. I mean, it's fun to watch great pitching. It's great for the Mariners.
Innovations that make the game better, faster, stronger, they've all been accepted, whether it's a better designed glove, better cleats on your shoes. When MIT came up with a thinner metal cleat, did that ruin the game, Dave Portnoy? No. If a Red Sox started hitting home runs with this thing, he'd fall in love. It'd be the best slice of pizza ever bit into. It'd be an 8-5.
There you go.
So get it for the Mariners is what you're saying.
Do you guys remember?
Any guy who needs it.
I'm not saying it should be this, but you guys remember the Sosa McGuire summer where they're just cranking out those homers? And were those guys juiced up? Whatever. But did it make the game really fun? Yes. It was fantastic. They should have a whole separate league of people who are just juiced out of their minds.
Have you seen the social media memes about the new Yankee gloves?
No.
Which 4 foot across. Their outfielders are now playing on drywall stilts to take your home runs away from the 15th row on the bleachers. Yeah.
All right, so get them for the Mariners. That's our advice. Thank you so much, Mike Lefko, 710 Seattle Sports. Yeah. Good man. We have a lot more. We'll get your text messages next. Stick around for that. We'll be right back.
KIRO News Radio, your home for Seattle's morning news with Charlie Harger.
Accusations Mayor Bruce Harrell allowed a sexist and toxic work environment. Our Luke Ducey spoke to the mayor about it.
Are you prepared to answer any questions about allegations against you from your former deputy mayor concerning sexism in the office?
I'm not going to take that right now because I don't really comment on, former employees.
Seattle's morning news with Charlie Harger.
Weekday mornings 6 to 9.
During Lent, treat yourself to a teriyaki salmon meal at Ivar's Seafood Bar. They start with a grilled wild Alaskan salmon fillet, baste it with a teriyaki glaze, and serve it with coconut pineapple rice and sesame ginger coleslaw. A meal for $15.99. Available in all Ivar's Seafood Bars from Marysville to Tacoma and throughout Seattle, but not in Ivar's Fish Bars at the Salmon House, Pier 54, or Mukilteo Landing. Find more information at ivers.com. Ivers since 1938.
Sharp Vision Modern LASIK and Lens has given me back clear vision. The process was simple and easy. I scheduled my free consultation and discovered I was at the early stage of cataracts and a perfect candidate for RLE. They restored clarity and brightness to my vision like when I was in my 20s, and I'll never need readers again and never develop cataracts. Sharp Vision Modern LASIK and Lens are taking RLE surgery to the next level. Call them now at 425-451-2020 or go online to sharp-vision.com, official eye care provider of Sounders FC.
Hi, I'm Jim Singletary, owner of RoofSmart. Let me ask you this. Would you rather replace your roof with a company owned by a big, impersonal, profit-hungry private equity firm or with a local, customer-focused company right here in the Seattle area? Almost every other roofer on the radio is now owned by private equity Wall Street guys. They think they can make a lot of money by doing it differently, but using the same name. And for you, this means higher prices, cut corners, and non-existent customer service. Zero. Zilch. To those Wall Street companies, it's all about the numbers. We're here to help, to deliver great service, and to prioritize you, not squeeze you for every dollar. To us, it's all about you, our customer. And we've been owned by the same person since day one. Me, Jim Singletary. For better value and a better roofing experience, call RoofSmart at 206-487-4877 or visit GetRoofSmart.com. That's 206-487-4877 or GetRoofSmart.com.
Attention! If you owe money to the IRS, this is an urgent message. The IRS is cracking down by sending out collection letters, garnishing paychecks, seizing bank accounts, and putting liens on homes and businesses. They call it enforced compliance, and you better watch out because penalties and interest on unpaid taxes compound daily, making it even harder to get out of debt. Don't let tax debt destroy your life. You need to call Optima Tax Relief, America's #1 tax resolution firm. They're experts in taxpayer assistance programs that that can save you thousands if you qualify. A-plus rated by the Better Business Bureau, Optima's resolved over $1 billion of tax debt for their clients. Let them fight on your behalf, helping to put your tax problems to rest. Call the tax professionals at Optima now for a free consultation.
Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
My wife and I have been married for over 15 years, and I've never had any complaints about my performance in the bedroom. But after I turned 40, things started feeling different. I was gaining weight, losing muscle, and I just wasn't interested in sex anymore. My wife told me her friend's husband went through the same thing, and it turns out he had low testosterone. So we booked a free T-check at Revive Health, and that's when I learned that my testosterone levels were low too. We worked with a provider to create a custom treatment plan, and today, my wife and I are having more fun than we did on our honeymoon. My only regret is not reaching out sooner.
If you're ready to book your free T-check, visit ReviveMen'sHealth.com or call 206-529-1111. Again, that's 206-529-1111.
Point! Hey, you okay? You don't normally miss those shots.
I just haven't been as regular lately, and it's making me feel sluggish.
You should try Metamucil. It's been a game changer for me. Metamucil's plant-based psyllium fiber helps trap and remove the waste that weighs you down. Ace, you're moving better than you were last week.
Definitely.
Metamucil keeps you moving. These statements have not been evaluated by the Food and Drug Administration. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease. Learn more at metamucil.com.
Marvel Studios' Thunderbolts will take the world by storm.
The world has never faced a threat this big. And you're gonna help me stop it.
Us?
Why, you got someplace to be?
On May 2nd,
Avengers are gone. No one's coming to save the day.
their time
I think we could be the people that are coming.
has come.
Being the hero, there is no higher calling.
Let's do this.
Marvel Studios' Thunderbolts. Only in theaters May 2nd. This film is not yet rated.
From office supplies to IT essentials, Amazon Business provides tools that help you save costs and make insight-based decisions. Learn how to bring your visions to life at AmazonBusiness.com.
Charlie Harger here. When your hot turns to cold, you better think fast. Fast water heater. Call 1-800-THINK-FAST. That's 1-800-THINK-FAST or fastwaterheater.com.
You better think fast. Fast water heater.
During Lent, treat yourself to a teriyaki salmon meal at Ivar's Seafood Bar. They start with a grilled wild Alaskan salmon fillet, baste it with a teriyaki glaze, and serve it with coconut pineapple rice and sesame ginger coleslaw. A meal for $15.99. Available in all Ivar's Seafood Bars from Marysville to Tacoma and throughout Seattle, but not in Ivar's Fish Bars at the Salmon House, Pier 54, or Mukilteo Landing. Find more information at ivers.com. Ivers since 1938.
Welcome back to the show. This is now our opportunity to hear what you have to say. We got your text messages. Laura, why don't you start us off?
Sure thing. On a home robbery at Richard Sherman's house, Benny, the tugboat expert, says, what I find amazing is that Sherman still lives in Seattle.
Yeah, I mean, it's a nice central hub. He can travel in and out of here pretty quick.
Massive value here. He's got his charity here, too. Blanket coverage is still here.
Why wouldn't you want to live in Seattle? If you were super famous here, everybody knows and loves you in Seattle. I know he played post-Seahawks for a little bit, but it's a great place to live.
Todd in Enumclaw says, I used to live in that same street in Maple Valley. It's very rural, and there are not nice homes in the area, with the exception of Richard Sherman's. The house was built by former Sonic, who was traded. The house is totally security fenced and gated. Gutsy move for somebody to do that.
That is crazy. It is crazy to me that they would be so brazen as to break into that house.
Yeah.
On late night Amazon deliveries, Bobby in Tacoma says that's why Santa delivers at night. Less traffic. Thank you, Bobby.
I never knew that.
Good.
On Jake's Time as a Ball Boy, 253 says, I am curious. My friend worked with the photographers for the Sonics. His son was Shane Livingston, a ball boy about the same time that you were there. Maybe you knew him? No pressure.
Oh, boy. Yes. Shane, best guy.
Best guy ever.
Yeah, Shane's best guy. No, I very well could have. My memory of names is not super great, but if I saw a face, I would know it instantly.
Uncle Jim says, I did the sound effects and audio for Sonics games from 87 to 90 and was an intern in 86 and 87, choosing halftime performers and national anthem singers. A great, great time.
That's cool.
That's a
very
fun
cool.
gig. Yeah.
On bringing an NBA team back to Seattle, Cheryl says, I'm not an NBA watcher, but I wonder what is keeping cities like Seattle or Vegas from just adding a new team instead of having to buy or steal from another city? The simple answer, Cheryl, is that is not up to cities to just decide to bring a team. It's decided by the league. The league decides when they're going to expand.
Yeah, the Board of Governors, there's 30 existing owners. They have to decide if it's okay with them to split the pie of
For an
revenue.
expansion team, yeah. So that's up to them. We have to, it's like you want to franchise a restaurant. You have to go and apply you can't just decide to open a McDonald's. You have to go and get their permission. All right. I'm sorry, Laura, go ahead.
Oh, yeah. Well, Ali and Issaquah is hopeful. Seattle is the second largest media market without an NBA franchise. Tampa Bay is ahead of Seattle. My prediction is the return of the Sonics will be announced December 2025.
Thank you, Allie. Tampa had grown in size past Seattle. I didn't know that. Thank you.
Yeah. Yep.
On the best dishwashers, Spike's two hands. Rick says, I just thought a dishwasher, and the instructions specifically said not to rinse the dishes before you load it. The dishwasher has sensors that detect the level of dirtiness.
I promise you, my dishwasher's not fancy enough for that.
To read dirt.
It doesn't have dirt sensors in it. No, maybe new dishwashers do.
Do you wipe your plates down before you put them in?
Yeah.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
Somebody texted in. I had talked about this a number of months back when I was still doing the night show. And because there's a lot of controversy over this, whether or not you wash your dishes before you put them in. And somebody said, you're not required to, but you can get a lot more life out of your dishwasher if it's not constantly being gummed up by the foods that it's pulling off of your plates. Okay. So that's something to consider.
Terrence in the 509 says, my roommate won't let me rinse the dishes before we put them in the dishwasher. As a former kitchen manager, it drives me nuts. The main purpose of the dishwasher is to sanitize the dishes. It drives me nuts.
God bless you, Terrence.
There
Keep fighting the good fight.
Yeah, there are so many people who gave me recommendations about my wife's feeling that they don't get clean enough. The glasses don't get clean enough in the dishwasher. A lot of people said, tried a different dishwasher liquid, tried Jet Dry, blah, 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 all these different Rinse Aid, a lot of different products.
Rinse Aids are low-key a game changer.
Okay.
They come out dry and sparkly.
What's a Rinse Aid?
It's like an extra thing that you put in that other compartment next to the dishwasher that you pods,
that I've done nothing with forever?
Yeah, you put a Rinse Aid in there. It comes out at the end of the cycle.
And make sure that there is no soap films or soap residue on the glasses.
And they come out sparkling and everything's dry. It's like magic.
It's like Spike washed them by hand. That's what it says right on the box.
That's pretty nice. Let's see here. On new ideas for road usage charge, gas tax, James in Poulsbo said, the state is killing me. The gas tax is getting insane. Washington State cannot single-handedly
fix the environment.
Yeah, fix the environment, and that this has become a cash grab. That's certainly, that's what it feels like. Definitely. I agree with him.
Peggy in Olympia says, instead of punishing those with fuel-efficient cars, how about we just charge more for the license tabs for gas guzzlers and big cars? We're punishing the wrong people here.
Gas guzzlers and big cars are already paying so much in gas tax. That seems like penalty tipping.
Tons
right?
of gas tax already.
I think if your car gets less than 8 miles a gallon, you got to get free tabs.
Ooh, Mike in Tacoma says, income tax already. Just do it.
Get it, Mike. Let's see. On Jessica Simpson's snake sperm smoothie, this is Cindy and Kent says, it's been an interesting day. Ursula talking about truck balls. I didn't know about that one. And now you guys talking about snake sperm. Is it a full moon? Good question. I'd have to take her word on the Ursula thing.
Is the clinical term for those.
Okay.
Yeah, Idaho banned them.
Doug in Mount Vernon says, after trying the snake concoction, this artist has to autocorrect for the hissing.
We cannot beat that one. We will end on that one. Have a great day, everyone. We will see you back here tomorrow. We got to go. Bye-bye.
KIRO News Radio, your home for the John Curley Show. Weekdays from 3 to 7 p.m.
I think the earbuds are breaking the human connection that we so desperately need. Everybody has them in. Nobody says hello. They've done studies. Just even the shortest conversation with somebody in an elevator, which is the weirdest place, right? We're stuck in this box with a complete stranger. We act like we're not even looking at them. I don't know what it is, but a brief conversation makes you feel better.
Streaming live on your smart speaker.
If your old roof limped through the winter, it's a great time to spring into action on your roofing project. Take advantage of flexible spring scheduling and early bird pricing with Valentine Roofing. Our spring roof replacement schedule books up quickly, so reserve a time now that works with your schedule to have a beautiful new Valentine roof installed. All our work is completed by the best craftsmen in the industry and backed by a lifetime warranty. Call 206 Roofing today to schedule your free estimate and reserve your spot on our spring schedule.
Well, here in our region, it's really common for homes to have damaged insulation or even no insulation at all in their crawl space or attic. Well, in the winter, that'll make your home cold and drafty. And in the summer months, it can turn your home into an oven. It's Mike Salk here, and utility companies have special incentives right now to help with the cost of having your home properly insulated, including a once-in-a-lifetime rebate from Puget Sound Energy. So if you're a PSE customer and your home was built before 1990, you could qualify to receive a rebate on up to 95% of the cost to properly insulate your crawl space and attic. Yes, they will cover up to 95% of the cost. And if you're anything like me, you love the idea of somebody else paying to improve your home, add value to it, and save you money along the way. How good does that sound? Don't wait. Call Crawl Pros to learn what's going on behind that crawl space and attic hatch for free, and then what energy rebates you're eligible for. If you're worried about critters, mold, water damage, insulation issues, or anything else related to your crawl space or attic, schedule a free corner-to-corner inspection at crawlpros.com.
What's better than a cool home all summer long? A cool home with hot savings on your new AC. This month only, take 20% off air conditioners, heat pumps, and ductless systems during the Bob's Heating Preseason AC sale. Call the team at Bob's, voted best in the Pacific Northwest. With free estimates and free financing, Bob's makes your AC installation simple and affordable. Hurry, discounts reduced to 15% off in April.
Bob's Heating and Air Conditioning. Call Bob.
Tired of hearing scary radio ads about the IRS? Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000 or $500,000, we have a solution. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS with zero risk to you. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with a BBB. End your tax nightmare today by visiting TRA.com or call 800-583-6681. That's 800-583-6681.
Confidence is knowing you're ready to handle whatever comes your way. That's what it feels like to take on your workday with Cintas. They make sure your AEDs are up to date, your fire extinguishers are tested and inspected, your floor mats are cleaned and delivered, and your workwear looks good, feels good, and is freshly laundered with the Cintas Apparel Plus program. So are you ready to take on today? Visit Cintas.com.
Says Wednesday will be Liberation Day.
President will be announcing a tariff plan that will roll back the unfair trade practices that have been ripping off our country for decades.
Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt wouldn't say which countries would be impacted by the reciprocal tariffs.
Any country that has treated the American people unfairly should expect to receive a tariff in return.
And she says the stock market reaction isn't causing them to rethink their plan. Stacey Lynn, CBS News, Washington.
Some small business owners say they're worried about the upcoming tariffs, including Tony Stafford, who owns seafood restaurants in Northern Virginia.
We're nervous about these tariffs and what that's going to do to our prices and are necessary to change menus and increase menus and find new suppliers inside the United States for a lot of our seafood that we purchase currently from Canada.
25% auto tariffs are coming Thursday. Car dealership owner Steve Mouse in Kimball, Minnesota, says that's speeding up some buying decisions.
Recently, we've had people make very quick decisions to buy a car because they're concerned about the tariffs.
Tens of millions are under the threat of severe weather after storms brought damage to parts of the Midwest and South.
Severe storms, including confirmed tornadoes, have claimed several lives and caused widespread damage and power outages from Louisiana to Michigan. Justin Paisley's home in Lebanon Junction, Kentucky, has been heavily damaged. His family is okay.
I guess all you can do is feel grateful. I know it's a loss, but I just kind of feel grateful.
There's a severe weather threat today across the southeast and on the east coast, from northern Florida all the way to New York City. Jim Crisilda, CBS News.
3 children were killed in Kalamazoo County, Michigan, when a tree fell on their vehicle. The most expensive judicial race ever in the U.S. is tomorrow. Wisconsin voters will fill a state Supreme Court seat, determining if liberals or conservatives hold a majority. Democrat Pat O'Grady backs liberal judge Susan Crawford.
I think we've got to send a clear message to the Republicans in Washington and everywhere else. We're not going to put up with it anymore.
State Senator Corey Tomczyk explains why he supports conservative Judge Brad Schimmel.
Judges are supposed to be impartial, apply the law, not make the law.
A New Mexico court is blocking the release of public records showing the bodies of actor Gene Hackman and his wife, who were found dead in their home last month. The couple's estate made the request. Autopsy and investigative reports will be released. The markets finished the day mixed. The Dow gained 417 points. This is CBS News.
Think O'Reilly Auto Parts for all your car care needs. Get the parts and service you need fast from the professional parts people at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Coming up, a double murder suspect in Seattle, a no-show in court today. We'll get to that after Nate Connors at the Beacon Plumbing Traffic Desk.
Thanks, Aaron. Beacon Plumbing has our update. Let's start you in Tacoma, where we still have this hours-long lane closures on I-5 at South 48, the scene of an earlier rollover semi. So your left lanes in both directions remain closed at the scene. The southbound backup starts at the Puyallup River Bridge. North 5, your backup starts at South 84th. Tacoma to Olympia has a 10-minute delay. Olympia to Tacoma also a 10-minute delay, taking you 40 minutes. Other than this, nothing surprising to report. Basically, we're looking at lighter than normal backups. Everett to Seattle and Everett to Bellevue are both half hour. Going the other way, Seattle to Everett, Bellevue to Everett are pushing 40 minutes. Everett to Marysville, right around a 15-minute commute. Bellevue to South Center is going to take you a half hour. And Renton to Puyallup on 167's at 40 minutes. For all of your heating, electrical, septic, and mechanical needs, stop freaking, call Beacon. KIRO News Radio, real-time traffic. I'm Nate Connors.
KIRO News Radio, 97.3 FM, Northwest News. Now, the latest from KIRO News Radio and mynorthwest.com.
Good afternoon. I'm Aaron Granillo. The 25-year-old man who's accused of a deadly double shooting at a hookah lounge in Seattle remains in jail after not showing up for his first court appearance today. These women live nearby the shooting scene in the Rainier Beach neighborhood and tell KIRO 7 TV.
And I just seen all the people just run.
I couldn't sleep at all. I'm shaking.
Now police believe the early Sunday morning shooting is connected to more gunfire last night in West Seattle. KIRO News Radio's James Lynch has more.
A large crowd gathered near 26th Avenue Southwest and Southwest Brandon Street about 9 p.m., likely a vigil for one of this weekend's South Seattle homicide victims. Responding officers located more than 100 shell casings. SPD Detective Eric Munoz says Glock switches may have been used in the shooting.
These Glock switches are capable of basically turning a pistol into an automatic machine gun type of a weapon.
Police found no victims with injuries, no suspects, and no cooperating witnesses. James Lynch, KIRO News Radio.
Kidnapping suspect is under arrest in Bellevue. Officer Seth Tyler tells KIRO 7 TV that man followed a 16-year-old girl off a Metro bus on Friday, grabbed her backpack, tried to pull her into some bushes.
The man ran away. Police responded. We had a K-9 out here looking for the man, but he was able to escape.
Officers found him this morning thanks to community tips. They arrested him, they say, when he was getting off a bus a few miles away from that attempted kidnapping. Washington state senators have approved their biggest budget ever, funded by record-setting tax hikes. Nearly $79 billion spending plan relies heavily on new taxes on the state's richest residents and largest businesses. Senator June Robinson is the lead budget writer.
At the core of this budget is a commitment to the people of Washington.
Democrats say the money is essential to avoid cutting education, road repairs, and other critical services. Republicans, though, say those taxes are not needed at all, and they warn they'll hit average families with higher rents and costs. Next up, the House debates its own version of the budget. Your weather update now brought to you by State Roofing and Exteriors. Will stay mostly cloudy for tonight, along with some sun breaks and still a chance for some light scattered showers tonight into tomorrow morning. Right now, 52 degrees in downtown Seattle. I'm Aaron Granillo, KIRO News Radio.
Your best source for local news, serving Western Washington and the world with a KIRO News Radio app. Always streaming live on your smart speakers. You're listening to KIRO News Radio, Northwest News.
Hello, listeners. It is with pleasure that I come into your home today.
It is. All right, kiddies. How about them Mariners? Oh, boy, are those Mariners, Aaron. All right, thank you.
2-2, 8 runs in 4 games. It's about what we thought, right? Same as last season.
Oh, boy, here we go.
Oh, no,
here we
already?
Go. Oh, sad.
No, it's only 4 games in. You can't truly judge him yet, but we'll see. He just looks a lot like last season. That's all. These first 4 games. That's all.
We'll talk about the quote unquote illegal bats that the Yankees are using later on.
But torpedo bats.
We're diving into the
You want to dive in? You sound sick, John.
I'm fine. I blew my voice out while singing "You Don't Bring Me Flowers" at the Green Lake Elementary School auction on Saturday.
Okay.
Oh my!
Here I thought I had all of the. "You Don't Bring Me Flowers" by Neil Diamond.
Yeah, I don't know.
The band was so impressed with my ability to sing Neil Diamond that they wanted me to sing Sweet Caroline with them, but I had to get home early, so I left early. But I believe, Andrew, if you would, please be so kind. Oh, this is the duet with he and Barbara.
Is there another version I should look for? That's the first one. Oh, here we go.
Bring me flowers. You don't sing me love songs. Hardly talk to me anymore. When I come through the door at the end of the day. It's to you, Aaron. Oh, I remember when you couldn't wait to love me. Yeah, you remember those? Yeah. It was late to leave me. It's the worst part of the song for you. Now after loving me late at night. When you're just with you and you're feeling all right. When you just roll over and you turn out the light. Yeah, Aaron, you know it. You don't bring me flowers.
If I bring you flowers, will you stop this? Please.
That was lovely.
I'm uncomfortable here.
Even with the voice out, it sounds great.
There's an extra gravitas there.
It used to be so natural. Talk about tomorrow. But used to be don't count anymore. They just sit on the floor till you sweep them away, Aaron. And baby, I remember.
Oh my God.
All the things you taught me. I learned how to laugh, and I learned how to cry. Well, I learned how to love, even to learn how to lie.
Oh, wow. The shirt is coming off. The shirt is off.
I'll tell you goodbye. You don't bring me flowers, Aaron, anymore.
That's a first. Never had a man serenade me quite like that, John.
Wow.
Now, was it good for you? You're feeling all right, and you just roll over and turn out the light. Wow.
That is deep.
Deep.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm not going to do I said to no one there, not even the chair. Oh, what a great lyric.
Oh, yeah, I know that one.
Well, I said. I was in New York doing an auction, and I tore my pants, split them right up the middle, and this woman who happened to be in the front row ran up on stage because I had a break. She said, I can fix your pants for you. I said, really? So I went backstage, and she had me stand on 2 chairs, and she sewed up the seam instantaneously, right underneath me, like changing the oil of a car or something.
Wow.
I said, how'd you learn how to do that? She goes, I traveled with Neil Diamond for like 15 years. And he always wore pants that were way too tight for him. So he was constantly splitting them. So she got really good at getting underneath the guy and right up around his old genitalia there and zipping right up. And she goes, and I would say the same thing to Neil that I'll say to you. When your pants come off, your underwear's coming off. Have a good show, Mr. Diamond. So then she gave me that. Wasn't that a wonderful gift?
Yes.
Why are you still here?
I'm trying to focus on something else right now.
Let's talk about the fact that Elon Musk and the protest was going on yesterday, taking down Tesla. This happened all across the United States. I think there were I don't know if there's any riots necessarily. Some jackasses, excuse my language, in Cle Elum blocked, next to Gravity Coffee, they blocked the charging station so people couldn't charge. And I happened to be there in Seattle getting my hair cut, and then I went to the big protest that was in Seattle. This is so crazy. This is some of the people screaming and yelling.
Democracy must be protected. Elon Musk was not elected. Democracy must be protected. Elon Musk was not elected. Democracy.
Okay, we get it, right? So here's the dumb thing. Yeah, he wasn't elected, no kidding. But the people that were out there, I tried to get into a conversation with somebody, and when you're in that kind of protest mindset, riot, part of your brain, you're not really going to be able to have a logical argument with anybody. But I said to the woman, do you know there are thousands and thousands and thousands and thousands and thousands of unelected bureaucrats that make rules that are not part of democracy because they're not elected. I said, the FDA, more than 30,000 different rules that have been passed by 98% non-elected people. This is an HHS, all through the U.S. government. I said, these people aren't elected, so there's democracy for you. You have the government being run by bureaucrats that weren't elected. So if you want to protect democracy, you should support the idea that we're trying to stop people that are not elected from making rules that are affecting all of us. Wouldn't that be a better protection for democracy? And that's what he's doing. And she snaps at me. Are you telling me that you support this Nazi? It's like, okay, who's the Nazi? Okay, let me ask you this. And this calls him a fascist. I said, what if I want to go into the Tesla dealer right here? Will you block me? Why were you going in there? I said, because I want to talk to the Tesla people that are selling cars. How do you think they feel? Have you spoken to them? No, I haven't. I'm sure they're scared. I said, well, you think that would be good? Do you want to scare people? Are you a scary person? Do you want to go around making people scared? We're talking about democracy here. We can get there.
Be protected. Elon Musk was not elected.
Okay, blah, 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 blah.
Gentlemen, this is Democracy Manifest.
Yeah, okay. There's another one.
With your techno-fascist state.
We will not cooperate.
With your techno-fascist state.
Okay, whatever.
Wait. What you got? You're gonna get to the last one, right? Because that's my favorite.
Oh, okay. By the way, I took a close-up picture of these people with their little megaphones of the chants because they had to write them all down. And I took that photo and I sent it over to Jason Rantz, and Rantz put it up. And then half an hour later, he said, oh my gosh, my Twitter file or whatever is blowing up. Apparently, Elon Musk, or whoever works for Elon, who takes care of his Twitter, it took a picture of it, made some joke about it, and sent it out. And that was on Rantz's Twitter. So How about that? Got some love from Elon. Here's another one.
Stop your stuff. Sell your car. Send Elon back to Mars. Stop your stuff. Sell your cars. Send Elon back to Mars. Stop your stuff.
Yeah, okay. They were all out there running around yelling, screaming about stuff. I do have a problem with Elon Musk and China. He has working closely with China because they're helping him build his cars. So they're taking all of his technology and they're stealing it and they're putting it into their cars. That's one problem. Plus with SpaceX, he's also in bed with SpaceX. He's in China and SpaceX. So China is working with Elon Musk and SpaceX, and SpaceX is sort of taking over a lot of NASA's work. This is also very dangerous because we know what China has in store for the United States if they're able to succeed with what they want to do. I would like to see a clear division and some much-needed separation between Elon Musk, SpaceX, and China. If you want to do everything, try to do as much of it you possibly can in the United States and not have China involved. China sees Elon Musk and the work that they're doing as a bridge into the United States. So the same way that Apple says, well, we can't possibly build our phones anywhere else. We have to build them there. Well, China steals the technology. China does what China's going to do. So I don't like the fact that Apple uses China. I don't like the fact that Elon is using China as well when it comes to the work with his EVs and also with his SpaceX. So I do have a problem there. But as far as being unelected, he wasn't. FDR needed somebody immediately to get involved when it came to World War II. So he got Wild Bill. He gets Wild Bill in there, and he sets up this entire division, a brand new department, never been used before. He needed somebody to be able to have information was happening over in Europe, and he put Wild Bill in place, created this entire division in order to have information about propaganda and different things like that. So this guy Wild Bill was not elected, but he was appointed by Roosevelt at that time when we needed somebody to be involved in something like that. Yes.
Who is Wild Bill?
Wild Bill I think he served, he was from New York. He knew Roosevelt. He served in World War.
But that's not his birth name.
No, that was the nickname they gave him. Yeah, he's Wild Bill. And he ran up, I can't remember his last name is an Irish last name. Okay. He ran a brand new department that was set up. So presidents have done this before. Yes, they appoint people that work for them. Ron Klain was Biden's...
Donovan, by the way.
Donovan, thank you. Ron Klain was Biden's chief of staff, but he was involved in a bunch of stuff. He wasn't elected. They get appointed. So, yeah, people get appointed. But these people, when you ask them, I thought you wanted to save the planet. Aren't we supposed to, all burn up in 2 years or 5 years? Well, they said, this is a bigger problem right now. We'll handle that later on. The only thing it made me want to do is buy a Tesla.
Which?
I'm going to buy one. I got my eye on one. I asked a bunch of friends about it. They go, yeah, that's a really good price for that car. It only has 37,000 miles on it. I was like, I'll get that thing. And I think these people are too dumb to recognize that one. It's the Tesla S. All of Elon Musk's cars spell sexy or sex. Sexy. S is the one.
Model
There's an E, right?
And an X.
And an X.
Nice.
One bizarre guy. Get Aaron back in here and I'll sing to him.
You got to talk about the Arizona incident?
Yeah, that poor lady.
I know.
That's so sad. Here she is. She's driving her car down the road.
I'm just appalled. I didn't buy my car for a political statement. I bought my car because it's really fun to drive. And my politics have nothing to do with that. And I'm ashamed of our society.
2 years she's owned
and
it.
what they're
Is she
doing.
right?
This is video of a Tesla attack in Flagstaff last week. It shows a green car pulling up next to a Tesla on busy Route 66, then swerving in front to box the vehicle in.
Good, yeah.
The driver then walks over to the 61-year-old woman in the Tesla and reportedly starts hitting her while she's behind the wheel.
Yeah.
I started to say, you cut me off. What's your problem? But I don't know how much of that got out. And he started to punch me with a closed fist.
At one point, the victim, who wants to hide her identity, says she bit the man's hand. Moments later, the passenger of the green car appears to walk over and pull the attacker away. They finally get back in their car and drive off. The incident is among the latest attacks on Arizona Tesla drivers, being targeted because of the car they drive.
Yeah, they got it. Other ones and other programs set on fire, same sort of thing, notes left on somebody's car. And again, if you went down there and talked to the people that were protesting on Saturday, they can't rationalize their inconsistencies, and they all get worked up in this. I looked at most of them; they all seem to be mostly kind of old, raggedy hippies that trying to find a new cause, something to scream and yell about. And I guess this gives them something to do on a Saturday, to go down there and march around at Westlake and yell at cars that are going by. These poor people sitting in their Teslas, these guys are screaming and yelling. There was one guy there walking around, thought he was something else. He's got the motorcycle boots on. He had he's hiding his face because he's so proud of the work he's doing. And he would point out every car and scream at the people. I thought, if he smashes his stupid motorcycle helmet on top of those cars, terrible. Which brings us to Joe's story.
Really?
Road rage. You have 2 minutes.
Okay, so I'm driving on 8th Avenue towards, past the convention center downtown to pick up my wife, and somebody stops in the middle of the street. It is a one-lane, one-way street.
Yes.
So I sit there behind them for a minute. It's clear that they're not going anywhere. They're just parked, and so I go around them, as do two other cars that are behind me, and as I'm pulling ahead, they start honking as they try to drive back into the road.
Right.
So I let them know how I felt about that. They let me know how they felt about my ESL, and one of the guy in the passenger seat starts pulling coins out of the car and throwing them at my car.
Right.
Which enraged me.
Mm-hmm.
I was furious, and I'm embarrassed by this. I stopped my car and I got out. got into a screaming match with the guy inside the car that was throwing coins at my car for, 30 seconds. And I haven't been that mad in months. And I'm humiliated at the anger that this stupid guy caused me.
What if he had gotten out of the car?
I don't know. That's the most embarrassing thing. It was so close to escalation, and I was hot, about as mad as I could possibly be.
Yeah.
And, like ready to fight, And this is over a dude honking at me.
Right.
And, I mean, he escalated it by throwing coins at my car.
Yes.
But honestly, like I'm embarrassed by my behavior.
What did you throw at his car?
A ballpoint pen. That's all I had. I was looking around for everything I could find.
But you could see, how quickly things escalate, and then you're working with the reptilian part of your brain.
Yeah.
Like, what if the guy got out with a gun? And what if you had a gun? I mean, that's just ridiculous, right?
It's so ridiculous. It's so unnecessary, and over nothing.
And it bothers you now because you were really in the Zen sort of did a lot of mushrooms on vacation sort of state. Not
Correct.
that you did, but hypothetically speaking.
Hypothetically, yes. So the fact that I allowed this guy's honking of his horn and throwing
it ruined your
something,
vacation.
It ruined my mood. I couldn't believe how much I let him control my emotions.
Did you pick up any of the coins and buy another ballpoint pen?
I didn't even look for them.
All right.
Okay.
Sounds like mushroom withdrawal syndrome.
Hey, in there. Hey, you're not a doctor.
Yeah, come
You're
on.
not a doctor. I'm going to sing to you in the next break. Here's Nate, the Big Plumbing Traffic. That's Nathan.
Thanks, John. Lake Washington Windows and Doors has our update. Tacoma South 5 and South 48th is where this crash has the left lanes in both directions of I-5 closed at the seam. South 5 backup now begins heading into the Fife curve. North 5, you're backed up at South 84th still. Tacoma to Olympia and vice versa are both 40-minute drives. In Auburn, northbound 167 at 15th Northwest, the crash, it's on the off-ramp blocking the left lane, but it's starting to get traffic backed up onto the highway now. Linwood to Seattle, 25 minutes. You're slow from Lake City Way to I-90. North 5 slows at the north end of Boeing Field into downtown. Our lake bridges are clear. Bellevue to Renton, 25 minutes. Seattle to Federal Way is a half hour. And this is kind of the story all across the board today. Overall, light volumes. Through March, save double your sales tax from Lake Washington Windows and Doors, plus pay zero down, zero payments, and zero interest for 12 months. Visit lakewashingtonwindows.com. KIRO Newsradio real-time traffic. I'm Nate Connors.
This hour brought to you by Home Comfort Alliance. Heating, air conditioning, plumbing, and electrical.
KIRO Newsradio delivers the news you can trust.
State is facing a multi-billion-dollar deficit.
Government wants more of your money to build, quote-unquote, affordable housing.
We help you navigate the headlines, providing clarity and context to help you understand how today's events impact your life tomorrow.
The driver pulled out a gun. The officer opened fire, shooting at least one time.
The problem is worse in King County than any other part of the country.
Stay informed, stay connected with KIRO News Radio.
Warm weather is just around the corner. It's time to spring into action on your roofing project. If you're worried about your old roof holding up this winter, right now is a great time to take advantage of flexible spring scheduling and early bird pricing with Valentine Roofing. We can have your new roof started within just 4 weeks of signing your contract. Just select a time that works best for you and your family. Plus, you can enjoy discounted spring pricing and financing options for every budget, including 18 months same as cash. All our work is backed by Valentine's lifetime warranty, and you'll sleep well knowing your roof was installed by the best craftsmen in the industry. In just a few short weeks, our spring roof replacement schedule will become booked up, so beat your neighbors to the punch. Schedule your free estimate and a date for your Valentine roof replacement. Spring into action. Visit ValentineRoof.com or give us a call today at 206-ROOFING to schedule your free estimate and reserve your spot on our spring schedule. That's 206-ROOFING.
Why is K2 Vision RLE a permanent solution to glasses, contacts, and readers? How is it that you'll never develop a cataract after K2 Vision RLE? And how is RLE different from LASIK?
Hey, it's Doctors King and Kopstein from K2 Vision RLE. We'll answer those questions and others when you join us for our free live webinar this Thursday at noon. Andy, what are some of the other questions you hear?
Well, how long is the procedure and recovery? Or who's a good candidate for RLE?
And we'll also answer how much does RLE cost? Is there financing available? Does insurance pay for RLE?
Find out how K2 Vision RLE is the permanent solution to glasses, contacts, and readers.
And cataracts too.
Right, no more cataracts.
K2 Vision's free live webinar this Thursday at noon. Space will be limited, so register now at k2visionrle.com.
Join us at our free live webinar this Thursday at noon. Sign up at k2visionrle.com.
Protect your home and auto with a bundle from Progressive so you can stop worrying about them and invent new things to worry about, like snakes in your bedroom. Sure, that sounds incredibly irrational, but now that we've mentioned it, you are a little worried. The odds of one snake, let alone snakes plural, are so slim. But you might want to check. Oh, you're not near your bedroom. Guess you'll just have to sit there and worry about it. So let Progressive protect your home and auto, because you've got enough to worry about. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers not available in all states.
Hey, Green Gobbler here. So you've got a clogged drain in your bathroom. Water in the sink's overstaying its welcome. You're spitting today's toothpaste on top of yesterday's toothpaste. You hope that it go away. Yeah, clogs don't just go away. I make them go away. I'm Green Gobbler, the only clog dissolver you need. I'm bleach-free, safe for your pipes, and I work. Guaranteed or your money back. Because I never met a clog that was gonna unclog itself. Green Gobbler. Let the gobbler get it.
Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa. This weekend only, Friday through Sunday, Linwood Event Center. Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa. This weekend only, Friday through Sunday, Linwood Event Center. 18-month interest-free financing. Our factories have demanded we sell 1,000 hot tubs and swim spas this weekend. Linwood Event Center. Huge factory incentives, factory rebates, this weekend only. Linwood Event Center. We can remove your old hot tub. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Hot tub starting at $2,999. Linwood Event Center. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Just relax and enjoy. Linwood Event Center. Friday, 2 p.m. to 8 p.m. Saturday, 10 a.m. to 8 p.m. Sunday, 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. Free admission, free parking, free delivery. Linwood Event Center. Call 833-SPA-SALE or visit hottubandSwimSpaSale.com.
Mike Salk here, and you've probably heard me mention that Crawl Pros has a full-service pest control division called Pest Pros, and they can prevent bug and rodent infestations from reoccurring at your house. You probably also know that it's especially important to keep a close eye on any signs of pest intrusion in your home during the spring. Why? Well, let's start with rodents. They're at the peak of their reproductive season, so if just one makes its way into your house, it could quickly turn into hundreds, and then you've got damage to insulation, wiring, even structural features, not to mention they're disgusting and carry disease. You may also see an increase in bugs, especially ants this time of year, as they're just looking for food. But if you got kids, you know they leave food everywhere, so this can become an even bigger issue. If you have any reason to think you've got a pest problem, you want to take care of it quickly before you have a much larger problem on your hands. So call Pest Pros. They'll come in, do a free corner-to-corner inspection, just like they did at my house, and fix the problem. If you're worried that any type of critter is making a home of your home, call Pest Pros or visit gopestpros.com.
KIRO News Radio, 97.3 FM, Northwest News. Now, the latest from KIRO News Radio and mynorthwest.com.
Good afternoon. I'm Aaron Granillo. Boeing Starliner crew says they are feeling good after their prolonged stay at the International Space Station. Astronaut Butch Wilmore now also taking ownership for a series of leaks and thruster issues on Starliner that delayed their mission.
There were questions that I, as the commander of the spacecraft, that I should have asked, and I did not. At the time, I didn't know I needed to. And maybe you could call that hindsight, but I'll start and point the finger and I'll blame me.
He says Boeing and NASA also share the responsibility, but Wilmore and his fellow crew member Sonny Williams expressed confidence in Starliner, saying they would fly on it again. The man who escaped from the Northwest Ice Processing Center in Tacoma last week is back behind bars. KIRO News Radio's James Lynch has the updates.
Officials with ICE say 24-year-old Alvaro Flores Barbosa, who they describe as a Venezuelan criminal, escaped last Wednesday and was located and rearrested Saturday near Portland. Flores Barbosa has a criminal history, including an arrest for misdemeanor assault and 2 convictions for reckless driving and felony use of a weapon. He now faces deportation. ICE hasn't said how Flores Barbosa managed to escape. James Lynch, KIRO News Radio.
Seattle Seahawk legend Richard Sherman is sharing screenshots from his home alarm system showing several armed men breaking into his house. KIRO News Radio's Frank Lenzi reports.
On X, Sherman writes, quote, "House being robbed at gunpoint with my family in it isn't what anyone wants for a birthday gift," end quote. This happened the night before his 37th birthday. He went on to write, quote, "Scary situation that my wife handled masterfully and kept my kids safe," end quote. The King County Sheriff's Office confirms deputies were called out to a residential burglary in Maple Valley. There have been no arrests, and there are no suspects. Frank Lenzi, KIRO News Radio.
You got a break during the pandemic, but starting today, King County Metro will start checking to make sure you've paid to ride. Metro's Rebecca Frankhauser tells KIRO 7 TV.
If they don't have the right fare, we'll be passing out brochures and educating our folks on how to pay the right fare and what the right fare for them might be.
Those repeatedly caught not paying will face fines, she says. Let's go now to the Beacon Plumbing Traffic Desk at 3:33. Here's Nate Connors.
All right, Aaron, this report brought to you by Washington 811 South 5 at South 48th in Tacoma. We've got this long-term crash still blocking the left lanes in both directions. South 5 starts to slow now way back at Wild Waves. North 5 backs up at South 84th. Tacoma to Olympia and Olympia to Tacoma are still both around 40 minutes. Linwood to Seattle is up a little bit to a half hour. You're slow from Lake City Way to I-90. Linwood to Bellevue, you're wide open, just 15 minutes. Once you hit Bellevue, South 405 will jam up at Southeast 8th, and that's slow down to the VMAC. Bellevue to Renton's at 25 minutes. Seattle to Everett and Bellevue to Everett are both 40-minute commutes with just scattered slowdowns in between. Renton to Puyallup on the Valley Highways up to 45 minutes. And a reminder, today is the deadline to tear up our roadways with those studded tires. After tomorrow, you can receive a ticket up to $137. If you are digging in your yard, the law requires you to call 811 to avoid dangerous and costly damages to utility lines. Call 811 or submit online at digsafewa.com. KIRO News Radio, real-time traffic. I'm Nate Connors.
Forecast now brought to you by State Roofing and Exteriors. Do have some showers popping up over the Olympic Peninsula and Thurston County as well. Some areas in Pierce County getting a little bit of rain right now too. Staying mostly dry for the rest of tonight, though, and then some scattered showers into tomorrow. Right now, 51 degrees and cloudy in downtown Seattle. I'm Aaron Granillo, KIRO News Radio.
Your best source for local news. You're listening to KIRO News Radio, Northwest News.
Feel free to write to us. All welcome, vent the spleen, or just tell us that, tell me that I'm an idiot. It's okay. The idiot text line is open 1-888-973-5476. Look at Aaron sticking around for another song.
I'm getting out of here.
Yeah, hit it,
Bye.
baby.
Uncle Sam put your name at the top of his list, and the Statue of Liberty started shaking her fist, and the eagle will
State Rep Jeremy Defoe from the 15th, the mighty 15th. Man, oh man, are you an impressive dude on paper.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, I can't believe.
Thank you for having me on.
Raised in Yakima, you Army Reserve, Kuwait and Afghanistan you served. And then a guy from Yakima gets into the University of Pennsylvania. That's impressive.
Yes, I did, yes.
Yes, you did.
Went across the country for college and law school and came back home. My family's been in the Yakima Valley since before World War II. I love it. I love Washington State, but boy, we're going in the wrong direction.
Hold on. I wonder how many. Wait, Jeremy. I wonder how many drunken nights you spent at Smokey Joe's.
Not many, but I do know where it is. Are you from Philadelphia?
Yes, and if you were there at one of the, I forget, it's a third bench in there. My dad scratched his name in on the bench on one of the tables in there. So yeah, that's a classic.
What's your dad's name?
John Michael Curley. He is.
Okay, I'll be back. I'll look for it.
Yeah, you look for it. And then here's the thing. So I'm reading through your bio. I'm like, okay, gets into Penn. That's pretty darn good. And then, you ready for this? 8,000 people apply to get into Harvard Law School. They only accept like 700, and one of them is you. So here's this guy, grows up in Eastern Washington, and then serves in Kuwait and Afghanistan prior to, but gets to Harvard Law School. You're such a smart guy. And what are you doing serving in Olympia?
And yet here I am in politics.
I know, it's nuts. I mean, you could take, Jeremy, you could take all of that. You could be making millions of dollars a year as an attorney. You could be with some big corporate thing or big corporate law or something like that. But here you are bashing your head against the wall in Olympia every single day. I admire, I guess, the tenacity, or perhaps I should feel sorry for you.
The tenacity or the insanity, one of the two.
Yes,
right, John?
yes. and Jeremy, I'll let you speak in a second, but I just want to keep going through all the stuff I read about. I looked at all the bills, everything that you wanted to do. You wanted processing, budget processing, prioritize spending. You wanted to get rid of entire departments. You wanted to eliminate House Bill 1959, eliminate the Office of Equity that's spending $20 million a year, has like 36 employees. You basically want the budget in Olympia to be more responsive to the people, and you want to get rid of departments that are doing things. You want to make it accountable to the people. And this is such a reasonable approach, but yet it's so difficult for Republicans in Olympia.
Absolutely. I'd like to think of it as the Doge of Washington State. We have so much wasted money and so much bureaucracy here in Washington State. We saw it accelerate during COVID, and we have not taken our foot off the gas in that regard. So we're going to tonight here in about an hour start debating the operating budget, and we've got $15 billion in tax increases on the table, property tax increases that are going to hit working families and make it harder and more expensive to buy a home or rent a home in Washington State. We are driving off a cliff. And why am I here? I'm here because I think with enough of a voice and enough responsible people here, eventually we will be able to stem the tide, because people are fed up. People are fed up around the country and in Washington State with the tax increases, with the limits on personal freedom, the right to keep and bear arms, the mandates on what your kids have to learn in school that have nothing to do with academic success or instilling patriotism and civic virtue in our next generation. And it's got to stop, or at least I'm going to try. You
tried. You wanted to get rid of the office and agencies and services in the educational system that don't directly interact with students.
Yes.
Where'd that go?
Abolish the Office of Superintendent of Public Instruction. If you do not have daily direct interaction with students, your building goes away, your office goes away, and that money is focused on the priorities for our kids, special education.
When you come up with this stuff, Jeremy,
coaches,
what do people say when you come up? Like, for instance, I'm sure House Bill 1959, eliminating the Office of Equity. They must have called you a racist.
I'm sure there are some people who did. That doesn't bother me, because I just respond with the truth, and that is I don't support an office of equal outcomes, equal results. I support equal opportunity. And spending $20 million in pursuit of equal results is not something that state government should be in the business of doing, or any form of government.
We're speaking with Jeremy Defoe there in the 15th. I want to ask you, I saw over the weekend, do the Republicans have a budget they want to present that actually shows no tax increases?
Yes. The Senate Republicans released a budget that has no tax increases and still funds all of our priorities. It's really not that difficult to do. This so-called deficit is completely manufactured, and it's a result of overspending and expanding programs that are not priorities of government.
Let's assume no one's listening, especially after I sang my Neil Diamond song. Jeremy, let them pass. Let them pass, is between you and me. Let them pass that tax increase on homes. When it comes, let that thing go up. So 1% to 5% to 7%. Let them start taxing people's homes. Let them see those taxes get in place, and then just point to those Democrats, and people will feel that all the time. And if that gush of dollars going out of people's pockets to pay for their homes that they've already paid for, when they see that they're paying 5, 6, 7, 8, or whatever the percentage they want to jack it up to, then maybe at that point the people of Washington wake up and don't just automatically vote for a D, but give people that might have an R next to their name a chance to write some good laws. It's a crazy idea, something I just came up with. Let them raise
crazy,
yeah, and
crazy, but it may be effective, and I'm all about being effective. I hope it doesn't pass, but if you don't have the votes to stop it, then it's good to know who is responsible for it. And it will be very clear, John, in tonight's debate who's responsible for it, because I can guarantee you there are not going to be any Republican votes for property tax increases in the state, or sales tax increases, or gas tax increases, at least not in the House of Representatives, I hope.
How, right now at this point, what's the chance of the Republican Senate budget with, and I don't know how they do it with no tax increases. How were they able to make that all work?
Well, I'm not in the Senate, so I can't tell you all the details, but I do know that there were no tax increases involved in the operating budget. It didn't go anywhere because, of course, they're in a deep minority. Republicans are in a 19 to 29 minority in the Washington State Senate, and the majority passed their budget on Saturday, and the majority in the House is running its budget tonight, and by all indications, it's going to pass tonight. Where a lot of it came in, there's a lot of savings to be had in renegotiating the collective bargaining agreements with the state employees. Former Governor Inslee negotiated an over $4 billion pay raise for state employees after they, God bless our state employees, but we've got to keep that equal with public sector increases. I don't know many people in the public sector who got a 5% pay raise on top of multiple pay raises over the last 5 years. What the Senate Republican budget did, I know this part of it, is that it gave every state employee a $5,000 bonus and then undid the pay increases. And that was a really good idea in my view, John, because $5,000 means a lot more to a $50,000 a year employee than a $250,000 a year employee. So you've got some really well-paid bureaucrats in this state, and that would make sure that the money from the state in form of pay increases is going to help the families who maybe are not as well off, and who are driving our buses and who are coaching our kids in school, not adding another 5% to already inflated salaries for administrators and people who are working in our school system who are not in direct daily contact with our students.
I'll give you one last question here. This is the punch-out question for you, Jeremy Defoe, from the 15th District. The unknown factor is Governor Ferguson. And I asked Jim Walsh this question. I'm not going to give you his answer. So we don't know which Ferguson will show up. Will he take that veto pen and stop this? I'm assuming from your pedigree and your education and your experience in the Army and everything else, the reserves, where are you with Ferguson? What do you think? What does your spidey sense tell you about that governor?
My spidey sense tells me that he's going to have to do some property tax increases to get any budget through. So regardless of what he's saying now, I think eventually he will cave at least partially, and we'll have to go back on his word to not raise taxes. I guess I don't know if he's technically said he won't raise taxes. He says he wants to do cuts first.
Yeah.
And I read between the lines saying that, okay, well, I've done all the cuts I can do, so now I'm going to raise taxes.
Property taxes might be on the way. Well, my friend, thanks for spending some time with us. Get back in there. See you at Smokey Joe's. See you at Smokey Joe's.
Thanks for the opportunity. Yeah.
All right.
Talk to you soon.
Thank you. There he goes out the door. That is the bar at the University of Pennsylvania, Smokey Joe's.
Spent some time there?
Yeah, I went in there. I spent like so many days trying to find my dad's stupid
Heard
thing.
it, move on.
Scratched into the wood.
Did you?
Yeah, I did. I found it. Yeah.
Attaboy.
It was really fun. All right, let's go. Over to Nate in the Beacon Plumbing Traffic Desk. Nathan.
Thanks, John. Beacon Plumbing has our update. Not a bad commute so far. In fact, great news in Tacoma. We just cleared that long-term crash, South 5 and South 48th near the mall. So this opens up the left lanes in both directions of the freeway, and this obviously is going to help these backups clear out. Right now, though, South 5 slows from about Wild Waves down to the seam. North 5 still slows from South 84th to the seam. And that commute between Tacoma and Olympia in both directions still hovering at 40 minutes. Seattle to Everett, 45 minutes. Scattered backups between 520 to Linwood. Bellevue to Everett, also 45 minutes. Scattered backups between Kirkland and Canyon Park. South 5 heading into Seattle looking good, but you're starting to slow in Northgate down to I-90. Linwood to Seattle is a half-hour drive. Seattle to Federal Way, also a half-hour. Scattered slowing starts at 405 past State Route 516. And I'm starting to see some building volumes eastbound 512 from I-5 over to Portland Avenue. Westbound 512 slows from Meridian to Canyon Road. Now, these aren't thick backups. You're still close to highway speeds here. For all of your heating, electrical, septic, and mechanical needs, stop freaking. Call Beacon. KIRO Newsradio, real-time traffic. I'm Nate Connors.
Although I don't sound so healthy right now, it's just a little bit of a sore throat. But I can tell you the good doctors there at Longevity Medical Clinic, they've been 25 years, have been helping people just like myself. Since 2009, I've been a patient And here's what happens. You work proactively with your doctor. Now, normally the way it works in medicine is you have a problem, you go in and you see them, and then they try to fix the problem. But imagine if the problem didn't occur. Imagine if you were proactive, working with a doctor. Here's what happens. You do a blood draw, and then about a week later, you sit down with your doctor for an hour. You'll do this 4 or 5 times a year. And they go through an extensive blood work, and they look at everything. They see how you're aging. And then they make the small incremental changes to stop stuff like heart disease and diabetes and cancer that gets so many of us. And if you were to stop those big bad things from happening early, well, then you stop a whole bunch of other problems as well. It's just simply being proactive, extending your life, giving you more energy, allowing you to take on today's stress. It's amazing. I'm going to highly recommend you get in touch with Longevity Medical Clinic. You take that free health analysis at longevitymedicalclinic.com.
Did you hear? A recent stash of $10 gold Liberty coins from the 1800s has been found. These gorgeous gold coins are as bright and shiny as the day they were struck in the late 1800s, and less than 200 of these gold coins are available. Coin experts are calling this gold find an incredible opportunity. Call 1-800-917-4635, and you are guaranteed a $10 gold Liberty coin minted by the U.S. Mint in the 1800s. But with extremely limited availability, you must call now. These gold Liberty coins from the 1800s are still in uncirculated condition. That is history you can hold in your hand. To learn more, call 1-800-917-4635. Call now and you'll receive a free American Coin Collector's Bonus Package, a $40 value, free with every order. Call 1-800-917-4635 now to secure your $10 gold Liberty coins dated from the 1800s before they sell out. That's 1-800-917-4635.
A good retirement requires more than just having a retirement nest egg and a good investment strategy. Sadly, most people don't have that kind of a plan. And that's why retirement turns into a nightmare for most retirees. Nightmares of one falling ill and ending up in a nursing home, becoming a burden on loved ones, and losing money to uncovered care costs. All preventable with the right retirement plan. Hi, this is elder law attorney Rajiv Nagaich and founder of LifePoint Law. Let me invite you to resolve to make 2025 the year you create a real plan for retirement. I've helped thousands of people in the Seattle area, and I know I can help you too. Come to one of my retirement planning seminars this month, and I will show you how.
Attend the free seminar in Federal Way on April 5th, Olympia on April 8th, or Bellevue on April 10th. Register at lifepointlaw.com. That's lifepointlaw.com. Or call 253-838-3454.
I've always been a super athletic guy, but after I turned 40, I noticed I was slowing down. Instead of hitting the gym after work, I spent my evenings on the couch with a bag of chips. I was gaining weight, losing muscle, and when I did try to work out, I ran out of energy right away. One of my buddies suggested I book a free testosterone check at Revive Health, and that's when I learned that low T doesn't just impact how guys perform in the bedroom. I worked with a provider to create my custom treatment plan, and today I'm feeling stronger than ever. Last week, I even set a new PR at the gym. My only regret is not reaching out sooner.
If you're ready to book your free T-check, visit ReviveMen'sHealth.com or call 206-529-1111. Again, that's 206-529-1111.
Workdays can be unpredictable, but your workwear shouldn't be. With the Cintas Apparel Plus program, you'll have freshly laundered garments for everyone on your team delivered every week. Cintas has workwear for just about any job imaginable, with high-performance fabrics and an uncompromising fit that stretches and moves with you. Don't leave looking and feeling good to chance. Visit Cintas.com.
Oh, I'm ready!
And get ready for the workday.
Check engine or ABS light on? Take the guesswork out of your warning lights with O'Reilly Veriscan. It's free. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Go from daydreamer to industry leader with Amazon Business. From office supplies to IT essentials, Amazon Business provides tools that help you save costs and make insight-based decisions. Learn how to bring your visions to life at AmazonBusiness.com.
It's not uncommon, unfortunately, that NFL players' homes get broken into. It's happened numerous times. Richard Sherman now will be, unfortunately, on that list as well. Richard was not home. His wife Ashley was with the kids, and there's video that he posted from his security cameras inside. You can see the guys come in through the window there. One of them is armed, and we'll talk about that. I love what Ashley wrote. His wife wrote something to the effect of, let me tell you, you messed with the wrong one. I don't think they're going to be going back. Hopefully, the guys all had their faces covered, but somebody's going to be able to turn them in as they came through. They weren't able to get anything. Ashley was safe as well. We'll talk more about Richard's response to this. We'll get to that. Plus, also, the billboard there in Lewis County that one time had 72,000 people signed a petition to take this billboard down, the Uncle Sam billboard. If you've ever driven on I-5, you see it. It normally has political statements up there. A number of years ago, someone tried to burn it down. The mayor of the little town was always being told, take it down. Can't you take it down? It goes all the way to court, and we'll tell you why the guy that owns the billboard won in court. Kind of an interesting little twist that he was able to slide in there in order to be able to have his political signs up there. So at this point, I think, is the billboard for sale? It's been purchased by somebody. I don't know if they're going to keep doing it or not. I liked it. I like seeing the kind of crazy Uncle Sam on there. Different stuff going back and forth on I-5. Go down there and see what the guys got up on that billboard. So I assume the person who took it over is probably not going to continue with the great tradition that's been going on for such a long time.
Well, that's unfortunate.
Yeah. The guy that has the billboard, tough old coot who owned it, had a turkey farm, and it's a great story real quick. No, I don't have time.
Oh, fine.
What, I got to tell it later?
Save it, yeah. Come on.
Okay. It's about him going down to the unemployment agency.
Oh, good. This is supposed to be a tease anyway.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah.
Oh, that's a tease.
Nice.
And gassy lady, thank you. And then more Neil Diamond requests. Just let me know.
Nice.
Okay, here we go. Here's Nate over there at the Beacon Plumbing traffic desk. Nathan.
All right, Seattle Sports has this update. In Tacoma, we just recently cleared that long-term crash involving a rolled over semi, South 5 at South 48th near the mall. This opens up the left lanes in both directions of the freeway. South 5 jams up at the SeaTac rest area down to the Tacoma Mall. Federal Way to Tacoma is close to a half-hour drive. North 5, however, is pretty much thinned out through South Tacoma. The drive on the Valley Highway right now is at 45 minutes between Renton and Puyallup. Seattle to Everett, 45 minutes, still scattered. Backups from 520 into Linwood. Bellevue to Everett is inched up to 50 minutes. Pretty solid now between 520 and 527 in Canyon Park. Now heading into Seattle, South 5 looks good. You're going to start slowing in Northgate down to I-90. Linwood to Seattle is a half-hour commute. Otherwise, we're seeing light volumes across the map. You can always listen to your favorite local sports content on the FM dial on 97.3 HD2. KIRO Newsradio, real-time traffic. I'm Nate Connors.
KIRO News Radio, your home for Seattle's morning news with Charlie Harger.
Boeing appears to be trying to withdraw its guilty plea agreement with the Department of Justice surrounding those two deadly crashes.
Yeah, and Charlie, we're already hearing strong reaction from victims' families over this. Attorney Mark Lindquist.
There will be outrage from the victim families and their lawyers if Boeing even attempts to withdraw their guilty plea.
Seattle's morning news with Charlie Harger.
Weekday mornings 6 to 9.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is for you too. Stubborn fat is really hard to get rid of, and then there's all those gimmicky lasers, fat freezing methods, and prescriptions. Imagine a simple solution that takes just one day and provides immediate noticeable results. Introducing ProSculpt. ProSculpt uses air-assisted technology that's safe and gentle yet powerful, delivering instant fat-reducing and skin-tightening results. Performed by board-certified plastic surgeons while fully awake, ProSculpt contours your body with minimal downtime. It's designed to target those problem areas: waistline, neck, face, arms, thighs. ProSculpt gently removes unwanted fat and tightens loose skin with FDA-cleared plasma technology, all in a simple, guaranteed one-day procedure. ProSculpt is one and done. Schedule your free consultation at prosculpt.com for $250 off. For powerful permanent fat removal and skin tightening that works for ladies and you men, it's prosculpt.com.
This is the story of the one.
As a maintenance specialist for University Housing, he knows college students can major in wear and tear. Plus, housing so many students doesn't leave a lot of room to house all the supplies he needs. That's where Grainger comes in. With over 1 million industrial-grade products and fast, dependable delivery, Grainger carries the quality products he needs so he doesn't have to. From a new door hinge to a whole new faucet. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Confidence is knowing you're ready to handle whatever comes your way. That's what it feels like to take on your workday with Cintas. They make sure your AEDs are up to date, your fire extinguishers are tested and inspected, your floor mats are cleaned and delivered, and your workwear looks good, feels good, and is freshly laundered with the Cintas Apparel Plus program. So are you ready to take on today? Visit Cintas.com.
Oh, I'm ready!
And get ready for the workday.
Comcast Business helps turn today's small businesses into engines of modern business. It's how restaurants become reliably up and running neighborhood favorites. How retailers become seamlessly restocking, cyber-securing must-visit shops. And how healthcare offices become the data managing caregivers that we all depend on. With reliable connectivity, enhanced cybersecurity, advanced fiber solutions, and Wi-Fi backup, Comcast Business is powering the engine of modern business. Powering possibilities.
Now through April 21st, new customers can get started with 150 megabit internet and security edge for $49.99 a month for 12 months with a 2-year agreement. Plus, ask how to get a $500 prepaid card on a qualifying internet package. Call today. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. Requires enrollment in paperless billing and automatic payments with bank account. Equipment, taxes, and other fees extra and subject to change. Early termination fee applies.
Hey, Green Gobbler here. So you've got a clogged drain in your bathroom. Water in the sink's overstaying its welcome. You're spitting today's toothpaste on top of yesterday's toothpaste. You hope that it'd go away. Yeah, clogs don't just go away. I make them go away. I'm Green Gobbler, the only clog dissolver you need. I'm bleach-free, safe for your pipes, and I work. Guaranteed or your money back. Because I never met a clog that was gonna unclog itself. Green Gobbler. Let the gobbler get it.
Seems everything costs more these days. Gas, groceries, and when's the last time you checked your wireless bill? When it comes to big wireless, if you're staying, you may be overpaying. Switch to Consumer Cellular to get the same fast nationwide coverage without the big wireless bill. Plans start at just $20 a month, and now for a limited time, new customers can get their second month free. Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit a store near you, or consumercellular.com and start saving today. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. Taxes, fees, and other third-party charges will apply. See website for additional details.
Join in on the conversation by sending a text to 888-973-5476. That's 888-973-KIRO.
At Les Schwab, we've been changing the tire game for more than 70 years. Our Go the Extra Mile service means more hustle, less hassle. We design our own exclusive tires to give you more tires made for the road you drive, less compromise. All backed by America's best tire warranty included with every tire we sell. We're talking more unbeatable tire warranty, less charging you extra, like the other guys. It's why you get more from less. Book an appointment at leschwab.com.
April 6th at Tropical Smoothie Cafe, rewards members get $5 off an acai bowl or an acai bowl with Nutella. Log into the app on April 6th to redeem your rewards. Terms and conditions apply.
Your best source for local news. KIRO Newsradio, KIRO FM, and HD1, Tacoma, Seattle, Northwest News.
U.S. tariffs countdown.
It's time for reciprocity.
Severe weather threat across the south and east coast.
Everybody be prepared, not scared.
Days after Myanmar earthquake.
People still that are missing are just under rubble.
This is the CBS World News Roundup Late Edition. I'm Jennifer Kuiper. President Trump calls April 2nd Liberation Day, promising reciprocal tariffs on every nation that charges import tariffs on American goods. Press Secretary Caroline Levin.
Any country that has treated the American people unfairly should expect to receive a tariff in return on Wednesday.
I'm Matt Piper. It's believed President Trump hopes the tariffs will cause automakers to move more production here. But Steve Moss owns a dealership in Minnesota and thinks it will all hurt buyers and sellers.
This is just creating confusion and apprehension in the market, and that's not good for our industry.
Houston Baker owns a used car dealership in Texas.
I'm afraid that it will apply inflationary pressure across the economy and make it more difficult for people to afford cars.
A California federal judge blocks the Trump administration's attempt to end temporary protective status for over 350,000 Venezuelans, which was set to end next week. At least 6 deaths are reported after severe weather over the weekend in Oklahoma, Michigan, and Indiana, and it's not over yet.
Strong storms have claimed several lives and caused widespread damage and power outages from Louisiana to Michigan. Heavy rain swamped Larry Murrow's house in southern Mississippi.
I've seen high water before, but it hadn't been this high.
Some 90 million people in the southeast and along the east coast could see severe weather today. Jim Crisula, CBS News.
Planned Parenthood says 9 of its affiliates have received notice from the Trump administration about plans to withhold Title X funding starting tomorrow. They say it will hurt patients nationwide who rely on the centers to get sexual and reproductive health care. The death toll surpasses 2,000 after the 7.7 magnitude earthquake that struck Myanmar and Thailand last week. Aid groups are facing challenges. Michael Capone with Global Empowerment Mission.
You have giant cracks throughout roads everywhere, and then you have all these, blockades that are going in detours and stuff.
The Israeli military has indicated it could soon launch another major offensive in Rafah and has ordered most of the southernmost city in the Gaza Strip to evacuate. CBS's Robert Berger.
Israel could be planning another major ground assault on Rafah. Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu saying over the weekend that Israel is going to ramp up the military pressure on Hamas until it agrees to release the Israeli hostages.
At the request of the couple's estate, a New Mexico judge blocks the release of public records that show the bodies of Gene Hackman and his wife, Betsy Arakawa. Stocks closed mixed on Wall Street. Now this.
Brought to you by Progressive Insurance. You could save big when you bundle your auto, home, motorcycle, RV, or boat. Visit Progressive.com.
Kidnapping suspect arrested in Bellevue. That's one story we get to after Nate Connors at the Beacon Plumbing Traffic Desk.
All right, Aaron, this report is brought to you by Beacon Plumbing. So far, it's been a nice Monday light commute this afternoon. In fact, Everett to Marysville is just a 10-minute drive. Getting to Everett, 50 minutes from Bellevue, still pretty solid backup here between 520 and 527. Seattle to Everett, 45 minutes. You're crowded from 520 to Mount Lake Terrace, and then you're going to clear out until you hit that interchange there in Linwood. Everett to Seattle, just 35 minutes. The only thing slowing you down starts at Lake City Way down to I-90. North 5 going to jam up at the north end of Boeing Field in the downtown. Those lake bridges are all clear. Bellevue to South Center is a half-hour drive. You're slow at 520. That continues down to the VMAC. Federal Way to Tacoma is at 25 minutes. About a 10-minute delay here. You're pretty thick at Wildways, and that continues down to the Tacoma Mall from an earlier crash. For all of your heating, electrical, septic, and mechanical needs, stop freaking. Call Beacon. KIRO Newsradio, real-time traffic. I'm Nate Connors.
KIRO News Radio, 97.3 FM, Northwest News. Now, the latest from KIRO News Radio and MyNorthwest.com.
Good afternoon. I'm Aaron Granillo. Bail is now set at $5 million for a suspect in a double murder in Seattle. KIRO News Radio's Jillian Raftery was in court today. She joins us live. Jillian.
Aaron, this happened outside the Capri Hookah Lounge around 3:30 a.m. Sunday. The 25-year-old is accused of shooting and killing security guard Julius Rodriguez and another man, Ozzie Whitfield. The shooting was caught on surveillance camera outside the hookah lounge, and witnesses told police they saw the suspect running away and heard what they thought was one of the victims firing back before they died. According to court documents, it was several hours later that a man matching the suspect's description was dropped off at Valley Medical Center in Renton with a gunshot wound to the leg. While defense argued the identification of the suspect was problematic, a judge granted probable cause for 2 counts of murder in the second degree and $5 million bail.
All right, thank you, Jillian. Now, SPD believes this shooting early yesterday is connected to more gunfire last night in West Seattle. Detective Eric Munoz says officers located over 100 rounds.
There was bullet damage to a nearby RV trailer, there was bullet damage to a house, and then there was an abandoned vehicle that was also damaged.
Says a large crowd was gathered at the time near 26th Avenue Southwest and Southwest Brandon, likely a vigil for one of those hookah lounge victims. Police have no suspects and no cooperating witnesses. Bellevue police have arrested a man who they say tried to kidnap a 16-year-old girl on Friday. Officer Seth Tyler tells KIRO 7 TV the suspect followed her off a Metro bus in the Lake Hills neighborhood.
Followed her down the sidewalk and then grabbed her backpack and attempted to drag her into a bushes area.
Police say community tips led them to the suspect this morning when he was seen boarding a bus in the same area as last week's attempted kidnapping. State senators have moved ahead with their plans for a gas tax increase. They voted to raise the tax 6 cents per gallon starting July 1st. According to the Washington State Standard, Republican Senator Curtis King helped craft that package.
We felt we had to respond, and that's what we did.
Lawmakers say this tax will raise $500 million each year to fix roads and ferries. House votes on its version this week with even steeper gas tax hikes on the table. Weather update now brought to you by State Roofing and Exteriors. Mostly cloudy tonight. Light scattered showers still possible tonight into tomorrow morning with overnight lows in the low 40s. Right now, 52 degrees in downtown Seattle. I'm Aaron Granillo, KIRO News Radio.
Your best source for local news, serving Western Washington and the world with a KIRO News Radio app. Always streaming live on your smart speakers. You're listening to KIRO News Radio, Northwest News.
When your pants come off, your underwear's coming off. Have a good show, Mr. Diamond. Thank you. Wow. My own drop. Thank you, Andrew. Here we go with the John Curley Show. Thank you, everyone. All accounted for. Oh, Rye Roller's coming by, huh? You have a point? Oh, you have something you want to say about the bats that people are concerned about?
Torpedo bats?
Yes.
If they would help the Mariners hit, I will take them.
Oh, boy, having in the news coming over to your side.
The thing about those bats is you have to make contact with the ball for them to work.
Wow, already. Now, remember, just last week, just for opening day, you on a scale 1 to 50, you were at a 50 for the love for the Mariners.
Mm-hmm. Well, it wasn't for the love for the Mariners. It was the excitement for baseball to start. Yeah, it's still at a 50. Okay. I mean, it's 4 games in. I'm not going to count them out
No,
yet.
come on.
Come on.
Come on.
Come on.
Come on.
You can't judge a team really until, like, I don't know.
But you know what? The
Mid-May,
A's, they don't even have a stadium. I mean, were they dressing in the bus?
Jeez. I don't know. Just too many swings and misses, though. I tell you.
You don't like to poke him.
I know. He knows.
All right. Scary story comes from Richard Sherman's home. Ashley was home with the kids, and 3 guys break into the home. One of them is armed that we can see in the video that Richard Sherman has released. Refers to these guys in a word we're not allowed to use. By the way, Patty Payne, I know you're listening, Patty. Patty writes in saying, by the way, you are allowed to say jackass. You are allowed to say jackass. She said it's not a bad word. In fact, some jackasses are actually better than people. Patty knows well. She does a lot of work with the Humane Society. So thank you, Patty, for listening and letting me know. We're just careful with some of the words we're allowed to say and not say in here. So thank you, Patty, for your love for the animals, especially the jackasses. All right, so Richard Sherman referred to these 3 guys that broke in. Ashley Moss, Richard's wife, said that you're messing with the wrong people. Anybody that did break in, anybody knows anybody that went into Sherman's house should know that Ashley's not messing around. Her dad, Ray Moss, a state trooper, Big Ray, well-respected, really tough guy, a very, very smart, lovable father. I'm sure when I wrote to Ray to ask, how's everybody doing? He said the family's fine. Thank God. Thanks for checking. But it certainly has to scare the heck out of him. I don't know how they were able to get in. Looks like they came through the sort of porch. They came through that window, knocked in the screen, and then they were in the house. It happened late at night. Where was Richard at the time? Was he having his birthday or something like that?
We don't know exactly where he was, but he did have a birthday. I think it was on Saturday night, so maybe he was out or celebrating it.
Did they get anything? They steal anything?
I don't know that he didn't say that they got anything. So I think somebody must have woken up and scared him off.
Yeah. I looked up to see in the state of Washington, you can shoot somebody that's coming into your house. You have to use force that meets force. If you feel as if, well, you see the gun, then you're allowed to shoot them. That's legal, but you're not allowed to use more force unless you feel as if your life is being definitely threatened by the people that were in there.
So you have to make a judgment call as to what they're.
You're going to have to. You're going to have to be able to say, yeah, I felt that my life was in danger, and therefore I took deadly force against the individuals that were in my house.
Wouldn't you just assume if somebody breaks into your house in the middle of the night that your life is endangered, no matter what you can see on them?
I don't know. You got to be careful on that sort of stuff.
Yeah.
But in the state of Washington, if you felt as if your life was endangered, you can use force against them. I looked up to see what a lawyer had to say about it, and the guy, what did he say? He said that doesn't recommend it necessarily. He says, this lawyer writes, Washington, no castle doctrine state, but there is no duty to retreat either. Assuming this is correct, because I see the difference in different places, he's basically saying, look, you can't just shoot, mortally injure someone purely because they broke into your house. But if they turn and start threatening you or your family with direct harm, you can be found justified to use reasonable force, possibly deadly force. The hazy part is proving the threat to you and your family with direct harm.
I would hope that the burden of proof would be on the guy that broke into your house to say that they weren't threatening you somehow.
Right.
Yeah.
But again, that's coming from you, who jumped out of his car during a road rage incident. Was that Saturday you did that?
Yeah.
Were you wearing the jacket I gave you for your birthday?
No. I was
good. Okay. That's good. All right. Other bits of news. It is a famous billboard that has been there, I think, since 1974 or something like that. Well, the property has been sold. If you ever head down past Lewis County on I-5, you would see the billboard. The Uncle Sam billboard for 50 years has been upsetting people because, it's too political or whatever. The guy, this old turkey farmer, went to court with the thing in 1979, and they said, you know what, I think you're going to be okay with this, because they tried to get him saying, well, it's just a political sign and it's a violation of the Scenic Vistas Act of 1971. And he said, no, I'm advertising my farm. I'm advertising stuff. So if you looked on the thing, yes, giant letters making some sort of political statement, but then he would have underneath there like turkeys for sale or something. So that's how we got around it. But it didn't stop people from being upset by the billboard. This is a story from KIRO 7 back in 2020. They explained.
This two-sided billboard with a painting of Uncle Sam greets thousands of drivers heading up and down I-5 every day.
It's a sign that makes you think.
It sits off exit 72 on private property and has been in Lewis County since the 1960s.
Oh. I've been watching that sign for probably 30-some years. And I don't always agree with everything he puts up there, but it's his opinion.
It's owned by the Hamilton family. On here, they're not afraid to make bold political statements.
Is it hurting anybody, or is it just making people think about things?
Over the years, the billboard's faced its fair share of controversy. This new online petition wants to get rid of the sign once and for all. Since June 4th, more than 72,000 people have signed it. The creator says the Uncle Sam sign has been publicly posting racist and offensive statements along the side of I-5, creating an immediate hateful impression of our town for anyone that comes to visit or simply drives through. It's addressed to the Chehalis City Hall.
So this is a while ago when this story came out. They go on to explain, KIRO 7 goes on to explain that somebody tried to burn the sign down. They got 72,000 signatures. There's nowhere near that amount of people live out there that wanted the sign to come down as well. When his daughter was asked about it, what happened was the father was kind of mad. The guy that owned the farm, is because when they had I-5 come through, it cut through his farm. I think cut it in half, and it still sort of bothered him. So then, he would change the sign all the time and put different stuff up there and just express different points of view. At one point when they said to him, you're not doing enough to advertise, you're not doing enough advertising, he said, okay, fine, how about this? Non-red or pink springers for sale. And then underneath, non-communist straw for sale. Mr. Hamilton, the old farmer, he passed away at the age of 85 back in 2004. There was a story that is told as well that during Thanksgiving, he didn't have enough farm workers. So he called down to the unemployment agency. He said, send everybody that's down there up to my farm, and I'll hire them right away, and they can work up here. So about 30 or 50 guys show up. So one of them was really dirty. They let him use the shower. And then one guy was standing there, and the dad, the old Mr. Hamilton, said, hey, you got to put a hairnet on. The guy said, I'm not putting a hairnet on. And then the rest of the article says, the guy got mad, wouldn't do it, so my dad got mad. Close quote.
That's it?
Great reporting. So here's why this is in the news. The property, the old farm, has been sold, and most likely whoever bought it, I'm assuming, is not going to keep the billboard there. There is a value to the billboard because of how many people drive by it every single day. But I think the days of somebody putting up some political stuff that would upset people, stuff like public library, great place for your kids to meet a sex deviant. You get to choose murderers and beheaders or protect the border. You won't see those signs anymore. Most likely, the guy that bought the thing will take it down. Yeah. And somebody wrote in there or spray paint on there that you're a fascist. Okay, the guy's expressing his opinion. He's allowed to. He's working within the laws. So who's the fascist? The person who doesn't want the guy to speak? Squash his First Amendment rights? They throw the word fascist around all the time. At that protest that was happening on Saturday that I went to, just because I just thought I'd go to it, when they're down there yelling and screaming.
With your techno-fascist state.
Yeah, fascist.
Techno-fascist.
Oh, techno-fascist. Yeah, one person, then they started the chanting of, we don't need no billionaires, or get rid of, or not kill, but like, we don't need no billionaires. So I'm standing next to this lady, I go, wow, so are we going to get rid of Beyonce?
Oh, no.
Isn't one of the Kardashians a billionaire too?
I think a couple.
Did you not like that? That's not what we're talking about. We're talking about techno-fascist billionaires. It's like, oh, okay. So specifically techno-fascist billionaires that are named Elon. Just those guys, right? They had puppets. Because, of course, you have puppets. You have to have puppets. You get a protest in Seattle. One guy had a puppet with a chainsaw. He was out there. You know, I felt like, and then I left there, went over to Ballard to do some shopping for my boat.
Oh, nice.
Which, by the way, you get a free boat. Everything else you have to pay for, apparently. There's a guy just standing there in Ballard, and I asked somebody about it. He just stands there all day long with an F Trump sign. Just stands there. I felt like getting out of the car and going over to him and saying, you know, I don't want to fight with the guy, but obviously he wants to fight. Just say, look, this is how you spend your time. With your life and with your time and your energy in a positive way, why don't you go volunteer? Why don't you go help somebody? Why stand here? You're only upsetting yourself. You're not getting anything done, really.
Well, you're also preaching to the choir. Like, why don't you go to a different part of town where maybe that might, you know, people might have a different opinion.
People aren't willing to do that, I'll tell you.
Well, then they're definitely wasting your time.
Try that in a small town. Yeah, just standing there with the sign and people are beeping him, giving the thumbs up. That's what it is. When I was watching the people that were protesting there in Seattle, when a car would go by and beep and kind of flip them off, then that would rile them all up. And I heard the one guy go, I actually like when we get people that are mad because it just makes me that much, it just makes me want to stay here longer.
It stiffens their resolve.
For what? Really? What are you getting done? Your whole life is pouring into this thing. But again, to me, most of the people there look pretty lonely. Like all conglomerations of everybody that's sort of, well, I don't know what they're doing, but they got a group and they're around something. So it gives them purpose. It gives them sort of meaning of some sort. Yeah. Just scream at people driving by in the cars. And the one guy was in charge of pointing out Teslas ahead of Westlake. Here comes one. Here comes one. And then it would stop at the light. You'd see some guy sitting there with his wife in the car. He's trying not to look at them, and they're yelling at him. It's like, really? What are you accomplishing? None of it makes any sense.
No.
None of it. But they're going to be back out there again. And the stock has dropped again today. Tesla bounced back down, came back up again. Where is he right now? Where's Tesla? Yikes. Okay, well, had it opened with a low of 249, went up to 260, ended the day at 243. So it's clunking around. And here's the other part of the story of Elon Musk. He's doing this for free. They're like, no, he's making billions on the side. He's spending a lot of his time working on this. I'm sure a number of the people that are involved in some of the other things that he's involved in are like, Elon, why don't you spend some time over here working with SpaceX or working with the new advances when it comes to the devices that he can put in people's brains to be able to allow people that are paralyzed to, communicate again.
Right.
Why not? But he's doing this sort of thing. the benefit, as I said before, there is benefit for Elon Musk. There's benefit for anybody who's in any position to hire and to grow the economy and the wealth. Yes, there is benefit to being there in the White House, but he doesn't have to do this. And when people are upset about it, what are you mad about? He's trying to reduce the size of government. Do you like waste and inefficiency?
Well, we talked about on Friday, and I personally I think Musk is. He's just, everything about him kind of rubs me the wrong way, aside from what he accomplishes on the in the technical world. But we were talking about on Friday this interview that he did with the Doge team on Brett Bayer's show, and they said one clip that we played. One of the guys from Morgan Stanley said, the IRS has 1,400 people whose sole job it is to distribute laptops to people in the IRS.
Yes,
and that could be done by 10 people for the entire company. And my brother was a special agent for the IRS. He retired right after the option came about. He got they bought him out essentially.
Yeah.
And so I asked him, is this true? Because somebody had texted in and said that number seems completely made up. They don't have 1,400 people that distribute laptops. So I asked him, and he's worked at several different branches or field offices in California, and they're everywhere. So between LA and Santa Barbara, there's like 3 or 4. And I asked him, does every branch have one of these whatever they're called, the laptop distributors? And he said yes, every single branch of the IRS has one. So 1,400 is definitely not an exaggerated number. That's true.
Yeah, well, and then they looked at Social Security and the giant vault in Pennsylvania. I think it's in Boyer town.
Oh,
people were underground, and the people that are working with Doge are shocked that they're still using paper for all this sort of stuff, right? I remember when Senator Andy Hill, God bless his soul, passed away a number of years ago. He gets in there to go to look at the budget. Very smart guy. I think he went to Princeton. And he goes in, he's going to be House Ways and Means Committee, and he's in there, and he goes, okay, let's take a look at the budget. And with that, he thought it would be on some, Excel spreadsheet or something. And they hand him a book, a big book. And he's like, what is this? Well, that's how we keep the budget. It's not computerized? They're like, no. There's credits and debits on a piece of paper.
Ledger.
It's like, what the hell? I mean, that's in the state now. I'm sure, obviously, they've updated it, but the federal government still has all of this stuff that is slow and inefficient. You get a bunch of these tech nerds in there that can fix all this sort of stuff, but no. We want to keep it like this. Sad. I'm not going back down there again.
Down where?
Down there past all those people screaming and yelling.
Are you going to get your haircut somewhere else?
No, I don't need a haircut. Really, that's why I got the hat on. I really got scalped. Okay. Let's go to Nate over there in the Beacon Plumbing Traffic Desk. Nathan.
Thanks, John. We're enjoying lighter than normal commutes so far this afternoon. Lake Washington Windows and Doors has this update. Bellevue to Everett is one of our bigger backups, but it's not bad. It's a 50-minute commute. Pretty solid, though, between Kirkland and Canyon Park. Seattle to Everett right around the same at 45 minutes or slow at 520 through North Linwood with a decent-sized break after you pass State Route 104 there in Mount Lake Terrace. Everett to Seattle, just 35 minutes, about 25 of that from Linwood. You're slow from Lake City Wade, I-90, not too shabby for this time of day. Crossing the lake from Bellevue, looking good, just 15 minutes across both bridges. Renton to Puyallup, slowly filling in, especially thick south of Highway 18 right now. Plan on 45 minutes to drive the length of the Valley Highway. The Mariners have a 6:40 game at T-Mobile Park, and you're cracking hockey at Climate Pledge Arena tonight. The puck drops at 7 o'clock. Through March, save double your sales tax from Lake Washington Windows and Doors. Plus, pay 0 down, 0 payments, and 0 interest for 12 months. Visit LakeWashingtonWindows.com. KIRO News Radio, real-time traffic. I'm Nate Connors.
All right, if you're over the age of 50, you don't want to wear contacts anymore, you don't wear glasses anymore. I can tell you from personal experience, I had a whole drawer full of glasses. I'd wear a pair, see at night, and then up close by the piano. I'd take those off. I hated all the glasses. I couldn't stand the contact lenses. I kept hearing about RLE, Refractive Lens Exchange. And I checked out a couple of different places. So I go to meet Dr. Kopstein at K2 Vision. And the first thing that really was most amazing, well, after I asked how many of these he's done, he said, I don't know, more than 100,000. Then he said, listen, I'm not going to do this unless it has great results. So I might tell you to come back in 5, 10, or 15 years, but I'm not going to do this unless you get great results from this. He takes a look at my eyes. He goes, you know what, little cataract in your right eye, you'd be a good candidate for this. So I get it. I come back 2 days later, I've got 20/20 vision, no more glasses. You want to find out more about RLE and K2 Vision, the best thing to do is to sign up. They got a free webinar. It's free. You can ask all sorts of questions. It's going to be happening on Thursday at noon. You can sign up now at K2VisionRLE.com. That's K2VisionRLE.com.
Choke points on Seattle's morning news.
Stanwood has indeed installed 14 new cameras. They are on the main roads in and out of the city, but they are not speed cameras or red light cameras. They are part of what's called the Flock safety system. And this Flock system reads every license plate of every car that passes under them. Stanwood installed the cameras to make up for having a small department. It's a way to use technology to make the community safer.
Tuesdays and Thursdays, presented by Carter Subaru.
I'm Macy House with Baird Global Investment Banking. In today's markets, global financial capabilities aren't worth much without personal attention to your priorities. Baird Banking, Research, and Private Equity professionals are located across 3 continents, sharing more than investment expertise. As employee owners of our firm, we all have a personal stake in your success, here in the Pacific Northwest and around the world. Discover the Baird difference. Visit rwbaird.com/Seattle.
Point. Hey, you okay? You don't normally miss those shots.
I just haven't been as regular lately, and it's making me feel sluggish.
You should try Metamucil. It's been a game changer for me. Metamucil's plant-based psyllium fiber helps trap and remove the waste that weighs you down. Ace, you're moving better than you were last week.
Definitely.
Metamucil keeps you moving. These statements have not been evaluated by the Food and Drug Administration. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease. Learn more at Metamucil.com.
Marvel Studios' Thunderbolts will take the world by storm.
The world has never faced a threat this big. And you're gonna help me stop it.
Us?
Why, you got someplace to be?
On May 2nd,
Avengers are gone. No one's coming to save the day.
their time
I think we could be the people that are coming.
has come.
Being a hero, there is no higher calling.
Let's do this.
Marvel Studios' Thunderbolts. Only theaters May 2nd. This film is not yet rated.
Cold is leaking and rats are moving and mold is creeping and water seeping in. It's hard to be a homeowner, we know.
Without American Crawl Space and Pest Services, it is hard to be a homeowner. Dave Ross here. American Crawl are the heroes to call for insulation and pest issues because in addition to their great reviews and decades of experience, they also give out the most PSE insulation rebates of any insulation company in the state.
American Crawl, the heroes you call.
Get your free inspection at AmericanCrawl.com.
It's happening. Your hair is thinning, crowns disappearing. Hair loss had me feeling like I had lost my identity. Thankfully, Advanced Hair's simple one-day treatment turned it all around. You decide how much, how thick, and where. It's your own natural hair guaranteed to grow for life. It's why Dr. Perungo and Advanced Hair are the winner of the 425 Business of the Year. For your free consultation, $250 off and 250 free hair grafts, call 425-449-8185. AdvancedHair.com.
I've never had any complaints about my performance in the bedroom. But after turning 40, I noticed my libido just wasn't what it used to be. That's when I reached out to Revive Health. Their team knew exactly what I needed, which is why today, my wife and I are both more satisfied than ever.
If you're ready to book your free T-check, text BOOST to 65555 or visit ReviveMen'sHealth.com to schedule your appointment. Message and data rates may apply. Message frequency varies. Text help for help. Text stop to cancel. See privacy policy at ReviveMen'sHealth.com/privacy policy. For info on how opt-in info will be used and terms and conditions at ReviveMen'sHealth.com/terms of use for terms of short code service.
Charlie Harger here. When your hot turns to cold, you better think fast. Fast Water Heater. Call 1-800-THINK-FAST. That's 1-800-THINK-FAST or FastWaterHeater.com.
You better think fast, fast water heater.
Save on a 2-night getaway to beautiful Victoria, BC with the FRS Clipper Spring Sale. Travel car-free on the Clipper Fast Ferry and stay at a charming downtown hotel. From $252 per person, double occupancy. Save during Clipper Spring Sale at FRSClipper.com.
Bonneville International radio station contests are open to participants 18 years of age or older that are residents of Washington State unless otherwise specified. Employees or agents of the station, Bonneville International Corporation, other area radio stations, or any entity associated with the contest are not eligible to win unless the station otherwise specifies at its own discretion. Persons who have won in the last 60 days from a station contest or event may not be eligible. Full general contest rules are available on mynorthwest.com or in person at the station during regular business hours.
KIRO News Radio, 97.3 FM, Northwest News. Now, the latest from KIRO News Radio and mynorthwest.com.
Good afternoon. I'm Aaron Granillo. A murder investigation is underway in Marysville. This is where a 66-year-old man was found stabbed early this morning on a sidewalk. KIRO 7 TV's Jason Sloss is at the scene near I-5 and Highway 528.
A neighbor found the victim, a 66-year-old man, down on the ground. The neighbor was performing CPR on the man, but the victim died at the scene. We spoke with a couple of neighbors who told us the man was found outside the business where he worked.
He was a great guy, and I'm just very, very sad that this happened to him.
Police used a canine and a drone, but a search to find the suspect apparently came up empty. We have not gotten any reports of an arrest or motive.
Now, police believe this is an isolated incident. They say there is no threat to the public. Former Seahawk Richard Sherman says armed men broke into his Maple Valley home while his family was inside. Sherman posted photos and videos on X showing 3 burglars busting in through a window Saturday night. Says it was a scary situation, saying his wife handled it masterfully and kept their kids safe. King County Sheriff's Office has no suspects. We are now hearing from the Boeing Starliner astronauts for the first time since they returned to Earth. This is after their 8-day test flights to the International Space Station turned into a 9-month space odyssey.
Helium leaks and thruster issues prompted NASA to bring the Starliner back without astronauts Sonny Williams and Butch Wilmore. So who or what is to blame?
I'll start and point the finger and I'll blame me.
Wilmore says there were questions he should have asked but didn't. But he says he shares the responsibility.
Responsibility with Boeing? Yes. Responsibility with NASA? Yes. All the way up and down the chain.
Both he and Williams say they would have no problem flying in Starliner again.
Because we're going to rectify all the issues that we encountered.
Yeah.
We're going to fix it.
It is a great spacecraft, and to be part of that program is an honor.
Heather Bosch, KIRO News Radio.
Some Seattle school bus drivers may strike as soon as tomorrow. The union's Jamie Fleming says they hope it doesn't come to that.
7 years ago, our members went on strike at First Student, and that lasted for 7 days. And so, obviously, they are ready and willing to take that action, but we certainly hope it won't come to that.
Now, Fleming says First Students employs about half the bus drivers in the district. School bus operator says it is disappointed the union has voted to authorize a strike, says it has been negotiating in good faith. Coming up on 4:33 now, we head to the Beacon Plumbing Traffic Desk. Here's Nate Connors.
Sounds good, Aaron. Seattle Sports has our update. Bellevue to Everett, a 50-minute drive. You're slow between Kirkland and Bothell, and then a little crowding starting to form approaching that interchange in Alderwood. Seattle to Everett is down a bit to 40 minutes, even though we have a growing backup that now starts near Mercer, goes all the way to Mount Lake Terrace, and then you're going to catch a brief break before entering another backup starting at the interchange. Linwood to Seattle, 25 minutes. You're slow from Northgate to I-90. North 5 is packed from Albro Place in the downtown. Crossing the lake looks great, taking just 15 minutes crossing on both 520 and I-90. Seattle to Federal Way is a half-hour commute. If you're continuing into Tacoma, add another 25 minutes with your typical backup starting at Highway 18 and Federal Way down across the Puyallup River Bridge. Download the Seattle Sports app to stay in the know with the latest news, scores, and opinions about your favorite teams. KIRO News Radio, real-time traffic. I'm Nate Connors.
Thank you, Nate. Your forecast is brought to you by State Roofing and Exteriors. Some light showers tonight, mostly cloudy skies, and some light rain continuing into tomorrow morning. Each day this week, highs in the low to mid-50s. Right now, 51 in downtown Seattle. I'm Aaron Granillo, KIRO News Radio.
Your best source for local news. You're listening to KIRO News Radio, Northwest News.
KIRO 7 News in the Morning brings you the most urgent headlines, the things you need to know before you head out the door. Just like you need that cup of coffee, they'll help you start your day off on the right foot. Live breaking news, KIRO 7 pinpoint weather, and KIRO 7 real-time traffic to help you avoid those back-to-school backups. Check in with KIRO 7 News in the Morning, 4:30 to 7 a.m. only on KIRO 7 TV.
Thank you, Joe. Well said, well read. Bucky's Auto Service Centers with 16 locations have been around for 55 years. Celebrated a birthday in March. Did we all buy him something?
Sure did.
Liar. Dave Wyman's birthday today, so we're using the balloon that you got for your birthday. We just wanted to keep going around, because whose birthday is it tomorrow? Somebody else has got a birthday tomorrow.
Yeah, I don't remember, but yes.
We'll move the balloon around. That'll save some money, save some time. Here he comes.
Talking sports with Mark. He's your go-to guy.
Stick around, Aaron. Please.
Okay.
Talking sports with Mark. Give the guy a try, although he only got his job from nepotism.
proud to be joined by two diehard Mariner fans. Rye Curley.
Yeah, you sound horrible.
Thank you. And Aaron.
Hi.
So the Mariners split 2-2 against the A's. They've got no town associated with them.
The homeless A's, yep.
Good news, bad news. What was good, what was bad?
Pitching was good. Offense was bad.
Oh, are we talking about the 2024 Mariners, or are we talking about the 2025 Mariners?
Talking about the Mariners ever since 2020. Pretty much.
Roller?
Yeah, it's infuriating, and I'm really not going to have a ton of patience with this offense this year, because after last year wrapped up and we missed the playoffs by, what was it, one game, I think there was a really unified coalition of fans going like, okay, it's black and white. The issue is obvious. Just get some bats in here, and maybe make a trade or bring in some people in free agency. I know they're not, adept to spend a ton of money, but just something. And we got none of that. And it's frustrating, because then there's this preseason propaganda with like, hey, trust us. I know it's the same lineup as last year, but these guys are going to hit. We swear. And Justin Turner, who was a player for us last year, he left, and he had some great quotes in the media talking about, he was looking around the clubhouse and he's like looking at the front office going, what are these guys doing? Are they even trying? Like, they have one of the best rotations in baseball, if not the best. It's one of the best I've ever seen in my lifetime. And it's infuriating, because these starting pitchers go 7 innings, they give up 1 run, God forbid, and we don't get that run back. Or it takes a 7th inning, 8th inning heroics or a home run, a bloop and a blast. It's really frustrating, and this is an overreaction. Obviously, we're 4 games into the season, but we saw 162 games of this last year. So I think Mariners fans should be on edge.
So the writing is on the wall, because the problems weren't fixed, and they didn't seem to do anything to fix those problems. Is there anyone from the Mariners organization saying, no, we've got this, we're going to straighten this sort of stuff out? But they didn't pick up anybody in the offseason.
No, they signed Rowdy Tellez, who I've literally never seen him throw a baseball. So if he's not capable of hitting, it's going to be a complete waste. They brought in Donovan Solano. Okay, Google that guy. And then Jorge Polanco. Jorge Polanco, who was so bad last year, he wasn't even playable. I guess he was injured. So we fell for that. He was like, no, I was injured last year. Let's do it again. So we re-signed him. So that was it. That was the extent of our big offseason moves. And, watching this team against an A's rotation that is better than previous A's rotations, but that's not a great – I mean, Jeffrey Springs, who was a reliever for the Rays for a bunch of years, he goes 6 innings, no runs, strikes out 9. I mean, the Mariners strike out at league-high rates. They were one of the worst lineups in baseball last year, which is saying something, because the White Sox lost more games than any other team in MLB history. And we gave them a run for their money. We gave them a run for our money with worse offense.
Aaron, do you want to debate any of this?
Nope. I concur with everything he's saying. It's just so... the season starts with still so much optimism somehow, though.
But why? Why do you do that? Why do you do this to each other?
I don't know. Well, they sold this. Well, at this point, it's a false bag of goods, because they were talking about the hitting philosophy changing, and the month of September is going to carry over into the season that we started now, because they ended the season so strong, and Julio was having his best month. They're saying he's had a great spring, and he's buying into the Edgar Martinez hitting philosophy, and now here we are. 4 games in, it's looking very similar to last year. But I don't know, you enter the season still, hope springs eternal. I mean, and if they do reach their potential, I think you would agree with this, Rye, the pitching is so good, you just need 4 to 5 runs a game. Just manufacture that, and you will make the playoffs.
Oh, my God. This is what is the most upsetting thing for me, is that this rotation is good enough to win the World Series easily. And it's not something like, hey, if you bring in a piece here and a piece here, we might be able to make the playoffs. It's like, no, we are 2 or 3 bats away, or we are 4 or 5 runs a game away from being a World Series team. That's how good this rotation is. And it just is so frustrating that we're going to have to scrape out these 1-0, 2-1 games all year. And Pete Rose said this. He says, you win baseball games not by hitting home runs in the 8th and 9th inning. You win baseball games by, if there's a runner on second, you get a base hit with 2 outs. That's how you win. And the Mariners just haven't had that philosophy. It's big swings. It's maybe a walk and, hopefully some home runs late. and it's just not something you can. And the Mariners aren't even that prolific of a home run hitting team, so it just seems flawed. But you're absolutely right. When it's late March and the record's 0-0, there is always a ton of hope.
When the season ended last year, and I went out to dinner with you, and you were really depressed, and you said, "I'm mad at them, but I'm even madder at myself for believing and giving them hope and wasting my time watching them." And I don't know who I'm more mad at. And I asked Aaron about that, and he said, "Yeah, you want to believe, and then you get jilted again, and then you want to believe again. It's like dating the pretty girl, and then things are going well for a while, and then she breaks up with you, and you're still in love with her again, and you get sucked back in again, and she breaks your heart, just constantly breaking your heart, and you only have yourself to be upset with because you still want to believe."
But in that scenario, she's not even that pretty either, She's just kind of average. She's just been kind of average the last few years. And here you are.
But you keep going back.
You're going back to her.
But for some reason, she was a part of your childhood, and you have all this nostalgia towards her.
What is that?
But Rye, you're 22 years old. You've been a Mariners fan since you were like 3 years old, watching the game. I have a picture of you on my phone. You're sitting there, you have your fist under your chin, and you're watching, and I shot it from the side, and you were watching up on the television, and I show you that photo every once in a while. I said, "Do you know what this is taken from?" And you're like, yeah, I know exactly which game it was.
Yeah, I think that was Tom Wilhelmsen blowing a ninth-inning lead for us back in 2011.
Oh, my God. All right, well, listen, we're good. The Tigers, we should beat the Tigers, right?
No, the Tigers are good.
Yeah.
Tigers are really good.
Yeah.
Are we going to carry him over and talk about torpedo bats?
I don't know.
We don't have time for it.
Well, one last thing here.
2-1 Mariners lead. Muncie lead at first. He stays. The pitch. Swing and a miss and a slider. Strike three, and it's over. The Mariners will win it 2-1 this afternoon. They come away with a split of the 4-game series against the A's. Everybody on their feet. Save number 2 on the year for Andres Munoz.
There you go.
Averaging 2 runs after 4 games.
Yeah, I was there, though, yesterday. It was a lot of fun.
Somehow they're still 2-2.
And don't forget they got skunked 7-0.
Ugh.
Yes.
I didn't want to play to that because I didn't want Rye to get upset.
It's early, though. It's still early.
Oh, that's right. Oh, it's still early. All right,
get
Roll.
some torpedo bats. We'll be fine.
Yeah, we'll talk about that. Roll, can you stick with us? Do you have anywhere else to be?
No, I can hang.
All right, we'll talk about the torpedo bat controversy with the Yankees. Hang on. Here's Nate in the Beacon Plumbing Traffic. It's Nate on.
All right, John, Beacon Plumbing has our update. Bellevue to Everett still at 50 minutes. You're slow between Kirkland and Bothell, and then building back up as you approach that interchange in Alderwood. Seattle to Everett closer to 40 minutes. Even though you're slow at Mercer, that goes all the way to Mountain Lake Terrace. You'll catch a little breathing room, and then another backup starts for you at the interchange through North Linwood. Linwood to Seattle is taking a half hour. You're backed up at Lake City Way in the downtown. Linwood to Bellevue, you're wide open. It's just a 15-minute drive here. Once you hit Bellevue, South 405 jams up near mid-Bellevue, continues to the VMAC. Bellevue to Renton is going to take you 25 minutes. Seattle to Federal Way has climbed to 40 minutes. You're backed up from 405 all the way to South 260th. And Tacoma to Olympia is going to take you 45 minutes. Really, the only significant backup here is about a 3 to 4 mile backup through JBLM. For all of your heating, electrical, septic, and mechanical needs, stop freaking. Call Beacon. KIRO Newsradio, real-time traffic. I'm Nate Connors.
I'm telling you something. I know what it's like. You watch that hair begin to thin, the crown disappears, the hair loss just robs you of your identity. That is exactly how I felt before I visited Advanced Hair. July 13th, 7 years ago. The Mariners were still statistically out of it. You know what they got at Advanced Hair? They got this simple one-day treatment. They regrew my own natural hair. They do the exact same thing for you because you look in the mirror in the morning and you notice your hair's thinning. You got a couple of choices to make. You can lie to yourself and say, okay, I don't mind being bald, or forget that. You know what you want to do? Get your hair back. Do exactly what I did. Set up a free consultation, $250 off, 250 free hair grafts. Just give them a call at 425-449-8185. You don't want to wait. You see, your own natural hair is guaranteed to grow, and Advanced Hair is the winner of the 425 Business of the Year. So the call, 425-449-8185. That's 425-449-8185 or advancedhair.com. That's advancedhair.com.
1-800 today at carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K. Your car can be picked up as soon as the next day. Receive a tax deduction and vacation voucher.
1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
Comcast Business helps turn today's small businesses into engines of modern business. It's how restaurants become reliably up and running neighborhood favorites. How retailers become seamlessly restocking, cyber-securing, must-visit shops. And how healthcare offices become the data managing caregivers that we all depend on. With reliable connectivity, enhanced cybersecurity, advanced fiber solutions, and Wi-Fi backup, Comcast Business is powering the engine of modern business. Powering possibilities.
Now through April 21st, new customers can get started with 150 megabit internet and Security Edge for $49.99 a month for 12 months with a 2-year agreement. Plus, ask how to get a $500 prepaid card on a qualifying internet package. Call today. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. Requires enrollment in paperless billing and automatic payments with bank account. Equipment, taxes, and other fees extra and subject to change. Early termination fee applies.
What's better than a cool home all summer long? A cool home with hot savings on your new AC. This month only, take 20% off air conditioners, heat pumps, and ductless systems during the Bob's Heating Preseason AC sale. Call the team at Bob's, voted best in the Pacific Northwest. With free estimates and free financing, Bob's makes your AC installation simple and affordable. Hurry, discounts reduced to 15% off in April.
Bob's Heating and Air Conditioning. Call Bob.
It's a new year, but many seniors are struggling with the same old problem: high prices and rising property taxes. We're here with our friend Steve Teitler of Best Mortgage, and he says a reverse mortgage may be the answer.
Many seniors cannot afford to stay in the home they love. A reverse mortgage gives them access to equity in their home without having to sell. They can pay off their mortgage if they have one, and maybe pull some extra cash out of their home, and best of all, they have no mortgage payment the rest of their life.
But as you always say, a reverse mortgage is not for everyone.
That's right. Avoid the high-pressure sales pitch from those out-of-state call centers. I give you a consultation, not a sales pitch. I'll tell you if a reverse mortgage is right for you, and I always tell you if it's not.
Honest advice you can trust from the reverse mortgage experts. Best Mortgage, the VA loan experts and debt consolidation specialists too. 425-649-6000. Best Mortgage, 425-649-6000.
Did you know that nearly half the homes in Western Washington are not properly insulated or not insulated at all? That may be the reason why your home is way too hot in the summer and way too cold in the winter. It may also be the reason that your energy bills are sky high. Right now, Insulation Northwest is offering a free inspection of your home's insulation. This is a $199 value and it's absolutely free, no obligation. Just call today and Insulation Northwest will arrange a time that works with your schedule. We'll perform a thorough exam of your home's insulation and give you the advice you need to start saving thousands. Everyone who calls today will also receive a free infrared screening of your home using the latest technology. This will help reveal any hidden flaws in your home's protective energy blanket. What do you have to lose? It only takes about an hour and it's absolutely free. Call Insulation Northwest today, the real insulation company.
InsulationNorthwest.com.
Hey, how's your money situation? Are you ready for retirement? Well, if you want to know what the pros are doing to make wealth multiply and retire like royalty, then you need to listen to this show, Sound Path Through Retirement, with Ben Koval and Matt Leibarger. Get your money right and tune in every weekend, Saturdays at 10 a.m. and noon on KIRO Newsradio 97.3 FM.
Need a new roof now? With State Roofing and Exteriors, you can get started with 0 down, 0 payments, and 0 interest for up to 24 months. That's right. Protect your home now and pay later. Call 866-ROOF-ROOF or visit stateroofing.com today.
Oh, boy. Just a little bit more baseball talk. Rye, you still with me?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay. So Yankees, first 3 pitches, first 3 home runs. I think they had altogether, 20 home runs? And then people go, well, what about the bats? The bats, they got these torpedo bats. The Talking Baseball, very popular podcast, explains.
It's nothing to me, to be honest with you. Like, it blew up
but people are making this out to be like this is performance-enhancing drugs. Like they can't be using this. Francisco Lindor is 0 for 11 on the season. Ryan Jeffers, I don't think, is much better than that on the season.
So what is the torpedo bat, Rolls?
So this is a new style, and it's technically legal, so there's no cheating happening here. Basically, what the Yankees wanted to do is they have this prospect named Anthony Volpe who always gets jammed. So pitchers go inside on him, and he hits sort of the label of the bat. And then obviously that induces weak contact, flyouts, groundouts, whatever. So what they did was, if he's going to keep swinging at these pitches inside and getting jammed, let's just move the barrel of the bat or the meat of the bat down closer towards his hand, to where a typical bat, it sort of gets wider towards the top.
Yeah.
It's very uniform in the way it sort of gets wider, would be the way to put it.
Mm-hmm.
The torpedo bat, it's thicker down towards the middle, lower, and then it's thinner up top. So it looks goofy. And by the way, I agree with that was Trevor Plouffe from the Talking Baseball. This is sort of a non-starter controversy. And if it were like the Minnesota Twins who were using these bats, no one would be talking about it. It's because it's the Yankees and everybody loves to hate the Yankees and they're the evil empire. And it's just a different style of bat. And a lot of guys used it last year and they didn't like it because it's not traditional. And say if you get a fastball high and outside, if you swing at that with the torpedo bat and you hit it off the end of the bat where usually that barrel is, you're not going to hit a home run. The bat will probably break in a really funky way. So it's just a preference thing. And the Yankees did rake against the Brewers, and they hit 1 million home runs, and they blew them out. But Aaron Judge was a big part of that. He hit a ton of home runs, and he's not even using that bat. So it's just sort of it's a funky look, and it looks like it's cheating. But one of the pitchers on the Brewers, a relief guy, was like, this is like a damn wiffle ball bat.
Oh, please.
And it's just not. Yeah, he was really sour about it. And he was like, oh, the MLB, of course they're going to turn a blind eye because it's the Yankees. Well, they're not doing anything illegal, and there are other teams doing this as well. It's just an innovation where there hasn't been a whole lot of innovation. The bat has been the bat for a long time. And it just looks a little weird. And then it was sort of punctuated by how well the Yankees played on offense. But I think you could chalk that up more to the Brewers being horrible pitching and Aaron Judge being on the Yankees.
Yeah, that Brewers pitcher, first pitch to Goldsmith, home run. Ellinger hits a home run. I mean, it was just they were just knocking him out of the park. I think they set a record, MLB record, 20 home runs.
I think they hit 9 home runs that game, which was definitely a Yankees record. And the first 3 pitches of the game, 3 home runs. It was kind of ridiculous. So some players are going to use them, some aren't. I'm sure the MLB might crack down on it, maybe in the off season. Like, hey, let's just not even allow teams to play with the bat like this. But nothing nefarious happening. Just a small innovation, and the Yankees being really good offensively.
You haven't had anybody call Second Cup of Coffee and try to sell a torpedo bat, have you?
No, not yet. Not yet.
We gotta hear some clips.
I listened Saturday. It was Rye had a tough outing. He was like a Brewers pitcher.
I did.
Wow.
Yeah. Yeah, it was a rough go of it.
Yeah. He hung in there.
Okay, good.
He hung in there.
I gotta tune in.
KOZI, your ticket to great sports.
Yeah, we're slowly getting better. It's slowly becoming ironed out.
By the way, do you mind when I text you during the show, or does that throw you off?
No, I don't mind at all.
Okay.
You can tune in. Actually, this week it'll be Thursday through Saturday.
Oh, wow, you're moving up. All right. Well, I send little text messages to Nate for his traffic while he's doing the same thing. So you're in good company, okay?
Okay.
All right. Talk to you soon. Bye-bye. Love, Rolls.
All right. Bye-bye. Love.
Love. Okay, Nate, the Beacon Public Traffic Desk. Love.
Okay, Bellevue to Everett, 50 minutes. Seattle to Everett, 40 minutes. Linwood to Seattle, taking right around a half hour. You got to back up the starts at Lake City Way in the downtown, which isn't bad at all for this time of day. Over in Bellevue, South 405 slows from mid-Bellevue to about the VMAC. Bellevue to Renton is going to take you 25 minutes. Seattle to Federal Way has climbed up to 45 minutes because we've got this stall at South 5 at South 200th. It's taken up the HOV lane. Renton Trenton to Puyallup on 167 has improved a little bit to 40 minutes. You've got scattered slowing in along the entire stretch here. Tacoma to Olympia has also inched up a bit to 50 minutes, building volumes now through South Tacoma, and then this 3 to 4 mile backup through JBLM. KIRO News Radio real-time traffic. I'm Nate Connors.
KIRO News Radio, your home for G and Ursula, 9 to noon.
Joining us right now is retired 4-star General Barry McCaffrey.
The big problem is they were using a commercially encrypted system to discuss pending war plans. They didn't want to be held prisoner to the Official Records Act, so they were going to a private chat room. But they were putting the lives of U.S. Navy and Air Force pilots at risk.
Streaming live on your smart speaker.
Spike O'Neill for Sharp Vision, Modern LASIK and Lens. And let me tell you, everything is my eyes. Everything. The vision is everything in your life. But when your eyes start to go, it affects everything you do. And I had lost quality of vision over the years, began to need readers, began to lose readers faster than I could buy them. I knew it was time to get my eyes looked at. So I went to the offices over in Bellevue, Sharp Vision, Modern LASIK and Lens. They gave me a comprehensive eye exam, told me exactly what my situation was, the beginning of cataract in my eye, and I was a perfect candidate for RLE, refractive lens exchange. They answered all my questions. I had the same care team from the start of my simple procedure in half an afternoon, and I was cared for. My anxieties were eased. The procedure went smooth as glass, and I got to tell you, I've got better eyes than I've ever had in my life. I've got 20/10 vision. I see brighter colors. I see sharper images, and I will never need readers, and I will never develop cataract. They are the future of RLE surgeries. Over 80,000 successful lens replacement surgeries. Give them a call at 425-451-2020. That's 425-451-2020, or online at sharp-vision.com, sharp with an e-vision.com, official eye care providers of Sounders FC.
Progressive Home Quote Explorer lets you easily compare rates, so shopping for insurance might be the easiest part of owning a home. Definitely easier than this.
Psst, honey. What? Shh, there's a salesman walking up the driveway.
Oh no, he's got a clipboard.
What do we do? Get down. Down?
On the floor, you...
Shoot, did he see us?
Why are you breathing so loud?
Home ownership isn't easy, but with Progressive's Home Quote Explorer, shopping for home insurance is. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and third-party insurers. Comparison rates not available in all states or situations. Prices vary based on how you buy.
Workdays can be unpredictable, but your workwear shouldn't be. With the Cintas Apparel Plus program, you'll have freshly laundered garments for everyone on your team delivered every week. Cintas has workwear for just about any job imaginable, with high-performance fabrics and an uncompromising fit that stretches and moves with you. Don't leave looking and feeling good to chance. Visit Cintas.com.
Oh, I'm ready!
And get ready for the workday.
When you switch to Progressive and bundle your home and auto, you could save hundreds, and that's a surprising amount of money.
Whoa, that's like farmer's market money.
That's like give me a gallon of that locally sourced raw honey money.
That's certified organic heirloom tomatoes in every imaginable color except red money.
That's let's get 2 pounds of pink oyster mushrooms money. I'm not even sure I like pink oyster mushrooms.
Guess it's time to find out, because you could save hundreds when you switch to Progressive and bundle. Then the world is your pink oyster mushroom. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and other insurers. Not available in all states.
Hey, Green Gobbler here. So you've got a clogged drain in your bathroom. Water in the sink's overstaying its welcome. You're spitting today's toothpaste on top of yesterday's toothpaste. You hoped it'd go away. Yeah, clogs don't just go away. I make them go away. I'm Green Gobbler, the only clog dissolver you need. I'm bleach-free, safe for your pipes, and I work. Guaranteed or your money back. Because I never met a clog that was gonna unclog itself. Green Gobbler. Let the gobbler get it.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is for you too. Stubborn fat is really hard to get rid of, and then there's all those gimmicky lasers, fat freezing methods, and prescriptions. Imagine a simple solution that takes just 1 day and provides immediate noticeable results. Introducing ProSculpt. ProSculpt uses air-assisted technology that's safe and gentle yet powerful, delivering instant fat-reducing and skin-tightening results. Performed by board-certified plastic surgeons while fully awake, ProSculpt contours your body with minimal downtime. It's designed to target those problem areas: waistline, neck, face, arms, thighs. ProSculpt gently removes unwanted fat and tightens loose skin with FDA-cleared plasma technology, all in a simple, guaranteed 1-day procedure. ProSculpt is one and done. Schedule your free consultation at prosculpt.com for $250 off. For powerful permanent fat removal and skin tightening that works for ladies and you men, it's prosculpt.com.
Cars for Kids, your trusted charity for car donations, also accepts donations of boats, RVs, motorcycles, and real estate. Call today, 877-CARS4KIDS.
KIRO FM and HD1 Tacoma, Seattle.
This is CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by O'Reilly Auto Parts.
I'm Jennifer Kuiper. President Trump says Wednesday is Liberation Day when reciprocal tariffs kick in. He's also imposing a 25% import tax on most foreign-made vehicles and auto parts.
A lot of auto plants being built in a certain country. I don't want to mention the country because we get along great with the country, but those plants aren't being built there anymore. They gave them up today and yesterday, day before, and they're building them all now in the United States.
A federal judge on the West Coast pauses Trump administration plans to end temporary legal protections for hundreds of thousands of Venezuelans. More from CBS's Jake Rosen.
There are 350,000 people who, as of next week, would have their protections here gone. And as we know, with the Trump administration's invocation of the Alien Enemies Act, a lot of those people, under the way that the Trump administration has attempted to do it, would either be at will or at possibly deported under regular immigration policies or potentially the Alien Enemies Act.
Judge Edward Chen calls the Trump administration's move to end temporary protective status unprecedented. President Trump says he may visit Saudi Arabia as early as next month. It would be his first foreign trip of his second term. Severe weather crossed the country's midsection over the weekend, killing at least 6 people. They include 3 children outside Kalamazoo, Michigan. Sheriff Richard Fuller.
The family's vehicle was struck by a tree as they were traveling down the road. It's a very large tree, came across the middle of their passenger van.
An 84-year-old man died in northern Indiana when high winds flipped his Amish buggy. Severe weather is still forecast for portions of the South and East Coast. A special election for state Supreme Court in Wisconsin is proving to be one of the most expensive elections ever, with Elon Musk holding a rally for the GOP candidate.
This election has energized supporters on both sides. Liberal Judge Susan Crawford has the strong backing of Democrats like Pat O'Grady.
I think we've got to send a clear message to the Republicans in Washington and everywhere else. We're not going to put up with it anymore.
The Republican Party has endorsed conservative Judge Brad Schimmel. State Senator Corey Tomczyk says the court does not need another activist judge.
Judges are supposed to be impartial, apply the law, not make the law.
Bruce Marcus for CBS News, Eagle River, Wisconsin.
President Trump is asked where talks stand with Russian President Putin on a deal to end the war in Ukraine.
I think he's going to live up to what he told me, and I think he's going to fulfill his part of the deal.
Trump over the weekend suggested that he would impose secondary tariffs on Russian oil if a deal could not be reached. This is CBS News.
Think O'Reilly Auto Parts for all your car care needs. Get the parts and service you need fast from the professional parts people at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Coming up, a double murder suspect in Seattle, a no-show in court today. We'll get to that after Nate Connors at the Beacon Plumbing Traffic Desk.
Thanks, Aaron. Home Comfort Alliance has our update. Bellevue to Everett still hovering at a 50-minute drive. You're slow between 520 and 522 now, which is an improvement. Got a little backup there as you approach the Alderwood interchange. Seattle to Everett, 40 minutes. Got a pretty steady backup from Mercer all the way in through North Linwood, but you're close to freeway speeds through a good chunk of this. Linwood to Seattle is going to take you a half hour. Your backup starts at Lake City Way into downtown near I-90. Both of those lake bridges are all clear. In Bellevue, South 405 jams up near mid-Bellevue down to the VMAC. Bellevue to Renton is going to take you 25 minutes. Seattle to Federal Way, about 35 minutes now. We cleared that stall South 5 at South 200th, but you're still slow from about 405 down to South 260th. Tacoma to Olympia is at 50 minutes, starting to slow through South Tacoma, and then about a 4-mile backup through JBLM. Improve your home comfort with a new heat pump, plus enjoy 18 months, same as cash financing, and up to 15% off all heat pumps and air conditioners through March. That's today. Visit HomeComfortAlliance.com. KIRO Newsradio, real-time traffic. I'm Nate Connors.
KIRO News Radio, 97.3 FM, Northwest News. Now, the latest from KIRO News Radio and MyNorthwest.com.
Good evening, I'm Aaron Granillo. A 25-year-old man is behind bars tonight, accused of a double murder outside a hookah lounge in Seattle on Sunday. KIRO News Radio's Jillian Raftery was in court today. She has more.
A judge approved unusually high bail, $5 million in this case, and granted probable cause to keep holding the suspect until the charging deadline on April 2nd. But she acknowledged issues connecting the suspect to the crime. In court documents, police say the shooting itself was caught on surveillance camera. Witnesses also described the suspect as he ran away and said they heard someone shooting at him. Police made an arrest after a 25-year-old matching that suspect description was dropped off at Valley Medical Center with a gunshot wound to the leg a few hours after the shooting. We are not naming that suspect because they have not been charged.
All right, thank you, Jillian. And now police believe the early Sunday morning shooting is connected to more gunfire last night in West Seattle. Officers say they found more than 100 shell casings where a group was gathered near 26th Avenue Southwest and Southwest Brandon Streets, likely a vigil for one of those hookah lounge shooting victims. A 17-year-old boy is charged with murder as an adult following a deadly mass shooting outside a house party in Spanaway. KIRO 7 TV's Gary Horker reports.
Prosecutors say the 17-year-old is seen on the video starting the shootout on Friday. They say he fired at two other teens in a crowd who were also carrying guns at the time. Those teens returned fire, hitting the 17-year-old shooter in the buttocks. The two teens who were shot at that scene both died.
And 4 others were hurt. The teenage suspect remains in jail on $2 million bail. Bellevue police have arrested a man who they say tried to kidnap a 16-year-old girl. Officer Seth Tyler tells KIRO 7 TV the man followed the teen off a Metro bus on Friday, grabbed her backpack, then tried to pull her into some bushes.
The man ran away. Police responded. We had a K-9 out here looking for the man, but he was able to escape.
Officers did find him this morning thanks to community tips. They arrested him when he got off a bus a few miles away from that attempted kidnapping. Weather update now brought to you by State Roofing and Exteriors. Cloudy tonight, light rain still in the forecast tonight into tomorrow morning. Right now, 52 degrees in downtown Seattle. I'm Aaron Granillo, KIRO Newsradio.
Your best source for local news, serving Western Washington and the world with a KIRO Newsradio app. Always streaming live on your smart speakers. You're listening to KIRO Newsradio, Northwest News.
Tony, do me a favor, will you please? Sure. Will you do me a kindness?
Oh, no.
Yeah.
I think I want to be walking in and out if you're going to up and I got to come back.
I don't make any difference to me at this juncture. Thank you very much. I appreciate that, Tony. Don't slam the door. No more.
No.
Listen, I've got to give a clue here now. I don't want any more bullshit anytime during the day.
Wow.
From anyone. That includes me. It's going to be very hot. It's going to be very uncomfortable for everybody.
Yes.
Want anybody yelling.
Okay.
We get anybody yelling around here anymore today, and then the is going to hit the fan.
Here we go with the John Curley Show. Nate said I sound horrible, so did Ryan. I was really pushing hard at Green Lake Elementary School auction. I didn't have, I just pushed a little too hard, so my voice sounds like this.
Oh, that's it?
Well, huh?
No upper respiratory.
Well, I don't, huh? Diving into the news. All right, fine. Let me text in. They can do the show tomorrow. They can take over. 1-888-973-5476. All these people writing in about, Elon Musk and Donald Trump, and you come in and do the show. Come in there. Open the microphone up. You can just scream and yell all you want. Whatever you know. Right? What are they saying, Joe?
Well, let's see. Rick in Olympia says, my Trumper neighbor just lost his 20-year job with a company that does business with European countries. Orders dried up. He's still a Trumper. He says he's got to give it some time to fix things. Didn't need fixing until he destroyed things. Too bad the job market is tanking now, too. Benny the Tugboat expert on Musk is a big friend of the show. He said his ulterior, you said he doesn't have any ulterior motives, or maybe you don't think he does. His ulterior motives are so obvious that you don't even have to decide whether he has them. A very close associate of his says that his main goal is getting people to Mars, and he needs government's help with that. And sending people to Mars is utterly ridiculous. There's nothing there that can benefit mankind.
Okay.
I can go on?
Yeah.
Okay, Steve in the 425 says, yes, he's getting paid because a lot of the people that he's cutting from the government are investigating him and his companies. So he's getting rid of the people that are watching him do nefarious things and trying to get away with it.
Oh, okay. Oh, they're investigating him. Right. So he's firing the people that are investigating him, right?
That's the insinuation.
Yeah. Okay.
Any more?
Sure, I'll take one more.
Okay, Joanne in North Seattle says, big effing deal. Musk is not getting paid for this. He's working on lowering taxes for billionaires, and he knows nothing about government. You are pathetic, Johnny.
Okay, he's lowering taxes on billion. How's he going to do that? How does he do that exactly? I don't understand how that happens. Okay, yeah, so lowering taxes for billionaires. So he's going to go to Congress, right, that makes the decisions on what the taxes are going to be. Somehow Musk is going to get in there and affect that. Right. Okay. You got to write and this is something people are yelling about on Saturday down there at Westlake about, we don't need any billionaires, get rid of billionaires and how horrible billionaires are, right? Screaming about democracy and yelling about
democracy must be protected. Elon Musk was not elected. Democracy must be protected. Elon Musk was not elected. Democracy must be protected.
Okay, look, the thing about the taxes on the billionaires, they're following the rules. The rules are that if you're going to pay on your income, if they're making passive gains in the stock market, that stuff doesn't get taxed until they realize it, right? And they're always picking out the billionaires that they like and the billionaires that they don't like. They like Bill Gates. Bill Gates follows the same rules as Elon Musk when it comes to unrealized gains or transferring money over into an account, into a nonprofit charity. Elon Musk is not so good with that. Bill Gates is better about that. You're going to protect the riches and what you've earned. This idea that he's going to somehow create laws that are going to save him billions of dollars. Look, he's in there doing this. I think the thing is about Elon Musk. I've talked to a friend of mine that knows him well. He's on the spectrum, and he hates things that seem inefficient. If you read his book, which I would recommend people read the book, the biography about Elon Musk, it really bothers him. I mean, he gets fixated on problems. He can't stand things that there must be an easier way. Like, for instance, when he went to build his rocket, he priced 3 different things. He was going to buy a brand new one. Then he was going to get a used one and get some parts for it or something. And then he was going to outsource it. And all of it didn't make any sense to him. So then he said, well, look at this. If we get all the parts ourselves, we buy all the parts separately, we could build this thing and we don't have to buy a brand new one. We could do it this way. We use our engineers to design this thing. And he was able to come up with a way to build a rocket ship that was cheaper, more effective, and safer. And why not? He sees problems and wants to solve them. He's not a hero. There are no saints. Does he benefit from this if he's going to be using federal dollars to get to Mars? Hey, why not get to Mars? Why not be able to explore what's in Mars? There might be something up there that we could use. Might be some way for us to get there before China gets there. So, nobody's a saint on this stuff. This isn't Mother Teresa. When I was interviewing one time Penn and Teller once, and I was bringing up, and we were back in, it was actually really interesting. We were in Las Vegas. We were in Frank Sinatra's dressing room. And I said, there are people that are truly altruistic. And Penn looked at me. Was that the over the ponytail? Yeah, Penn.
I don't know. Yeah.
And he went, oh, really? Like who? I said, how about Mother Teresa? Mother Teresa? And then he said a horrible thing, which I can't repeat on the radio. I wouldn't even want to repeat it anywhere in public. And I said, why is that? He goes, Mother Teresa does it for herself. That's why Mother Teresa does it, because it makes her feel good. I said, okay, so we're going to go to Ayn Rand, the idea of there's no such thing as altruism, that everybody does something, you get something back for it. But at least she was helping people. Mother Teresa was. Did it make her feel better? Yeah, it gave her a sense of purpose. In this case, I don't think Elon Musk is necessarily doing this out of the kindness of his heart, but I think he sees this. He's been asked. When Donald Trump was running, he said, I'm going to get Elon Musk in here. We're going to cut all of this waste, fraud, and abuse. Who could possibly argue with that? Let's remember the number that we're going for is 439,000. That's how many that Al Gore, the beloved Al Gore, St. Al, was able to get out of the federal government. It's very hard to get these guys out of there. And if you just want to have it to be a better use of your tax dollars, why does anybody have a problem with that? What if you got in there and said, I want to grow the government. We bring in $4 trillion. We spend $6 trillion, so we have $2 trillion in debt that we're passing on to the next generation. Is everybody okay with that? How about we spend $7 trillion, we take in $4 trillion? Is everybody okay with that? At what point does somebody wake up and say, we can't continue to bring in $4 trillion and spend 6 or 7 and continue to put this on our kids' credit cards? And when he was being interviewed by Brett Baer and they asked, why are you doing this? He says, I just think it's unfair to the next generation to carry this debt when there is waste, fraud, and abuse. Now, will he be able to get $1 trillion out? Probably not. But at least he can whack away at some of this stuff. And again, people are robbing you of your tax dollars in Washington. But for some reason, people think that all of a sudden Washington and the federal government is so unbelievably efficient that whatever he's doing in there is nefarious. That's bizarre. No one has ever thought that the federal government is efficient. It's constantly being made fun of by everybody. So here's Elon in there trying to reduce the waste, fraud, and abuse, but he's getting whacked everywhere. He was at where was this? I forget, where was he giving this speech?
Was it Austin? No, Wisconsin.
All right, because they've got a vote coming up. Okay, here we go.
The Doge team found any evidence that any of the radical left Democrats like Maxine Waters, Adam Schiff, Chuck Schumer have received money directly from USAID? And if so, will we be hearing about that evidence anytime soon?
Yeah. So there is a massive amount of corruption, but it is circuitous. So what happens is there's money that, obviously it's your taxpayer money, that is then sent to various government organizations who then send it to NGOs, which an NGO is a non-governmental organization, but obviously if it's a government-funded non-governmental organization, it's just an organization, it's just a government. And effectively, there's a giant fraud loophole, which is that the government can send money to an NGO that is then no longer governed by the laws of the United States. So they'll send the money overseas to one NGO, then they'll go through a bunch of them, and then I'm highly confident that a bunch of that money then comes back to the United States and lands in the pockets of the people you just mentioned. But it is a circuitous route. It's not like it doesn't go directly, but let's just say that there's a lot of strangely wealthy members of Congress where I'm trying to connect the dots of how did they become rich while earning, how'd they get 20 million if they're earning 200,000 a year? It sounds, nobody can explain that. So something's, yeah, we're going to try to figure it out and certainly stop it from happening.
Does nobody have a problem with Nancy Pelosi? Right? This is a perfect example. She's just one of them. I still have the app, although I don't think it's as effective as it used to be. You pay, I think it's $24 a month. You give them, I don't know, $1,000 or whatever. And every time Nancy Pelosi, it's not Nancy, I'm sorry, it's Paul. Every time Paul makes a trade, you make a trade. And if you look at the app, it'll show you everybody, and even Mike Johnson's on there. They're all on there, the top 10 that are doing this. So Pelosi, the last time I checked, was at 51% on the market. So if you want to make 50% on the market, follow Paul Pelosi. Well, how does Paul Pelosi get 51% of the market? How is he so far ahead of everybody else? Think about it for a moment. Let me see. Who does Paul Pelosi talk to on a regular basis? Does that not outrage people? And again, the Democrats do it, the Republicans do it, they all do it. Does that not upset people? That insider information. Nancy Pelosi knows that they're going to have to possibly pass a law to restrict Google and how Google's making money. So they know that. Google knows that. There's pressure on it. There's a dip. You buy. You tell Paul, buy. And Paul buys. And then he buys on the dip. They decide not to do the regulations against Google, and it goes up. And we all sit here, let's go get the billionaires. Let's go get Elon Musk. How about all the rest of the stuff? Doesn't that outrage people as well? I think what's happened is because Harris was such a horrible candidate and because Biden was so unbelievably corrupt and everybody knew that he was completely mentally deficient for the last 3 years, the people that you see marching in the streets are mad that they lost. They're not liberals necessarily. They're just leftist activists that are really mad. This is something that they can all rally around. And to take somebody's car and scratch somebody's car or scream at somebody because they happen to be sitting at a light in a Tesla. And when they talk about democracy, When you talk to them, which I tried to talk to them, the cognitive dissonance just comes pouring out of their ears. What about climate change? Well, that's not important right now. This is more important because of what? They work themselves up, and I heard them talking, and they throw around all these ridiculous non-facts, and they try to make all these connections. Talk about conspiracy theories, right? Yes, Elon Musk is a businessman. Yes, Elon Musk is a billionaire. Yes, Elon Musk wants to go to Mars. Yes, Elon Musk also likes to work with China, which is very bad. Elon Musk and China are connected, not necessarily at the hip, but financially. The incentive is to have China working with the satellites. That is, unfortunately, not exactly the position we want to be in when it comes to U.S. defense. So there has to be a clear distinction between those two and separate that. But this idea that somehow getting rid of waste, fraud, and abuse is the destruction of democracy. People, the French Revolution, right? Marie Antoinette hearing the people outside, and she turns to somebody, I don't know if this is apocryphal or not, saying, well, they're upset. Why are they upset? Because they can't get bread, because the cost of bread kept going up, and they can't eat, and they're starving. Well, then let them eat cake, right? And eventually, at a certain point, people got sick of it, and they storm the castle, and they go over, and they take out, and then, of course, the guillotine comes out, and they start killing, because the people were sick and tired of being manipulated in such a way by the super rich. Well, the super rich are the people that are not necessarily outside the system. The super rich are part of the problem, that you have bureaucrats that are taking your tax dollars that you worked for today and giving it to selected groups of people that are benefiting them. Millions and millions and millions of dollars. And then there's billions and billions of dollars of inefficiency. And if you could just streamline it, right? Probably one of the best examples of this thing, it was in Wisconsin. Tommy Thompson became the governor. And he looked at the numbers, and he looked through, and he goes, these small businesses that are sending in these tax returns, he said, it's costing us more money to process the tax returns of these small businesses than we're actually receiving in revenue. So by us processing with the piece of paper of the tax return from the small business, costing us X to be able to process it, and the amount of money is actually in the deficit. Why are we processing small business loans, small business IRS taxes like this? And he said to them, listen, here's the deal. If you make under a certain amount of money, don't send in your tax return because it's costing us too much money to process it. Smart, efficient. But the people that you hear, the ones that unfortunately we're playing on the radio and you're watching on television, this is a small, minute group of people that are just mad that they lost. And who are they going to direct it to? They're tired of directing it to Trump, so now let's make Elon Musk the new bad guy. It's just a new, villain, because they're tired of just Trump. So, Elon's got all sorts of horrible things he wants to do. Time will tell. History will be written. And hopefully, they are able to get some of this stuff done. And we reduce the size of government and save your money. Does anyone have a problem with that? Apparently, the people that text in do. I'd love for one of you that writes in to get on the radio, because why should I keep talking about it? You come on. Tell me. 1-888-973-5476. Let's do it on Wednesday. How about that?
Sure.
Yeah. Do it Wednesday.
Learn some economics.
Thank you. Here's Nate, the Big Employment Traffic Desk. Nathan.
Thanks, John. FRS Clippers got this update. Bellevue to Everett, still around 50 minutes. You're slow between 520 and 522, and then you're going to clear out right away. Seattle to Everett is down to 35 minutes. That's it. Scattered backups between Mercer and Linwood. Linwood to Seattle at 25 minutes. Your backup starts near North 85th and then rolls down to I-90. In Bellevue, South 405, you're going to slow about mid-Bellevue down to 112th and Newcastle before you start to clear out. Bellevue to Renton's a half-hour commute. Seattle to Federal Way has improved to a half hour, down from a 40-minute drive. Got a thick backup along South Center, though, past State Route 516. And Tacoma to Olympia is still taking you 50 minutes. You're slow through South Tacoma, and then a brief 3-mile backup through JBLM to get through. Save on a fun Victoria, BC getaway during FRS Clippers spring sales. Clipper Fast Ferry plus 2 nights hotel from only $252 per person at FRSClipper.com. KIRO Newsradio, real-time traffic. I'm Nate Connors.
All right, let's face it, no one is aging gracefully. You hit your 50s, you start to expect stuff to start to go wrong, right? Well, that's just what happens when you get old. Really? Yeah, you kind of, you gain weight, you can't put on any muscle, you sort of don't deal with stress well. Cholesterol starts to get high, so that your doctor goes, oh, your cholesterol's high, we'll put you on some sort of prescription drug or something. And then you got another problem. Oh, diabetes, you're not processing sugars correctly, we'll give you something else. Pretty soon you're taking all these pills every single morning. How about this? Why not this? Why not work with a doctor, Longevity Medical Clinic, that is proactive with your health? And here's how it works. You do a blood draw, and then you talk to your doctor for an hour, 4 or 5 times a year. And they're making small incremental changes because they're seeing in this blood test, they see everything. This is far more advanced than the general practitioner will do. And they see the early indicators of what's happening as you age. And then they make the small changes. Something might be something as simple as vitamin D, vitamin C, DHEA, things like that, stuff you can buy at the pharmacy. You take that, and then you start to see those numbers go up or go down. You feel better. You want to find out more? LongevityMedicalClinic.com. Take the free health analysis at LongevityMedicalClinic.com.
KIRO News Radio doesn't just report the news. We help you make sense of it.
People in this area, they have us. We can keep this guy honest. That's our job.
New media is leaving the old guard behind. Yes.
We provide the analysis and context you need to stay ahead in these fast-paced times.
That man is still on the loose, and Everett police are searching for him.
Seattle Public Schools look to boost graduation rates by 10% over the next 5 years.
Stay tuned with KIRO News Radio, where you'll find out why.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance specialist for university housing, he knows college students can major in wear and tear. Plus, housing so many students doesn't leave a lot of room to house all the supplies he needs. That's where Grainger comes in. With over 1 million industrial-grade products and fast, dependable delivery, Grainger carries the quality products he needs so he doesn't have to. From a new door hinge to a whole new faucet. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Get 5 quarts of O'Reilly Full Synthetic Motor Oil and a MicroGuard oil filter for $29.99. In-store only. Limit supply.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
How can you free your team from time-consuming office tasks? Amazon Business. Smart business buying tools enable buyers to find and purchase items fast so they can focus on strategy and growth. Free up your team and focus on your future. Learn more at AmazonBusiness.com.
It may be the most noble profession.
Come on.
It's the work of heroes.
Heroes?
You want to live without plumbing?
Well, no.
Then you need plumbers.
Right.
Thing is, so do I.
You need plumbers.
Smiles, actually.
Smiling plumbers?
Or someone who smiles and wants to become an Apollo plumber.
A smile. That's what it takes?
Skills are something we can teach.
Sure.
But a positive attitude comes from within.
That's a big part of being an Apollo plumber.
The biggest part.
What else?
A desire to learn and serve.
Just like every Apollo plumber.
As they learn, so shall they earn.
Earn?
Apollo plumbers can earn 6 figures.
Enough to make me smile.
We believe you get what you give.
Give a smile.
And Apollo service.
Get a smile.
A well-paid smile.
Driving one of those big blue Apollo trucks.
That's the goal.
Does seem pretty noble.
It's important, satisfying work.
And you're looking now?
There's always room for another smile around here.
On the Apollo Plumbing team.
Apply at ApolloPlumbing.com.
I've always been an athletic guy, but after turning 40, I noticed I was slowing down. I booked a free testosterone check with Revive Health and learned that low T doesn't just impact my performance in the bedroom. I've been following a custom treatment plan ever since, and today I'm feeling stronger and more confident than ever.
If you're ready to book your free T-check, text BOOST to 65555 or visit ReviveMensHealth.com to schedule your appointment. Message and data rates may apply. Message frequency varies. Text help for help. Text stop to cancel. See privacy policy at ReviveMensHealth.com/privacy-policy. For info on how opt-in info will be used and terms and conditions at ReviveMensHealth.com/terms of use for terms of short code service.
Save on a 2-night getaway to beautiful Victoria, BC with the FRS Clipper Spring Sale. Travel car-free on the Clipper Fast Ferry and stay at a charming downtown hotel. From $252 per person, double occupancy. Save during Clipper Spring Sale at FRSClipper.com.
Spring in Washington. It is practically synonymous with rain. And of course, rain is made up of water, which unfortunately can wreak havoc on your home and your crawl space. So if rain or groundwater makes its way into that crawl space, it can create all kinds of problems, including structural damage or toxic mold. You don't want either of those at your house, trust me. It's Mike Salk here, and that's why you call Crawl Pros. Crawl Pros will keep your crawl space dry. They can install a sump pump and drainage and reroute that water back out and away from your home. They'll take care of any mold that's been created and even address any plumbing issues you may have in your crawl space. Don't take the risk. The best way to learn if you have any water issues is to have Crawl Pros do what they did at my house. Visit your home and inspect your crawl space for free. Yes, Crawl Pros will go where you don't want to. So if you're worried at all about water damage, mold, insulation issues, critters, anything else related to your crawl space or attic, call Crawl Pros or visit crawlpros.com to schedule a free inspection.
KIRO News Radio, 97.3 FM, Northwest News. Now, the latest from KIRO News Radio and mynorthwest.com.
Good evening, I'm Aaron Granillo. Right now, Marysville police are investigating a deadly stabbing outside a business this morning. They say a neighbor tried to save the 66-year-old man, but he died on a sidewalk near I-5 and Highway 528. This neighbor tells KIRO 7 TV the victim was found where he works.
I almost think it was unprovoked because he was just here trying to do his job, get ready for his day.
Now, police say there was no immediate threats to the public. Detectives believe this was an isolated incident. Man who escaped from the ICE detention center in Tacoma last week is back behind bars tonight. KIRO News Radio's James Lynch reports.
Officials with ICE say 24-year-old Alvaro Flores Barbosa, who they describe as a Venezuelan criminal, escaped last Wednesday and was located and rearrested Saturday near Portland. Flores Barbosa has a criminal history, including an arrest for misdemeanor assault and 2 convictions for reckless driving and felony use of a weapon. He now faces deportation. ICE hasn't said how Flores Barbosa managed to escape. James Lynch, KIRO News Radio.
Seattle Seahawk legend Richard Sherman is sharing screenshots and videos from his home alarm system that show several armed men breaking into his house. KIRO News Radio's Frank Lenzi reports.
On X, Sherman writes, quote, "House being robbed at gunpoint with my family in it isn't what anyone wants for a birthday gift," end quote. This happened the night before his 37th birthday. He went on to write, quote, "Scary situation that my wife handled masterfully and kept my kids safe," end quote. The King County Sheriff's Office confirms deputies were called out to a residential burglary in Maple Valley. There have been no arrests, and there are no suspects. Frank Lenzi, KIRO News Radio.
Boeing Starliner astronauts say they would fly on that spacecraft again. That's despite a series of leaks and thruster issues that delayed their mission, kept them in space for 9 months. Astronauts Sonny Williams and Butch Wilmore say any problems with Starliner will be fixed.
Boeing's completely committed. NASA is completely committed. And with that, I get on in a heartbeat.
Yeah, I would agree. The spacecraft is really capable.
Williams and Wilmore arrived back on Earth 2 weeks ago aboard a SpaceX capsule. Now to the Beacon Plumbing Traffic Desk at 5:33. Here's Nate Connors.
All right, Aaron, this report brought to us by Washington 811. Well, we've been seeing light volumes all afternoon, and this continues into your drive home. Bellevue to Renton has improved to 45 minutes. You're slow between 520 and 527 in Canyon Park. Seattle to Everett is only a 35-minute drive. Scattered backups between Mercer and Linwood. Linwood to Seattle is going to take you 25 minutes. Your backup starts near North 85th and continues down to I-90. Both of those lake bridges are wide open. Over in Bellevue, South 405, you're going to slow in mid-Bellevue down to about 112th in Newcastle. Bellevue to Renton's going to take you a half hour. Seattle to Federal Way is a half hour. Pretty thick along South Center all the way down past State Route 516. Tacoma to Olympia is a 50-minute drive. Still slow through South Tacoma, and then just this brief 3-mile backup through JBLM to get through. And we're seeing some backups now approaching the Hood Canal Bridge due to a recent bridge opening for marine traffic. If you're digging in your yard, the law requires you to call 811 to avoid dangerous and costly damages to utility lines. Call 811 or submit online at digsafewa.com. KIRO News Radio, real-time traffic. I'm Nate Connors.
Forecast now brought to you by State Roofing and Exteriors. We'll have pockets of light rain for tonight, some scattered showers continuing into tomorrow morning, with highs tomorrow back up into the low to mid-50s. Right now, 51 in downtown Seattle. I'm Aaron Granillo, KIRO News Radio.
Your best source for local news. You're listening to KIRO News Radio, Northwest News.
Will Cox Family Farm Recipe. Spin the wheel, Teeny, please. There it is, Will Cox Family Farm Eggs Recipe. All of us that are in the studio and in the other room there, our names are on the board. Yellow, green, red. It'll south on one of us. We never know who. Aaron. Wow. Lucky us.
Yes. What's some deviled eggs, guys? Do we like deviled eggs?
We love those.
Hard boil, scoop out the yolk, mix in, mayo, mustard, top it with some paprika.
Paprika, yes.
maybe some chives.
Ooh.
Yum!
What about a little bacon bits on there? That'd be good. I'm just throwing stuff out.
No, that's good. That's good. Like
like
you're
it.
just kind of riffing.
Yeah, sounds good.
Yeah.
Freestyle.
Like Charlie Yardbird Parker over there, just riffing.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you. Well done. All right. This day in history. Let's see your choices. This day in history. Parliament passes the Boston Port Act. In 1943, Oklahoma premieres on Broadway.
Ooh, I thought you'd like that one.
I do like that one, but let's see, 1889. The Eiffel Tower opens in Paris. They needed something special for the World's Fair. More than 100 different architects sent in designs, and the Eiffel Tower was chosen. One particular man, he's a playwright there in Paris. He was so upset by the design, he ate in the restaurant every single day. He ate in the restaurant at the Eiffel Tower. Why? He said, that way I do not have to look at it. That's how much he hated it.
Wow.
People were disgusted by it. He hated the Eiffel Tower.
It's like buying a Tesla just so you can.
Ah, je voudrais seulement. It was the tallest building in the world in 1889 during the World's Fair. It was only supposed to be up for about 20 years and then we tear it down. But, they put a radio tower in 1910 and it was fantastic during World War I. So they kept it. When Hitler went into Paris, he was not doing well, the Nazis were losing. And Hitler told his Nazi friends to blow it up. And they were going to blow up all 4 legs of it and sack Paris. But who saved the day? The Allied forces came into Paris. Ah, yes. Saving the Eiffel Tower and what was left of Paris. It's not easy to keep such an icon looking so good. 50. It takes 50 French artists to paint it over, to scrape the rust off. Sometimes 18 months. Unless they go on strike. To keep the beautiful Eiffel Tower looking as wonderful as it does. It was the tallest building in the world until the Chrysler building topped it. Ugh. It used to be yellow originally, but well, then it turned brown and they paint it. By the way, when it is cold, it shrinks. It reminds me. Some Frenchmen I know. It blows in the wind as well. There's an apartment halfway up or somewhere near the top. It is also the biggest ripoff in the world if you ever go there and you have to spend money as a tourist. You pay the money and then go up to the elevator and you sit there and you look at it. All the tourists go there. And that is the Eiffel Tower. I think I got them all the facts.
You been up there?
I refused.
Well, how do you know it's a ripoff?
Because I asked the guy, how much is it? And he's like, and they just treated me like crap. And I'm like, I'm not going to go up your stupid tower. I'm going to go to the tower. Yeah. But went to I think it was nearby. There is there's a bunch of like not thrift stores, but secondhand stores all over in this part of Paris, and the flea market, famous flea markets there. So Nick and I walked along the flea markets and we're walking around looking at all this different stuff. And she bought me a pair of
suede pants?
No, knockoff from a Moroccan guy. I was like, really? How are you able to sell this designer clothes for such a cheap amount of money? Don't worry about it. So Nick bought me a pair of Giorgio Armani underwear. I went into this really unique store, a small little store there in the flea market area, and they had dresses from 1920 to like 1990, 1995. I mean, they had all the designer dresses, Chanel, everything, and they're on this rack. This lady's in there smoking, and she's like, what do you want to look at? And we see all these different dresses and stuff. And then I see this custom mink. It's the craziest looking thing. It's handmade. And I said to her, what's the story with this? She's explaining to me who wore it or whatever. And I couldn't understand her. And then we laughed and I asked Nick, oh my God, that was so beautiful, so beautiful. And as I was walking out, I took the lady's business card. I thought, I know I'm going to be a good husband, even though I just got a pair of knockoff Giorgio Armani underwear for $2. And I called the lady like about a month later, and I couldn't understand her, so I just would go on Google Translate, and then I sent her an email, and I wanted to make sure I got the right thing. I said it's a white mink jacket of some sort from the 50s, and it's all hooked together with all of these really interesting copper rings. She says, yes, I know which one you're talking about. So I bought that for Nick. And it came like a couple days later in the mail. And I just thought, well, I am the greatest husband in the world.
That is a solid move.
And I remember the day I put on my Giorgio Armani underwear and the band came off. So I have a Giorgio Armani band that would hold most people's underwear on. So I got that.
Oh, that's nice.
And she still has this jacket. And she wears it. It's funny. She goes, I'm going to wear that the Paris jacket or Paris coat. And then when she wears it, people are always like, do you want to coat check that? And she's like, no. So because she wants to wear it, right? Even though it's a coat. But she's like, I'm not taking that thing off. I'm going to wear it around. So she wears it around. We got invited to an organization to go to something, and it was for the Humane Society. And I was like, Nick, no. She goes, the mink on this is like 80 years old. I said, I don't care. You can't wear it. No. Well, it completes the outfit. I said, I'll tell you what to complete the outfit is when somebody spills a drink on you intentionally. Yep. That will complete the outfit. So that is the story of
Paris.
Paris.
You a fan of Paris?
No, not at all. I don't like going someplace where they treat me poorly.
It's true.
Right? I don't. You don't like Americans.
Yeah, they're not very nice. I do. Have you ever been to the Père Lachaise Cemetery though?
No, I have not been there.
Jim Morrison and Chopin are buried.
They're all buried there.
It's incredible.
Really,
it is the coolest thing about Paris, in my opinion.
Maybe we'll go back. It was funny because I was working on my French accent, and I come across this Frenchman. And so I'm doing my French accent, and it's not good, but, it's okay. So I'm trying to speak English to this guy with a bad French accent. And then he says, because I have Google Translate, he says, he says, well, why don't we just speak French? Rather than me struggling through English with a bad French accent.
Yeah.
Then he started speaking to me in French, and I said, whatever. I don't know what I said to him. And I walk away, and I go, that was a win, Nick. That was a win. She goes, why? I said, because, you see, he thought I was French because of my French accent, and I was trying to speak English. She goes, he was confused because he's French. Why don't you just speak French to him other than speaking English to him with a bad French accent? I said, but do you see? He
thought you knew French.
Yes.
Yeah.
Because when I was there, I really tuned into that Frenchy accent.
And now you know.
Whatever the story is. Whatever that story is. All right. But does anybody want to come on and debate?
I'm working on it. I've made the offer to 3 people so far, but no takers yet.
Oh. Wonder why. Let's go to Nate, the Beacon Plumbing Drive. It does Nate.
All right, John, Lake Washington Windows and Doors has the update. Hey, if you're heading to the Mariners or Kraken games tonight, you don't have to worry about traffic slowing you down much at all. Linwood to Seattle is just 25 minutes. Your backup starts near North 85th in the downtown. North 5 is crowded at the Michigan Curve in the downtown. Both lake bridges, though, are wide open. Bellevue to Everett, 40 minutes. You're slow between 520 and 527. Seattle to Everett is down to just a half hour. There's a new collision, though. It's North 5 at State Route 522, blocking the right lane on the off-ramp. So it isn't on the main line, but it'll slow you down taking that off-ramp. South 405 in Bellevue slows in mid-Bellevue to 112th in Newcastle. Bellevue to Renton's going to take you a half hour. And Tacoma to Olympia has improved a bit to 45 minutes. A little bit slowing left through South Tacoma, and this brief 3-mile backup still through JBLM. Through the end of March, that'll be today. Save double your sales tax from Lake Washington Windows and Doors. Plus, pay 0 down, 0 payments, and 0 interest for 12 months. Visit LakeWashingtonWindows.com. KIRO News Radio, real-time traffic. I'm Nate Connors.
Well, this week's First Mark Challenge victory goes to Roger. Roger, why did you call First Mark Insurance?
Over the last several years, my homeowner's insurance policies just kept on going up and up and up. For years, it was $1,100. Last year, it was $2,500, and this year, $5,000. That's what got me to call First Mark Insurance.
Were they able to save you any money?
Absolutely. Within a couple of days, came up with a proposal that blew my socks off. It was an amazing amount of reduction in cost.
Did they improve your coverage while saving you all that money?
They did both. The coverage is better, and the cost is substantially less. It's half as much as I was paying last year. Recommend First Mark to anyone who is looking to get better coverage at less cost.
Well, Roger did it, my family did it, and you got to do it, and it's totally free. Take the First Mark Challenge and see how much they can save you and how much better your coverage will get. Maybe you will be our next First Mark Challenge victory. Just go to firstmarkinsurance.com. First Mark Insurance. They work for you.
Warm weather is just around the corner. It's time to spring into action on your roofing project. If you're worried about your old roof holding up this winter, right now is a great time to take advantage of flexible spring scheduling and early bird pricing with Valentine Roofing. We can have your new roof started within just 4 weeks of signing your contract. Just select a time that works best for you and your family. Plus, you can enjoy discounted spring pricing and financing options for every budget, including 18 months same as cash. All our work is backed by Valentine's lifetime warranty, and you'll sleep well knowing your roof was installed by the best craftsmen in the industry. In just a few short weeks, our spring roof replacement schedule will become booked up, so beat your neighbors to the punch. Schedule your free estimate and a date for your Valentine roof replacement. Spring into action. Visit ValentineRoof.com or give us a call today at 206 Roofing to schedule your free estimate and reserve your spot on our spring schedule. That's 206 Roofing.
Did you hear? A recent stash of $10 gold Liberty coins from the 1800s has been found. These gorgeous gold coins are as bright and shiny as the day they were struck in the late 1800s. And less than 200 of these gold coins are available. Coin experts are calling this gold find an incredible opportunity. Call 1-800-917-4635 and you are guaranteed a $10 gold Liberty coin minted by the U.S. Mint in the 1800s. But with extremely limited availability, you must call now. These gold Liberty coins from the 1800s are still in uncirculated condition. That is history you can hold in your hand. To learn more, call 1-800-917-4635. Call now and you'll receive a free American Coin Collector's Bonus Package, a $40 value, free with every order. Call 1-800-917-4635 now to secure your $10 gold Liberty coins dated from the 1800s before they sell out. That's 1-800-917-4635.
Ladies, and you guys too, have you noticed visible signs of aging, those deep wrinkles, fine lines, and facial creases stealing your youthful glow? Sagging skin, crow's feet, and loss of facial contour are all natural effects of aging, but you no longer have to let them define your appearance. Introducing the New Skin Lift, the groundbreaking facelift led by Dr. Brian Scott. The advanced New Skin Lift addresses key signs of facial aging for women and men, restoring natural youthful contours. Whether it's replenishing volume lost over time or lifting the skin to smooth out those creases, the New Skin Lift can help you look 10 to 20 years younger with both surgical and non-surgical options. It's Hollywood's best-kept secret and now available to you. Get a free consultation and save $250 off your new skin facelift. Schedule at newskinlift.com or 206-222-1225. Look 10 to 20 years younger and restore your youthful appearance with the New Skin facelift. newskinlift.com.
Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa. This weekend only, Friday through Sunday, Linwood Event Center. Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa. This weekend only, Friday through Sunday, Linwood Event Center. 18-month interest-free financing. Our factories have demanded we sell 1,000 hot tubs and swim spas this weekend. Linwood Event Center. Huge factory incentives, factory rebates, this weekend only. Linwood Event Center. We can remove your old hot tub. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Hot tub starting at $2,999. Linwood Event Center. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Just relax and enjoy. Linwood Event Center. Friday, 2 p.m. to 8 p.m. Saturday, 10 a.m. to 8 p.m. Sunday, 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. Free admission, free parking, free delivery. Linwood Event Center. Call 833-SPA-SALE or visit HotTubAndSwimSpaSale.com.
The markets and the economy will change, but you should always know what you can rely on from your financial advisor. I'm John Ramsire with Baird Private Wealth Management in Seattle. With deep planning and investment expertise, Baird's financial advisors have guided individuals and families through changing markets for more than 100 years. And in all that time, our guiding principle has never changed. Our clients come first, always. Discover the Baird difference at rwbaird.com/Seattle.
Charlie Harder here. When your hot turns to cold, you better think fast. Fast water heater. Call 1-800-THINK-FAST. That's 1-800-THINK-FAST or fastwaterheater.com.
You better think fast. Fast water heater.
The John Curley Show mailbag is brought to you by Pendergast Law.
All right, here we go. Get the mailman. Wow, the mailman looks like he's all hunched over. Lots of letters. Here comes the mailman. Mailman. Teeny, get ready.
Mailman, as you can see, I'm the mailman. Don't nobody mess with me. I'm the mailman. If you didn't know, I'm the mailman. I bring the mail to your door.
Thank you, Hudson. Thank you, mailman. Thank you, Teeny. We'll get the letter today. First, take care of all the rest. Here we go.
Joanne in North Seattle says, "Ew, John, stop singing to Aaron. That's creepy as hell."
Mm-hmm.
Never had a man serenade me quite like that.
Beth and Paulsbo, now this is what the video feed is for.
Yes, you were very animated in your serenading to Aaron.
My voice is the perfect pitch for all Neil Diamond songs.
I know. Sean in Eatonville, speaking of, says, "I play Love on the Rocks on the piano and guitar.
that's the best.
Your voice is perfect for it."
Love on the Rocks. Yeah. Where's Aaron?
He ran.
Love on the Rocks. Ain't no surprise. Pour me a drink, and I'll tell you some lies. Good part here. Got nothing to lose, so you just sing the blues all the time. Yeah, there you go. That's for you, my friend. There you go.
I'm shocked at how well you know Neil Diamond lyrics.
Oh, I love Neil Diamond.
That's not your specialty.
Thank you.
You're up.
Oh, let's do Peter and
Joel.
Joel, succulent.
What is the charge? Eating a meal? A succulent Chinese meal?
Golly.
Peter in Seattle says, "Smokey Joe's still has old school bartenders who would scoop heads off beer and wear old time aprons. Loved it there when my wife was at Penn from 2013 to 2016.
It is the place. Tom in Marysville says, "John, I believe the world has gone insane after Idaho passes the no truck nuts law."
Carla in the 425 says, "Oh, John, so sorry to hear you have that cold that's going around. I have it too. Week 2, but I have a horrible cough. Hope you don't get that too. Love you guys."
Well, thank you for that, Doctor. Dear Joe, tell tell Uncle Curly, take him home after hour 4. Get him a hot toddy and a truck and a glow in the dark.
Glow in the dark, but yeah, I don't know.
I don't know what was coming up.
RC in Edmond says, "I thought John was aspiring to be a country singer. I'm sure the audience would enjoy hearing any original material he's willing to share."
Tomorrow.
Oh.
And now it is time for the letter of the day.
I'm going to leave here.
Oh, before this, can I give a shout out
I'm going to get you, go and walk away.
RB Russ, a listener of ours who gave me some phenomenal tickets to the Mariners game yesterday just because he's a good guy and his wife is doing great. She had cancer. We talked about that a little bit. So
sweet.
Yeah. Awesome update.
Yeah, that's good.
Okay. Moving on.
Yes.
Patty Payne.
Yes.
She says, "John, Patty Payne here.
Yes.
Jackass is not a word for which you need to apologize.
Thank you, Patty.
I just heard you imply that it was a swear word. It's not. It's a word some people use to describe human beings, but in my view, loving donkeys as I do, these dear, humble, neglected, gentle beasts are far superior to most humans."
Thank you, Patty Payne, for all the work you do, keeping track of what's happening around the Pacific Northwest. You've been a writer and a broadcaster for all those years, and I know your heart pounds deeply for animals that are abused. Thank you, Patty, for all your work, and thanks for listening. Appreciate it.
That's all she wrote. That's all she wrote. Didn't write no more.
Nope.
Didn't write no more.
Let's go to Nate over there.
The gloom
Hanging around my front door. Nathan.
Alrighty, we've got a collision, our only one showing up on the radar right now. It's in Tacoma, eastbound 16 at South 19th Street near Cheney Stadium. It's taking up 2 left lanes. That includes the HOV lane. Tacoma to Olympia is at 45 minutes. Still a little crowded through South Tacoma, and then this brief 3-mile backup through JBLM. Seattle to Federal Way is at a half hour. You're crowded between 405 and State Route 516. Renton to Auburn, 20 to 25 minutes. Pretty thick backup now between 405 and State Route 516, but after that, you're going to clear out. Linwood to Seattle, a 25-minute drive. Your backup starts near North 85th, coming out of Northgate, and continues down I-90. Now, North 5 is crowded at the Michigan Curve in the downtown. Both those lake bridges continue to be wide open. Bellevue to Everett, 40 minutes. Seattle to Everett is just a half hour. KIRO News Radio, real-time traffic. I'm Nate Connors.
KIRO News Radio, your home for G and Ursula, 9 to noon.
Former Seahawk Richard Sherman says his house was robbed at gunpoint recently with his family inside. Thankfully, no one was injured.
Imagine your children being in a situation where armed gunmen come inside of your home. I will never forget, as a 20-something-year-old being robbed at gunpoint. I can only imagine what it would be like being a kid.
Streaming live on your smart speaker.
You're losing your hair and you want a simple solution that works, and you want the best. Modern technology, top-rated physicians, something that's guaranteed to work. Guys, you need world-class Dr. Parango and his team at Advanced Hair. Advanced Hair has completely redefined hair restoration, from the experience itself to the unmatched results. Receding hairline, bald spot, thinning hair. Get your hair back with Advanced Hair's simple one-day treatment that begins regrowing your own natural hair the very next day. Advanced Hair has changed tens of thousands of lives, including mine. And get this, they were recently crowned 425 Business of the Year. For your free consultation, call 425-449-8185. 425-449-8185. If you qualify, get $250 off and 250 free hair grafts. 425-449-8185. Refine your hairline with a team that's redefined hair restoration. AdvancedHair.com.
Need a new roof but not in the budget? A new roof doesn't have to break the bank. Justin Shirley, CEO of State Roofing and Exteriors here. Right now, State Roofing and Exteriors is offering 0 down, 0 payments, and 0 interest for up to 24 months. That's 2 years with no payments while getting the protection your home deserves. But this offer won't last forever. Call 866-ROOF-ROOF or visit stateroofing.com today to get on our summer schedule now. State Roofing and Exteriors, held to a higher standard since 1968.
Did you know that nearly half the homes in Western Washington are not properly insulated or not insulated at all? That may be the reason why your home is way too hot in the summer and way too cold in the winter. It may also be the reason that your energy bills are sky high. Right now, Insulation Northwest is offering a free inspection of your home's insulation. This is a $199 value and it's absolutely free, no obligation. Just call today and Insulation Northwest will arrange a time that works with your schedule. We'll perform a thorough exam of your home's insulation and give you the advice you need to start saving thousands. Everyone who calls today will also receive a free infrared screening of your home using the latest technology. This will help reveal any hidden flaws in your home's protective energy blanket. What do you have to lose? It only takes about an hour and it's absolutely free. Call Insulation Northwest today, the real insulation company.
InsulationNorthwest.com.
It's clogged again.
Your drain?
Just had it cleared.
You didn't call Apollo Plumbing.
How can you tell?
Because your drain's clogged again.
So frustrating.
We can clear that drain.
That's what the last guy said.
We'll clear it, guaranteed.
He said that too.
Apollo Plumbing will clear your drain, or it's free.
Wait, what?
Apollo Plumbing clears your drain.
Or it's free?
Yep.
What's the catch?
No catch.
Fine print?
Apollo Plumbing clears your main drain for $83.
83 or it's free?
And we'll even give you a camera inspection.
Because?
It's the best way to find what's causing your clog.
But that's extra.
Nope. Included.
No extra charge?
Not 1 cent.
83 or it's free.
All it takes is an accessible outside cleanout.
And an Apollo plumber.
No clog is safe from Apollo Plumbing.
And just like that, my main drain is...
Draining again.
How can you...
Apollo plumbers are that good.
83 or it's free.
You call, we come.
My drain's draining again.
Guaranteed.
83 or it's free.
As it should be.
Apollo Plumbing.
ApolloPlumbing.com.
Washington state has the third highest cost of living in the nation. If Olympia politicians raise taxes again, the cost of everything from groceries and gas to housing will go up even more. They've already doubled spending over 10 years, with little to show for it. Washington state needs lower costs, not higher taxes. Demand smarter state spending now at affordablewashington.org. Paid for by people for an affordable Washington and Olympia, Washington. Top 5 donors are Washington Alliance for Competitive Economy, Microsoft, Madrona, T-Mobile, and Alaska Air.
Guys, thinking about testosterone replacement therapy? Revive Men's Health can help you get started if you're ready to book your free T-check. Visit ReviveMen'sHealth.com. That's Revive, REVIBE, menshealth.com.